In the blurred line between dreams and reality, a corporate drone who once lost both parents finds himself reborn into a mystical world where everyone possesses supernatural abilities. Su Naiwen. The familiar yet strange call struck him like a bolt of lightning, shattering his sleep. The long-missed face of Wu Shuwen appeared before him, standing in front of the car in a black trench coat, her hair neatly tied back, revealing a slender swan-like neck. Her gentle eyes, now tinged with anger, were fixed intently on her son in the passenger seat. You used your dad's account to play games again yesterday, didn't you? He even left his account card for you while on a business trip. Wait till he gets back, and see how I deal with him. His mother's nagging voice sent a shiver down Su Naiwen's spine. Just then, an eerie green light flashed across his mother's palm. Suddenly, with a sharp smack, a loud slap landed on the back of Su Naiwen's head. The real sting of pain jolted him awake. This was no dream. With that slap, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. The Jiuzhou Federation, Fate Awakening, the career of Fate Masters, combat skills. He realized he had been reborn into a parallel world where everyone possessed superpowers. Here, each person had a unique fate, categorized into combat, support, life, and research types. The combat category was further divided into assault, elemental, and weaponry branches. The support category included guardian, detection, and healing branches. People even classified fates into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D, with each grade subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. As Su Naiwen was absorbed in these memories, a familiar booming voice reached his ears. A towering figure of 6'3" with bulging muscles, but a baby face, came striding over. It was his childhood friend Wei Wu. In the previous world, Wei Wu had gone abroad during their senior year of high school, and they hadn't seen each other since. Reporting to Lingyang Third High School, the two ended up in the same class. In his memories, his mother had a healer fate, skilled in healing type skills, while his father had a scholar fate with a special talent for studying ancient texts. However, as a former corporate worker, Su Naiwen had little interest in these gentle fates. Having been given a second chance at life, he only desired a powerful combat fate. No way I'm being support this time around. Back in his dorm room, Su Naiwen picked up his phone out of sheer boredom and began scrolling through the news. The screen was filled with headlines: anomalous events in the Northwest Grim Wilderness, surrounding towns facing invasions by exotic beasts. Economic analysts predicting a gradual decline in the price of Hongyan pork in the second half of the year. Chu Yu, a destiny holder, announcing his withdrawal from the vice-chairmanship race of the Warrior Hall. These serious news reports made him feel the reality of the world even more strongly. The trending topics, however, were much more relatable. Singer Wu Yin caught meeting a mysterious man. Chung Yu ranting about a homewrecker on Weka, with Zhou Ji's accidental like, causing a stir, later claiming he was using his phone with his foot. The attractiveness of Qin Tang, known as Yu Gongzi. In the new season's first match of the Capture the Flag League, Qing Yu defeated Hummingbird 3-1. Zhenghao's scandal involving infidelity and domestic violence. Qing Yu's captain, Ren Puh, boldly declaring their intention to win the championship. Seeing these gossip headlines, Su Naiwen couldn't help but reflect on how similar people's interests are across different worlds. What particularly caught his attention was the Capture the Flag League. This immensely popular public event features various formats: 5-on-5 battles, 3-on-3-and-3 battles, 5 teams of 2, and solo battles, with the 5-on-5 being the most celebrated. The rules are straightforward. 10 players are divided into 2 teams, each tasked with defending their own flag and base. Victory is achieved by capturing the opponent's flag and holding it at their base for 10 seconds. The league consists of a virtual battle ranking season and a real-life playoff season. As he watched the match videos, the thrilling scenes left Su Naiwen exhilarated. The dazzling spear strikes, earth-shattering sword energy, ghostly movements, and mysterious control skills made each match a feast for the eyes and the soul. Last year's final ranking match was particularly spectacular. Hongye faced Tianqing in a battle for the last playoff spot. In the deciding round, only Hongye's vice-captain, Chun Yin, known as the White Bao, was left standing, while Tianqing still had 4 key players: the main attacker, secondary attacker, support, and scout. In a forest setting, Chan Yin, with his masterful archery, first held his ground and then, like a jungle hunter, ambushed his opponents one by one. In the end, when faced with the captain of Tianqing's frontal assault, he unleashed an astounding display of strength at the critical moment, defeating his opponent and returning victorious with the flag. The quarterfinals of the playoffs, featuring Baiyue against Huojuan in a live-action battle, were equally unforgettable. In a volcanic setting, Baiyue's captain, Wu Hu, Sun Tianmong, created a miracle single-handedly. This veteran, returning from retirement, led 4 rookies through a series of victories, and in this match, he faced the challenge alone, defeating the league's third-best secondary attacker, Mars Jun, Zheng Yang, and the left-hand support, Jing Dun, Shuanshanchuan. Ultimately, he single-handedly crushed the entire Huojuan team, stunning the league. Although Baiwei eventually lost to Bloodside in the championship finals, Sun Tianmong's legendary performance has been etched into history. Then there was the player known as the Heart of Defense, the white-clad support Zhou Buwei, who in a critical battle, single-handedly defended the base against 4 opponents for 4.5 minutes, buying crucial time for his team's victory. The black and white twins, Fu Mo and Fu Guang, were unstoppable on the field, working seamlessly with one attacking and the other defending. Their agile movements and ability to outmaneuver their opponents captivated Su Naiwen. Naiwen, what are you so focused on? Wei Wu, as burly as a bear, appeared at the doorway of Su Naiwen's dorm room. Glancing at the screen, he exclaimed, "Oh, you're watching the tournament? I've seen that match with Liu Yang the Blade. 1 strike to take down the support, 3 strikes to eliminate the strategist. What a legend. But you never used to care about the league. Just a sudden interest. It's pretty entertaining," Su Naiwen replied with a smile. Wei Wu's enthusiasm was instantly piqued. "Let me tell you about some classic matches. The 2009 finals, the showdown between Sword and Blade. Though the name sounds cheesy, the scene where the Supreme Sword faced the Blade King was like 2 cows doing handstands, absolutely mind-blowing." Su Naiwen sighed, resting his head in his hand. Once this fervent fan started talking about the league, he could go on for days. Although Su Naiwen hadn't been interested in it before, he was now playing the virtual game Flag Capture League. This spin-off was even more popular than similar games from another world, like Mobile Legends and League of Legends, but it required awakening one's destiny and having an identity card to register. Until now, Su Naiwen had been using his father's card to play. Seeing Wei Wu about to continue, Su Naiwen quickly interrupted. "You came to remind me about class, right? It's already 1:40, time for the meeting." "Oh, right. My bad," Wei Wu exclaimed. The walk from the dorm to the classroom building took only a few minutes. Along the way, Wei Wu munched on crunchy snacks while enthusiastically discussing the league. Su Naiwen changed the topic. "Haven't you finished those snacks yet?" Wei Wu immediately pulled out a packet and handed it to him. "Still got 2 more. Here, tomato flavored. There's a seasoning packet inside. Shake it up for extra flavor." Su Naiwen hadn't had this childhood snack in ages. He opened the package, looked inside, and his expression turned odd. "Where's the seasoning?" "Huh." Wei Wu peered in and burst out laughing. "Haha, Naiwen, your luck. You got the one without seasoning." Su Naiwen's face darkened, recalling an earlier vow, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. The classroom was already scattered with students, some on their phones, others chatting in groups. Only the front rows were empty, proving that students, whether in college or high school, preferred not to sit at the front. With no other choice, Su Naiwen and Wei Wu took seats in the front row. As soon as they sat down, a hint of jasmine fragrance wafted over. Looking across the aisle, Su Naiwen saw a short-haired girl in a clean tracksuit, exuding youthful energy. Noticing his gaze, she turned and smiled confidently. Su Naiwen was momentarily taken aback but nodded in return. This girl was unique. Despite her simple attire and lack of makeup, her clear eyes and serene smile made her stand out in the classroom, drawing several glances. Just as Su Naiwen was surveying the room, a rhythmic, light footfall echoed. Amidst the classroom's noise, these footsteps were unusually clear, bringing an inexplicable sense of calm. Gradually, the room quieted. A figure with a short ponytail, clad in tight jeans and a casual blazer, entered, holding a glass orb and looking satisfied at the now silent students. Kellen stood at the front of the classroom, pondering her newly acquired special skill. While it might not be particularly useful in an actual battle, it was more than sufficient for dealing with a group of naive students. She placed the Qi-Ling orb securely on the podium and used a laser pointer to write the bold characters Kellen on the projection screen. "I am your homeroom teacher, Kellen," she announced crisply. "From now on, I will call roll. Those whose names are called, come up and awaken your life destiny as I instruct. Everyone else, remain silent." First up, Chen Lily. A girl in the middle of the classroom stood hesitantly, walking toward the podium with a hint of confusion. "Place your hand on the Qi-Ling orb, relax your mind, and try to calm your thoughts," Kellen instructed. As the first student in the class to awaken her life destiny, Chen Lily was visibly tense, as stiff as a board. Seeing this, Kellen frowned slightly and touched her finger to the girl's forehead. A flash of white light passed, and Chen Lily's body instantly relaxed. 3 or 4 minutes later, the volleyball-sized Qi-Ling orb began to emit a faint gray light, and a gray floral pattern appeared on its surface. "All right, you can let go now," Kellen said with a glance. "Flower spirit life destiny. Next." She made a casual gesture, and the Qi-Ling orb returned to its dim state. Chen Lily was about to ask a question but was cut off by Kellen. "Save your questions until everyone's awakened. Return to your seat for now." As time went on, the students gradually got the hang of it. What initially required Kellen's guidance now took only about a minute to complete. Li Yin, Wind Whisper Life Destiny. Cheng Baoyu, Songstress Life Destiny. Zhang Huawei, Aroma Enhancer Life Destiny. Next, Naiwen. Naiwen stood, silently chanting to himself, please don't be a support role. But as soon as his fingers touched the Qi Ling orb, before he even had a chance to close his eyes, the orb lit up. The quick response was a stark contrast to the other students, leaving even him puzzled. Kellen showed a hint of surprise but succinctly announced, Life Destiny, Benevolent Heart. Seeing Naiwen still standing in front of the awakening pearl in a daze, Kalan said calmly, next. Naiwen snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on the irregular heart-shaped pattern emitting a gray light inside the awakening pearl. His expression turned peculiar. He quietly returned to his seat, letting his consciousness delve into his mind. A heart-shaped pattern, glowing with a pure white light, appeared. This was his destiny mark. Unlike others, his mark was accompanied by 4 special modules. Innate Destiny, Benevolent Heart. Soul Power Level, Beginner Destiny Master. Innate Skills, none. Assistance Points, 0. Curious, Naiwen used his mind to click on the Benevolent Heart section, which immediately displayed a detailed explanation. A benevolent heart is the mark of a benevolent leader. The learning difficulty and soul power consumption of all offensive combat skills will double, and their power will be halved. In contrast, non-offensive auxiliary skills will be easier to learn, consume less, and be more effective. Darn it! Naiwen chuckled bitterly, recalling the ominous feeling he had that morning when he found his instant noodles lacking a seasoning packet. This destiny mark shattered his dreams of wandering the world with a sword. Remembering that his mother was a healer and he had a benevolent heart, he couldn't help but agree with Wei Wu's theory of heredity. Opening the soul power level section, he saw the heart-shaped destiny mark emitting a hazy gray light, with only a faint white glow at the tip. It showed a progression of 0.02 towards the next level, achievable through spiritual energy conversion into soul power or by using assistance points. The most striking feature was the innate skills section. A towering tree appeared before him, lush with branches and leaves, each leaf representing a skill. Although most leaves were dim, 12 skills were clearly visible: restoration, healing, armor, elemental shield, pill gathering, talisman drawing, forging, formation creation, exorcism, heart link, awakening, and immobilization. These skills could be learned in 2 ways: independent study or using assistance points. Being new to this world and somewhat of an illiterate, Naiwen knew he wasn't cut out for studying, making assistance points the more practical choice. Checking the assistance points section, the method of acquisition was straightforward: helping others. Naiwen wryly thought to himself, looks like I'll be Suv helper of all, benevolent-hearted Prince Naiwen from now on. As he exited his consciousness, he saw Wei Wu stepping down from the podium with a bewildered and somber expression. Kulan waved to erase the image of a little figure holding a bloody knife from the awakening pearl and announced, all right, all the students in our class have awakened their destiny marks. Now, the class meeting officially begins. With these words, the previously quiet classroom atmosphere was instantly disrupted. The students' eyes rekindled with youthful energy as they grouped together to discuss their awakened destiny marks. Seeing Wei Wu looking downcast, Naiwen casually asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Brother one, I'm done for, Wei Wu said dejectedly. My dream of dominating the league is shattered. My life fate is something called Bloody Butcher, and it sounds so unreliable. I guess I'll have to follow in my father's footsteps and start slaughtering pigs. Hey, these days, pig butchers probably earn more than most people. Naiwen started to joke, but stopped when he realized how genuinely upset Wei Wu was. Instead, he quietly pulled out his phone to search for more information and his eyes widened in surprise. The screen showed detailed information about the Bloody Butcher life fate. It thrives on blood, nurtures the soul through killing, gathers murderous aura, and is an excellent combat life fate rated as Grade A low. Other rankings were similar, with one niche list even rating it as Grade A medium. Wow. Naiwen thought to himself, this guy Wei Wu is really lucky without even knowing it. According to online discussions, the Bloody Butcher life fate can accelerate the enhancement of soul power through killing and gather a murderous aura. The more it kills, the stronger the aura becomes, potentially terrifying others to death. Paired with certain combat skills, it could create a formidable warrior. Naiwen couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Although killing people in a peaceful society was out of the question, Wei Wu's family happened to own a slaughterhouse. He quickly handed the phone to the still disheartened Wei Wu. Wei Wu glanced at the screen and his eyes widened with excitement. Whoa! Joy was written all over his face. Ding! You've helped Wei Wu resolve his concerns. Support points 8. This unexpected notification brought a smile to Naiwen's face. Who knew he could earn support points this way? It seemed he was destined to be the understanding brother, Naiwen from now on. What are you two so happy about? Share it with me so I can join in on the fun. A playful voice interrupted them, and Wei Wu froze instantly in his seat. The tall figure of Kalan towered over them, a smile on her lips but a hint of coldness in her eyes. Go on, keep laughing. The classroom, which had been buzzing with whispers, fell silent immediately. Put away your phones. Next time I see them in class, they'll be confiscated. Kalan said sternly. Look at you all, what a mess. You're in high school now, awakened your life fates, and are about to get your ID cards, yet you're acting like children. Listen carefully, because I won't repeat myself. Satisfied with the student's obedient demeanor, Kalan continued. Ding. Kalan used you to establish authority. Secretly pleased. Support points 13. Seeing this message, Naiwen pondered. Was she using him and Wei Wu as examples to enforce discipline? This homeroom teacher had quite the peculiar sense of humor. She could easily command respect with her abilities, yet she chose to do it this way. Kalan then proceeded to explain the study plan for the first year of high school in detail. From refining life fate diagrams to honing soul power, from combat classes to QA sessions, she covered everything meticulously. She emphasized that online evaluations of life fates were for reference only, and that true strength came from personal effort. After detailing the schedule and courses, Kalan instructed the boys to collect the textbooks and the girls to pick up uniforms and military training gear. Finally, she appointed Zhang Ling as the temporary class president to lead the girls, and Wei Wu as the vice president to manage the boys. Wei Wu was utterly baffled. He had never even been a group leader before, and now he was suddenly in a leadership position? In contrast, the short-haired and composed Zhang Ling accepted the task with a smile. Once outside the classroom, Naiwen eagerly asked, Xiao Wu, do you have any wishes? Tell me, and I'll help you make them come true. I want to be an astronaut. Naiwen rolled his eyes. Are you out of your mind? Why not say you love jelly? Wei Wu looked at him, puzzled. Brother one, what's that got to do with jelly? When I was little, my dad told me that after my grandma passed away, she became a star in the sky. But there are so many stars up there, and I want to get closer to see which one is her. Hearing this, Naiwen was moved to tears. Good kid, I'm such a fool. In the dorm hallway, Wei Wu was carrying a bag of snacks, his face lit up with a satisfied grin. These were just bought for him by Naiwen in exchange for support points. Looking at the additional 2 support points on his system panel, Naiwen couldn't help but find the situation amusing and frustrating. He initially thought fulfilling Wei Wu's wishes would be a win-win, but he hadn't expected the kid's dreams to be so grand-ranging, from becoming an astronaut to the world's greatest martial artist, and leading a team to win 3 consecutive league championships. While it's common for teenagers to have lofty ambitions, these goals left Naiwen feeling a bit overwhelmed. Don't young people have more practical dreams these days? Naiwen muttered to himself, like improving exam scores or winning a few games. He then added, or maybe finding a girlfriend? Realizing that even this last wish wasn't exactly realistic, he chuckled. In the end, he opted to win Wei Wu over with snacks, maxing out his meal card limit for the day. Staring at the 24 support points displayed on the panel, Naiwen scratched his head, still clueless about how to use them. Back in the dorm, he finally met all 5 of his roommates. One quiet guy was diligently making his bed, while the other 4 were already getting along, gathered around a guy with a slicked-back hairstyle, engaged in a lively discussion. From his social experience, Naiwen could tell that the guy with the hairstyle had a hint of pride in his eyes. Clearly, he had already become the core of this small group. Hey guys, back so early. Have you eaten? Naiwen greeted them with a friendly smile. In his opinion, managing relationships in a male dorm was straightforward, especially during high school and college. As long as you respected each other, occasionally fed each other's egos, shared some jokes, and treated each other once in a while, friendships would naturally form. A chubby guy responded enthusiastically, yeah, we've eaten. We got here early, explored the campus, and then went out for a meal. After the military training, let's all get together. My treat, the guy with the slicked-back hair said, slightly raising his chin. Through their conversation, Naiwen quickly got to know his roommates. Xiezhuang, on the heavier side, simple and talkative, with a money eye, fate grade C, medium. Zhengyu, wears thick glasses, shy, with a mechanical hand, fate grade C, lower. Sunming, slim with a crew cut, a bit opportunistic, with a hammer handle, fate grade C, lower. Li Yin, with a slicked-back hairstyle, has a wind whisper, fate grade B, lower. Need any help? Naiwen asked, looking at the figure on the top bunk who was engrossed in making the bed. No need, came the curt reply, maintaining a distant demeanor, clearly uninterested in joining the lively group. Li Yin was a bit annoyed when he saw Yang Yu making his bed, but he didn't say anything. As the night deepened, everyone in the dorm struggled to fall asleep, especially Naiwen, who was overwhelmed by the surreal events of the day. He worried that when he woke up, everything would vanish like a dream. You know, there are actually a few pretty girls in our class. Chun Lily, for example. She's definitely the class beauty. Xiepengzi suddenly remarked. Really? I think Zhang Ling is prettier, and she's the only innate fate awakener in our cohort. Sun Ming chimed in. Innate awakening? No wonder she didn't go on stage to awaken. That's impressive. Li Yin shrugged dismissively. So what? She just awakened 6 months earlier than us. Who knows what her fate level is? It might be a D or C level, not necessarily better than mine. I still think Chen Lily is prettier. Xie Pengzi insisted. Late-night conversations in the boys' dorm often revolved around girls. At this age, most boys were captivated by appearances, eager to befriend whoever they found attractive. They hadn't yet learned to appreciate different types of beauty, such as youthful, cute, mature, or sweet. Su Naiwen stopped his wandering thoughts just in time. What surprised him was Jiang Ling's innate fate awakening. Wei Wu had briefly mentioned it in the morning, but he hadn't expected the only innate fate awakener among the 18 classes to be in theirs. It was said that such individuals typically had superior fates and absorbed spiritual energy to convert it into soul power more efficiently than others. Old Su, what do you think? Li Yan's question snapped Su Naiwen out of his thoughts. Xie Pengzi says Chun Lily has a good figure, but I think Zhang Cici's chest. Ahem. Su Naiwen cleared his throat and said seriously, I haven't experienced it, so I can't comment. The room went silent for a moment before erupting in knowing laughter. Ha ha ha, old Su, you look so refined, but you're quite cheeky. Brother one speaks from experience. I still think Chen Lily has a nice figure. Pengzi, have you been bewitched by Chen Lily or something? Su Naiwen shook his head with a smile. These boys, in the throes of adolescence, were brimming with hormones, and their conversations inevitably centered around girls. By the time they reached college, such topics would seldom come up, replaced by discussions about cafeteria food, gaming, current events, or the mysteries of the universe. Since the unexpected death of his parents, Su Naiwen had used studying, work, and gaming as distractions. Though talking about girls' figures behind their backs was admittedly impolite, who hadn't gossiped about others at some point? As long as they remained polite in person and refrained from making others uncomfortable, it wasn't too bad. On the first day of school, the habit of staying up late developed over the summer left everyone wide awake. Li Yin and the others chatted endlessly about fate characteristics, classmates, courses, and the division between arts and sciences. Although Su Naiwen wasn't one to go to bed early, he found these topics uninteresting and focused on his phone, responding only when directly addressed. Enough already. What time is it? Why aren't you all asleep? Suddenly, an impatient voice came from Su Naiwen's upper bunk. Su Naiwen sighed inwardly. This wasn't good. From their brief interaction that afternoon, he had already gauged what kind of person Li Yin was, someone who had just awakened a level fate and was riding high on it. Now, being egged on by Sun Ming, he was in high spirits, and being interrupted would surely bruise his ego. It's not even that late. I won't sleep. What are you going to do about it? Sure enough, Li Yin retorted immediately. He was already displeased with Yang Yu's cold attitude earlier and now felt slighted. Yang Yu, though usually quiet, had a temper. Sleep or not, just shut up. Sensing the rising tension, Su Naiwen quickly interjected. Shu, the dorm supervisor is coming. This tactic worked. The student's respect for authority made Yang Yu fall silent instantly. A few seconds later, seeing Yang Yu still wanted to say something, Su Naiwen quietly added, she's still at the sink. Yang Yu had no choice but to swallow his words. Phew, alright, she should be gone now, but probably not far. It's easy to get caught on the first day. We have military training tomorrow, so let's just sleep. After Su Naiwen spoke, there was only Li Yan's muttering and Yang Yu's rustling from the top bunk. Fortunately, the two didn't escalate their argument further. Su Naiwen's lips curled into a smile. The two young people had wisely taken the opportunity he offered to de-escalate the situation. His earlier words were merely a tactic to ease the tension, and they seemed to understand that as well. This incident reminded him of a past event during his university days. It was the first day of the new semester, around 1 a.m., when a heated argument in the neighboring dorm escalated into a serious violent incident. One student ended up with a head injury from a stool, and another had a broken arm, even prompting police involvement. As a result, one student left the university, while the other was stigmatized and shunned by everyone on campus. Suddenly, the system emitted a series of notification sounds. Ding! Resolved dormitory conflict. Gained 2 support points from Xie. Ding! Resolved dormitory conflict. Gained 5 support points from Zhang Yu. Ding! Resolved dormitory conflict. Gained 1 support point from Sun Ming. Ding! Provided an out. Gained gratitude from Li Yin. Support point 6. Su Naiwen paused for a moment, surprised that mediating a conflict could earn him support points. However, he noticed that Yang Yu's name was absent from the notifications, indicating that Yang might still harbor some resentment, likely because Su had previously been chatting amiably with Li Yin and the others. Including the 24 points he had before, he now had a total of 38 support points. Upon checking the 4 main panels, only the soul power level panel showed any change. The progress had increased from 0.02 to 0.04, with an upward arrow appearing beside it. He attempted to click with his consciousness, and for every 10 support points spent, the progress increased by 0.1. After 3 clicks, the upgrade arrow disappeared, and the progress settled at 0.34, leaving him with 8 support points. The heart-shaped icon in the soul power level panel seemed to shine a bit brighter. However, the anticipated effects like cleansing the body of impurities or enhancing his energy were absent. He didn't even feel physically stronger or more mentally refreshed. The 30 support points seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Probably because there aren't enough support points, and the system services aren't top-notch, Naiwen thought with a hint of sarcasm. Spending 30 points is like drinking plain water. To get real results, I'd probably need to invest hundreds or even thousands of points. Reflecting on how the system seemed as mercenary as people, Naiwen turned over and pulled the blanket over his head. TCH, so materialistic. So superficial. Time for sleep. What a waste of emotion. Why can't I escape this vibrant world? Turns out, I'm just a tipsy butterfly. At 7 a.m., Naiwen cheerfully hummed this familiar tune as he returned to the dormitory, dressed in his crisp training uniform and carrying several bags filled with steaming buns and millet porridge. Inside the 6-person room, only Zhengyu was awake, busy with his morning routine, while the other 4 were either still asleep or lying in bed, struggling to shake off their drowsiness. Morning. I brought some breakfast. Let's eat together, Naiwen suggested with a smile. Oh, no need. Zhengyu quickly set down his wash basin, waving his hand modestly. Don't be shy. I bought these for you guys. I haven't even thanked you for helping clean the dorm yesterday. The canteen is packed right now. You might not even get in line. Just have a bite to tide you over before we assemble, Naiwen insisted. Seeing Naiwen's sincerity, Zhengyu didn't refuse further. Naiwen moved to the others' beds, swiftly pulling back their covers to break the seal. This action revealed Zhengyu, who had a habit of sleeping in the nude, suddenly exposed. Wow, didn't expect that. You're quite well endowed, Naiwen teased. Damn it, what's wrong with you? Zhengyu exclaimed, hurriedly covering himself. What's there to hide? We're all brothers here. No need to be embarrassed. Get up and get ready for breakfast, Naiwen chuckled, giving Zhengyu's belly a friendly pat. A system notification chimed in. Ding! Helped someone wake up. Zhengyu felt shy. Support points 1. Shy? I thought he'd be furious, Naiwen mused, eyeing the hastily covered Zhengyu with curiosity. He wondered if Zhengyu had some peculiar habits. Shivering at the thought, he instinctively wiped his hand on Li Yin, who was nearby. The simple breakfast of buns and porridge warmed the hearts of the newly awakened roommates, earning Naiwen 18 support points. As a young man of the new age, he believed wholeheartedly in serving the people. Support points were just a bonus. Helping others made him happy, after all. In a good mood, he headed to Wei Wu's dorm. Apart from 2 who had already left, Wei Wu and 3 others had just woken up. They, too, were grateful for Naiwen's generous offer, contributing another 12 support points. With a total of 38 support points, Naiwen felt elated but decided not to hastily enhance his soul power level. He noticed the value seemed to increase on its own, rising from 0.34 last night to 0.36 now. Since he was still exploring, he thought it best to save the points for potential skill exchanges. After breakfast, Naiwen joined a group of about 10 boys heading to the West Sports Field. Scattered groups were gathering in various areas. At the southwest corner, their class teacher, Kalan, was already waiting. He glanced over at Wei Wu, Naiwen, and the others, nodding approvingly. Good, everyone is here. Fix your uniforms. Zhangling, you'll be in charge of arranging the lineup. The instructor will arrive soon. Zhangling organized the group by height, with boys and girls in separate lines. Satisfied, Kulan left. Many immediately relaxed their postures, some even changing places to chat with friends. Zhang Ling stood by with a smile, maintaining his upright stance, ignoring the surrounding chaos. Suddenly, those who had relaxed their stance turned pale, letting out muffled groans, unable to speak. A few even sat down abruptly, faces flushed with embarrassment. Confusion spread among them. Unnoticed, a burly figure had appeared at the front of the line. A crew-cut man in black combat gear and boots, with a rugged face marked by a scar running from his eye to his mouth. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down with amusement at the students who couldn't get up. Wow, today's youth are so fragile. Talking too much drains your energy. Look at them, pale as ghosts, can't even stand, he remarked with a mocking tone. His words left the fallen students feeling ashamed yet unable to retort. Clearly, this was their instructor, the mastermind behind their predicament. Standing obediently, Naiwen escaped the ordeal, feeling relieved that he had been cautious enough. Boom! A faint explosion shattered the tranquility of the field. Naiwen, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, suddenly turned pale before his face flushed with color. An invisible force weighed down on him as if he were carrying a mountain, and only his rigid posture kept him from collapsing. Among classmates, share the good times and endure the hardships together, the instructor remarked with a leisurely stroll, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Look at you all, so weak. You need more training. From now on, keep quiet unless I give you permission to speak. He paused, scanning the students before him. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Wan He-wan as in the 10,000, and he as in rivers and lakes. I'll be your drill instructor for the next 10 days. Wan He's voice was unhurried. During these 10 days, I don't care what your family does or what high-level fate you think you've awakened. To me, you're all just rookies in need of training. Naiwen gritted his teeth, sweat trickling from his forehead down his cheeks. He finally understood the instructor could manipulate gravity, and the worst part was Wan He's composed demeanor, as if he were enjoying an amusing show. Thud. Someone in the line couldn't withstand the pressure and fell. The tight formation meant one person going down triggered a domino effect. Under the immense gravitational force, no one could evade quickly enough, resulting in a cascade of bodies hitting the ground. At that moment, Yang Yu, who stood in front of Naiwen, suddenly went rigid and toppled backward. Naiwen, teeth clenched, summoned his last ounce of strength to sidestep and kick at Yang Yu's knee, preventing a collision with the back of Yang's head. This maneuver drained his remaining energy, causing him to drop to one knee, while Yang Yu landed in his arms. Still 2.5 standing? Interesting, Wan He commented, and as his words ended, the oppressive sensation vanished. Naiwen roughly pushed Yang Yu off him and collapsed, gasping for breath. His heart pounded like a drum, sweat pouring down as his complexion turned from red to pale. What are your names, you three? Wan He inquired. Jiang Ling. A clear voice responded from the front. The girl, clad in her training uniform, stood tall, though a few beads of sweat at her temples betrayed her exhaustion. Wei Wu, came a feeble reply from the back. And you? The kid who was kneeling? Wan He pressed. Su Naiwen, he managed to reply, propping himself up. Wan He gave a knowing smile. Dragging your feet? Huh? You three, from now on, stand at the front as examples. Don't worry, being close to me will benefit you. Seeing the mischievous grin on the instructor's face, Naiwen felt a foreboding sense of unease. Instructor. He's coughing up blood. On the training field, a student suddenly collapsed, his limbs going limp while bright red blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. His classmates were immediately thrown into a panic, with some even screaming and instinctively retreating, wary of coming into contact with the blood. What's all the fuss? He's not dead. Wan He barked coldly, his voice full of authority. The other students instantly fell silent, cowering like frightened quails, trembling in fear. His lungs got hurt. This weakling isn't even as tough as a sewer rat. A little gravity and he's down like this. Wan He sneered disdainfully. Idiot. We've got an injured one. A sharp voice cut through the air. A lean young instructor strode over, a mole at the corner of his eye adding a touch of elegance to his appearance, yet his resolute military demeanor remained undiminished. At this moment, he was glaring at Wan He with fiery eyes. If you call me an idiot again, I'll lose it. Hurry up and heal him. Damn, I knew you'd still be causing trouble even after being demoted. If it weren't for you, I'd still be in special training at the base. The young man grumbled while waving his arm. Instantly, a swarm of green light points, like fireflies at night, spread out, enveloping the entire squad in a gentle glow. The students couldn't help but let out contented murmurs. The young man frowned, then spread his palm wide, and a rain of blue light descended from the sky, showering over everyone in Class 8. This extraordinary sight immediately drew the attention of everyone on the field. Although other instructors cast envious and respectful glances, they quickly refocused on maintaining discipline. Stop staring and stand at attention. Naiwen, who had been on the verge of collapse, felt the soothing blue raindrops fall on him. His fatigue vanished, as if he were soaking in a warm bath, with his lost strength rapidly returning. TSK, I only asked you to heal them. Why'd you add the light rain? Wan He grumbled with displeasure. They're students, not your soldiers. Show some restraint and don't take your frustrations out on them. Come on, who's taking it out on them? Am I the type to involve innocent people? This is about teaching them. Haha, I don't want to get another reprimand. Don't push it too far, or don't call me next time to clean up your mess, the young man retorted, rolling his eyes before briskly walking away, not waiting for Wan He's response. Wan He threw a few mock punches at the young man's retreating back, muttering under his breath, if you weren't such a fast runner, I'd teach you a lesson. Then he turned to the students of Class 8, who had regained their strength and were standing up, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Well, let's make sure we get along, shall we? In the cafeteria, a group of trainees who had just finished military training sat slumped in their seats. Li Yin seemed utterly drained, his legs wobbly, arms weak, and his back unable to stay straight. This instructor is a devil. Li Yin complained, panting heavily. Other classes are just doing standing drills and formations, but we're stuck with weighted runs. Are they trying to kill us? Xie Zhuang lay beside him, his muscles as limp as a puddle. His face was a picture of despair. I didn't lose a single pound over the summer, but I bet I dropped 5 pounds just this morning. Should we ask for a different instructor? One trainee suggested. Yang Yu, despite his flushed face, remained unusually calm. Instructors are assigned uniformly, and unless there's a violation, we can't just switch them. How is this not a violation? Li Yin pointed to a fellow trainee who had suffered a lung injury due to the intense pressure from Instructor Wan He. He's coughing up blood. And what about now? Yang Yu countered. The group fell silent. After treatment, isn't he fine? Su Naiwen chimed in with a smile. He understood that these trainees were unaware of their good fortune. Instructor Wan He's expertise was extraordinary. The grueling training was actually well calibrated. Despite the high-intensity session, not a single person had fainted. Boys and girls ran under heavy pressure, each brought to their physical limit with precision, a skill far beyond the ordinary. Hey, Wan, could you grab me some food? Use my card, Li Yin said weakly. You covered breakfast. I'll get lunch. Su Naiwen agreed willingly, taking the meal card. Seeing the others equally exhausted, he offered, if you can't move, just hand me your cards. I'll get whatever you want. Really? You're the best one. One? You're amazing. Just get me anything. I need meat. Lots of meat. Watching Su Naiwen head off with Wei Wu and Yang Yu to join the queue, someone remarked, one is so great, like a mom. Xie Zhuang, recalling his own mom who was always busy with mahjong, beauty treatments, and shopping, rolled his eyes. My mom's not as thoughtful as one. The conversation shifted to the differences in abilities within the class. Jiang Ling, as a natural fate awakener, was already an intermediate fate master. Wei Wu, with his blood butcher rank fate, was the most talented in the class. Although Li Yin had a rank wind whisperer fate, quite prestigious among elemental types, he still ranked behind Jiang Ling and Wei Wu. In Linyang Third High School, rank talents like Wei Wu were rare, standing out among peers and even across the whole school. In contrast, most others in the class had crank or drank fates, highlighting the stark differences in ability. Li Yin observed the situation before him with a tinge of displeasure. He was well aware that he couldn't compete with those of higher ranks, but he had never thought much of Su Naiwen, someone with a benevolent heart and a support class destiny. Yet, seeing Xie Zhuang, Zhang Yu, and others who had been deferential to him just yesterday now treating Su Naiwen like an elder brother left him feeling rather uneasy. Wei Wu calls Su Naiwen Wan Ge just because they're close, and Su Naiwen can withstand gravitational pressure with his decent physique, Li Yin mused to himself. But at the end of the day, his benevolent heart destiny is just support class, at best a life class, only good for serving food and providing services. These words, tinged with jealousy, immediately made the surrounding students with life class and support class destinies uncomfortable. Although the Jiuzhou Federation consistently promoted equality, in reality, support and life class destiny bearers often played logistical or service roles. In the minds of these yet immature students, researchers and combat specialists were still seen as superior. This was a deeply ingrained social hierarchy. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Su Naiwen and his friends arrived, each carrying 4 trays of food. Food's here. Su Naiwen's arrival instantly brightened the mood. You've got your meat, clay pot, rice bowl, steamed buns, and stir-fry dishes. They're all the same price, so take your pick. Wan Ge. Thanks, Wan Ge. I'm good at studying. Hit me up if you need to copy homework. Everyone chimed in with their gratitude. Wan Ge, why is there one less serving? Someone asked. That's mine. I couldn't carry all of them, so I'll go back for it later, Su Naiwen replied with a smile as he handed back their meal cards. Love you, Wan Ge. I've got some exclusive biology study materials. Interested? Hit me up later. I have a friend. I also have a friend. Actually, that friend is me. The cheerful atmosphere only made Li Yin more frustrated. Meanwhile, Su Naiwen was secretly amused. The system's notification sound was as delightful as a payment confirmation, and helping these adorable greenhorns with their meals had earned him quite a few support points. When they heard he had left his own meal behind to serve them, a few earnest ones were so touched that they contributed even more points. In reality, there was no way Su Naiwen couldn't carry one more tray. Influenced by gang movies in his youth, he had joined a school gang and mastered the skill of stacking 4 school issue trays and carrying them single-handedly while fetching meals for senior members. Leaving his own meal behind was just a ploy to stir guilt and earn more support points. Back in his dorm, Su Naiwen suppressed his excitement and waited for the lunch break bell to ring, signaling mandatory rest time, before diving into his consciousness to check his earnings. 125 support points. He had earned 9 points for helping Yang Yu during military training, a few more for assisting fallen classmates, 38 points in the morning, and a considerable sum from helping these exhausted boys with their meals. However, Su Naiwen knew this meal-fetching tactic couldn't be overused. Today, the hellish training had left everyone exhausted, and there's a big difference between doing something others don't want to do and just lending a hand. He understood the danger of becoming too helpful, as people might start taking it for granted. Once they became familiar, they might even call him Godfather just to get him to fetch meals, and then support points wouldn't be so easy to earn. Besides, he didn't want to be a meal-fetching nanny forever. With his newfound wealth, Naiwen began pondering how to spend it. Naiwen's gaze quickly swept over the 12 low-level skill leaves on the talent skill tree, each marked with a glowing upgrade symbol. The skills included healing, cure, armor spell, elemental shield, pill convergence, rune drawing, forging, formation crafting, exorcism, mind link, spirit awakening, and immobilize, each one exuding an enticing allure. He carefully analyzed the characteristics of each skill. Healing and cure were undoubtedly the basic support skills, essential for any adventurer, as they restored health and soul energy. Armor spell and elemental shield were both defensive enhancement skills, with similar effects. What surprised him were the 4 crafting-oriented skills: pill convergence, rune drawing, forging, and formation crafting. Although they sounded powerful, after reading the skill descriptions, Naiwen quickly dismissed the idea of prioritizing them. These skills only provided basic knowledge and operational guidelines, without specific recipes for pills, runes, weapon blueprints, or formations. To truly master these crafts, one would either need to gather related skills independently or spend more auxiliary points to unlock higher-level skill trees. His attention was inevitably drawn to the advanced skills: Wind Spirit Fire Pill, Earth Trap Rune, Divine Armor, and Spirit Trap Formation, each highly desirable. However, seeing the stringent learning conditions, he decided to curb his desire for now. These crafting skills could be developed later when he had enough auxiliary points. Next, he focused on the 4 functional skills: exorcism, mind link, spirit awakening, and immobilize. Exorcism offered a purification effect. Mind link enabled telepathic communication within a specific range and time. Spirit awakening passively enhanced perception, and immobilize could temporarily control a designated target. These skills would undoubtedly be valuable in team battles. However, recalling the young man on the training ground earlier who casually cast group healing and light rain restoration, along with the sighs of relief from the trainees, Naiwen had made up his mind. I'll choose healing, he decided internally. This would make acquiring auxiliary points over the next 10 days much easier. With a thought, the leaf representing the healing skill glowed with a dim light, and a simple soul energy operation method surged into his consciousness. The system notification chimed in. Ding. Healing skill LV1 acquired. Compassion Fate activated. Ding. First skill illuminated. Talent skill tree unlocked. The entire skill tree shimmered briefly before returning to calm, showing no apparent changes. Naiwen checked the details of the healing skill. Healing LV10100 consumes soul energy, can restore a small amount of physical and soul energy to a designated target. He was about to exit the consciousness space to test this new skill when he noticed a few more skill leaves in the background with flashing upgrade symbols. Naiwen opened his talent skill tree and noticed that aside from the skills of gathering core hand, rune drawing pen, forging technique, and formation condensing, which were marked as unavailable with a level of LV00100, all other skills were in a learnable state, showing a level of LV0050. The system indicated that learning a skill required a minimum of 50 auxiliary points. With 75 auxiliary points remaining, Naiwen pondered for a moment before choosing healing technique. The skill immediately advanced to LV10100, and a simple casting procedure was imprinted into his mind. By consuming soul power, he could heal minor injuries of a designated target. Now I've got both mana and health recovery skills. I can finally be a decent healer, Naiwen thought eagerly as he exited the consciousness space and attempted to cast the spell using the method in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his soul power to resonate with his fate and cast the spell with a wave of his hand. A sudden, excruciating pain washed over him, turning his face ashen. It felt as if a hammer was pounding on his skull while steel rods churned his brain. The indescribable agony nearly caused him to faint on the spot. What happened? Did I mess up the technique? Or is there a problem with this talent skill? Naiwen wondered, enduring the dizziness as he re-entered the system interface to investigate. In the Soul Power Realm section, he discovered the issue. The advancement progress showed 0.380.00, and the heart-shaped icon was entirely gray, with no trace of white light at the heart's tip. Turns out it's a lack of soul power. Naiwen realized, immediately allocating 20 auxiliary points to the advancement progress. The data changed to 0.580.20, and faint white light appeared at the heart's tip on the fate icon, significantly easing the headache. This damned system. It said a low-level fate master could learn, but not that one could cast. Seems like I need to boost my soul power level first. Naiwen thought in frustration. Internal strength really is the foundation. Over the next 4 or 5 days, the students of Class 8, Grade 1, endured grueling training under instructor Wan He. Their intense regimen became well known within the school, prompting sympathetic looks from students in other classes. Wan He's training seemed simple: sprinting, jogging, running with weights, sit-ups, push-ups, squats, frog jumps, and high knees. During breaks, they had to stand at attention or practice formation drills. While other classes finished their sessions, they often continued on. Some students protested, only to be pinned to the ground by Wan He using gravity, unable to get up for half the day. To prevent injuries, the school provided a young healer on site daily, ready to administer treatment. Complaining to the school was futile since the physical training adhered to regulations, and the administration supported it. In this world, schools had fewer concerns. Students who wished to learn trained earnestly, while those who didn't could leave. For ordinary fate masters seeking systematic training, school was the best option. Many schools were expanding due to the large number of students. As for safety, with healers regularly casting spells, the training intensity posed no threat. Despite the harsh training, the students' spirits visibly improved, their eyes showing more determination, and they trained with greater focus. During this time, Naiwen diligently accumulated auxiliary points. He built good relationships with classmates in his own class and became known in other classes as well. He helped instructors and classmates by carrying and distributing water, doing whatever he could. He seized every opportunity to earn auxiliary points and ignored those who didn't provide any feedback. In just 4 or 5 days, Naiwen amassed 732 auxiliary points, which he decisively invested entirely in advancing his soul power realm. Investing over 700 auxiliary points brought significant changes to Naiwen. The heart-shaped icon on the soul power level panel, once gray, now glowed with a bright white light, showing a progress of 8.29. At that moment, his weary body seemed to be rejuvenated, with a soothing, cool energy circulating within him. He raised his hand, and a faint blue light enveloped him. Despite reaching peak physical and soul power after leveling up, he couldn't distinctly feel the skill's effects, only noticing the cool energy within him diminishing. Checking his progress through his consciousness, he observed the percentage drop from 8.29 to 6.29, then slowly climb back at a rate of 0.5 per second until it returned to 8.29. Through repeated experiments, Naiwen finally grasped the recovery technique's mechanism. Each cast consumed at least 5 of his soul power, instantly restoring 2.5 to the target, with an additional 0.5 recovery per second over the next 5 seconds. However, this percentage was merely a relative representation of soul power. With his current strength, using 5 of his soul power was less than 0.1 of Wan He's power. This left Naiwen somewhat disappointed. His soul power reserve could only support a single recovery spell, and its effectiveness was inferior to the most basic soul power recovery potions available. The only slight advantage was a minor physical recovery effect. Nonetheless, he wasn't too disheartened, believing that with increased soul power or skill level, this awkward situation would eventually improve. On the 6th day of military training, Naiwen stood at the forefront of the formation alongside Zhongling and Wei Wu. As individuals receiving special attention from Wan He, they endured the harshest training. Although understanding it as a form of exercise, Naiwen couldn't help but silently curse Wan He whenever he was utterly exhausted. If not for secretly using his recovery spell to replenish his strength, he wouldn't have lasted. In contrast, Wei Wu and Zhongling showed remarkable resilience. Despite the grueling nature of the training, it wasn't without benefits. Naiwen's previously soft physique began to show muscle definition, and his strength noticeably increased. The rest of Class 8 followed suit, trudging along with determination despite each step being a struggle. The synchronized footsteps were inspiring, proving Wan He truly understood the art of training. After 5 days of rigorous training, Class 8 had resigned themselves to their fate. However, today, Wan He had them run only 2 laps before calling a halt, a surprising move that left everyone puzzled. Yet, no one dared to show their confusion, fearing to anger the strict instructor. "Not bad, you're finally getting somewhere," Wan He remarked. "You've probably had enough of the physical and formation training over the past 5 days. Starting today, I'll teach you something different," he then commanded. "At ease, attention. Now listen up, form groups of 5 and 10 seconds." As the countdown began, the trainees scrambled to form groups, mostly opting for familiar faces from their dorms. However, the 6-person dorms led to some awkward situations. Naiwen declined several invitations, intending to team up with his roommates, only to find Li Yin and Sun Ming had already joined others. In the end, he invited the also ungrouped Xiejuang, Zheng Yu, and the peculiar Yang Yu. Though Yang Yu rarely interacted with others, he hesitated only briefly before quietly joining Naiwen. As the countdown reached its final 10 seconds, Wei Wu walked steadily towards Naiwen. Seeing Su's puzzled expression, Wei gave a hearty smile and said, "Our dorm has such a great bond that none of us wanted to kick anyone out to form a separate team, so I volunteered to step out and let the other 5 stay together." Naiwen nodded in understanding. "Time's up. Wan Mogu stretched and cast a playful glance at those who hadn't managed to form a team in time. TSK, doesn't seem like you're very popular. You 10 can just split into 2 teams. Surprisingly, these unteamed individuals weren't penalized. The 10 people who had been left out awkwardly and swiftly divided into 2 teams. Thus, 45 people were perfectly organized into 9 teams. All right, Wan Mogu surveyed the group. From now on, we're going to do something different. Ever heard of a capture the flag tournament? Upon hearing this, many eyes lit up. As a nationwide tournament that gathers young talents from all over the 9 continents and even the world, who hasn't watched it? We'll play that, Wan Mogu continued, but you're all too weak right now. Over the next 3 days, I'll teach you combat techniques and team tactics. You'll learn in groups of 5, and the day before the military training competition, we'll have a campus chase. The winning team will each receive a talent skill spirit crystal. So, are you in? With these words, Class 8 erupted in excitement. Talent skill spirit crystals come in 2 types. One is obtained by defeating exotic beasts in otherworldly realms, usually combat-related, with some supreme skills but potential compatibility issues. The other is created and inscribed by human strategists on artificial crystals, highly compatible and widely circulated, ranging from low-grade gray and white levels to high-grade blue and purple levels. High-level strategists can even tailor exclusive talent skills for Destiny Masters. Compared to the inefficient method of learning skills through others' guidance, talent skill spirit crystals are like perfect mentors. By resonating with one's life force and activating the crystal with soul power, it automatically guides the soul power within, as if a master were demonstrating the skill personally. Even the most basic gray lifestyle crystals fetch thousands of continental currency on the market. Such enticing rewards, combined with a competition format more exciting than dull military training, naturally garnered enthusiastic support from the entire class. Although many weren't combat-type destiny holders, since everyone had only recently awakened, the physical differences weren't significant. Except for Jiang Ling, everyone had a fighting chance. Moreover, it's a team battle, and the outcome is unpredictable. Seeing the eager anticipation of these spirited youngsters, Wan smiled slightly. All right, now each group spread out. I'll teach you a basic combat technique, the Tiger Roar Fist. Roar. A deafening tiger's roar erupted across the training field, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Wan slowly retracted his stance, stretching his muscles as he surveyed the crowd. Did you see that clearly? This is the Tiger Roar Fist. The crowd stood frozen, replaying the scene in their minds. Even Wanhee's initial pose had given them the illusion of facing a real tiger. The form consisted of 13 moves, with the first one slicing through the air with a piercing sound, its ferocious momentum truly intimidating. Wanhee moved like a caged beast suddenly unleashed, springing into the air. With fingers bent and palms thrust outward, there was a sharp crack as his sleeve tore. Following this was a sweeping kick, reminiscent of a tiger's tail striking, and even Su Naiwen, standing 4 or 5 meters away, could feel the stinging wind against his cheeks. Each move, palm strikes, slaps, claw techniques, and leg sweeps, was executed with precision and power. The final double palm strike tore through the air, transforming into an earth-shaking tiger's roar that made everyone's hearts tremble. Did you catch the movements? Wanhee asked as he finished his demonstration. This is the Tiger Roar Fist. I didn't even use soul power. Even those without a combat-oriented fate can defend themselves if they master this roar. Now, follow me closely, no posturing, and pay attention to my techniques. Despite Wanhee's harsh demeanor and penchant for tormenting others, his skill was undeniable. The level of this Tiger Roar Fist far exceeded ordinary combat techniques. For an entire day, Class 8 practiced the Tiger Roar Fist relentlessly. Wanhee started with demonstrations and explanations, then crouched beside them, correcting mistakes and barking criticisms non-stop. Observing trainees from other classes watched with envy. Some pleaded with their instructors to teach them the form, but the instructors could only smile wryly and teach a few moves from the military's basic combat techniques. 3 days later, some of the more talented students in Class 8 could perform the form with notable proficiency. Suddenly, a faint tiger's roar was heard, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Su Naiwen turned towards the sound to see Wei Wu staring at his own hand, his face alight with joy. Brother Wen, I just made the tiger roar. You've got some skills. Su Naiwen congratulated Wei Wu sincerely, though he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened about his own average abilities. Despite his efforts, he struggled to complete the form, let alone produce the roar, perhaps due to the nature of his fate. Wanhee was also surprised. For a novice to produce the tiger's roar within 3 days was rare even in the military's elite training camp. He decided to recommend Wei Wu to his superiors for admission into the military's academy. As for the others, except for Jiang Ling, none caught his attention. Although Su Naiwen was well-liked and determined, his potential was limited and hampered by his fate. His benevolent heart fate enhanced his support abilities but weakened his combat strength, making him a liability on the battlefield. Effective support fates, while not matching the top combat fates, still surpassed ordinary combat-oriented ones. Like the young man with the tear mole who often cast light rain on them though in a support role, no other instructors on the field could match him. Wei Wu's achievement inspired the rest of the class, spurring them to train even harder. With the flag capture battle that Wan He ominously mentioned approaching the next day, Xie exclaimed excitedly, "Haha, with Wei Wu's skill, we're sure to win tomorrow." Zhang Yu scanned the surroundings and chuckled wryly. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Judging by the looks from other teams, Class 8 might be the target of a joint attack." "No worries, we weren't expected to win anyway," Yang Yu said nonchalantly. "What do you mean? Don't be a downer before we even start." Wei Wu retorted. "Even if they team up, we can form alliances too." Yang Yu shrugged, casting a glance at Jiang Ling not far away, choosing not to elaborate. His habit of speaking half-truths was understandably off-putting. In the dead of night, when everyone else in the dorm was sound asleep, Su Naiwen quietly entered the consciousness template. He reviewed the growth of his auxiliary points over the past 3 days, helping the instructor carry water and serving meals to the freshmen, yet the gains dwindled with each passing day, totaling only 327 points. Faced with the choice of unlocking skills or advancing his soul power level, Su Naiwen found himself deep in thought. To be honest, he was not particularly interested in the campus capture theft flag event scheduled for tomorrow. He hadn't fully mastered the skills in the system, and the talent crystal didn't seem all that crucial. But seeing how diligently Xie and the others had been preparing, he decided to give it his all. First, he checked his soul power upgrade progress, which had reached 8.53. Although he hadn't spent any auxiliary points in the past few days, the progress had increased slightly. After investing 150 points, the progress climbed to 10.03, finally moving beyond the one-shot wonder stage. How should he allocate the remaining 177 points? Su Naiwen glanced at the skills list. Recovery spell LV12-5100. Consumes soul power to restore a small amount of stamina and soul power to the target. Healing spell LV14100. Consumes soul power to heal minor injuries of the target. In his spare time over the past few days, he had repeatedly cast the recovery spell on himself, naturally boosting his proficiency. After pondering for a moment, he decided to invest 75 points to enhance the recovery spell. With a flicker of light, the skill upgraded to level 2. Recovery spell LV20200. Consumes soul power to restore a small amount of stamina and soul power to the target. Suppressing the urge to test it immediately, he used the remaining points to unlock 2 new skills. Armor spell LV10100. Consumes soul power to grant the target an armor effect. Immobilize LV10100. Consumes soul power to emit a beam that temporarily immobilizes the target. Opening his eyes, Su Naiwen confirmed that his roommates were still asleep and began testing his new skills. The level 2 recovery spell pleasantly surprised him. It cast faster, consumed only 3 soul power, and maintained a 5 recovery effect. This meant he could cast continuously, replenishing his state fully within 10 seconds as long as he retained 3 soul power, no longer just a one-shot guy. The armor spell consumed 5 soul power, hardening the body and automatically forming a shield upon impact, lasting for 5 seconds, highly useful in close combat. As for the immobilize spell, it also consumed 5 soul power, but its effect was less pronounced. The beam was fragile, and the immobilization brief, yet it might prove pivotal in a fight. Before dawn, Su Naiwen awoke. He quietly retrieved clean underwear from the wardrobe, freshened up with a cold shower, and changed into his military training uniform. As usual, he delivered breakfast to the freshmen, earning a few auxiliary points, and then headed to the sports field. Li Yin appeared by his side at some point, quietly suggesting an alliance. Su Naiwen didn't agree immediately, but instead sought the opinions of others. Li Yin assured him that he had the consent of the other dorm members, and even Wei Wu said he would follow Su Naiwen's decision. The negotiation concluded swiftly. Li Yan's team would help eliminate other opponents, including Jiang Ling's group, and then voluntarily forfeit, in return for a talent crystal. Watching Li Yin return to his team with a satisfied grin, Su Naiwen allowed himself a subtle, meaningful smile. The young man with the tear-shaped mole was visibly agitated as he questioned Wan He, who was lounging on the grass. "What on earth are you up to? Aren't you worried about getting into more trouble? Why are you stirring things up?" Wan He, reclining lazily on the grass, adjusted the hat covering his face and glanced at the young man. "Why are you so worked up? What exactly am I doing?" He propped one leg up while the other rested on his knee, his foot tapping leisurely. "You've organized a capture theft flag battle at the school. Isn't this just reckless? What if something goes wrong?" The young man couldn't help but complain, recalling how he had once taken the fall for Wan He out of brotherly loyalty, a decision he now regretted. "I've already submitted the event details, and the old principal approved it. What's the problem?" Wan He replied nonchalantly. "Besides, aren't you always bored playing the school's designated medic? If those kids get too rough, You'll be right there to patch them up. The young man opened his mouth to argue further, but he was already on his feet, pointing into the distance. Look, the teams are arriving. Once the teams had gathered, he grinned and outlined the rules. 10 flags were placed around the school, 9 red flags, numbered 1 to 9, and 1 black flag marked 10. Each team would draw lots to determine which flag they had to defend. They could use any means to seize other teams' flags, as long as it wasn't lethal. This announcement made the students of Class 8 shiver. Breaking bones was allowed? That seemed harsh. Though the young man frowned, he didn't intervene this time. He knew these students, who had just awakened their special abilities, could heal quickly from injuries. He also had an inkling of He's intentions. He continued, explaining the scoring. Defending their own flag earned 2 points, capturing another team's flag earned 1 point, and the black flag was worth 4 points. The game would end at noon, and whichever team held the flags then would score the points. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Of course, if one team manages to incapacitate all the others, the game ends right there. Amidst a chorus of nervous understood, the drawing of lots began. Xiezhuang was pushed forward and drew number 9. Faced with questions from his teammates, Zhang Yu adjusted his glasses and began analyzing. The total possible score ranges from 13 to 22 points. The black flag's 4 points are crucial, so teams will likely fight hard for it. I suggest we split up. One person secures our flag and hides it, another tries their luck at other flag locations, and the remaining 3, led by Wei Wu, go for the black flag. Though Wei Wu didn't fully grasp the plan, he nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Su Naiwen nodded silently, agreeing with Zhang Yu's analysis. Indeed, Zhang Yu had quickly grasped the key rules and suggested a strategy to maximize points at the start. At that moment, Yang Yu, who had been standing with his hands in his pockets, suddenly scoffed. Greedy. Zhang Yu wasn't offended. Instead, he looked at Yang Yu curiously. You want too much, Yang Yu explained. You want the black flag and also the others. Aren't you afraid that once we grab the black flag and hold other teams' flags, we'll become the first target for everyone? Su Naiwen understood Yang Yu's concern and patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder. Your opening strategy is solid, but this game seems like a battle for flags on the surface. In reality, it's a survival game. In a 4-hour competition, gaining an early lead might not be beneficial. Zhang Yu paused, then realized his oversight. He had focused on the best opening move without considering the chain reactions that might follow. Especially with Wei Wu on their team, which already made them formidable. Starting with an advantage would surely make them a target. Should we play it safe, grab our flag first, and see how things unfold? Zhang Yu suggested. Yang Yu nodded in agreement, but Su Naiwen shook his head, a sly smile forming on his lips. We shouldn't touch the black flag, but we could consider snatching 1 or 2 flags from other teams. He elaborated. The points for flags aren't distributed evenly, which means everyone's attention will be divided. At the start, most teams will focus on the black flag, likely splitting their forces some to secure their own flag, others to compete for the black flag. After all, the high score is right there on the flag stand. However, the team that captures the black flag often becomes the target of concentrated attacks until its ownership is settled, and only then do others turn their attention to their respective flags. Is the black flag really the most important? Not necessarily. The key to this game lies in the other 9 red flags. Scoring is important, but preventing opponents from scoring is even more crucial. Capturing a flag earns you 1 point, but the team that loses a flag is down 2 points. Even if they grab the black flag, it might not be worth it, considering the risk of being targeted. Yang Yu had a moment of clarity, and Zhang Yu also understood, while Xiezhuang and Wei Wu exchanged confused looks but didn't mind, content to follow the plan devised by others. As they finalized their strategy and prepared for the game to start in 10 minutes, Su Naiwen's phone buzzed. It was a message from Li Yin. Wind Whisperer, let's share info. We're Team 2. What's your number? Su Naiwen looked up, meeting Li Yan's inquisitive gaze, and replied with a friendly smile. Sunny Boy, Team 1, Wind Whisperer. Okay, no problem. Should we go for the black flag first? Sunny Boy, the black flag has the highest points. Are you planning to grab it first? After a few seconds of silence, Li Yin asked, what's your plan? He quickly added, we'll cooperate with you, share information. Near the end, we'll hand over all the flags to you, increasing our chances of winning. Seeing through this small trick, Su Naiwen noticed Li Yan's gaze and feigned excitement, replying swiftly, we initially planned for just Wei Wu and me to go for the black flag, while Yang Yu, Xiezhuang, and Zhang Yu would guard our team flag. But with your cooperation, we can send 4 people for the black flag, leaving Xiezhuang to grab and hide our team flag. Wind Whisperer, great. We'll send 4 as well. Once it starts, you approach the flag stand from the south, and we'll circle around from the north, forming a pincer to prevent others from escaping with the black flag. After sending an OK gesture, Su Naiwen put away his phone, secretly amused. The north? Circling from the north of the west field would conveniently pass by the location of the first flag. Li Yan's plan was quite obvious. He called Xiezhuang over, and whispered a few instructions. Although Xiezhuang didn't fully understand, he quickly agreed when Su Naiwen said, "If you want to win, just follow my lead." When the 10 minutes were up, the 9 teams surged out of the field like a tide, leaving other military training classes in awe. Su Naiwen exchanged a meaningful glance with Li Yin, winking to signal sticking to the plan. Li Yin watched Xiezhuang dash north, seemingly heading for the first flag, while Su Naiwen's group headed south towards the flag stand as agreed. Feeling smug, Li Yin turned to his teammates and said, "Let's go for the first flag." "Where's the big guy gone?" Zheng Yu asked, jogging to keep up with Su Naiwen. "I sent him on a detour to get some exercise." "Good health is the key to success," Su Naiwen replied with a smile, quickening his pace. "Lao Yang, you and Zheng Yu go grab our team's flag. Xiao Wu and I will go after the other team's flags. Contact me if anything comes up." The group nodded in agreement and split into 2 teams. It was the time for the freshmen's military training, but unlike in the past, sophomores and juniors would only return to school on the day of the military exercise. On the West Field, 45 students from 9 small teams quickly dispersed. Some rushed straight to the flagpole to compete for the black flag, while others searched for their own team's flag. The designers, mindful of game balance, had scattered the 9 flags across different locations. "Brother One, who should we target first?" Wei Wu asked, his steps steady as he followed closely beside Su Naiwen, eyes gleaming with excitement. Back in middle school, they were known for their prowess in group fights, a reputation that was more than just a joke. Wei Wu had spent the entire summer under his dad's watchful eye, and he longed for the thrill of a good brawl. "Don't just think about fighting. We're adults with IDs now, we need to be civilized," Su Naiwen said earnestly. "It's not just about fighting. It's about understanding people and situations, and more importantly, using our brains. Look, the 9 flags form a semicircle on the map, with the black flag at the center. The nearest ones to the west field are flags 7 and 8. We'll go for flag 8 first, then move counterclockwise. If we can pick them up, great. If not, we'll take them by force." Wei Wu scratched his head in frustration. "That sounds complicated. Why not just knock everyone out and win?" Su Naiwen chuckled. "Easier said than done. 5 against 40 is a huge gap, not to mention Zhang Ling, who's likely an awakened innate fate holder. She might already be an intermediate fate master with powerful skills. But your idea isn't bad. Let's try using our brains first. If that fails, we can always go all out." Wei Wu thought for a moment, then nodded. "Makes sense." Meanwhile, Sun Ming was trailing behind Li Yin, chasing Xiezhuang. Confused, he asked, "Yin, why are we chasing him? Shouldn't we go for the high-value black flag?" Li Yin flashed a mysterious smile. "Who said I only allied with them?" With a quick hand gesture, he used his lightness technique to speed up. This was his trump card after his fate awakening. He had shown remarkable talent. In just a week, he learned to sense the flow of soul power within him. His parents had gifted him a white-grade skill spirit crystal the day after his awakening, enabling him to master this wind-accelerating skill. Li Yin sprinted confidently, certain he was the fastest in the class. The number 1 flag was within sight, and he had to grab it before Xiezhuang did. His so-called alliance with Wei Wu and the others was merely a ruse to gather intel. 3 days ago, he had already formed a genuine alliance with a few other teams. They all understood the reality. Only by joining forces could they stand a chance against the formidable Zhang Ling and Wei Wu. To claim first place, they needed to eliminate these 2 powerhouses. But an unexpected sight stopped him, and his Traxa figure was ahead of him. Li Yan's eyes widened as he saw a slender girl already at the first flag, reaching out to grab it. He recognized her as Huang Yuan, a member of Zhang Ling's team. Had he been duped? Was Su Naiwen playing him? In his moment of hesitation, a portly figure burst onto the scene. Panting heavily, the rotund body wobbled with each stride, his military training uniform soaked with sweat. It was Xiezhuang, his face flushed with anger as he glared at the girl about to seize the flag. "Stop! Leave the flag for me," he shouted. Startled by the sudden roar, Huang Yuan quickly pulled the flag and cautiously stepped back. Zhang Ling had tasked her with retrieving their flag, and she had to complete the mission. "Put down our team's flag," Xiezhuang bellowed. "Are you crazy?" Huang Yuan looked baffled. This was clearly her team's flag. "You're the crazy one. The game just started. Don't do this. Give back our flag or else I won't let this go." In that instant, Li Yin realized the truth. Huang Yuan was sent by Zhang Ling. He recalled that when a fate awakens, it can enhance its master, especially combat-type fates, which show significant effects early on. Though Huang Yuan's archer fate was only between a high C and low B rank, a few days of military training had already boosted her physical abilities beyond most non-combat fate boys in the class. Seeing Xiezhuang's flustered and angry demeanor, yet hesitating to act, Li Yin understood everything. Su Naiwen hadn't deceived him. Zhang Ling's team was just that strong, sending someone right away to seize the flag. He felt a pang of guilt for doubting Su Naiwen earlier. The always cheerful boy who helped others with meals and water was indeed as genuine as he seemed. Don't worry, big guy. I'm here to help. Li Yin, feeling the rush of wind at his feet, stepped forward as an ally. Sun Ming, who was still trying to grasp the situation, followed suit. Huang Yuanyuan held the flag, looking bewildered. She had thought retrieving their flag, as per Jiang Ling's instructions, would be the easiest task, but suddenly 3 opponents had appeared. What are you doing? Ganging up on me. This flag is ours. Her sentence was cut short as Xiezhuang lunged forward. The intense training over the past few days had endowed this hefty boy with remarkable explosive power. Huang Yuanyuan tried to retreat, but found her path blocked by Li Yin and Sun Ming. Xiezhuang grabbed the flagpole, ready to snatch it, leaving her no choice. Gritting her teeth, she gripped the pole with both hands, twisted her waist, and used her leverage to flip Xiezhuang, who weighed twice as much as she did, to the ground. Li Yin was secretly alarmed. Huang Yuanyuan's strength had indeed reached the 2nd tier in the class, even Xiezhuang was no match for her. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Huang Yuanyuan didn't hesitate to make a break for it, but Xiezhuang, fallen to the ground, clung tightly to her ankle. Li, what are you waiting for? Aren't we allied? Grab the flag. Xiezhuang, face smeared with dirt, shouted. Hurry up and help get the flag back. A voice urgently called out. Huang Yuanyuan was about to retort when she suddenly felt a massive force hit her. Before she could react, her small frame was toppled to the ground, and a sweaty hand clamped tightly over her mouth. Xiezhuang's massive body, like a mountain of flesh, pinned her down, his belly pressing against her waist while the salty sweat from his palm made her eyes roll in disgust. She struggled desperately to push the hefty man off, but her arms were pinned and immobile. Despite her strength being greater than Xiezhuang's, his sheer size was overwhelming. Grab the flag already, Li Yin exclaimed, shocked at the sight of Huang Yuanyuan being subdued. The fat man's tactic was truly ingenious. He quickly stepped forward and snatched the flag from Huang Yuanyuan's grasp. Huang Yuanyuan watched helplessly as the team flag was taken, her hands flailing in frustration. Li Yin, now holding the flag, glanced at the groaning Xiezhuang and smirked. Fatty, your team only has you left. It's not safe for you to keep the flag. We'll hold on to it for now and return it next time we meet. Retreat. With that, Li Yin signaled to Sun Ming, and the 2 of them sprinted towards the west side of the school building. Xiezhuang shouted desperately, "Don't go! Give the flag back to me now!" But all he got in return were their receding figures. Once Li Yin and Sun Ming were completely out of sight, Xiezhuang breathed a sigh of relief, inadvertently loosening his grip on Huang Yuanyuan. At that moment, Xiezhuang yelped as Huang Yuanyuan and suddenly mustered her strength and kicked him over just as he was about to rise. What are you, a dog or a donkey? Xiezhuang grumbled, looking at the bite mark on his hand and the footprint on his belly. Huang Yuanyuan got to her feet, her face flushed with anger as she spat repeatedly, glaring at Xiezhuang with fiery eyes. Fatty, you're dead meat. How dare you pin me down and cover my mouth with your filthy hand, causing our flag to be taken? What followed was a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. By the time Huang Yuanyuan stormed off, Xiezhuang was left with 2 black eyes and looking even more swollen. He was both furious at how hard she had hit and slightly guilty for his earlier words. But he quickly rationalized, why feel guilty? Next time she falls into my hands, I'll make sure she regrets it. Meanwhile, at the corner of the south wall of the boys' dormitory, Wei Wu was in a standoff with 2 opponents. Just a few steps away, the number 8 red flag was planted in a flower bed. One of the opponents, trying to sound tough, said, Wei Wu, this is our team's flag. Are you really going to take it? You think I'd be here if I wasn't? Wei Wu retorted, charging towards the flower bed. The 2 opponents reacted quickly, reaching the flag first due to their proximity. However, Wei Wu didn't slow down, lunging at the flag bearer. The opponent barely managed to toss the flag to his teammate, shouting, Run! I'll hold him off. The other grabbed the flag and bolted towards the dormitory area. Wei Wu, seeing someone blocking his path, quickly shifted his steps to bypass the obstacle and chase after the person fleeing with the flag. However, the opponent left behind to cover the retreat was prepared. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Wei Wu's waist, trying to trip him up and bring him down. This scene clearly exposed the trainee's unfamiliarity with the Hu Shao fist technique. Although he had diligently taught this effective combat skill, with only 3 or 4 days of training, everyone except Wei Wu and Jiang Ling struggled to apply it effectively in real situations. Without systematic sparring practice, the technique was almost useless to them. The blocker was a typical example, resorting to clumsily grabbing Wei Wu's waist and pulling at his clothes without any technique. In contrast, Wei Wu demonstrated a deep understanding of the Hu Shao fist. He powered through his legs, engaging his hips, transmitting the force through his waist and shoulders, and suddenly struck his opponent's left cheek with a heavy shoulder blow. With a loud thud, his opponent's vision blurred as he staggered back a few steps, clearly disoriented by the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Wu took a swift step forward, his fist driving with fierce momentum into the opponent's abdomen. The man's face instantly contorted with pain, his eyes bulging as he collapsed heavily to the ground. On the rooftop of the male dormitory, two figures in black combat gear silently observed the scene. This fight, even my grandma could do better, the young man with a tear mole remarked, clearly unimpressed. As a seasoned veteran, it had been years since he'd witnessed such a street brawler style of fighting. He recalled that even his schoolyard scuffles were more refined than this. One he grimaced, realizing his mistake. He was used to training recruits who already had some foundational skills, forgetting that these high school students were complete novices. Ahem, well, except for that big guy at the end, he did all right. One he awkwardly defended the trainees. Sure, let's hope so. The young man with the tear mole replied with a smirk. He knew exactly why this charade was being staged. There was a gap in the ranks of combat-type fate masters. Although the military had been attracting more talented individuals and providing ample resources over the years, their courage, intellect, and mental resilience had been steadily declining. This was a natural consequence of a society that had become too comfortable, a problem not just for the military but across all fields. They had long grown accustomed to lamenting that each generation was worse than the last, until certain individuals' cowardice and negligence led to the loss of half a Tiger Pavilion squad. Wei Wu's oppressive presence was like a shadow, always looming. The boy carrying the flag kept glancing back as he ran. When he sensed that his teammates might have held Wei Wu off, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, a figure sprang out from the bushes. Hand it over. Su Naiwen acted first, his fingers deftly and forcefully gripping the flagpole, snatching the flag with a swift pull. Damn, hiding in the bushes, you sneaky devil. The boy who lost the flag looked extremely displeased. However, upon recognizing Su Naiwen as the one who took the flag, he relaxed a bit among the whole class. He only feared Jiangling and Wei Wu. As for Su Naiwen, who was always being overly nice to classmates, he, like Li Yin, thought little of him. After ensuring no one was around, the boy, worried about Wei Wu catching up, gritted his teeth and lunged at Su Naiwen, his fist sweeping in with anger. Su Naiwen, who had planned to regroup with Wei Wu, didn't expect the boy to be so decisive. Seeing the relentless attack, he quickly stepped back and used the flag as a staff to strike at the boy's arm. Smack! The flagpole was caught firmly by the boy, who then twisted it, using the momentum to close in, his elbow aimed like a dagger at Su Naiwen's chest. Though not a sophisticated move, it was executed with some skill. Su Naiwen's expression changed, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Though the move wasn't a powerful martial arts technique, it was enough to trouble someone of his slight build. Without hesitation, he released the flag and jumped back, barely avoiding the elbow strike. Humph. The boy sneered, continuing his aggressive assault with the flag. Uncertain of when Wei Wu might arrive, he was determined to end it quickly. As he charged, Su Naiwen feigned fear and sidestepped. The boy, overconfident, stumbled heavily and fell, the flag slipping from his grasp. Young man, always in such a rush. See what happens? You tripped before I even moved my foot. Su Naiwen innocently picked up the flag. The boy, Man Hui, looked at him with a face full of blood and resentment. Here, take it back. Su Naiwen handed the flag back to him. A system notification chimed. Helped someone retrieve a flag. Man Hui feels grateful. Support point 7. Thanks, brother one. Man Hui instinctively thanked him. Su Naiwen nodded with a smile, helping him up and dusting off his clothes. No need to thank me. We're classmates. It's not worth bleeding over a flag. This gentle gesture reminded Man Hui of his mother's care during his childhood. He was moved, realizing that Su Naiwen's kindness wasn't just for show. The system notified again. Helped a fallen classmate. Promoted unity and kindness. Support points 10. As Man Hui was wiping his nosebleed, a clean tissue was handed to him, and he looked up to see Su Naiwen's concerned gaze. Wah. Man Hui was so touched he almost cried. Thank you. Hearing he earned another 9 support points, Su Naiwen was secretly pleased. Seeing Wei Wu approaching, he patted Man Hui's shoulder. No need to be so formal. Your nose isn't done bleeding yet. Better head to the nurse. I'll hold on to the flag for you. No need. Man Hui warily stepped back, only to bump into a solid wall of muscle. Wei Wu stood behind him, grinning. I'll keep the flag safe for you. Just come get it when you need it, Su Naiwen said with a smile. Watching the two walk off with the flag, Man Hui was left feeling helpless. He thought of his yearly disappearing New Year's money and cursed, damn, this motherly love is too much. To hell with motherly love. Damn, dude, what just happened to you? Inhumane. Absolutely inhumane. In the grass next to the flower bed by Building 1, Zhang Yu and a few others surrounded a bedraggled figure. It was Xie, who at the moment looked like a panda that had been thoroughly beaten. His 2 black eyes were particularly noticeable, and his body inexplicably seemed more swollen. Hey, Ouch for eyes, stop poking. Xie angrily slapped away Zhang Yu's finger that was poking at his eye. Silently cursing Huang Yuan for her heavy-handedness, he vowed to get back at her the next time he had the chance. I'm just curious how your black eyes can be so evenly matched, Zhang Yu chuckled. Noticing Xie resentful gaze, he tried to suppress his laughter, but his shoulders shook uncontrollably like a balloon about to burst. Sorry, you'll hold it in? Yang Yu also couldn't help but smirk. The person who hit you certainly had a unique approach, he said, choosing his words carefully. Indeed, Xie injuries weren't particularly severe, but his panda-like appearance was both pitiful and somewhat comical. I did this for the sake of our team. Xie glared at Su Naiwen, who was struggling to keep a straight face. It's too much, really too much. Who turned you into this, panda? Come on, let's get some justice for you. Wei Wu pounded his chest, ready to stand up for his friend. Su Naiwen put away his smile, his tone slightly disapproving. All right, fatty, you've worked hard. How could Li Yin hit you so hard? After all, you're in the same dorm. It wasn't Oldly. It was Huang Yuan. Mentioning her name, Xie instinctively rubbed his belly, still imprinted with a footprint, as if recalling the pain. Su Naiwen paused. He knew of Huang Yuan, one of the few in the class with an archer's destiny. While not a prodigy, she was a solid force in combat and, more importantly, a member of Jiang Ling's team. Li Yin snatched Jiang Ling's flag? Su Naiwen's expression turned peculiar. He had once tricked Li Yin into believing his team had the #1 flag, partly to test him and partly as a bluff. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the exact flag of Jiang Ling's team. After a round of questioning, Xie recounted the whole story. Everyone reacted differently. Wei Wu was dumbstruck. She didn't kill you? Yang Yu sneered. Serves you right. Zhang Yu shook his head. You brought this on yourself? Su Naiwen pondered for a moment, then gave Xie a thumbs up. Kid, impressive. Xie clutched his eye socket, wincing in pain. He knew he was only alive because his opponent had shown mercy, and he was grateful for the comprehensive legal system in Jiuzhou. Damn, it was all for our team. Xie gritted his teeth, trying to change the subject. What do we do next? Quick to shift topics, aren't you? Zhang Yu adjusted his glasses. The black flag has already been snatched by Jiang Ling and her group. Just 4 of them took on over 20 people, knocked out a dozen, and escaped with ease. After capturing the flag, Yang Yu and Zheng Yu arrived at the school flag square to assess the situation. From a distance, they saw Jiang Ling standing her ground alone, wielding the black flag like a weapon as she took down several opponents before leading her teammates away effortlessly. Their team clearly has more strength to spare, Yang Yu nodded, analyzing the situation. At least, Jiang Ling hasn't even used her innate skills. Su Naiwen remained silent for a moment. It had been over half a year since her awakening, and it was hard to believe Jiang Ling wasn't capable of using her skills. Her abilities far exceeded expectations. Our class is too kind, Zhang Yu added. Including Jiang Ling, no one was hit hard enough to be incapacitated. They all sustained only minor leg injuries. Kind? Xie protested, pointing to his black eye. You brought that on yourself? Zhang Yu replied, adjusting his glasses. Just wait. The temptation of those 5 innate skill crystals is significant. At first, they held back out of consideration for classmates, but as time runs out, that might change. Su Naiwen didn't believe that his classmates were purely driven by greed. This game, designed by Wan He, was inherently competitive, and scuffles were expected. The lack of serious injuries was due to youthful pride. Even if everyone was laid back, knowing Wan He would find a way to stir up their competitive nature. From the rooftop, the young man with the tear mole watched the campus below, witnessing Jiang Ling easily take on multiple opponents. Seems like this game is messed up. I bet all 40-something classmates combined couldn't match that little girl. She's from the Jiang family of Beizhou, known for their lightning and fire prowess. Naturally, she's a prodigy, Wan He replied with a smirk. She is indeed a game changer, but don't worry, I've asked her not to use her innate skills or soul power. Windblade, literary sword, thunder fire Beizhou's 3 greats. The young man with the tear mole remarked in surprise. It's odd for someone from the Jiang family to be here in Xuanzhou. How would I know? Wan He shrugged. He had learned this information by chance from the old principal. Isn't it a bit of moral coercion to forbid her from using her skills? The young man with the tear mole chuckled. These family prodigies often seemed unbeatable, and if the students knew Jiang Ling could defeat them all without tapping into her innate skills or soul power, they might feel hopeless. They're not even in the same league. How else would you level the playing field? Wan He replied confidently. Moral coercion? I don't believe in morals. The one with the bigger fist makes the rules. If her fists are bigger, she can do as she pleases. If mine are, she listens to me. Brute. The young man with the tear mole shook his head helplessly, but he couldn't deny that this attitude was somewhat justified. 3 hours passed, and Jiang Ling had already captured 5 flags, only stopping because she was confident of victory. Some had resigned themselves to her strength, believing that even a dozen ordinary people couldn't match her. Others grew agitated as time ran short. Li Yin hid on the east side of the administrative building, watching his 4 dejected teammates. Clenching his teeth, he said, "We can't go on like this. We have to do something. How are we supposed to fight? Our flag was stolen too," one teammate said dejectedly. Li Yan's expression darkened further. He had originally held Su Naiwen's team's #1 flag as a bargaining chip, but Zhang Ling had found their hiding spot, taken the #1 flag, and even their own flag was lost, leaving the 5 of them beaten. Watching Su Naiwen's repeated questioning about the flag's whereabouts on his communicator, Li Yin pondered that the only team likely to stand a chance against Zhang Ling now was Wei Wu's team. Su Naiwen sat in the corner, glancing at the 2 flags placed beside him, his fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. "I'm sorry, I intended to help safeguard your team's flags, but we ran into Zhang Ling and her group. We couldn't compete with them, and they took all our flags, including yours." "What?" A message from the cheerful, sunny boy popped up immediately. "Our flags got taken? We haven't captured a single flag yet. Is this capture the flag or hide and seek? Where is everyone?" The exasperated exclamation made Li Yin smirk with a hint of schadenfreude. The whisperer hesitated for a moment before sending another message. "I'm planning to gather a group to take down Zhang Ling's team and reclaim the flags. Want to join? This is our only chance." Worried that Su Naiwen might refuse, he added, "This is our only shot." As Su Naiwen pondered how to respond, a sudden screech of static came from the school broadcast. "Testing, testing. Okay. It's working now." Wan He's voice came through clearly. "Listen up, all you kids from Class 8. I'm only saying this once. We're now starting to shrink the playing area for the capture the flag game. Every 10 minutes, the area will get smaller. If you're outside the game area after 10 minutes, you're out. We're starting the first round of area reduction now." Wan He continued, "In 10 minutes, the West Field and the boys' dorm area will be out of bounds. If you're still there when time's up, sorry, your game is over." Su Naiwen frowned in thought. A shrinking play zone? This Wan guy must be quite the gamer, probably plays a lot of Battle Royale. This rule is clearly aimed at those who grab a flag and just hide. Even though they're all high school students, among the 40+ participants, there are quite a few who are experts at hiding, including his own group of 5, who had been stationary for 3 hours. "Oh, one more thing." Wan He's voice came again. 3 people have already been eliminated. One with 2 broken ribs, one with a broken thigh, and one knocked out by a brick. But thanks to Instructor Li Xi's healing skills, they're all back on their feet. Those of you who hesitate to go all out, be warned others won't hold back. Let's see who takes home the reward in the final hour. The broadcast ended abruptly with a burst of static, followed by muffled sounds. "How do you turn this off?" "Oh, damn it. Stop calling me an idiot, Illinois." Then the broadcast cut off. Hearing all this, many who were hiding felt the urgency to move, especially someone like Li Yin, who couldn't stand the thought of losing. Su Naiwen thought for a moment and sent Li Yin a brief message. "Gather the team. Let's take her down." The library building of Lingyang No. 3 High School stands proudly on the southernmost side of the campus. This iconic structure is home to a vast collection of books, featuring over 80,000 volumes of printed foundational knowledge and countless ebooks. It even houses some introductory books on lower-level talent skills. At this moment, Zhang Ling is quietly seated at a small table in the leisure reading room on the 2nd floor of the library, fully engrossed in a book titled The Love and Entanglement of General Shang Lei. The cover depicts a beautiful scene. A man dressed in a purple robe embracing a tearful maid. His chiseled features and gentle gaze, along with the falling pink and purple petals, create a deeply romantic atmosphere. Jiang, trouble's coming. Our classmates are heading for the library. Should we move somewhere else?" Huang Yuanyuan hurriedly came to warn her. Zhang Ling reluctantly closed her book at a critical moment. Oh no, they were just about to resolve the misunderstanding. What will happen between Commander Gu and Little Beauty? She reluctantly placed the book back on the shelf, carefully noting its location, and planned to borrow it after military training to finish reading it. These classmates are really disturbing the peace. I wish I could just knock them all away. Zhang Ling muttered under her breath, imagining using her talent skills to send everyone flying, which made her chuckle. Jiang, are you okay? Huang Yuanyuan asked, concerned by Zhang Ling's dazed yet amused expression. Huh. Oh, I'm fine. Let's go finish this match, Zhang Ling replied, deciding not to hold back in the upcoming competition to quickly end this game, annoyed by the interruption to her reading. Meanwhile, Li Yin was rallying a group of classmates. Although Wei Wu and others didn't show up, he was secretly pleased with his influence. However, before he could finish his motivational speech, Man Hui stepped forward and declared, "Let's be clear, the flags will be taken by skill alone. No hard feelings if you lose." Everyone began arguing among themselves, completely ignoring Li Yin. Just then, Instructor Wan He's voice came over the broadcast. Attention, the final circle is closing. Only the Flag Plaza is available. The library and the teaching building number 1 are now off limits. The game ends in 20 minutes. Give it your all, young warriors. The final battle awaits you. The overly dramatic broadcast momentarily silenced the crowd, which then erupted with shouts. Damn, let's do this. If we can beat Jiangling, it's like defeating a naturally gifted awakener. Brothers, riches and glory are within reach today. To die is inevitable, but if we must die, let it be for the cause. For the country, is it not worth it? On the rooftop, watching the scene unfold, Li Ji shook his head at these overzealous youths, especially at the student shouting rebellious slogans, who had been subdued by Jiangling earlier yet was now acting all righteous. As the leader of the uprising, Li Yin stood pitifully ignored by everyone. Just as Li Yin lamented his misunderstood destiny as a wind whisperer, a voice suddenly exclaimed, "She's here." Jiangling slowly emerged from the library building, a black flag hoisted on her left shoulder and a red flag in her right hand, exuding an overwhelming aura. Following closely behind her were Huang Yuanyuan and 3 others, each holding a flag. Their appearance instantly silenced the bustling crowd, who watched them with wary eyes, as if facing a formidable adversary. Some even involuntarily stepped back, feeling a phantom ache in their calves and ankles. Li Yin, who had intended to make a scene, closed his mouth and instinctively shrank back. Despite everyone wearing the same military training uniform, Jiangling's commanding presence and striking posture were impossible to ignore. "Sorry, Jiangling," someone said awkwardly, facing the 5 girls. "Don't blame us for ganging up on you. You're too strong." These days, the strongest are often the first to be taken down. Jiangling paused, recalling a powerful line from a book she had just read. "That's because you're not strong enough." The words instantly ignited the fervor of the onlooking teenagers. "Is this the demeanor of the strong?" Manhui said solemnly. "All right, I, Manhui, acknowledge you as the strongest. Watch out, we're all coming at you." With that, he led his team of 4 charging towards Jiangling. "What are you standing around for? Go!" someone shouted from the crowd, prompting others to rush at Jiangling and her companions. Chaos erupted in front of the library. From behind a bush not far away, Su Naiwen watched with great interest. "Wow, girl fights are really something. Lucky it's girls using those moves. If a creepy guy tried it, he'd be drowned in spit and labeled a pervert." Xiezhuang parted the bushes to see Huang Yuanyu and being attacked by 2 girls, pulling her clothes and hair. He felt a mix of satisfaction and complexity. Serves her right. Hey, what's that guy doing? Actually hitting a girl. Equality of the sexes. Yang Yu, usually stoic, was also taken aback by the chaotic scene. The girls were pulling hair and grabbing clothes, while the boys awkwardly tried to grab the flags, some even resorting to sneaky tactics. It was more chaotic than a market. "Whoa, this Jiangling. Impressive." Su Naiwen marveled as Jiangling, holding both the black and red flags, remained unflustered despite being surrounded by 20 or 30 people, skillfully taking them down with her long flags like spears. Wei Wu, restless and fidgeting in the bushes with his massive frame, couldn't contain his impatience. "When are we jumping in?" Su Naiwen, engrossed in the spectacle, waved his hand dismissively. "No rush, let the bullets fly a bit longer." In the midst of the crowd, Jiangling wielded her banner like an unrivaled warrior, cutting through the throng with ease. Meanwhile, Manhui watched intently for the perfect moment. As Jiangling swung her flag, his left hand shot out like a dragon's claw, seizing the flagpole. With a swift move learned from Su Naiwen, he used the momentum to lunge at Jiangling, his elbow aimed like a spear. From the rooftop, Wan He observed the skirmish with keen interest. Seeing Manhui employ the tactics of a patrol guard, he mused to himself, could this kid have family in law enforcement? Jiangling, though surprised by Manhui's sudden attack, remained composed. She released the flag and deftly sidestepped his elbow strike, then spun around to counterattack, her hand aimed at Manhui's back. But Manhui was ready, determined not to fall for the same trick twice. He executed a flawless forward roll, evading Jiangling's assault. With the black flag in hand, Manhui suppressed the urge to cheer, nimbly dodging his opponents. As he fended off incoming foes, he shouted to his teammates, "Cover me!" They responded quickly, blocking the pursuers and clearing a path for his retreat. The scene shifted dramatically. The once surrounded Jiangling found the space around her emptying as the chasers redirected their focus to Manhui, who was now holding the black flag. Laughing triumphantly, he dashed away, unaware of the ambush lying ahead in the grass, where Su Naiwen and his crew lay in wait. As familiar figures leaped from the undergrowth, Manhui's laughter froze. Su Naiwen effortlessly snatched the black flag, and 3 hulking men, along with a burly figure, emerged from the grass. Manhui's anger quickly dissipated, and he swallowed his harsh words, forcing a sheepish grin. "Wengo, I was just bringing the flag to you," he said. Su Naiwen chuckled, placing a hand on Man Hui's shoulder. In such a hurry to leave? Xiao Wu, see our friend Hui off. Realizing the unpleasant treatment awaiting him, Man Hui gritted his teeth and broke free, charging at Wei Wu. Confident in his signature move, the top elbow strike that had made him a campus legend, he was stunned when Wei Wu calmly caught the blow with his palm. Smiling warmly as he remarked, "They say one trick can last a lifetime, but yours isn't quite there yet." Su Naiwen watched Man Hui's actions and couldn't help but shake his head in disapproval. This guy really only knows one move. Just as Man Hui was about to make his escape, Wei Wu, quick as lightning, grabbed his elbow and arm. With a swift turn of his body, Wei Wu executed a modified shoulder throw, and with a loud thud, Man Hui hit the ground hard. The throw was both fast and fierce, leaving Man Hui curled up on the floor, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. It felt as though every bone in his body had come apart, and he was in so much pain he couldn't even cry out, only managing to let out broken moans. The crowd that had been chasing after them arrived just in time to witness the scene and stopped in their tracks. Compared to Jiang Ling's gentler method of using a stick to hit the legs, Wei Wu's brutal approach of tossing someone like a sandbag was clearly more intimidating. Xie Zhuang and Zheng Yu, in a wordless agreement, stepped forward, each grabbing one of Man Hui's legs, and swiftly dragged him out of the school building. This area was already out of the game's bounds, so Man Hui was automatically eliminated. Su Naiwen had initially just wanted Wei Wu to carry him out, never expecting Man Hui to have such a close encounter with the floor. This was definitely more painful than just being tripped. With Man Hui dealt with, Su Naiwen looked around at the 20 or so people gathered, his brow furrowing. He had hoped more people would be eliminated by this stage, but in reality, only about 10 out of 45 were out, as most were reluctant to use force. Seeing the crowd's expressions, a mix of apprehension and eagerness, Su Naiwen stepped forward, his demeanor serious as he declared loudly, "Brothers, sisters, we're all classmates. How can we turn on each other over trivial gains? Think about it, what has made us like this? The demon has trapped us in this campus and set these rules to watch us fight like insects. Are we going to let him have his way? No." Su Naiwen answered his own question emphatically. He then proposed, "We should resist in our own way. Let's not fight over the black flag. Each team should keep their own flag, and when the game ends, we'll all be tied for first place. This will force the demon to fulfill his promise and give everyone a talent skill crystal. Wouldn't that make everyone happy? We should aim for unity, harmony, equality, and friendship to achieve common prosperity." Some were swayed by his words, finding the suggestion feasible. However, others cast skeptical glances between the groaning Man Hui in the hallway and the earnest Su Naiwen, thinking to themselves, unity? Friendship? Yeah, right. If there's a tie, the team that last touched the black flag wins. A rough voice echoed from the rooftop, prompting everyone to look up. Standing boldly at the edge of the tall building were two figures that made some students with a fear of heights feel weak in the knees. Although their faces were indistinct from such a distance, everyone recognized them as Instructor Wan and Instructor Li after spending the past 8 or 9 days together. Su Naiwen cursed under his breath, feeling a bit embarrassed his little trick had been exposed. Instructor Wan's statement had effectively blocked his previous suggestion. In the crowd, Sun Ming craned his neck to get a better look at Wei Wu's group of 5 surrounded by others. "Yanga, shouldn't we go in now?" he asked. "Can't you see? Everyone's staying put, waiting to react." Li Yin replied confidently. Isn't it just that no one dares to make the first move?" Sun Ming stated bluntly. His words drew angry glances from those nearby, who thought he was being oblivious to the situation. The image of Man Hui being taken down in one move by Wei Wu was still fresh in their minds, deterring many from acting rashly. "Jiang Ling is here," someone shouted. Jiang Ling walked over, casually carrying the number 1 flag, followed by 4 rather disheveled teammates, including Huang Yuan. Their hair was messy, and their clothes were askew. Originally holding 6 flags, Jiang Ling's team was now down to 2 besides the black flag taken by Man Hui. Only Huang Yuan managed to hold onto a flag during the melee. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Ling's expression remained indifferent, yet her presence exerted a palpable pressure on all present. Jiang Ling is angry. Many instinctively stepped back, intimidated by her stern demeanor. The crowd surrounding Wei Wu unknowingly parted to make way. Surprisingly, Jiang Ling didn't head directly for the black flag, but instead stopped in front of the crowd. "Who took advantage of the chaos to harass our girls? It's best you step forward now." Her voice was laced with barely suppressed anger. It turned out that during the pursuit of Man Hui, she noticed 2 girls on her team acting unusually. Upon inquiry, she learned that someone had taken advantage of the confusion to grope them. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Some were curious to see who dared to be so bold, while most frowned at such despicable behavior, fearing it would become a class scandal if word got out. Whether it was an accidental touch during the scuffle or intentional, The surveillance will reveal all. I'm giving you one last chance to step forward. I'll count to 3, and if no one does, I'll treat everyone the same. Jiang Ling warned. Su Naiwen frowned as well. In his previous life, he had encountered many scumbags who tried to take advantage of women, but he never expected such twisted thoughts from someone only 15 or 16. Whoever did it, step forward. If you can't control yourself, I'll cut off your hand, he shouted. Ha, acting all high and mighty. Just because we call him Winge, he thinks he's someone important, someone muttered. But Jiang Ling caught it. Seems like I'll have to handle this my way, Jiang Ling said, glancing at Su Naiwen before swinging the flagpole in a swift motion. A whistling sound cut through the air, followed by a sharp crack and the sound of bones breaking. A male student fell to the ground, clutching his misshapen arm and screaming in agony. Jiang Ling had broken his arm with a single strike. Someone among you has dirty hands, and if I break everyone's arms, I'll eventually find the right one, Jiang Ling said coldly, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Damn it, what's it got to do with me? Whoever did it, step up. This is so unreasonable. I wasn't part of the brawl. I'm out. Trying to back out now? Too late. Blame the one with the dirty hands, Jiang Ling said mercilessly, swinging the flagpole again, bringing down another person with a broken arm. Screw it. Don't push me. Brothers, the match is still on. Let's subdue her first. Afterward, we'll check the surveillance to find that bastard, Sun Ming shouted, being the closest to Jiang Ling due to his position on the outskirts. Jiang Ling's red flag whipped through the air like a lance adorned with a crimson tassel, precisely targeting her next opponent. Around her, several people lay on the ground, their arms and hands broken, as tension filled the air. Seeing this, Sun Ming let out an angry roar and charged forward. His action seemed to trigger something, prompting a few others who refused to sit idly by to follow suit. However, Jiang Ling moved gracefully among the crowd. Her flag danced like a dragon soaring through the sky, at times striking like a serpent. In just a few exchanges, another 3 or 4 people fell to the ground. Sun Ming suffered the worst. Not only was his right arm broken, but a kick to his chest fractured 2 of his ribs. Everything unfolded more effortlessly than expected. Earlier, Jiang Ling had subdued about a dozen people with minimal effort. Now, with no restraints, her prowess was truly intimidating. From a higher vantage point, Li Ji watched this one-sided onslaught with a cold detachment. Observing the boys whose arms were rendered useless, their cries echoing around, he thought to himself, I actually think she's holding back. Wan He, however, shook his head dismissively. This is just the beginning, he remarked, explaining. In a society where everyone has a fate mark, each has its strengths and weaknesses. Most of these hot-headed young men have awakened non-combat fate marks, yet they insist on pursuing the path of a combat master. This pain from their broken arms might just give them a clearer perspective when choosing their future paths. He looked on approvingly at Jiang Ling's approach. While it appeared irrational, it was indeed irrational. But perhaps that's for the best. Those who got beaten, apart from feeling they suffered unjustly and resenting Jiang Ling's dominance, would also harbor resentment towards those who bullied their female classmates. With this thought, a slight smile appeared on Wan He's lips. When it comes time to treat them later, we can skip those 2 jerks who harassed the young girl. Li Ji and Wan He stood atop a distant rooftop, their advanced skills allowing them to observe the chaotic scene below with clarity. They were well aware of the instigator behind the inappropriate behavior. Though they could have intervened promptly, they chose to hold back, curious to see how this group of 15 and 16-year-olds would handle the situation. Jiang Ling's approach seemed aggressive to Li Ji, who was less impressed, but Wan He admired it greatly. He saw it as a demonstration of both courage and strategy. Striking first to discipline was courage, and targeting precisely afterwards was strategy. Li Ji preferred reviewing surveillance footage post-event and punishing based on evidence, but since Jiang Ling had already taken action, he refrained from stopping her. With his presence, a healing spell could ensure the students would be fine. As for the 2 troublemakers, leaving them untreated might serve as a more effective lesson through pain. The conflict quickly reached a resolution. Jiang Ling, like a whirlwind, incapacitated most of the boys, each clutching their arms in pain. Those who attempted to flee were caught, leaving none to escape. The girls' expressions shifted from initial fear to admiration, their eyes sparkling with awe. This challenger was not only beautiful, but also impressively fierce. Only Su Naiwen and his 4 companions, along with Li Yin who hid under the flag platform, remained untouched. Impressive, you can have the black flag, we surrender, Su Naiwen admitted, mocking his own naivety. At the start of the contest, he had been engrossed in strategies formed from years of experience, forgetting that in a world of extraordinary powers, strength was paramount unless one was utterly foolish. Jiang Ling's actions had taught him a valuable lesson. Too late for surrender. I treat everyone equally, Jiang Ling declared, advancing towards Su Naiwen and his group with the flag in hand. Hey, that's over the top. We were just watching from the bushes, we didn't even join in. Su Naiwen protested. You can't just take advantage from miles away. Oomph. My rules are my rules. Jiang Ling, perhaps influenced by the youthful exuberance around her, charged forward with pride. Huang Yuanyuan noticed Ye Panda hiding behind Wei Wu and sneered, Fatty, just seeing you annoys me. Any objections if I give you another beating? You can see me? Xie Zhuang peeked out with a round head, looking shocked. Su Naiwen chuckled to himself, knowing that while Wei Wu was burly, he couldn't match Xie Zhuang's spherical physique in width. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling swung the flag. Wei Wu responded, his own flag clashing with hers in midair, producing a sound that made the hairs on one's neck stand up. After the impact, the flagpoles vibrated violently, forcing Wei Wu to step back, his hand tingling. It was his first time being at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation, and he looked at Jiang Ling with astonished eyes. The dream of flag capturing that he had nurtured since childhood seemed shattered in that moment. This was a first. Wei Wu felt an unprecedented surge of battle spirit coursing through him. As his blood boiled, a hot stream of energy rampaged within, making his mouth dry. Instinctively, he licked his cracked lips, his body trembling not from fear, but from pure excitement. All right, again. Wei Wu shouted, charging at Jiang Ling with his flagpole. He abandoned all fancy moves, opting for a straightforward approach, swinging the flagpole directly at Jiang Ling's head. Under the force of his swing, the pole bent into a graceful arc, slicing through the air with unstoppable momentum. A flicker of surprise flashed across Jiang Ling's usually composed face. For the first time in this flag-capturing contest, she chose to avoid a direct clash. She deftly sidestepped Wei Wu's strike, simultaneously sweeping her long flag across, the pole wrapped in the flag acting like a spear aimed straight at Wei Wu's hand. Wang He watched from the sidelines, thoughtfully stroking his newly grown stubble. Unlike her casual swings against other classmates, Jiang Ling was now displaying pure combat technique. This is basic spear technique, he mused to himself. Block, grab, stab, chop, sweep, thrusts quite proficient. Yet, the Jiang family prides itself on noble elemental combat practitioners and looks down on assault-type combat practitioners as mere tools. How did this girl end up learning such skills? Though these basic spear techniques lacked advanced moves like point, circle, and burst, making them not quite innate skills, they were already beyond the syllabus for freshmen just awakening their life paths. Wei Wu, despite his talent, was still slightly inferior to Jiang Ling, who had a 6-month head start when not using innate skills or soul power. Indeed, lacking combat technique, Wei Wu could only rely on his instincts from street fights to barely block Jiang Ling's sweeping attack. However, he had no way to avoid her following downward strike. Just as Wang He was about to leap down from the rooftop, something unexpected happened. Wei Wu, who should have been knocked down, stood firm, only swaying slightly. Even more astonishing to Jiang Ling was that the flagpole, which had struck Wei Wu's shoulder, was rebounded. Li Ji and Wang He shifted their focus from the battling duo to the figure on the sidelines who had remained inconspicuous. Su Naiwen grinned and shouted, Xiao Wu, take this chance and get her. Armor spell. At the critical moment, the usually silent Su Naiwen finally took action. An invisible energy enveloped Wei Wu, forming a layer of unseen armor. This unexpected move surprised Wang He. Enhanced auxiliary skills were common at their level, but low-level ones were rare. Typically, low-level auxiliary skills were limited to basic healing and recovery types. Feeling the change in his body, Wei Wu grinned. He rallied and swung the flagpole fiercely at Jiang Ling. His wild and unrefined attack style somehow exuded an imposing aura as the flag waved. Jiang Ling dodged repeatedly. Although she appeared flustered, she effortlessly found openings to attack. Her flagpole struck Wei Wu twice, but each time, the invisible armor deflected the blows, causing him only minor discomfort. With this advantage, Wei Wu abandoned defense entirely, attacking with the ferocity of a bloodthirsty beast. The battle reached a stalemate, and Jiang Ling seemed to be at a disadvantage. The previously groaning students on the ground watched in disbelief, forgetting their pain. The invincible image Jiang Ling had shown earlier left a lasting impression, and now seeing her suppressed, they wished they could cheer for Wei Wu. Unfortunately, they could barely lift their arms. Just as everyone hoped for Wei Wu's victory, Jiang Ling struck his arm with a sweeping blow. This time, the flagpole wasn't deflected. Wei Wu grunted, stumbling back several steps, his arm too painful to lift. Sensing an opportunity, Jiang Ling's eyes lit up as she launched a fierce attack. Seeing this, Su Naiwen hurriedly cast the armor spell again. Over the past 2 minutes, he had been meticulously timing his actions, ensuring Wei Wu's armor spell was maintained while using a recovery spell on himself to avoid depleting his soul power. His level 2 recovery spell matched the armor spell's consumption, and by evolving 2 different soul power operations within 5 seconds, he remained highly focused. When he keenly observed that, while others focused on the battle, Wei Wu's ability to hold his own against Jiang Ling was largely thanks to Su Naiwen. a student who had awakened his fate less than 10 days ago, yet mastered a rare practical low-level auxiliary skill and proficiently used at least a basic recovery spell. This was indeed extraordinary. As a fellow auxiliary fate master, Li Ji saw even more clearly than Wan He. He deduced that Su Naiwen likely mastered a proficient-level recovery spell, possibly due to his fate's characteristics. The Renshin Fate, although rated low online due to its unsuitability for combat skills, could be rated as upper B or even A without this drawback. This is one reason the Jiuzhou Federation doesn't officially grade Fate's fate abilities are diverse and often exceed expectations in specific situations. By now, the injured Wei Wu had lost his earlier advantage. Forced to wield the flag with one hand, his attacks weakened, posing no threat to Jiangling, who had been on the defensive, launched a fierce offensive, leaving several marks on Wei Wu in just a few moments. In the final strike, Wei Wu staggered back, and Jiangling seized his flag, causing Su Naiwen to frown. In just 3 seconds, the glow of the armor spell faded away, disappearing a full 2 seconds earlier than expected. Jiangling's onslaught came like a raging storm, her long banner slicing through the air with a fierce arc. Facing this unavoidable strike, Wei Wu suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his left arm, which had been struck twice and was nearly fractured, he reached out and seized Jiangling's banner pole with a firm grip. The violent impact almost tore his hand apart, yet his fingers clamped down like iron, refusing to let go. A suffocating aura of menace erupted from Wei Wu's body. When he lifted his bloodshot eyes, Jiangling felt a sudden jolt of dread. The ferocity and wildness in his gaze resembled a starving wolf about to pounce on its prey. With his right hand forming a palm, Wei Wu struck toward Jiangling's forehead. The air exploded with a sound like a tiger's roar, and his strike tore through the air. For the first time, Jiangling felt such a chilling sense of pressure from someone her own age. Although she had awakened 6 months earlier than most and mastered numerous innate skills and combat techniques, Wei Wu's reckless fighting style still sent a shiver down her spine. But a 6-month advantage is not something that can be easily overcome with sheer recklessness. Jiangling reacted swiftly, executing a graceful step to evade the palm strike while delivering a precise punch to Wei Wu's abdomen with her right fist. She then lunged forward, her left palm driving upward to strike Wei Wu's chin. This was a perfect counter using Wei Wu's own move, the Roaring Tiger Punch, seamlessly integrated with other combat techniques. Without the protection of the armor spell, Wei Wu took 2 direct hits and fell backward to the ground. His mind buzzed, and he struggled to get back on his feet. Jiangling exhaled lightly, acknowledging that this guy was indeed the toughest opponent in the class. If Wei Wu had the same 6 months to train, even with her soul power and innate skills, she doubted she could defeat him so easily. With the match nearing its end, she needed to hurry and deal with the other competitors, staying true to her promise of treating everyone equally. Plus, she had to reclaim the banner and secure her victory. Just as Jiangling thought the outcome was settled, a blue light and a green light suddenly enveloped the fallen Wei Wu. To her astonishment, Wei Wu, who had been dazed and incapacitated, began to push himself up and slowly stood once more. The battle had only just begun. Jiangling suddenly turned her head, her gaze following the intertwining green and blue lights. What met her eyes was the bright and friendly smile of Su Naiwen. Upstairs, Wan He and Li Ji exchanged surprised glances. The young man they had always underestimated had mastered 3 types of healing techniques in just 9 days: increasing defense, restoring soul power, and healing injuries. Such a degree of compatibility with his destiny was indeed rare. A research paper on the ATY official forum had once analyzed the phenomenon of destiny compatibility in detail. The study showed that even the same destiny could have entirely different effects on different people. In an experiment, 100 individuals with the blade wielder destiny trained under nearly identical conditions with the same blade skill. Yet each person varied in speed and power of mastery. This individual variability led to the concept of destiny compatibility, which is one of the reasons the Jiuzhou Federation does not clearly classify destiny levels. Wei Wu shakily got to his feet, and Su Naiwen immediately cast 2 consecutive recovery spells, then waved his hand to release a green light that enveloped him. Only then did the crowd's attention shift from the battle to Su Naiwen. Some of the students who already admired him couldn't help but cheer, "Go, Wan," even as their injuries made them wince. Jiangling scrutinized Su Naiwen. She not only saw the striking blue and green lights, but also sensed an invisible wave of soul power, something she had initially mistaken for Wei Wu's ability, only now realizing it was Su Naiwen's doing. Wei Wu felt a surge of strength throughout his body, and the pain in his arm lessened significantly. He had always looked up to Su Naiwen, not just because he stood up for him when he was bullied, but because he taught him how to fight back. Even though many now praised him as a genius, he remained convinced that one was extraordinary as well. Without a flag as a weapon, Wei Wu chose to fight barehanded. He adopted a strategy focused on dodging, skillfully avoiding Jiang Ling's sweeping flag strikes and using his left arm to block her tricky jabs. He launched a fierce attack like a hungry tiger, but Jiang Ling remained calm and countered by thrusting the flagpoles in towards his face. The battle intensified as Jiang Ling launched a series of attacks, shattering his invisible armor with 2 punches and a knee strike, and sending Wei Wu stumbling back with a whip-like kick. Wei Wu shook his numbed arm, grateful for his quick reflexes that allowed him to block in time. He nodded to himself from the sidelines. The boy who once only knew reckless offense had now learned basic deflection techniques, and his tiger roar fist was beginning to show form. His body was barely able to keep up with Jiang Ling's onslaught. Progress through battle. That's the kind of talent the military needs. On the battlefield, Su Naiwen keenly observed the situation. He quickly cast a new round of armor spells on Wei Wu, then had to cast 2 consecutive healing spells on himself. His mana was too limited to maintain continuous armor spells, and facing Jiang Ling, who could break through armor, his stress was mounting. Fortunately, Wei Wu had shown remarkable progress. Even without the armor, he could withstand several attacks. Jiang Ling frowned slightly, knowing that dealing with Wei Wu alone wasn't difficult, but the continuous supply of armor was indeed troublesome. Restricted by Instructor Wanha's requirements, she couldn't use her soul power or innate skills, otherwise, the armor would be easily shattered. The battle grew more intense as Jiang Ling skillfully maneuvered against the armored Wei Wu. She parried his attacks with a backhand block, using her strength to push him back half a step. Then, twisting her waist and lifting her hips, she aimed a sharp kick at Wei Wu's waist, only to be blocked by the armor. Frustrated, she pouted, planted a flagpole with one hand, and executed an aerial spin kick, shattering the invisible armor with a series of 3 swift kicks. Although Wei Wu staggered back several steps, his fighting spirit was undiminished. Feeling the new armor being applied, he prepared to charge again, only to be shocked as Jiang Ling bypassed him, heading straight for Su Naiwen at the rear. Seriously? Playing dirty now? Wei Wu gritted his teeth and tried to catch up, only to find himself slightly slower. Wanha watched the unprotected Su Naiwen and shook his head with a smile. This was why he doubted Su Naiwen's potential as a combat support class life master. His close combat skills were even inferior to those of an average student. As Jiang Ling charged towards him, Su Naiwen remained calm. He first cast an armor spell on himself and prepared to use his trump card, the immobilization spell. Although its effectiveness was limited, he was confident he could hold out with these 2 skills until Wei Wu arrived. Just as Su Naiwen was about to release the immobilization spell, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The newcomer clasped their hands together, summoning a golden energy shield that blocked Jiang Ling. Everyone was stunned to discover that the unexpected intervention came from Yang Yu. Jiang Ling was equally surprised, thinking, does our class really have such hidden talents? Innate destiny awakening? Who hasn't experienced that? Yang Yu smirked, a golden energy shield shimmering before him, as if a war god had descended. Jiang Ling swiftly leaped aside, but this brief hindrance allowed Wei Wu to catch up from behind, and the 2 quickly became entangled in combat. Yang Yu followed closely with his energy shield, repeatedly blocking Jiang Ling's attempts to bypass Wei Wu and attack Su Naiwen. Watch it, you're crowding me. Wei Wu growled in frustration. The disruption to his previously smooth fighting rhythm was intensely annoying. With those punches of yours, let me know when you actually land a hit. Yang Yu retorted coldly. Usually aloof and reserved, he now revealed a more volatile side. Step back. Just guard brother one. I can handle her. Wei Wu shouldered Yang Yu aside and charged at Jiang Ling like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Heh, you should back off instead. Su Naiwen, buff me up? Yang Yu demanded. Su Naiwen sighed inwardly as he watched his teammates squabble before even subduing Jiang Ling. Yang Yu's performance surprised everyone, especially the golden energy shield formed by his hands. It was far more impressive than any invisible force or armor. Yuan, go steal his flag. Jiang Ling urgently shouted. Huang Yuan was already leading 3 others towards Su Naiwen. Fatty, Zheng Yu, block them. Su Naiwen quickly commanded. Damn, what did I do to deserve this today? Xie Zhuang grumbled, yet he stepped forward bravely. Bring it on. His gallant stance drew disdainful looks from the guys on the ground. Seeing Xie Zhuang and Zheng Yu struggling, Su Naiwen hurriedly healed the fallen boys. Help us out. Win, and I'll share my talent crystal with you. These guys were Wei Wu's roommates, and they usually got along well. Exchanging glances, they immediately joined the fray. Li Ji watched from the side in astonishment. I didn't expect Class 8 to have so many talents. Are students' innate abilities really this strong nowadays? The kid with the shield has a decent destiny, but that's about it, he sneered. Couldn't withstand my gravity on the first day of military training. He's probably a pseudo-innate. Li Ji observed Yang Yu closely, noticing his fatigue after enduring 3 strikes from Jiang Ling, and felt a tinge of disappointment. In reality, Awakening one's destiny isn't always better sooner. Early awakening can lead to societal issues and lower compatibility with one's destiny. Though there are precedents for induced awakenings during wartime, it has been proven to limit potential. A destiny needs time to harmonize with the body, like a plug-in requiring adaptation. However, awakening too late is also problematic, as it misses the prime training period. Research shows that ages 16 to 18 are ideal for awakening. Innate destiny awakeners are deemed geniuses not just for early awakening, but due to their high natural compatibility with their destiny, allowing for spontaneous awakening without guidance. They comprehend their destiny more deeply, train faster, and wield their abilities more effectively. Jiang Ling is a prime example. Pseudo-innate individuals, however, differ fundamentally from true innate destiny awakeners. Some people simply refuse to believe that the prime age for awakening is between 16 and 18. Even before high school, they start guiding their children to awaken earlier, mainly to gain a competitive edge in school admissions. These parents think that having their child awaken 6 months early, despite a potential compromise in compatibility with their destiny, could give them a head start, and extra 6 months of training in the same 3 years of high school could make all the difference in standing out during admissions. Yang Yu is evidently such a case. However, after awakening early, his physical condition remains weak, likely because his already limited talent was further diminished by the early awakening. Wan He observed the situation and shook his head silently. Early awakening can provide an initial advantage, but over time, its drawbacks become apparent. Just like Yang Yu, who currently meets the first-tier combat standards in class and has mastered a talent skill like the energy shield, making Wei Wu no match for him. But before long, perhaps in just a few months, Wei Wu might surpass him significantly. This is why many prestigious schools discreetly avoid admitting pseudo-innate students. The battle was intense. Wei Wu's aggressive attacks combined with Yang Yu's shield-like defense kept Jiang Ling tightly restrained. Although Jiang Ling didn't use her soul power or talent skills, what truly troubled her was Naiwen, who was smiling brightly from afar. His alternating use of armor and healing spells continuously replenished Wei Wu and Yang Yu, while Jiang Ling, relying solely on her physical strength for an extended period, began to tire. Several attempts to break through the encirclement to attack Naiwen were thwarted by his armor spells and agile movements. Jiang Ling watched as Huang Yuan and others were blocked by Xie Zhuang, gritted her teeth, and unleashed her remaining strength. Her long flag swept across, forcing Wei Wu and Yang Yu back. Then, with a powerful step, she accelerated even faster than before, aiming directly for the black flag in Naiwen's hand. Naiwen remained unfazed, ready to dodge as usual, when suddenly, a figure faster than Jiang Ling darted from behind him, claws reaching straight for the black flag in his hand. Naiwen chuckled inwardly, having anticipated that the guy wouldn't remain passive forever. Swiftly, he cast a binding spell, dodging nimbly to the side as beams of light shot towards him from both the front and back. The use of the binding spell twice in quick succession drained Naiwen's soul power, leaving his face pale, though his eyes still burned with determination. Li Yin, struck by the spell, froze in place, bewildered. What the heck? A single beam of light and I can't move? Before he could recover, a flag whipped across his face, and the last thing he saw was the azure sky before he blacked out. Jiang Ling stood stunned, gazing at Li Yin sprawled on the ground, her heart pounding with shock. She realized that she too had been briefly immobilized by the light beam. It's Naiwen again, she thought, quickly gripping the flagpole and launching herself at Naiwen like a striking viper. At that moment, Wei Wu and Yang Yu finally arrived on the scene. Though the effects of a prior healing spell lingered in Naiwen's body, his soul power was too depleted to cast new skills. Yet, as Jiang Ling thrust the flagpole at him, he remained unfazed, instead flashing a brilliant smile that made Jiang Ling grit her teeth in frustration. Just then, the clock struck 12, signaling the end of the morning's military training and competition. Reluctantly, Jiang Ling withdrew her flag, frustrated by the defeat despite the constraints imposed by the instructors. She shot Naiwen a fierce glare, marking this as her most frustrating training session yet. Wan He and Li Ji descended gracefully from the rooftop, using their gravity manipulation abilities. Naiwen watched them with envy, thinking their method far more impressive than his tactical footwork. Wan He announced the final scores. Naiwen's team, with 3 flags, a black flag, a team flag, and the number 8 flag, scored 7 points, securing first place. Chun Lily's team, with 3 flags including a team flag, earned 4 points, placing second. Jiang Ling's team finished with 3 points. Even without counting the fallen flags, Naiwen's team maintained the lead. Wan He didn't hold back in his critique. This competition was an eye-opener. Your performance was barely better than playing house. It's hard to believe your students who've completed awakening. Even the unawakened youths in the military academy could probably outperform you. Few of you have shown any mastery of the Tiger Roar fist. Non-combat talents aside, don't you combat talented ones feel any shame? No one dared meet Wan He's gaze, all looking down in embarrassment. Seeing this, Li Ji waved a hand to cast a green healing aura over the injured, but Su Naiwen eagerly volunteered to take over. He first applied several healing spells to himself, then began treating his classmates. Li Ji nodded approvingly, only stabilizing the injuries to a minor level before letting Su Naiwen continue practicing. After 2 rounds of treatment, the students felt their pain dissipate, sighing in relief. Meanwhile, Su Naiwen was delighted as the notification sounds of earned points chimed in his ears, bringing him more joy than winning the match itself. Though breakfast had only yielded a few support points, he had gained substantial points in battle by casting protective spells on Wei Wu and Yang Yu. Additionally, Man Hui, who snagged a flag from the Tigress, contributed over 20 points in the male dormitory. Combined with the points from healing his classmates, Su Naiwen's support point earnings for the day were impressive. Instructor Li, what about us? 2 trainees, clutching their twisted arms in pain, cried out. Unlike the others, they weren't enveloped in the healing green light. Li Ji turned his head, a dangerous smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you really not know why you're not being healed? Their faces turned ghostly pale at his words, and they stammered, trying to defend themselves. Li Ji frowned slightly, thinking that if the school rules didn't prohibit corporal punishment, he'd love to teach these 2 a lesson about knowing their limits. Curiosity about beauty is normal for young people, but there must be boundaries. Consider dealing with your arm injuries yourself this time as a lesson, Li Ji said coldly. The surrounding students quickly understood Li Ji's underlying message. These 2 had taken advantage of the chaos in front of the library to behave inappropriately. Immediately, the girls, led by Jiang Ling, encircled them, while others glared at them with resentment. If not for these 2, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly by Jiang Ling. Even though their injuries had healed, the memory of the pain was still vivid. What are you doing? The instructor can't just accuse us without evidence. We didn't do it, one of them shouted, trying to sound fierce but clearly lacking confidence. My dad is Li Chong. Jiang Ling beat us up like this, and the instructor is siding with her to slander us. We'll tell the teachers and the principal, and you'll be in trouble. Having their disgraceful behavior exposed publicly, the 2 hastily denied everything and even tried to threaten the instructor and Jiang Ling, making everyone present feel disgusted by their pathetic display. Li Ji narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and used his healing skills to mend their injuries. Seeing this, the 2 were overjoyed, thinking their threats had worked. Humph, this slander won't go unpunished, one of them boasted arrogantly. Su Naiwen shook his head silently, thinking that anyone who could team up with Wan he couldn't be up to any good. Suddenly, there was a series of sharp cracking sounds, and the once arrogant pair crumpled to the ground, screaming in agony. Their right arms and legs were grotesquely twisted. The injuries are my doing, not Jiang Ling's, Li Ji said, eyes narrowed, a faint aura of menace surrounding him. Let's see how you plan to cause me trouble now? This scene left the other students trembling in fear. Who would have thought that the tear-mold handsome instructor who healed their wounds could be more terrifying than Wan He when provoked? Haha, the idiot finally shows his true colors. Wan He laughed loudly but quickly fell silent, shrinking back when he met Li Ji's dangerous gaze. By the end of the day, the fate of the 2 individuals remained unknown, but they were nowhere to be seen at the afternoon's military training session. As night fell, the once bustling sports field was enveloped in silence. The vibrant campus was now cloaked in tranquility, as if the night had momentarily soothed the daytime's restless energy. Lying in bed, Su Naiwen was engrossed in reviewing his day's achievements, 311 auxiliary points. This number made his eyes light. It was equivalent to his usual earnings over 3 days. Looking at this fortune, he couldn't help but rub his hands together, pondering how to allocate it. Should he invest it all in his advancement progress? Su Naiwen glanced at the data and noticed that despite an entire day passing, his progress hadn't budged. Through his recent online research, he understood that this was because the phase of destiny awakening had passed, and without active training, progress wouldn't increase on its own. He knew his own capability. His daily self-conversion progress was only between 0.12 and 0.08, far less than the one achieved by prodigies. While investing the auxiliary points in cultivation progress was a safe option, 300 points would only enhance his soul power refinement by 3 at most. Moreover, his current advancement speed already surpassed his classmates, and going any faster might attract unwanted attention. As someone with a cheat, Su Naiwen understood the importance of keeping a low profile. Once a game bug is discovered, it's often quickly patched. Today's competition made him realize the value of innate skills. Thanks to previously upgrading his recovery spell to level 2, he could frequently cast the armor spell, avoiding the fate of being battered by Jiang Ling like the others. More importantly, compared to soul power levels, the depth of innate skills was harder to detect. After much deliberation, Su Naiwen gritted his teeth and invested 194 auxiliary points into his level 2 recovery spell. Frequent use in today's battle had already accumulated 6 proficiency points. Recovery spell LV230500, Consume soul power to restore a small amount of physical and soul power to a designated target. He allocated the remaining auxiliary points to the armor spell. Armor spell LV220200. Consume soul power to form an invisible armor for a single target. The skill descriptions remained unchanged, suggesting that the effects needed personal exploration. However, the next level up would require 500 auxiliary points. The remaining 20 or so points were spent on his soul power realm, increasing it by 0.2. Testing the newly upgraded skills, the results were somewhat disappointing. The recovery effect remained the same, but soul power consumption dropped from 3 to 2. The armor spell was similar, with unchanged strength but reduced consumption from 5 to 3. From these 4 skills, Naiwen deduced some patterns. Apart from the 4 auxiliary profession basic skills Dan Gathering Hand, Rune Drawing Pin, Forging Technique, Array Formation Method, the consumption for upgrading basic skills increased progressively. LV1 LV2 required 100 points, LV2 LV3 required 200 points, and LV3 LV4 required 500 points. Each upgrade didn't change the effect but reduced soul power consumption. LV1 needed 5, LV2 needed 3, LV3 needed 2. It's still unknown whether LV4 would further reduce consumption or enhance effects. Spending money like water, Naiwen mused. Even with a cheat, he couldn't underestimate the world's heroes. Today, Jiang Ling, Wei Wu, and Yang Yu made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and true genius, a gap that needed his cheat to bridge. Even Li Yin mastered a white-level skill in 10 days, proving his talent far exceeded Naiwen's. Lying in bed, contemplating the next day's plan, Naiwen gradually drifted into slumber. Success for everyone largely depended on hard work. So, maybe it's time to relax for a day or two. Relax. The next morning, the loudspeakers on the sports field blared. Ding ding ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding 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 ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding 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 ding. Good morning, instructors, teachers, and students. On this crisp autumn day with bright sunshine, on the podium, a student representative passionately recited the cliched opening speech. Naiwen strongly suspected that this speech had been passed down through generations in schools. You little brats, stand at attention in your military posture, or if I catch you whispering and flirting, I'll knock your heads into your stomachs. On the training field, he stood upright at the front of the lineup, dressed in his formal instructor's uniform. The shiny black attire with gold-trimmed cuffs and the custom badge on his hat brim gave this usually laid-back instructor an air of authority. After all these days of training, today is the day to show results. He scanned the group with a piercing gaze. If we don't take first place, I'll have to give you all another lesson before you leave. Take first place. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Class 8 responded in unison. Didn't you have your meals? Take first place. Yes, sir. Their thunderous shout echoed across the field, even overpowering the sound of the loudspeaker, drawing attention from those nearby. In the center of the podium, the elderly principal, Song Chidong, with his white hair, watched Class 8's unique spirit with satisfaction and nodded with a smile. The transformation in their presence after 10 days under Wan He's guidance was evident. Haha, our new students this year are quite impressive. Full of vigor, Song Chidong remarked. His assistants immediately chimed in. The principal is right. The quality of this year's freshmen is indeed higher than in previous years. Perhaps in 3 years, our school will shine in the high school league. The rising sun brings auspicious energy, and every student in our school has the potential to become outstanding. It's all thanks to your wise and strategic leadership, principal. Listening to these obvious flatteries considering the freshmen had been in school for less than 10 days and military training wasn't even over. Song Chidong burst into laughter. With me, Song Chidong, at the helm, Lingyang No. 3 High School will soon surpass all schools in Lingyang. Without me, Song Chidong, Lingyang would remain in perpetual darkness. The assistants thought to themselves, his self-praise is even more powerful than our flattery. But outwardly, they continued to praise. The principal is right. With your grand vision, principal, success is assured. With you here, only Lingyang No. 3 High School can nurture exceptional talents. Absolutely. Just then, a sudden boom erupted from the clear sky above, as a black-purple lightning bolt sliced through the heavens like a sharp blade. The thunderous sound shook the entire city of Lingyang. What's happening? Everyone looked at each other, wondering if the boasting was about to be struck by lightning. Boom. Another clap of thunder followed. Others shrank back slightly, thinking, indeed, one shouldn't speak insincerely. The piercing and urgent sound of sirens echoed across the skies of Lingyang City. Attention! Alert! All citizens, please listen carefully. Follow the instructions of the patrol officers and proceed to the nearest shelter as quickly as possible. An exceptionally strong anomaly has been detected, possibly an alien invasion, with the danger level unknown. All departments in Lingyang City are now in level 3 war status. The citizens, already startled by the thunder, turned pale with fear as chaos engulfed the streets. Those who had experienced alien invasions before stumbled and shoved their way through the crowd, sprinting towards the shelters. Amidst the chaos, a young couple's argument stood out. "Hurry up. How many times do I have to tell you? Why are you still holding on to that junk?" The young man shouted anxiously, pulling the girl's hand. "Stop rushing me. These are my favorite things. There's a shelter. What's there to panic about? Look at you, scared out of your wits. Are you even a man?" The girl replied nonchalantly, her pace unhurried. The young man let go of her hand in frustration. "Fine. If you want to die, do it on your own," he snapped, dashing towards the shelter alone. "You call yourself a man?" The girl yelled angrily, clutching her bag full of jewelry, vowing to confront him later. When she finally reached the shelter, a red laser barrier blocked her path. "Apologies, this shelter is at capacity. Please proceed to another shelter," a mechanical voice announced, leaving her standing there in shock. The street echoed with frantic cries. "Yuan Yuan, where are you? Yuan Yuan, mommy's here. Don't cry. Stop pushing. Watch your step. The shelter space is limited. Please disperse in an orderly manner." An alien invasion? Ha, I'm too old for this. Can't run anymore. Meanwhile, on the academy sports field, the alarm stirred unrest among the young cadets. Naiwen looked up at the sky, his pupils contracting. A massive crack of black-purple lightning tore through the heavens, resembling the gaping maw of a primordial beast threatening to devour the entire city. The violent gusts shredded the once pure white clouds, turning the azure sky into a suffocating gray. "Everyone, stay calm." Principal Song Chidong stood up. "Our school itself is a shelter. Follow the instructions of your instructors and teachers, and settle down in an orderly manner." Around the academy, a circular light screen rose, converging towards the center to form a massive bowl-shaped energy shield, leaving the cadets in awe. Song Chidong turned to Chen Shangwei, clad in a black military uniform. "We need your help now." Chen Shangwei snapped to attention and saluted, his presence commanding. "Of course. We stand ready." He then issued orders to the officers below. "All officers, check your status. Commanders of lower ranks, escort civilians who haven't reached safety. High-ranking commanders, stand by to breach the anomaly." Finally, he addressed Song Chidong. "We need you to contact the city council and coordinate our forces to devise a breach plan." "Understood. There's no time to lose." Guided by their teachers, Naiwen and others found themselves in a cafeteria packed with sophomores and juniors. Conversations buzzed around them. "I read that alien invasions can kill a lot of people. Are we doomed? Will there be alien beasts? I've never seen a real one. The school is amazing. That energy shield gave me chills." 3 years ago, Jianghai City faced an invasion from another realm, a catastrophe that claimed over 700,000 lives. Despite the protection of shelters, humanity still appeared so fragile in the face of these otherworldly creatures. In the cafeteria at this moment, students had varied reactions. Some were trembling, their hands clasped tightly. Others were excitedly whispering to each other, as if anticipating something. While many more wore expressions of bewilderment, a mix of fear and curiosity. For these young people, who have lived in an era of peace, an invasion from another realm was merely an image on the news, never something they had truly experienced as a life or death terror. "Hey, why is there no signal on my phone? I was just talking to my parents. Mine's not working either. Look, oh my God." Everyone's gaze followed the cafeteria windows to the sky. A massive black rift stretched across the air, larger than 2 buildings. Countless black specks poured out from the rift, swarming toward the ground. At first, these specks resembled ants, but as they drew nearer, their true form was terrifying. They were creatures nearly 2 meters tall, with pitch-black skin adorned with blood-red patterns, and scythe-like arms that glinted coldly. Their tails were like iron whips, and their mouths bore 2 sets of formidable white fangs beneath their crimson eyes, adding to their menacing appearance. A few of these monsters crashed heavily against the school's energy shield, frantically striking with their scythe-like arms. In an instant, white lightning spread across the barrier, turning the creatures into charred remains. Seeing the shield's strength, the frightened students felt slightly reassured. At least within the school, they were safe. However, this sense of security was soon shattered. A military instructor staggered into the cafeteria, his uniform soaked in purplish-red blood, with several ghastly wounds visible through the torn fabric, flesh exposed. The gruesome sight caused timid cadets to scream and retreat, while those nearby were overwhelmed by the smell of blood, leading some to vomit on the spot. All cadets with long-range attack abilities and healing skills gather in front of the cafeteria quickly. "Now!" the instructor shouted through gritted teeth. "Didn't you hear me? All cadets with long-range attack abilities and healing skills gather." The air was sliced by the sharp glint of blades, blood spraying as agonized screams echoed. Arcs of electricity crackled in the sky. Grenades whistled through the air, and the sickening pop of burning flesh filled the chaos. The heavy stench of blood mingled with the smell of charred meat, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Under the guidance of their instructor, the support trainees were pale, struggling to suppress the nausea roiling in their stomachs. The scene was utter chaos, with orders being shouted from all directions. We need medics. Any healers here? Teams 1 and 2, clear a path. Teachers, prepare to assist. Prioritize taking down that big one. Leader type beast spotted, 800 meters at 10 o'clock from the school gate. The school was sealed off by a complete energy barrier, except for the open gate. Frantic citizens were being ushered in by rescue teams, while swarms of beasts relentlessly tried to break through. Instructors and teachers formed a defensive line at the gate, simultaneously receiving rescued citizens and fending off the beastly assault. All students with healing abilities, follow me. Everyone else, follow Director Lee's commands. Naiwen, battling his own discomfort, followed the injured instructor towards the gate. The flagpole plaza was packed with bedraggled casualties, huddled together as if at a crowded market. Blood snaked along the ground, and the air was filled with cries of pain. Severed limbs were scattered about, and the clothing identified them as citizens saved from the invasion of the otherworldly realm. 3 medical personnel in white coats and 2 in casual attire moved through the crowd, their hands occasionally glowing with gentle healing light. An instructor shouted, "Prioritize life-threatening injuries and those capable of fighting. Forget it, just follow Dr. Wen's orders." Dr. Wenrong was crouched on the ground, treating the wounded. Her intellectual glasses and gentle, oval face exuded a calming presence like a spring breeze. Her arms radiated a brilliant white light, and even from several meters away, Naiwen could feel a comforting warmth. Under her care, a terrifying wound from shoulder to abdomen was healing at an astonishing rate. As the reinforcements arrived, a weary smile crossed Dr. Wenrong's face. "Thank you, Instructor Zhao. These students came just in time." She quickly briefed them on the situation. The invasion was sudden, causing panic among the citizens, and several shelters were already overwhelmed. As a remote shelter, the 3rd middle school was continually receiving injured from rescue teams. Dr. Wen had exhausted her soul power multiple times, relying on recovery abilities and potions to keep going. She gave clear instructions. Prioritize treating those with red and yellow wristbands. Report any red-marked cases you can't handle directly to me. Despite facing such a scene for the first time, the trainees awkwardly but resolutely threw themselves into the rescue efforts. System notifications chimed continuously. Ding. Assisted in healing a wounded person. Support point 7. Ding. Assisted in healing a wounded person. Support point 61. Ding. Assisted in healing a wounded person. Support point 6. Normally, these points would thrill Naiwen, but now the bloody chaos around him left no room for such thoughts. The most heartbreaking moment came when he touched a cold body, a little girl of about 5 or 6, nestled in her mother's arms, a hole in her chest, her eyes vacant and devoid of life. The mother's look of despair pierced Naiwen's heart like a sharp spear. Her panicked expression and sudden outburst of hoarse wails gripped his heart as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly. Inside the shelter, there were numerous injured people, some already lifeless when they were brought in. A whirlwind of complex emotions swirled within Naiwen, forming a heavy weight on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He couldn't bear to meet the eyes of the mother and daughter, so he focused intently on performing healing spells. Ding. Treating the injured. Support points 698. The system notification chimed, and Naiwen looked up to see an elderly man in a black robe leaning weakly against the wall. The old man's face was as pale as paper, one arm was severed, and there was a deep wound on his abdomen. Despite the severity of his injuries, the man was unusually calm and even managed a reassuring smile when he noticed Naiwen's gaze. Seeing the kindness in the old man's eyes, Naiwen quickly accessed his space to check the newly acquired support points. Without hesitation, he invested all 800+ points into upgrading his healing spell. In the blink of an eye, the spell advanced from level 1 to level 4. Without taking the time to examine the specifics, Naiwen exited the space and cast 2 healing spells on the old man. The elder looked at him with surprise, clearly noticing the significant improvement in the young man's healing efficacy. Ding. Healing the injured. Support points 361. Ding. Healing the injured. Support points 237. With the new support points earned, Naiwen re-entered the space, upgraded his healing spell to level 5, and then cast 2 more spells. This time, the system only notified him of gaining 101 support points once, and then fell silent. After confirming the old man's condition had stabilized, Naiwen quickly replenished his soul power several times and turned to find the next person in urgent need of help. At that moment, he was no longer driven by the desire to accumulate support points, but was acutely aware that with the healing spell at level 5, soul power consumption had dropped to 2 of the original, while the healing effect had doubled. The higher the level of the healing spell, the more lives he could save. The spells of restoration and healing flickered continuously in Su Naiwen's hands. His movements were as mechanical as a factory worker on an assembly line, yet his heart was filled with urgency and helplessness. Each time he cast a spell, the support points he earned were mostly in single digits, occasionally reaching double digits. As for the triple-digit support points given by the old man, they were unprecedented. Despite this, his healing spell had advanced to level 6, making it 3 times as effective as a level 1 healing spell. Ordinary injuries could be healed with just 2 healing spells. Su Naiwen quietly assessed that his healing skills were on par with Instructor Li Ji, although the latter excelled in area healing while he could only perform single-target spells. While he was casting a healing spell on a young man with a torn chest, he encountered a challenging situation. All other injuries showed improvement, except for the gaping wound on the chest, which showed no signs of healing. Seeing the unfocused gaze of the injured, Su Naiwen immediately called out, "Dr. 1, I need help here." Before he finished speaking, a female doctor in a white coat was already by his side. A faint milky fragrance lingered in the air. This was Su Naiwen's first close observation of Dr. 1. Behind her intellectual glasses were bright eyes, framed by willow leaf eyebrows that aroused a sense of compassion. The slender waist and graceful curves beneath her white coat flashed momentarily. "My healing spell has no effect on this fatal wound," Su Naiwen said urgently. When Rong lightly touched the wound, her expression serious. "This is a special wound, likely caused by a high-level beast. Your healing skills aren't advanced enough yet. Go tend to others first. If you encounter similar situations, and they are critical, notify me immediately." As time passed, the number of injured brought in from outside gradually decreased. Fortunately, among the rescued citizens were many skilled in healing, and the treatment team continued to grow. Apart from those special wounds, the level 6 healing spell had a significant effect on most injuries. Gradually, the wails and groans in the shelter diminished, and people's emotions began to calm. Suddenly, Su Naiwen felt the world spinning, with a buzzing in his ears. The mental exhaustion from continuous spellcasting gave him a splitting headache, and his eyelids grew heavy. Just as he was about to collapse, a soft breeze swept past, and his back rested against something soft. Soft, so fragrant. He mumbled in a daze before falling into a deep sleep. When Rong looked at the sleeping boy in her arms, her ears turning slightly red, she sighed softly, her eyes full of admiration and compassion. This student, who had held out the longest and treated the most injured, reminded her of a loved one who was no longer there. The memory of a figure kneeling and weeping overlapped with the boy before her, pulling her into a reverie. "Sister, why? I tried my best. I really did my best." When Rong gazed at the sleeping Su Naiwen, gently brushing aside the strands of hair on his forehead, her voice was as soft as a whisper. "Sleep, sleep, sister is here." Suddenly, the radio crackled with an urgent transmission. Calling. Team 3 has not located the Black Realm core, requesting permission to explore the western side. Static permission granted. Team 3, expand your search area and converge with Team 1 to the west. Receive. On the battlefield, a deafening slash echoed all around. He wielded a double-edged axe, cleaving a towering beast, 3 times the height of a man, in half. Its purplured blood splattered onto the ground. Shaking the axe to dislodge the clinging blood, he grumbled in dissatisfaction, "Damn it, we've been searching forever and still haven't found the Black Realm core." Li Ji, clutching a silver-white staff as tall as himself, was drenched in the beast's purple blood. With a serious expression, he said, "Let's be thankful it's only a level 3 anomaly. Stop complaining and let's find the core to close this realm." "As if I need you to tell me," he snapped, cutting himself off with a curse before muttering, "Let's go." A shadow of sadness flickered in his eyes as he launched himself forward with a burst of energy, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Li Ji swung his staff, summoning 4 streams of air to swirl around him and the other 3 instructors, keeping pace effortlessly. "Old Yin." Li Ji sighed inwardly. It would be great to have a top-notch scout right now. Scouts were equipped with elite detection skills, allowing them to quickly pinpoint the core in the Black Realm, saving a lot of search time. For a city under the threat of an anomaly invasion, the faster the realm was breached, the fewer casualties and losses there would be. Suddenly, Wan He's voice broke the silence. "Woe, take back what I said earlier. Seems like we're in luck today." The sound of the axe striking the ground followed. Wan He licked his chapped lips, his gaze fixed ahead. A giant beast resembling King Kong was roaring at them, standing over 10 meters tall. Its arms were like black-red scythes drenched in blood, and its massive tail, over 10 meters long, continuously lashed the ground. A pair of blood-red wings on its back unfurled, stirring up fierce winds. "That sure is one unlikable giant." The raging wind howled, making Wan He's combat suit rustle. Even with his long-handled double-head axe, He seemed insignificant against the colossal beast towering over 10 meters high. He looked up at the massive creature with disdain, knowing he had to deal with it quickly. A sudden burst of energy erupted, with the robust soul force surging within Wan He like a roaring river coursing through his veins. His heartbeat pounded like a war drum, and the specially designed sleeves of his combat suit tore apart instantly. With a swift motion, the blurred axe blade traced a graceful arc through the air, unleashing a 10-meter-long energy slash that struck the beast's enormous body with overwhelming force. The surrounding shrubs and trees shattered, their debris pulverized into dust and hurled like cannonballs toward the beast. It let out an earth-shattering roar, the sound waves obliterating the dry leaves and branches around it. Its scythe-like arms swept across, colliding with the energy slash. The brief stalemate ended with a deafening explosion, shattering the energy slash and sending shockwaves that nearly knocked Li Ji and the others off their feet. The giant beast staggered backward from the impact, eventually crashing to the ground. Its furious roar threatened to pierce their eardrums. Li Ji swiftly swung his staff, conjuring a pale blue barrier to shield them from the sonic assault. He looked at the beast, now rising again, and commented with a hint of disappointment, "A non-intelligent leader, not much value." Wan He chuckled. With nearly 10 billion people on Earth, the intelligent ones are few and far between. You expect an intelligent beast? He flexed his shoulders, gazing into the beast's blood-red eyes, and continued, "Playing house with those rookies these past days has left me rusty. Big guy, you're out of luck. If we were in the wild black zone, I might have entertained you longer. But alas." Before he finished, Li Ji seamlessly cast an enhancement spell. A blood-red pillar of light descended, enveloping Wan He. In an instant, his eyes turned crimson, his massive frame expanded, muscles bulged, and he grew several meters taller. His clothes tore apart, leaving only a highly elastic pair of leopard print shorts. A bright yellow axe emblem appeared on his chest, its lines writhing like living creatures, quickly spreading across his chest and right arm. The once unremarkable double-head axe in his hands now glowed with a dazzling earthy yellow light. Boom. Gravity. Full coverage. The entire ground seemed to sink under the pressure. The three observing instructors' faces turned pale, but fortunately, Li Ji had cast a protective energy shield to counteract the overwhelming weight. The giant sight-harmed ape's movements became sluggish, its wings struggled to flap, and its already slow actions grew even more cumbersome. Though Wan He still appeared small compared to the giant ape, his aura dominated the confrontation. He swung the long-handled axe, intensifying the gravity. The several-meter-long energy waves surged forth again, and the lumbering ape couldn't block it in time, nearly severing one of its legs, causing dark purple blood to gush out. The ape howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, desperately flailing its scythe arms in retaliation, but Wan He easily deflected them. The sight was astonishing. The giant scythe, 10 meters in length, was effortlessly blocked by an axe merely 2 or 3 meters long. TSK, didn't eat your breakfast? Wan He derided, slicing horizontally with his axe. Amidst the piercing wails, a massive scythe, trailing a rain of dark purple blood, fell to the ground. Too weak, not worth much. He leaped up, his blood-red eyes locking onto the ape's pupils. For a brief moment, a flicker of fear towards a superior flashed in the beast's crimson eyes. Its roaring ceased abruptly as a torrent of dark purple blood drenched Wan He. The giant head thudded to the ground. "Enough noise," Wan He muttered, wiping the blood from his face and stowing his axe. The tattoos receded back to the chest emblem, flickering a few times before vanishing. "Notify the other breach teams," he instructed. "It's done. Withdraw from the black zone within an hour. All forces to focus on city cleanup." As the enhancement faded, Wan He returned to normal size, and the remarkably elastic leopard print shorts shrank accordingly. "These have more stretch than yoga pants," he joked, accepting the spare outfit Li Ji tossed over, washing off the blood with a gravity wave before putting it on. "Already informed," Li Ji replied, prying open the ape's head to extract a black and red crystal. "Oh, a spirit crystal. Not bad luck. Generally, intelligent beasts are more likely to produce skill spirit crystals. Despite its low intelligence, the giant ape unexpectedly produced a spirit crystal, which greatly pleased Wan He. He carefully accepted the crystal, lightly touching it with his fingertips to sense its quality through a stream of soul power. The way the soul power circulated within him made him nod in satisfaction. It was a fairly decent slashing skill. "This will serve as a perfect reward for that young lad Wei Wu," Wan He said, recalling the rewards he still owed the trainees. Li, standing nearby, chuckled. "You're really willing to part with a talent skill crystal extracted from the brain of a yellow-rank beast." Hearing this, the three instructors who had been idly standing by couldn't help but gaze at the spirit crystal in Wan He's hand with a hint of longing in their eyes. However, years of discipline suppressed their greed. leaving them to silently envy the trainee named Wei Wu. A yellow rank beast is already a tiered existence. Both soul masters and beasts follow the same level classification: low, medium, high, top, followed by condensing soul patterns, nurturing soul tools, and ultimately advancing from levels into ranks. Although the yellow rank is only the first of these ranks, it is vastly superior to non-ranked soul masters. In the entire city of Lingyang, ranked soul masters are rare, even when considering all types of soul masters, not just those with combat-oriented soul spirits. This underscores the rarity and value of a talent skill crystal equivalent to a yellow rank soul master. One, he paid no mind to the other instructor's thoughts. In his view, Wei Wu was exceptionally talented, and if this yellow rank talent skill crystal could make a lasting impression on him, he might choose the Southwest Military Academy of Nanzhou for further studies. Watching promising juniors enter his alma mater and eventually join his team after graduation was a gradual nurturing process that intrigued him. An hour later, He deactivated the floating illusionary portal and led the team out of the Black Realm, returning to Lingyang City. The abyss-like black realm in the sky gradually shrank until it vanished completely above Lingyang. Naiwen suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his clothes. The nightmare lingered vividly in his minda, terrifying collage of his long-lost mother, a dear friend across the ocean, and the city skyline torn open by a black void. Gigantic beasts attacked the campus, and fate weavers were locked in bloody combat. Severed limbs, spurting blood, pulsating organs. Cries of anguish and terror melded with the monster's roars. Most haunting was the hollow, desolate gaze of a little girl and her heart-wrenching screams. He glanced around, recognizing the familiar wooden bed frame of his dorm room. It wasn't a dream. He had fainted from mental exhaustion while treating the wounded. He tried to push himself up, but his limbs were weak and unresponsive. After a few moments, he managed to sit up. The dorm was empty, and the fiery glow of the sunset streamed in through the window. Checking the time, he realized it was already 6 in the evening. Normally, military training would have ended by now, yet his roommates were nowhere to be seen. Naiwen decided to set aside this mystery for the moment and turned his attention to his gains. Support points, 2027. The number almost made him faint again. Before he lost consciousness, his support points were just over 1,300. Not only had they surpassed 2,000, but they were still climbing. Combined with his newly upgraded level 6 healing skill, the rewards were indeed substantial. He examined his most powerful skill closely. Healing LV6, 711,500, which could heal minor to severe injuries by consuming soul power. The skill leaf, once gray, now emitted a white glow. A change that began when he invested 500 support points to boost it from level 3 to level 4. With each level up, the healing effect doubled, yet the soul power consumption remained at a steady 2. Over 2,000 support points were enough to create another high-level skill or significantly advance his soul power, which was stalled at just 10 progression. However, haunted by the gruesome scenes he had witnessed, his focus remained on his level 6 healing skill. He recalled Doctor when mentioning special wounds and the information he had found about innate skill crystals. The hierarchy of innate skills: gray, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple was not just a measure of levels but a comprehensive evaluation of potential and power. As illustrated online, a white level / might be more practical for a mid-level Fate Weaver due to its low consumption, while a red level Flameblade / with its elemental fire damage, would be more advantageous for a high-level Fate Weaver. After careful consideration, Naiwen gritted his teeth and invested 1,500 support points into upgrading his healing skill. A sudden flash of intense red light appeared, and the skill leaf that was white in Naiwen's hand instantly turned a vivid red. He carefully checked the attribute panel. Healing spell LV7711500 consumes soul power to heal severe injuries of a designated target. Eagerly, Naiwen immediately cast a healing spell on himself. A warm flow of energy swept through his body, so comforting that he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, his body trembling slightly. The sensation of the upgraded spell was truly indescribable. However, he was pondering a question. Would this upgraded healing spell be effective on the special wounds Dr. Wen mentioned? Due to his lack of knowledge, he was also unsure if other skills might experience similar upgrades. But for now, he needed to address his immediate needs. He could research these questions later. As for the remaining 500 auxiliary points, though he was tempted to upgrade his restoration spell, he ultimately decided to hold on to them for emergencies. This recent incursion into the realm served as a vivid lesson. Even though he was fortunate to stay within the shelter, the fierce battle at the school gates and the sight of the wounded in the square made him acutely aware that this world was far more dangerous than his previous life. As a support character, mastering some self-defense skills was essential. He couldn't help but imagine a scenario where he was leisurely lounging at home, enjoying the air conditioning while watching TV and eating watermelon, when suddenly a three-meter gorilla wielding dual scythes crashed in and started swinging. The thought was terrifying. Picking up his phone, he saw that his parents had made over a dozen missed calls, and messages on FaceTune were flooding in. Knowing that his father was on a business trip across states and his mother was working at the First People's Hospital in Lingyang City, an important shelter, he felt somewhat relieved. As he browsed through his parents' messages, from initial anxiety to relief and encouragement after receiving the school's safety notification, a wave of familial warmth washed over him. He immediately dialed his mother's number, wanting to personally confirm her safety. However, as soon as the call connected, he was greeted by his mother's familiar yelling. "You finally called. I'm busy here. Gotta go. Don't bother me." Naiwen opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a second word, the call was disconnected, leaving only a dial tone. Stepping out of the dormitory, Naiwen was stunned by the scene before him. The entire campus, apart from the dormitory area, was engulfed in chaos and noise. The cafeteria and its surrounding areas were particularly crowded. Not only were all the seats inside occupied, but even the lawns outside were packed with people, forming an impenetrable wall of humanity. A diverse group of refugees had gathered there, some silent, others whispering softly. Most were in tattered clothes, their faces weary. Some bore expressions of relief for having survived a disaster, others were anxious from being separated from loved ones, and some were devastated by the loss of family. In stark contrast to these disheveled crowds, a group of neatly dressed students moved among them, distributing boxed meals and bottled water from thermal containers. "Hey one, you're awake." Wei Wu, who was handing out bottled water, immediately recognized Naiwen standing there in a daze. He hurriedly passed the water container to someone else and rushed over. "Dr. Wen said you were exhausted and performed a cleansing technique on you. After some rest, you should be fine. How are you feeling now?" Seeing the concern in Wei Wu's eyes, Naiwen was touched, especially when he thought of his parents' indifference. Overwhelmed with emotion, he couldn't help but hug Wei Wu. One, Wei Wu said, gently prying Naiwen's arms off him. "I have no prejudice against the special community, but I'm still quite traditional in my thinking. Get lost." Naiwen rolled his eyes and playfully punched Wei Wu in the waist. Wei Wu stepped back, rubbing his waist and pretending to pout. "One, even if you can't have me, there's no need for this. Enough with the jokes. I'm starving. Do you have any food?" Naiwen nearly gave him a hard smack. Watching this big, burly guy make a pouting face gave him goosebumps. Besides, this guy had only awakened a few days ago, yet his body was already so tough that the punch made Naiwen's arm tingle. Just then, a commotion erupted at the cafeteria entrance. A group of thugs with brightly dyed hair were surrounding two students in military training uniforms, shoving and insulting them. They were unhappy with the quality of the boxed meals and rudely demanded the students fetch them chairs. A passerby tried to intervene, but the leader of the thugs, with green hair, threatened him with a butterfly knife. The blade glowed with a faint white soul energy, creating small energy waves as it sliced through the air. The sight made everyone present turn pale. Anyone who could channel soul energy into a weapon was at least a mid-level Fate Master, and this person was clearly a combat type. Since the Arbitration Council had lured all combat-type Fate Masters to clear out the remaining beasts in the city with rewards, those left at the school were mostly non-combat types, making the situation even more precarious. In the open space at the entrance of the cafeteria, a tense standoff was unfolding. A group of thugs with brightly dyed hair had surrounded two students, their knives glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Passers-by who initially considered stepping and hesitated upon seeing the intimidating group, stepping back instead. The large area was sparsely populated, and those who noticed the scene chose to remain silent. Just as the situation reached a boiling point, a figure caught everyone's attention, a bloodied young man in military training attire, expressionless, walking towards the confrontation. Behind him, a burly figure followed closely. One go. The two besieged students exclaimed, both relieved and hesitant at the sight of their unexpected ally. Naiwen glanced at the unfamiliar faces with a hint of surprise, clearly not recognizing them as classmates. Is my reputation really that widespread? He mused internally, attributing it to his striking appearance. So, what's going on here? Naiwen nodded at the pair, acknowledging them. Strangely, his presence seemed to bolster the two students, easing their previously fearful expressions. Noticing their continued apprehension, Naiwen frowned. Are they unhappy with the boxed meals we provided? If they have issues with the meals, they should take it up with the school authorities, not you. The class meeting is about to start. Hurry back. Hey, who the hell are you, kid? The green-haired youth with a knife was clearly annoyed by Naiwen's dismissive demeanor, though the bloodstains on his uniform gave him pause. Naiwen cast a cold glance at the group of delinquents. With a past life spent navigating small cliques in middle and high school, he was all too familiar with these types who preyed on weaker students to assert their presence. He hadn't expected anyone to be foolish enough to openly bully students on school grounds. What the hell did you just say? Someone among the colorful-haired group shouted, ready to charge, but was held back by the green-haired leader. Naiwen thought to himself that these thugs must have felt emboldened, knowing the teachers were busy dealing with the aftermath of the beast invasion. Hey kid, do you have any idea who I am? Haven't you ever been cornered after school? A thug with green-dyed hair taunted, his butterfly knife glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Naiwen glanced around, noticing a few students distributing lunchboxes and water heading their way. He chuckled. You think dyeing your hair green makes you famous? Wow, you must be quite the socialite. This remark pushed the green-haired thug over the edge. He lunged forward, grabbing Naiwen by the collar and pressing the knife close to his face. Say that again, I dare you. Let go. Don't push me. Naiwen ignored the blade at his face and raised a hand to stop Wei Wu, who was about to intervene, while glaring coldly at his attacker. Under Naiwen's piercing gaze, the thug couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. It was the first day of school at Lingyang High. The thug had planned to extort pocket money from students nearby, but was caught off guard by an otherworldly invasion. A three-turtle scythe-wielding gorilla had chased them, leaving the bully, who usually preyed on weaker students, scrambling for safety inside the school's sanctuary. Remembering his embarrassing flight in front of his gang, the thug felt frustrated. Spotting two students delivering food, he saw an opportunity to regain his dignity, especially since the combat instructors and teachers were busy dealing with the invading beasts. However, he hadn't counted on running into a blood-soaked, formidable opponent. The blood on Naiwen was from rescuing people in the square, but the thug knew nothing of this. Now stuck in a predicament, unsure of how to end this standoff, Naiwen made the decision for him. Suddenly, the thug felt his grip loosen, and with a thud, Naiwen was on the ground. Oh no, murder! Someone's attacking with a knife. Naiwen's cries echoed around them. The thug and his gang were stunned, as were Wei Wu and the other onlookers. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Dozens of students appeared from all directions, surrounding the thug's group. Naiwen had planned ahead, sending for reinforcements before the confrontation. This all happened at the side entrance of the cafeteria, a typically quiet area, which was why the thug dared to act so boldly. He targeted freshmen in military training uniforms, knowing that upperclassmen were more formidable. What's going on? Whose blood is this? Who are you people, daring to attack someone in our school with a knife? Angry voices demanded answers. Panicking, the thug stammered, "Two didn't touch him. He fell on his own." Clutching his wound, Naiwen groaned, his face pale. Do you think the school's big shots are blind? Just because the food delivery wasn't to your taste, you attack with a knife? That's terrifying. A senior with thick eyebrows and a buzz cut stepped forward. I saw you at the school gate. You're the ones collecting protection money, right? The crowd quickly corroborated his accusation. In the end, the thug and his gang were detained. A bespectacled girl used healing magic on Naiwen. Although not as effective as his own healing abilities, it sufficed. Thank you, Naiwen said politely. The girl adjusted her thick glasses, excitedly exclaiming, You're the milk god, aren't you? I saw you saving people in the square. You rescued more injured than all of us combined. Are you a natural fate awakener? Your fate must be a grade. Naiwen interrupted her endless chatter with a sigh. Girl, you sure talk a lot. Also, let's keep it civil, all right? As he watched the girl chatter like a sparrow, Naiwen could only wonder. What on earth is a milk god? The classroom was nearly empty, with only a few people scattered around. When Naiwen walked in, a few guys he had gotten along with during military training noticed the bloodstains on his clothes and approached him with concern. In these chaotic times, their reaction wasn't overly dramatic after all. It was common for students assisting with the injured to have some blood on them. Naiwen patted his chest to indicate he was fine and eagerly pulled out a lunchbox from the drawer, devouring its contents. Just as he was engrossed in his meal, a figure appeared before him. Looking up, he saw it was Jiangling. Jiangling looked even more disheveled than he did. Her usually neat short hair was in disarray, her clothes were stained with dark red blood, and a tear in her sleeve revealed a pale forearm. This puzzled Naiwen. Normally, the instructors would call on students with ranged abilities to assist, not those who should be on the front lines. Jiangling's appearance suggested she had been doing more than casting skills from a distance. Assuming she just wanted to pass by, Naiwen instinctively moved aside. To his surprise, Jiangling spoke up, Tomorrow morning, I want to go out of the school to clear some beast infestations. Want to join my team? MPH. What? Naiwen mumbled, his mouth full of food. Maybe swallow your food before you speak, Jiangling said with a hint of exasperation. Naiwen gulped down his food and looked puzzled. Aren't we students? Why do we need to go out and clear beasts? Despite her disheveled appearance, Jiangling's smile was still sweet. The school isn't forcing anyone. There's a teacher leading it, and those who want to experience real combat can join. I'm interested in some hands-on combat. Seriously? The school is that bold? Naiwen, who came from the 21st century where even scolding students could lead to complaints, couldn't fathom the school leadership's courage. Jiangling patiently explained that participating in the cleanup required meeting three conditions: possessing combat or essential support abilities, signing a personal liability waiver, and forming a capable team. Moreover, the supervising teacher would only take them to areas already cleared near the borders, which were basically safe. Such arrangements were unimaginable in Naiwen's original world, where even minor injuries during outdoor activities could lead to complications. But here, in a world of superpowers, high school students were already risking their lives, albeit with a low chance of fatality. Faced with Jiangling's invitation, Naiwen hesitated. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary worker who had never faced real life-and-death situations. The oppressive and terrifying sight of the swarming beasts during the invasion still haunted him. The horrific injuries he saw while helping the wounded, missing limbs, disemboweled bodies, and especially that little girl with a hole in her chest and lifeless eyes left him shaken. Seeing Naiwen's reluctance, Jiangling felt a twinge of disappointment but maintained her smile. No worries, I'll ask someone else. She understood his hesitation in this relatively peaceful era. Few were willing to confront creatures that could take their lives. Beast invasions in the Jiuzhou region only happened a few times a year, and the odds of one occurring directly over a city were even lower. This time, Lingsha City had been unlucky. The last city-threatening invasion in Jiuzhou was 8 years ago. With over 600 cities at this frequency, many might never encounter such an event in their lifetime. Jiangling returned to her seat and gracefully began eating from her lunchbox, a stark contrast to Naiwen on the other side, who was gobbling down his food. Oops! Naiwen exclaimed as he finished eating and tossed his lunchbox, missing the trash can. Embarrassed, he glanced around to ensure no one noticed before sheepishly retrieving it. With a smooth, confident motion, Naiwen slam-dunked the crumpled paper into the trash can. He grinned with satisfaction, tilted his head back, and gulped down some water to wash down his meal. What time are we meeting tomorrow, and where? Jiangling turned to him, her eyes bright and clear, with a grain of rice still clinging to the corner of her mouth. You agreed? She asked, her voice filled with surprise and delight. Yeah, I took a distant look at the exotic beasts today, but it wasn't enough. Tomorrow, I plan to get a closer look, Naiwen replied casually, his tone deliberately nonchalant. He had come to a realization. Avoidance might be shameful but useful. However, if everyone chose to avoid, humanity would face a tragic and futile end. The scenes from the square still haunted his mind, the fleeing citizens, the wounded waiting for rescue, especially the lifeless gaze of the little girl and the heart-wrenching cries of the mother. These images shackled his heart. Even now, fear lingered within him. But what could fear solve? This invasion from another realm had made Naiwen acutely aware that the world was far less safe than he had imagined. Although statistics showed that such invasions were rare, Lingsha City had been unlucky this time. Yet disasters never heed probabilities. Once they strike, they are 100% real. What if he had been on his way to school then? What if this invasion had been of a higher level? What if his mother wasn't at the hospital, and his father hadn't been on a business trip? This disaster, deemed not highly severe, had already caused many to lose their loved ones, friends, and even their lives forever. He knew he was fortunate this time, but who could guarantee the same luck next time? What he desperately needed now was strength, not just the enhancement of his soul power and skills, but more importantly, the growth of his inner self. Can someone truly be called strong without the heart of a warrior? Perhaps with his advantage, Naiwen could indeed become such a strong person. But he was well aware that when the strength of the heart does not match the power one possesses, problems are bound to arise. In the early morning, the sky mirrored the color of the sea, and bright, gentle sunlight streamed through the dormitory windows. Naiwen pushed open the balcony door, and a gust of dusty air mixed with the scent of blood instantly disrupted the morning's tranquility. He quickly got dressed and rushed towards the plaza with empty hands. By the flagpole, he immediately spotted Jiangling. She stood there gracefully in sportswear, exuding a serene elegance. However, after witnessing her single-handedly wielding 2 flags to thrash the entire class of boys, Naiwen found it hard to associate the word serene with her. Didn't expect you to actually come, Jiangling said with a smile in her eyes as she saw him. What, you didn't believe what I said? No, it's just that quite a few people backed out at the last minute. Jiangling pointed to the students gathered below the flagpole. There were at least 400 people here earlier. Naiwen surveyed the area and saw only about 50 people remaining, which surprised him. Lingyang Third High wasn't a top school, but with its excellent environment and ample faculty, it attracted many students each year. The school had around 3,000 students, and aside from the freshmen, there were over 500 combat-type life masters in the upper grades. Yet now, only this few were left. Jiangling handed him 2 forms. One was a waiver detailing the consequences of not following instructions. The other was an application form that was almost laughable. It required them to hunt a beast of the same level. Even more frustrating was that failure would earn them the label of incompetent life master, displayed in the school hall for 3 days, while the reward for success wasn't mentioned at all. Naiwen signed his name on this big sucker clause with a wry smile and filled out his personal information. The bald teacher responsible for reviewing the forms took it and scrutinized him several times. A low-level life master who just awakened in the first year? And with a supportive life soul like Renshin? Naiwen nodded blankly, and the form was promptly returned. No, too weak. Go back to the classroom and study. Just as Naiwen was feeling awkward, Jiangling intervened. Teacher, he's in my group, and his healing skills are very effective. This piqued the teacher's interest. He remembered Jiangling, a prodigy who reached intermediate life master status in her first year. Anyone she acknowledged had to be remarkable. Then show us your healing skills. Naiwen immediately cast a healing spell, and a dazzling green light enveloped the teacher. The balding teacher couldn't help but let out a contented sigh, causing the surrounding students to exchange bewildered glances. Wow, it's the healing god, someone exclaimed. This nickname made Naiwen want to disappear. Voices of recognition echoed around him, as some realized he was the freshman who had treated nearly 100 people at the school gate the previous day, with healing abilities surpassing those of upperclassmen. After experiencing the healing effect, the teacher looked at Naiwen with bright eyes. Impressive healing ability. For a low-level life master to have such strong healing, this kid is definitely a genius. He might just become a leading figure in medical sciences one day. Well, your application is approved. The teacher with the receding hairline spoke with a hint of concern in his voice. However, I still advise you not to participate in these cleaning activities. Of course, it's entirely up to you. He gestured towards the equipment room nearby. If you need anything, you can go over there and pick out a suitable weapon. Inside the equipment room, an impressive array of weapons was neatly displayed. Heavy sandbags, crash mats, and target markers were spread throughout, with racks full of standard weapons. Although this was just a small storage area, there were more advanced tools in the mountain strength training equipment, testing devices, high-speed moving targets, and a simple weight room were all available in the martial arts hall. Naiwen walked into the equipment room, his gaze sweeping over various swords, spears, and a few standard longbows. He picked up a specially crafted broadsword, which was quite heavy, weighing at least a dozen pounds. Looking up, he noticed that among the senior students gathered under the flagpole, some were casually swinging such heavy swords, making him secretly relieved that he had put it down in time. After a moment of thought, he finally chose a broken staff over a meter long. It was originally the shaft of a beginner's standard spear, with one end cut at an angle, clearly having been chopped off. He weighed it in his hands. Although a bit heavy, it was manageable. His past experience as a school bully made him particularly familiar with sticks, giving him more confidence compared to swords and knives. As he turned around, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Jiangling was carrying a specially crafted spear 3 meters long, with a dark shaft as thick as an egg and engraved with anti-slip patterns. The silver-white spearhead gleamed menacingly. This heavy weapon looked strikingly out of place against her slender frame, yet she handled it with ease. Have you chosen? Jiangling glanced at the broken staff in his hand, raising an eyebrow slightly before her expression returned to calm. Let's go. The brief change in her expression left Naiwen feeling humiliated. He forced himself to say, maybe you should just leave me out. Jiangling turned to scrutinize him seriously, a slight smile playing on her lips. It's okay, you're strong. Besides, you're quite capable. Her words of obvious consolation only made Naiwen more dejected. He followed silently behind Jiangling, who carried the spear, their contrasting presence drawing quite a few curious glances. Finally, the teacher with the receding hairline addressed the remaining people. Now, those of you who are left can get to know each other. It's best if you can form teams of 3 to 5. This way, you can efficiently take down the beasts. The once lively campus is now hosting a special cleanup event. Although the school encouraged students to participate in teams, the unexpected tasks listed on the application form have deterred many. The remaining students, though scattered, are upperclassmen who have been around for a year or two, each with their own skills and a bit of a reputation in their grade. These students often encounter each other in combat classes, so they are already familiar with one another. Naturally, they quickly formed small groups. However, as the only 2 first-year students, Jiangling and Naiwen seemed out of place. Even though some knew of their impressive abilities, no one felt comfortable enough to invite them due to their unfamiliarity. While the 2 stood quietly aside, and others hesitated whether to include them, a burly figure approached with large strides. Do you think we should add a dark horse? Jihu looked puzzled. Naiwen chuckled awkwardly. Of course, but don't you have any teammates, senior? Jihu nodded. They're all away for training, not at school. Let's state our positions first. Naiwen was confused. Are we playing a game? Reporting positions? Zhongling, however, was quite familiar with the process. Zhongling, Intermediate Life Master, Life Path Combat Element Class, can support or attack. Ji, whose gaze fell on the long spear on Zhongling's shoulder, his expression a bit peculiar. Element Class? All right. Su Naiwen, Junior Life Master, Life Path Support Class Healing Type? Position. Support. Su Naiwen mimicked Zhongling's way of reporting his role, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. He thought to himself, even if he hadn't seen a pig run, he should at least know what pork looks like. So, he followed Zhongling's template, albeit hesitantly. As for whether he truly counted as healing type, judging by appearances, he supposed he might be. Ji, who briefly introduced himself, Senior Fate Master, specialized in combat-oriented fate, capable of both support and secondary attack. He nodded in satisfaction. Our team of 3 is well-balanced, ready for action. Su Naiwen thought to himself that if he had a phone and some teammates, he might have thought they were starting a game. Just then, a familiar voice made him instinctively straighten up. Looking up, he saw Wan He in full combat gear standing there. Though he had a roguish air, his posture was strong, and the scar on his face appeared even more menacing as he grinned. Hello again, freshman. Hello, instructor, Su Naiwen replied, standing at attention. Enough with the formalities. Here, this is the talent skill crystal I promised you. Take it. Su Naiwen fumbled to catch the crystal, feeling the energy with Thina White grade healing skill. Though it was redundant for someone like him who had mastered level 7 healing, he carefully put it away. After all, he had used this crystal to bribe Wei Wu's 5 roommates for a victory. One, he didn't care about how Su Naiwen would use the crystal. He was supposed to return to his unit after yesterday's military exercise, but was delayed by a level 3 otherworldly invasion. A challenging invasion would have been nice, but it was trash. Even the leader was weak, took it down in 3 hits. Now I'm stuck babysitting these kids. Instructor Wan, most of the students are here. Shall we depart? Asked the balding teacher. Let's wait a bit longer. Not everyone is here yet, Wan He replied nonchalantly. We're training soldiers. Might as well train the ones I like. Just then, a burly young man with a large machete arrived with Li Ji at the flagpole. Xiao Wu. Wen Ge. Seeing Wei Wu, Su Naiwen was both surprised and not. Throughout the Tindi training, Wan He's admiration for Wei Wu was obvious. Since you know each other, Wei Wu will join your group, Wan He said. Thank you, Instructor Wan. Wei Wu cheerfully ran over to join Su Naiwen and the others. Wan He stepped onto the platform, surveying the 50-plus trainees below. I have only one requirement: follow orders. If anyone wants to act recklessly, don't blame others for the consequences. Let's move out. The group boarded the bus at the school gate. The dilapidated cityscape outside was shocking. Cracked asphalt roads filled with murky red water. Leaning oak trees, with only a few still standing tall. It was a stark contrast to the intact school grounds. As they moved deeper into the city, the devastation worsened. Collapsed buildings, broken walls, and sunken ground. While the inner city structures were less damaged, they were all unstable. The students' initial chatter faded into silence. It wasn't until they saw the site for corpse disposal that they understood why there were no beasts or human bodies outside. By 2 large trucks, a dozen guards in protective suits were working. One truck was filled with beast remains, easily handled by the guards. The other had a tiered compartment, neatly organizing human remains. Discarded organs were piled carelessly nearby. The gruesome sight triggered a wave of nausea among the students, causing them to vomit. Damn it, who's paying to clean this bus now? The driver angrily exclaimed. Wan He patted the driver's shoulder. Oh, they're just kids. If they don't complete the hunt, just give them a beating. No need to waste the trip or dirty the bus. Hearing this, the students quickly disembarked, met by a nauseating mix of blood and earth. Even Su Naiwen, who had assisted in medical procedures just yesterday, looked pale. Ah, that familiar smell. Wan He grinned. Get used to it. You might miss it someday. As the students retched, he added with a mischievous smile. You better work hard later. For lunch, there's hot pot with tripe, lung slices, pig liver, ox throat, brains, and kidneys. Quite a feast. The students, barely steady, doubled over again. Only a few like Ji Hu and Jiang Ling managed to hold it together, though pale, while Wei Wu seemed unfazed, even hungry true to his bloodthirsty nature. Li Ji gave Wan He a disapproving look, curbing his antics. Enough. Get yourselves together. There's no time for this on the battlefield. He turned to address the group. The 4 blocks ahead are our responsibility to clear. The task is simple. Finish the sweep, and we're done. Let's get moving. The praying mantis long-tailed ape is a unique mythical creature, classified primarily by its size. The lower-tier ones are about the height of an average person, mid-ear reach approximately 2 meters, height-ear exceed 3 meters, while the top-tier can grow over 5 meters tall, with their tails often matching their height. Although many of the high and top-tier praying mantis long-tailed apes have been largely eradicated, vigilance against the remaining ones is still necessary. You can now split into small teams for action, but remember to return by 6 o'clock. Hunt down the praying mantis long-tailed apes and collect their tail tips. The more you collect, the greater the reward. This announcement instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the trainees, who were eager to start. Don't stray beyond the designated district. The bespectacled teacher watched the flock of eager students, shook his head with a sigh, and turned to the other instructors, saying, Instructor Juan, Instructor Lee, please keep an eye on them. The teachers nodded with a smile, acknowledging it as part of their duty. Juan he yawned lazily and said, Tell the principal I've repaid the favor. Before he finished speaking, he had already dashed to the top of the tallest building 4 blocks away, leaving a gust of wind in his wake. Li Ji gave the other teachers an apologetic smile. He's a bit rough around the edges, so please bear with him, he said, as a staff appeared in his hand out of thin air, and he gracefully flew towards another high-rise. The other teachers exchanged weary smiles, and each found a vantage point to ensure they could respond quickly to any emergencies. What's the plan? Go straight for the kill? Or do you guys want some practice? Jihu asked with a grin. This cleanup was proving to be much simpler than expected, as the higher-tier beasts had already been dealt with. His interest was piqued by the 3 first-year students before him: a prodigy awakener, a newly minted healer, and a promising recruit favored by the strongest instructor. Xiao Wu and I are facing these beasts for the first time. Can we find something suitable for practice first? Su Naiwen asked sheepishly. With Jihu's prowess as a high-level life master, if he went all out, only Jiang Ling might hold her own, while he and Wei Wu would likely just be spectators. Winning effortlessly was easy, but it deprived them of valuable experience. Jihu readily agreed. Sure, I'm here just to pass the time anyway, and the rewards are probably average. Consider it my duty as a senior. Thank you, Senior Ji, Jiang Ling said, hoisting her spear. If we encounter a single mid-tier beast, I'd like to try handling it alone. No problem. Jihu, despite his stern appearance, was surprisingly accommodating. The 4 of them crossed the security line and entered the designated area. In an alleyway, 2 or 3 praying mantis long-tailed apes were aimlessly wandering, occasionally slashing at walls and structures with their scythe-like forelimbs. Not bad, 2 mid-tier and 1 low-tier. I'll take care of 1 mid-tier, and you guys can handle the rest? Thanks, Senior. Wei Wu's eyes burned with excitement as he eagerly drew the long sword from his back. The sword, with its black hilt wrapped in red anti-slip fabric, had a blade over a meter long and a palm wide, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, yet it seemed quite agile in his hands. Nice sword, Jihu complimented, then quickly warned, Here they come, get ready for battle. Perhaps the sound of the sword being drawn alerted them, as the 3 praying mantis long-tailed apes turned in unison. Their blood-red eyes fixated on the group, baring their teeth and emitting deafening roars, they charged, brandishing their scythe-like forelimbs and swinging their long tails. Su Naiwen immediately cast 3 armor spells, boosting his companions, and then fortified himself with armor and 2 healing spells to replenish his depleting soul power. For this mission, he had invested all of his remaining 500 support points from the previous day into leveling up his skills. Armor spell LV30500, which consumes soul power to form invisible armor around the target. Immobilize LV30500, which emits a beam to temporarily immobilize the target. Su Naiwen, who has reached the 10th level of spiritual awakening, possesses enhanced senses to a slight degree, as well as a level 7 healing ability and a level 3 restoration skill. This is the extent of his current powers. Jihu gently brushed his hand over the invisible armor he wore, slightly surprised that Su Naiwen had such capabilities. However, to him, this level of armor seemed as effective as a foam board, practically useless. With a single step, Jihu launched himself like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before a mantis-tailed ape. Before the creature could swing its scythe-like claws, there was a resounding boom as purplish-red liquid, resembling dragon fruit juice, and white tofu-like debris exploded from the impact, splattering across the wall like a grotesque flower. Jihu gracefully leapt back a few steps, landing steadily at the alley's entrance. He casually flicked the purplish-red blood from his hand, wiped it with a wet tissue, and discarded it, all while calmly observing the headless mantis-tailed ape collapse to the ground. Elegant. Truly elegant. Su Naiwen stood in awe at the sight of Jihu defeating the enemy with a single punch, thinking that if such a punch landed on him, he might just explode. The system notification sounded. Ding. Assisted in killing a mid-level beast, helping humanity in their plight. Assistance points 5. Ding. Assisted Jihu in completing the battle. Assistance points 11. Before Su Naiwen could fully process what had happened, he heard the crackling sound of electricity. Jiang Ling's short, flowing hair and delicate profile flashed by as her 3-meter-long spear, encircled by purple arcs of electricity, traced a path of sparking illusions through the air. In an instant, the spear pierced through the neck of another mid-level manti-scaled ape. With a graceful shout, Zhang Ling shook the massive head free, deftly sidestepping the gushing dragon fruit-like juice. Meanwhile, Wei Wu demonstrated his own ferocity. With a swift horizontal slash of his long blade, he severed the creature's scythe-like arms, following up with a rising dragon slash that cleanly bisected the beast. Witnessing all this, Su Naiwen couldn't help but think to himself, maybe I should just leave. Leaving is not an option. A series of system notifications rang out. 5 points for assisting in defeating a mid-level beast, 1 point for assisting Zhang Ling in battle, another 5 points for killing a low-level beast, and 5 more points for helping Jihu in combat. This barrage of notifications quickly changed Su Naiwen's mindset. The beasts haven't been cleared out yet, and the city hasn't returned to peace. How can I just leave like this? Su Naiwen resolved internally, contributing to the city's rebuilding and creating a peaceful environment for the people is what I should be doing. Although he said this, he couldn't help but grumble internally about the mere 1 point he got for assisting Zhang Ling. Jihu looked intently at Zhang Ling and Wei Wu. During yesterday's battle at the schoolgate shelter, Zhang Ling's strength was already on par with second-year experts, and it seemed she had held back somewhat. As for this baby-faced giant, Wei Wu, he was an anomaly among the freshmen who had ever seen a newcomer become so strong just 10 days after awakening. Has your fate awakening period ended? Jihu couldn't help but ask. What? Wei Wu looked confused. Jihu then remembered that Wei Wu had just completed military training and hadn't begun formal cultivation courses yet. Su Naiwen explained. He's asking if you can sense your soul power and if it's growing daily. Oh, that. Wei Wu suddenly understood. After the fate awakening, can't you cultivate on your own? It's normal for the soul power to grow daily, isn't it? Jihu was too shocked to speak. Autonomous soul power cultivation? Usually, after the fate awakening period, without choosing a meditation technique, there's no soul power growth at all. When did you first sense your soul power? Su Naiwen pressed on. Coach Wan said I have average aptitude, and I sensed it on the 3rd day. Wei Wu scratched his head and grinned. Everyone present was stunned. Zhang Ling explained that an ordinary person would need about 1/20th of the progress of a low-level fate master to sense qi, around 5. Sensing soul power in 3 days meant a growth rate of at least 1.7 per day. Generally, a daily growth of 2 is considered a super genius. Su Naiwen couldn't help but scrutinize Wei Wu closely, wondering if this guy also had some special system. Even more astonishing was when Wei Wu mentioned that Coach Wan taught him a skill last night, using a yellow talent skill crystal. Jihu nearly popped his eyes out at the word yellow from gray, white, red, orange to yellow. That's a qualitative leap. Yellow-grade entry-level talent skills are not only powerful but also control soul power consumption, making them extremely rare growth skills. And Wei Wu learned it in just 1 night. Such talent was simply breathtaking. Learning a gray skill and a yellow skill using talent skill crystals was like the difference between heaven and earth. Su Naiwen secretly calculated that lighting up a gray leaf on the talent tree might take only 50 to 100 points, but a yellow leaf, even without considering the soul power requirement, might take 5,000 or even 50,000 points. Why don't we just focus on killing the beasts first? Jihu didn't want to continue the conversation, fearing his mindset might collapse. The incredible talent of the baby-faced strongman Wei Wu is truly astonishing. Even more enviable is the fact that he has mastered the Huang-level talent skill, Lingjing. Such a treasure commands a 7-figure price tag in the market, even for the most basic one. Witnessing this, everyone present couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. For Su Naiwen, the blow was particularly severe. He had thought that elevating his healing technique to the red level was impressive enough, only to find that Wei Wu had mastered a Huang-level talent skill overnight. Ironically, Su had deliberately slowed his training, fearing that advancing his soul power beyond 10 might attract unwanted attention. In contrast, Wei Wu's soul power progress was nearing 20, perhaps even surpassing it. At this moment, Su Naiwen deeply realized. For geniuses, what seems like the ceiling to ordinary people might just be the floor beneath their feet. Zhang Ling's gaze shifted back and forth between Wei Wu and Su Naiwen, her eyes gleaming with contemplative light, clearly calculating something. The 4 of them continued to hunt the mantis longtail apes. Jihu stayed at the rear, Zhang Ling wielded her spear with fierce intensity, and Wei Wu's swordsmanship grew increasingly refined, each strike more decisive than the last. Su Naiwen crouched at the back, wielding a broken staff, alternating between casting armor spells and healing spells. Though he only managed to assist a few times, he still earned a decent amount of support points. After careful calculation, Su Naiwen discovered that killing a low to mid-level exotic beast guaranteed 5 support points. Additional earnings depended on the mood of the one being assisted. Zhang Ling, feeling he wasn't much help, would only award him 1 point each time. Wei Wu, being more generous, typically gave 4 or 5 points, and the high-level Jihu would give a minimum of 11 points. Drawing from his experience of healing the injured the previous day, Su Naiwen deduced a pattern. When assisting low to mid-level life masters, he could earn between 1 to 10 points depending on his actual help and their mood. For high-level and top-tier life masters, the range fluctuated between 10 to 100 points. He recalled the elder he treated at the square, who must have been a formidable figure, as the treatment alone earned him 3-digit support points. Judging by the elder's severely injured state, he likely wasn't a combat-type life master. At that moment, Jihu noticed a lone low-level mantis longtail ape and, seeing that Su Naiwen was bored and distracted, suggested, "There's a lone one over there. Want to give it a try?" Hearing this, Su Naiwen's eyes lit up immediately. Gazing at the low-level mantis longtail ape wandering between the shops, his face showed a look of eager anticipation. Su Naiwen tiptoed cautiously towards the dilapidated storefront. Inside, a mantis-tailed ape was aimlessly wandering. Taking a deep breath, he cast a protective shield on himself and then lunged forward. The beast sensed the movement and was about to turn when Su Naiwen acted swiftly. A beam of light shot from his hand paralysis spell. The light struck the target directly. He then bent his knees and leaped, his staff crashing down on the creature's head with the force of a mountain. With a resounding bang, purplured blood splattered as the creature's skull caved in. The recoil forced Su Naiwen to step back, his hands tingling from the impact. The paralysis beam shattered and dissipated. The mantis-tailed ape, in excruciating pain, let out a piercing scream and lashed out wildly with its scythe-like arms. Su Naiwen's nerves tightened, and he quickly retreated a few steps to evade the frenzied attack. Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air as a slender black tail whipped towards him. His pupils constricted, and he barely managed to dodge, but the force sent him flying. Wei Wu's face changed drastically at the sight, ready to rush forward, but Zhang Ling's spear blocked his way. "What are you doing? Move!" Wei Wu shouted, trying to knock the spear aside, but Zhang Ling's firm grip nearly disarmed him. "He's fine, watch," Zhang Ling said sternly. "If he goes to the battlefield, can you always be there to help him? Trust him. He's not weak." Faced with Zhang Ling's challenge, Wei Wu gritted his teeth and backed down. By now, Su Naiwen had gotten back on his feet, cursing as he brushed off the dust. Seeing he was unharmed, Wei Wu sighed in relief and turned away with a huff. Zhang Ling watched with satisfaction, a smile tugging at her lips. Su Naiwen looked at the still rampaging beast, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Watching his companions effortlessly hunt down creatures, he had thought it would be just as easy. Little did he know how tough this creature's skull was, and the power behind its tail was overwhelming. Thankfully, he had the protective spell. He quickly cast a second layer of armor on himself, grateful the spell effects didn't stack, or had have added 10 more layers. The mantis-tailed ape, seemingly dazed by the blow, staggered towards him. Su Naiwen shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. Having narrowly escaped death, he was both frightened and furious. Gripping his staff tightly, he charged forward with a shout. "Damn it!" he cursed, releasing another paralysis spell. As the beam connected, he was already upon the beast. Amid a stream of furious curses, his staff rained down like a storm. Purplured fluid splattered everywhere until he felt the staff hit empty air, and the sound of a heavy body hitting the ground signaled the end. Surveying the carnage, Su Naiwen stumbled away to vomit. "Brutal stuff," Jihu commented, his mouth twitching at the sight of the beast's corpse, oblivious to how his own method of punching heads apart wasn't much different. Zhang Ling tossed him a bottle of water with a smile. "Rinse your mouth." Su Naiwen took the bottle, taking a moment to recover. This was his first kill after all, a far cry from his previous life where he let others handle the knives at the market. A timely system notification chimed in. "Dang! Successfully killed a mid-level beast solo. Aiding humanity in crisis reward. 10 support points." Hearing this, Su Naiwen felt a bit better. "A spirit crystal," Jihu exclaimed, spotting a gray crystal in the blood pool while collecting the beast's tail tip. "You've got some luck." He cleaned the crystal and tossed it to Su Naiwen. "A gray-level talent skill crystal, worth a couple thousand. It's yours by rights." Zhang Ling and Wei Wu had no objections to this. The four continued hunting mantis-tailed apes, mostly low to mid-level beasts. With Jihu, a high-level life master, leading the way, there were no real surprises. The most thrilling encounter was when they were surrounded by 7 mantis-tailed apes. Jihu displayed astonishing combat prowess, with each punch landing precisely and lethally. The 3 intermediate mantis-tailed apes were as fragile as paper in his presence. Zhang Ling was equally formidable, her spear moving like a dragon as she dispatched 2 beasts in just 3 moves. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Wei Wu and Su Naiwen seized the rare opportunity for real combat. After several previous encounters, Wei Wu's swordsmanship had noticeably improved. His blocks, reversals, and slashes were executed seamlessly, efficiently taking down his opponent. With the support of his teammates, Su Naiwen gradually found his own rhythm in battle, using a binding spell to immobilize his foes before delivering a solid blow. repeating this tactic to single-handedly defeat 3 low-level long-tailed apes. Unbeknownst to them, the 4-person team had already cleared threats from half the block. Watching from a rooftop, Wanhee nodded silently, particularly impressed with Wei Wu's performance. In just a few battles, this young man's sword strikes had shed the clumsiness of a novice, and he faced the beasts without fear, showcasing the potential of a natural warrior. As for Su Naiwen, although he initially appeared somewhat awkward facing beasts alone, compared to novices who were completely paralyzed by fear, his performance was commendable. However, his compassionate nature made him ill-suited for combat, as he struggled to master truly destructive skills. A medical institution would be a more fitting place for him. Observing Su Naiwen's bin club retreat tactical cycle, Wanhee couldn't help but smile. While the strategy seemed a bit underhanded, it was undeniably effective. At that moment, Wanhee sensed an unusual fluctuation in the air. Not far from Su Naiwen's group, a massive figure over 3 meters tall appeared intermittently, a high-level mantis-tailed ape, likely a leftover from the previous sweep. Wanhee instinctively wanted to assist, but remembered the buzzcut youth who enjoyed one-punch knockouts was an advanced fate master, so he held back. Watching the 4 as they cautiously advanced, he smirked. Now this is getting interesting. Su Naiwen peeked around the corner and spotted 3 mantis-tailed apes inside a store. 2 of them were mid-level, and 1 was low-level. He quickly relayed this intel to his teammates. Same plan as always? Jihu asked for confirmation. I'll take 1. Zhongling will handle another, and Wei Wu can have the low-level one. I want to test my skills against a mid-level mantis-tailed ape. Is that okay? Wei Wu licked his chapped lips, his eyes glinting with eagerness. They had spent the entire morning hunting low-level beasts, which had become too easy, offering no challenge as they could be defeated in a single strike. Honestly, I could handle them all myself, Zhongling said, hoisting her long spear over her shoulder, her short hair fluttering in the breeze, her expression brimming with anticipation. Jihu couldn't help but be amazed at the confidence of the younger students. He recalled his own first-year combat classes, where he hadn't been nearly as bold. But watching Wei Wu dispatch low-level beasts with such ease, like slicing through vegetables, it didn't seem entirely impossible for him to take on a mid-level beast without intelligence. Jihu glanced at the blade in Wei Wu's hand. Though it wasn't an advanced weapon with engravings, it was certainly no ordinary tool. Let's give Wei Wu a shot, Jihu decided. If it works out, we can switch to a more direct approach. Zhongling's eyes lit up. So far, they had been using guerrilla tactics, picking off small groups of 2 or 3 beasts, striking quickly and then moving on to avoid attracting more creatures with the noise and scent of battle. This method, while safe, lacked excitement, often concluding the fight in just a few moves. Su Naiwen cast a protection spell over the group. Although it wasn't much help to Jihu and Zhongling, it would at least allow him to earn some assist points. He cautiously approached their targets, wielding his staff. Zhongling watched Su Naiwen's stealthy movements and shook her head slightly in mild disdain. With a flick of her spear, she blurred into motion, electricity crackling at her feet, and in an instant, she was in front of a mantis-tailed ape, taking it down with a single thrust. Su Naiwen was startled by her sudden speed. By the time he processed what had happened, Zhongling had already withdrawn her spear, and 2 assist notifications rang in his ears. 6 points credited. That was quick, Su Naiwen remarked, a hint of envy in his voice. What's the point of being long and strong if you're not fast? I'm more skilled with my binding and heavy strikes, 1 hit to knock them down, another to send them flying. He adeptly dealt with a low-level creature, immobilizing it first, then smashing its head with his staff, retreating a few steps to dodge its frenzy once it broke free, and then immobilizing it again before delivering the final blow. He mused to himself about the long casting time of his immobilization spell, wishing he could cast it rapidly and consecutively to streamline his attacks. Suddenly, a figure flew past Su Naiwen. It was Wei Wu. His face was flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Overconfident, he had assumed he could decapitate the mid-level mantis-tailed ape with a single strike, just as he had with the low-level ones. But the blade had gotten stuck halfway through, and before he could withdraw and retreat, the ape had struck him, sending him flying. Wei Wu felt as though his bones were about to shatter, his lungs struggling for air, pain coursing through his body. Su Naiwen immediately cast a healing spell, a warm flow of energy circulating through Wei Wu, rapidly mending most of his injuries. With a nimble flip, Wei Wu stood back up, picked up his fallen blade, and his eyes burned with renewed determination. Brother one, give me a shield. He had learned his lesson, realizing that without the protective spell, he might not have survived that blow. Without hesitation, Su Naiwen cast a protection spell on Wei Wu, followed by healing and recovery spells, restoring him to peak condition. From the rooftop, Li Ji, who had been observing the situation, withdrew his hand, a look of approval appearing in his gaze as he regarded Su Naiwen. Awesome! Wei Wu shouted, feeling the invigorating warmth and the restoration of his strength and spirit energy. With a wild fervor, He charged once more at the mantis-tailed ape, its neck still gushing blood. Wei Wu's long blade sliced toward the other side of the mantis long-tailed ape's neck, but it was deftly blocked by the creature's scythe-like arm. This mid-level mantis long-tailed ape was more robust than its lower-level counterparts, with a thick, hardened black skin, and its combat reflexes and attack strength were far superior. It swiftly swung its other scythe arm at Wei Wu's head with lightning speed. Having learned from past mistakes, Wei Wu no longer attacked recklessly. Seeing his strike fail, he quickly retreated to dodge. His eyes, sharp as lightning, spotted a gap in the bone of the creature's scythe arm, and he timed a counterattack perfectly. With a grating crack, the sound of friction echoed, and half of the scythe arm broke off, with purplured blood spraying into the sunlight, creating a strangely enchanting scene. Jihu's eyes lit up at the sight. This seemingly baby-faced junior had a precision in his blade work, an accuracy in timing, and a sharpness of eye that was far from ordinary. He had initially assumed Wei Wu was merely a brute relying on sheer strength, but his knife skills were surprisingly delicate. The injured long-tailed ape let out a piercing screech, whipping its tail, as solid as black iron and sharp as a blade, straight at Wei Wu's waist. Just as Naiwen was about to step in to help, Wei Wu unexpectedly chose to close in. His long blade flashed with cold light, slicing sideways to sever the thick, dark tail. The severed tail hit the ground heavily, causing the long-tailed ape to howl in agony. Wei Wu flashed an innocent smile, his wrist deftly twisting as his blade's motion reversed. He leaped into the air, passing by his opponent. The ape's screeching abruptly ceased as its head spun through the air, trailing a fountain of colorful blood before crashing to the ground. Just as Wei Wu was about to celebrate his victory, two warning shouts rang out. "Watch out! Stay alert!" From the rooftop, Wan He watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Wei Wu's blade skills had certainly not disappointed him, but he knew that the true battle was only just beginning. "Watch out! Move quickly!" The warnings from Jihu and Naiwen rang out almost simultaneously. Naiwen grabbed Jiangling and pulled her into a nearby shop, while Jihu yanked Wei Wu to the other side. Startled by the sudden tug, Jiangling nearly instinctively smashed her gun towards Naiwen. High-level beast. Naiwen activated his spiritual skills, sharpening his senses. Although the effect wasn't significant, it was enough for him to clearly see the unusually large mantis-tailed ape in the distance. Jiangling's eyes lit up. High-level? Was this missed during the cleanup? It might have wandered in from the city center. Should we notify the instructor and teachers? Naiwen asked cautiously. Jihu rubbed his fingers together excitedly. It's a lone high-level beast. We can take it down. He was eager to seize the rare opportunity to hone his skills against such a formidable opponent. Attack together? Wei Wu had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Attack together. My foot. Jihu shot him a glance. A low-level life master thinks he can handle a high-level beast? Stay put. With that, he gripped a short knife in his left hand, donned knuckle dusters on his right, and darted forward like an arrow. Naiwen peeked out to add a layer of armor to Jihu while scrutinizing the high-level mantis-tailed ape. A towering figure over 3 meters tall, its pitch-black body appeared as if forged from iron, muscles bulging, and its segmented tail clearly defined. Most bizarre was the faint, blood-red glow beneath its dark exterior, with scythe-like arms and tail tip shimmering purple. For fangs jutted out ominously, with crimson eyes locked onto their hiding spot. As Jihu charged forward, the beast roared and leaped, its massive feet pounding the ground with thunderous impact. Naiwen was about to watch the battle unfold when a sharp pain shot through his hand. Jiangling had broken free and dashed out, with Wei Wu quickly following, sword in hand. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. These two maniacs were more reckless than each other. Watching from the rooftop, Wan He laughed until tears streamed down his face. Ha ha! These little lunatics are really something. By now, Jihu had engaged the high-level mantis-tailed ape Hedon. His short knife ignited with intense flames, distorting the surrounding air. The beast descended from above, its scythe-like arms slicing through the air with dark, menacing arcs, aiming to cut Jihu into pieces. Jihu neither dodged nor flinched. His fiery blade slashed upwards, releasing a 3-meter-long flaming arc that shattered the dark slashes. Yet, the beast's physical scythe quickly followed, slicing through the fiery arc and leaving only shallow marks on its surface. As the mantis-tailed ape's scythe arm clamped down on Jihu's short blade, a purplured tail whipped towards him from behind. Jihu let out a curse. My strength lies in my fists. His right arm, enveloped in an earthen yellow aura, punched toward the incoming thick tail with all his might. Boom! The moment they collided, time seemed to freeze. Then, a deafening crash followed, sending clouds of dust swirling through the air. In the chaotic battlefield, the advanced mantis-tailed ape let out an agitated roar. Flames and dark blade energy clashed in midair, with gusts of wind dispersing the dust. The fierce beast had been knocked to the ground, a massive, bloody wound now visible on its tail. As it thrashed in pain, dark red blood splattered everywhere, and its exposed white bones were now deformed. Jihu shook his slightly numb arm. The counterforce from his heavy punch seemed to have injured him as well. At that moment, Jiang Ling seized the opportunity, wielding a spear crackling with lightning, and joined the fray. She aimed for the beast's eye and struck with a thunderous blow. However, the long-tailed ape turned its head just in time, and the spear only nicked its ear. A howl. The searing pain ignited the beast's fury, and it wildly swung its scythe-like forelimbs, quickly getting back on its feet. Its damaged tail lashed out erratically. Seeing her attack miss, Jiang Ling immediately leapt back to evade. Jihu glanced at Jiang Ling, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. These people should have stayed far away, yet here they were, adding to the chaos. Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it and quickly unleashed his innate skill, his fists shooting out like arrows. Each punch was enveloped in brilliant yellow energy, striking the beast with tremendous force. After 3 heavy blows, one of the beast's scythe arms was twisted and misshapen. Jihu deftly ducked to avoid a tail swipe, using his short blade wrapped in flames to slice upward, precisely severing the exposed black-purple tailbone. However, his focus on cutting the tail left him unable to dodge the beast's remaining intact arm as it swung across. Although he managed to block with his knife, the immense force sent him flying, bouncing away like a ball. With Jihu no longer suppressing it, the severely injured advanced mantis-tailed ape staggered to its feet and, in a frenzy, launched a fierce attack on Jiang Ling. Jihu quickly scrambled to his feet and charged back into the battlefield. Naiwen immediately cast healing and armor spells, restoring Jihu's condition and providing him with additional protection. Although the shield wasn't as strong as desired, any extra defense was beneficial. Jihu positioned himself in front of the advanced mantis long-tailed ape, preventing it from pursuing Jiang Ling. He unleashed a powerful punch, the toned energy forcing the opponent to step back. Wei Wu, who had been waiting for the right moment, swiftly smeared his own blood on his long knife, causing the blade to emit a crimson glow. Taking advantage of the ape's brief paralysis from Jihu's strike, Wei Wu leapt forward, his blood-colored blade cutting precisely into the enemy, scattering purplered blood. Before the black ape could unleash its usual howl, Jiang Ling's beam pierced through the battlefield, striking the target. The enemy froze instantly, and Jiang Ling seized the opportunity. Lightning flickered at her feet, purple electricity gathered at the tip of her spear, and white electric snakes crackled and danced. Her spear, like a bolt of lightning, thrust upward into the enemy's throat. Following closely, Jihu hurled his short blade and wrapped in flames the fire meteor blade. The blade traced a graceful arc of fire, striking the advanced mantis long-tailed ape's eye. As the thick fluid burst, flames rapidly spread along the blade, turning the enemy's head into a fiery explosion. A system notification chimed. Assisted in killing an advanced beast, helping humanity alleviate the crisis. Assist points 50. Naiwen watched as Jihu retrieved his short blade, his face slightly pale, and silently admired his ruthless tactics. Quick, retreat. The nearby gorillas are closing in. Although Jihu felt a bit disappointed for not acquiring the talent skill crystal, the priority was to withdraw. He grabbed the ape's tail tip and led the other 3 to quickly retreat. While restoring his teammates' condition, Naiwen used his enhanced senses to scout the surroundings. 9 on the east, 11 on the west, 6 in front. For behind breakthrough from behind. The other 3 immediately shouldered the collected tail tips and fled in haste. Over 30 long-tailed apes, drawn by the scent of their kin's blood, howled and pursued them. Jihu punched down 3 blocking apes, while Jiang Ling swept her spear to clear a path. However, as they exited the street, Jihu suddenly cursed, "Damn it, Naiwen, you led us into a trap. Go west." At the junction, over 20 blood-eyed, menacing gorillas lay in ambush. The well-preserved street buildings created blind spots, leading to this precarious situation. Jihu roared, his knuckle-duster-clad fists unleashing a fierce energy that shattered several black apes into pieces. Seizing the gap, the group pressed on. Jiang Ling's spear created afterimages, constantly repelling the pursuers. Naiwen fired beams to immobilize the approaching mantis long-tailed apes, while Wei Wu decapitated them with his blade. Meanwhile, observing from a high rise, Li Ji asked, "Shouldn't we go down and help?" Wan He stretched lazily and replied, "What's the rush? That senior high kid with the fists is pretty strong, and Jiang Ling is no slouch either. Most importantly, Wei Wu needs to build up his killing intent. Don't worry, I'll step in if things get critical. They've already taken down an advanced beast. These small fry won't pose much of a threat for now." Li Ji watched Naiwen continuously casting armor and healing spells under the protection of the 3, pondering. He thought that in a typical team of 3 to 5, the support member isn't usually the one needing stringent protection. It is actually the sub-attacker, who possesses long-range attack capabilities but has a frail physique that requires more protection, especially for battle-oriented elemental life masters. On the battlefield, support personnel often have to step up and shield them from the enemy's blades. However, the current situation is rather ironic. Naiwen has unexpectedly become the one who needs to be closely protected by 3 people, which is undoubtedly a significant disadvantage. Yet, Li Ji's eyes flashed with a hint of amazement as he watched Naiwen in the field. The kid's talent is truly astonishing. Just 2 or 3 days ago, his skills in healing, recovery, shielding, and that peculiar immobilizing light beam were all at a beginner's level, except for the recovery technique, which showed some promise. Now, seeing him execute these skills with speed and frequency, he has reached a fairly proficient level. Particularly noteworthy is his healing talent, which is so potent that even ordinary mid-level life masters' white or red skills can't compare. If only he could master some combat techniques. Li Ji's thoughts barely entertained this possibility before he shook his head to dismiss it. The drawbacks of a life destiny are not so easily overcome. Given the nature of the benevolent heart destiny, the more exceptional he is with healing and recovery support skills, the worse he performs in combat attack skills. It is indeed a pity. According to internal reports, the fluctuations in the alternate realm are becoming increasingly unstable, and the military is eagerly searching for talent. If Naiwen could acquire some basic combat abilities, even if not particularly strong, just enough to protect himself, he could become an extremely valuable combat support life master. Li Ji put aside these unrealistic thoughts and turned his gaze downward. He saw the ape army pursuing and surrounding 4 individuals, who were dodging and hiding, seemingly fleeing in panic. This scene surprised him. He nodded silently and said, "Not bad. They've managed to break through the encirclement. Although these exotic beasts are just mindless brutes, being able to escape by luck suggests the younger generation isn't too bad." Li Ji frowned at this comment. Luck? I'm afraid it's not just that. As a supporter, one must have a considerable strategic vision. He noticed that the direction Ji Hu and his group chose to flee always led to areas with fewer beasts. Considering some beasts might ambush from buildings rather than roam the streets, this observation is particularly intriguing. He couldn't help but ponder. How exactly are they managing this? Left. Upstairs. Naiwen shouted, swiftly darting into the nearby building. Ji Hu's face changed dramatically, but there was no time to speak. His right fist shot out, smashing a mantis-tailed ape that lunged at him, sending its brains flying. The force of the impact hurled it into the midst of other beasts. The 3 of them followed Naiwen into the building. As they ran, Ji Hu gasped, "This choice is too risky. We don't know how many beasts are inside. We might end up trapped." Having participated in school-organized beast hunts before, he was well aware of the 2 major taboos when being pursued by beasts. Don't go upstairs, and don't take alleys. Buildings were prime hiding spots for beasts, making escape from the top floor difficult. Alleys were complex and easy to get lost in. "Trust me. Head for the upper floors," Naiwen said with unwavering confidence. By now, a swarm of beasts had flooded the corridors, cutting off any retreat. They had no choice but to dash up the stairs, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Surprisingly, apart from the dozen or so beasts chasing them, no other creatures appeared. Ji Hu and the others managed to deal with their pursuers one by one in the narrow stairwell, where the clumsy beasts had no room to maneuver. "Ha, we finally shook them off." Ji Hu laughed in relief. Jiangling couldn't help but ask, "How did you know there were no beasts inside?" "A hunch," Naiwen replied with a smug smile. His pretentiousness made Jiangling roll her eyes, and Ji Hu scoffed. Only Wei Wu seemed unfazed, saying, "I knew it. One is always on point." In reality, Naiwen had invested all his auxiliary points earned that morning into upgrading his spiritual skills, raising them from level 1 to 440,600. This not only sharpened his senses, but also granted him a vague sense of danger. When highly focused, he could discern the level of threat from different directions. At that moment, he looked up and vaguely saw a familiar figure on the rooftop. What do we do next? The ground floor is swarming with beasts. This predicament left everyone deep in thought. Naiwen suddenly had an idea and grabbed a fire hose from the stairwell. "Tie it to your gun and shoot it to the building next door." Jiangling was surprised. "Is it long enough?" "The distance is about 20 to 25 meters, it should reach. If not, we can climb higher and connect more hoses." Ji Hu was skeptical of this high-altitude escape plan but decided to support it, given the hundreds of beasts gathering below. Why not call for help from the teachers? Wei Wu suggested. Ji Hu agreed immediately, but Jiangling countered, "In future situations like this, we might not have backup. We're not out of options yet." With that, she tied the gun to the hose using a special technique, electricity crackling in her hands, and threw it with all her might. The electrified spear embedded itself precisely into the opposite building's wall. Su Naiwen admired Jiang Ling's determination and quickly secured the other end of the hose to the fire pipe with a rescue knot. Fueled by adrenaline, he felt no fear, only a thrill. He grabbed a pole, mounted it on the hose, and stood at the window's edge, shouting, "Here I go." It was both to bolster his courage and to signal the others. With a leap, Su Naiwen slammed into the opposite wall. Clinging tightly to the pole, he waited for the swaying to stop before cautiously climbing through a window. From the rooftop, one he watched amused, he really dared to jump, not afraid of breaking his neck. It turned out that the building was devoid of beasts because one he had been on the rooftop, emanating his yellow rank aura. Though the mantis long-tailed apes lack high intelligence, their instinctive reaction to danger is remarkably sharp. At this moment, most of them had already scattered, leaving just one lingering around. "This little guy seems a bit clever. It must have noticed our presence," Li Ji said with a smile. "But this move is quite reckless, not really in line with his usual character." Character can change, one he mused thoughtfully. Recklessness is at least closer to courage than cowardice. Compared to those useless ones who got into the military through connections, he at least shows some guts. For the first time, one he felt that Su Naiwen might actually become a competent warrior. Watching Wei Wu leap closely behind Su Naiwen, Li Ji was momentarily speechless. He understood well that on the battlefield, trust is the most essential foundation. Mutual trust, that's good. He finally managed to say simply. Remarkably, the four of them followed Su Naiwen's seemingly absurd plan and successfully leaped from one building to another. Below, the horde of strange beasts continued to jostle and roar, presenting a terrifying scene. The last to leap across, Jihu patted his chest and returned the long spear he had pulled from the wall to Jiang Ling. "We need to get out of here quickly," he whispered. "Even though some beasts have been lured away, there might still be remnants in this building. We need to proceed cautiously." "No problem." After this escape, Jihu had fully come to trust Su Naiwen's judgment. Except for the initial decision to retreat, every path Su Naiwen had guided them on was the optimal choice. He speculated that Su Naiwen must possess some kind of detection skill, which was not uncommon among scouts and support roles. In hindsight, Su Naiwen's initial choice to break through from the rear might have been wise. Other directions could have led to more beast encounters. The four moved stealthily down the building. Whenever they encountered stray beasts, Su Naiwen would first use a skill to immobilize them, allowing the others to swiftly and silently take them out. After about 10 minutes of this coordination, they finally managed to escape the building. Looking at the neighboring building occupied by a troop of gorillas, they exchanged a knowing smile and quietly left the perilous area. "You must be the team that hunted the most long-tailed monkeys." The teacher looked at the two stuffed backpacks brought back by Su Naiwen and his team of four, admiration gleaming in his eyes. The backpacks were packed with the tails of the praying mantis long-tailed monkeys, numbering over 30. This was far beyond the results of other teams typically. A team of intermediate combat life masters would consider it quite an achievement to find and kill 10 solitary beasts in one morning. While counting the tails, the teacher suddenly pulled out a purple-black tail, exclaiming, "This is from a high-level praying mantis long-tailed monkey. Did you encounter a high-level one?" "Yes. We owe it to Senior Jihu," Su Naiwen replied with a smile, crediting the slightly disheveled Jihu, who sported a crew cut, standing beside him. "Jihu." The teacher paused, then his eyes lit up. "I remember now. You're the new member who joined the school team over the summer." Jihu nodded in confirmation, and the teacher understood. School team members generally possess the combat prowess of high-level life masters, so taking down a high-level praying mantis long-tailed monkey wasn't surprising. However, the teacher was unaware that these tails were just a fraction of their hunting achievements. Due to limited backpack space, they had discarded many lower-level tails and later didn't even bother collecting more. Including their success during the breakout, they had actually killed over 100 beasts. During the breakout, Su Naiwen's auxiliary points notifications kept coming in. After lunch, the four set out again. Their teamwork was noticeably more synchronized this time. Su Naiwen was in charge of immobilizing the beasts, while the other three swiftly executed the attacks. Whenever they encountered 5 or 6 beasts, the battle was often over before the beast could react. Thanks to the heightened reflexes from awakening his spirit, Su Naiwen could handle the assault of 2 or 3 beasts with ease. Against lower-level black gorillas, he could kill them directly. But when facing mid-level beasts, constrained by his lack of offensive power and strength, he focused on a supportive role to earn more auxiliary points. As the sun set, everyone returned to the school. After a day of rest, they could choose whether to continue hunting beasts the next day. Eager to earn more auxiliary points, Su Naiwen gladly participated, with Jiang Ling following closely. The most remarkable progress was made by Wei Wu. After a day of combat, he began to exude a faint aura of killing intent, and his strikes became increasingly sharp. He claimed that one day of real combat had enhanced his soul power equivalent to several days of arduous training, much to the envy of others. Unexpectedly, Jihu, who initially thought he might find it dull, appeared again at the flagpole the next day. As he put it, instead of being idle on campus, he preferred to contribute to clearing the beasts. Thus, the four-member team continued their efforts for 5 consecutive days, until the city's second wave of clearing was complete. After a city is invaded by otherworldly creatures, 3 rounds of clearing are typically needed. The first involves high-level life masters quickly eliminating high-level beasts from the inside out to protect city structures. The second round, from outside inwards, involves mid to low-level combat life masters, led by high-level masters, clearing the remaining beasts. Naiwen and his team were part of this second wave, which was deliberately slowed to provide students with experience. The final third clearing is more constructive, focusing on rebuilding the city and addressing any remaining issues. By the time the third wave begins, with the help of federal aid, residents can leave the shelters and begin returning to normal life. With the aid of support teams, the crisis of otherworldly invasions in Linyang City was quickly brought under control. The first round of cleanup took less than 2 days, and the second round was completed within 5 to 6 days. The city's reconstruction, supported by a large number of advanced scientific and lifestyle specialists, is expected to restore its original appearance in just over a month. Although these specialists may not be strong in combat, they effortlessly advance the city's construction with their unique abilities. As the reconstruction proceeds smoothly, evacuated residents gradually leave their temporary shelters and schools, and teachers involved in the cleanup have returned to their duties. Linyang No. 3 High School's teaching schedule is finally back on track, and today marks the first day of official classes resuming. Due to time constraints, there wasn't even time for an introductory class meeting with the homeroom teacher before lessons began. "I'm your cultural studies teacher. Please open your textbooks." The teacher's steady voice resonated through the classroom. In this world, the content of cultural studies holds similarities to the past, yet there are evident differences. Chinese, mathematics remain core subjects, along with political science, history, and geography, reflecting a curriculum leaning towards the humanities of the past. Other subjects have undergone significant reforms. Biology has evolved into species analysis, covering the analysis of exotic creatures, classification of spiritual plants, and human sciences. Chemistry has transformed into material science, focusing on metal identification and reactions, exotic creature material identification, and various experimental case studies. Physics has become natural force analysis, retaining some traditional knowledge while adding emerging fields like spatial force distribution within otherworldly realms and fluctuation distribution. Additionally, courses on soul cultivation, talent skills, and practical training are mandatory. In the new era of 618 in Jiuzhou, the region has emerged from the past turmoil to establish a comprehensive educational system. The curriculum for first-year high school students emphasizes foundational knowledge and physical training, with many topics having been introduced in middle school. By the second year, courses diverge into specialized tracks based on literary and martial divisions. The martial track focuses on soul cultivation, talent skills, practical training, and includes courses on combat strategy and exotic creature characteristics. The literary track delves deeper into species analysis, material science, natural force analysis, as well as advanced topics like skill conversion, structural study, and the application of forces. However, regardless of whether students choose the literary or martial track, cultural studies remain an inescapable mandatory subject. After all, it's a crucial component of the college entrance examination. In any world, classrooms are always the best places to fall asleep. This truth was perfectly demonstrated in the classroom of New Chiyuan Academy. Naiwen went from being fully alert to nearly dozing off in just half a class. The teacher was explaining the history of New Chiyuan's founding, covering the time, place, people, events, impact, political significance, and the release dates of poems and declarations. None of this was new to Naiwen. He had already done his homework online during his first few days in this world. The teacher droned on, reading from the textbook in a monotonous voice that was as soporific as a lullaby. Eventually, Naiwen's years of being a mediocre student won out, and he nodded off to sleep. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden knocking jolted Naiwen awake. He snapped his head up, eyes filled with confusion. "You, stand up." The teacher glared at him. "Sleeping on your first day of class. Do you think you already know everything I'm teaching? Students these days are getting worse and worse." Awkwardly, Naiwen stood up. What followed was a series of unexpected answers. What marks the establishment of New Chiyuan? The Mojiabeo Conference, where the 9 kings signed the Jiuzhou Federal Alliance Treaty. When was the profession of Fate Master established? In the 23rd year of New Chiyuan, when Speaker Chang Homing proposed the theory of innate fate and acquired luck. What marks humanity's entry into the construction era? The Victory Declaration of the Resistance in New Chiyuan year 189. The teacher's expression shifted from anger to surprise, and finally to resignation. "It seems you have indeed prepared, but you still shouldn't sleep in class." Hearing it again reinforces the knowledge. The class continued. When the teacher asked why they needed to learn about the great deeds of Jing Tianming, and was met with silence. He called on Naiwen again. Teacher, do you want the honest truth, or a politically correct answer? Naiwen replied with a mischievous smile. After giving the politically correct answer, to understand them, learn from them, become them, surpass them, Naiwen candidly added, it's just for the exams. The classroom erupted in knowing laughter. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the teacher gathered his books and left them with a meaningful remark. The day when your politically correct answers become your true goals, I'll be immensely proud and honored as your teacher. In the following natural forces analysis class, Naiwen dozed off again and was sent out of the classroom by the physics teacher with a Sichuan accent. Zhang Ling, the class representative, came out to fetch some materials and jokingly patted him on the shoulder. Just stand there quietly. After returning to classroom life from a few days of intense activity, Naiwen was indeed a bit worn out. But ultimately, he could never muster the energy for things he wasn't interested in. Only topics that intrigued him would keep him up all night in diligent study. After lunch, he spent time in his dormitory researching a lot of information on the compatibility of auxiliary life paths and combat talent skills. Coupled with some advice from online forums, he had already formed a preliminary framework for his combat strategy. The most crucial aspect for a Fate Master is the soul power you can harness, Kellen declared, standing at the front of the classroom with a crystal ball gleaming in her hands. Her short ponytail gave her a no-nonsense look, and her sharp gaze swept across the room, meeting each student's eyes. Recently, she had been busy assisting the council in dealing with the aftermath of the mythical beast's invasion, which had delayed the first lesson on Fate Mastery. But now, with the Fate Awakening period concluded, it was time to test the students' soul power. This would not only encourage them to train diligently, but also help gather essential data on their abilities. Lily Chun, Kellen called out the first name. In the center of the crystal ball, a pattern resembling a flower's core appeared, with about 1/20th of it glowing white. Not bad, your flower spirit fate suits you well. I recommend you delve into the knowledge of floral spirit plants. Lily beamed, clearly pleased with a fate that matched her personality. Yenli, she continued. When the test revealed 9 soul power, Kellen was slightly surprised. It seems you've already begun practicing the soul conversion technique. Yen shot a triumphant glance at Naiwen Su in the front row, secretly thrilled to be a step ahead. The testing proceeded swiftly. Most students' soul power ranged between 3 and 4, with a few reaching 5, and a handful below 3. This left Naiwen Su feeling disheartened. By his calculations, he was only improving by 0.12 daily, which meant just a 1.2 increase over 10 days, a likely bottom-tier result in the class. Naiwen Su, 10. Kellen's announcement snapped him out of his thoughts. You have quite the talent. I heard you treated nearly 100 injured during the beast invasion. You'll surely become an excellent healer. Naiwen forced a smile as he returned to his seat, but the thought of the attribute points he'd accumulated from hunting beasts renewed his confidence. Wei Wu, 37. The classroom erupted in astonishment. This wasn't just the highest in the class. It was likely the top score among all freshmen. Kellen continued, Instructor Wan suggests you consider enrolling in the Southwest Military Academy. Once you reach the intermediate Fate Master stage, you can transfer. You might want to discuss this with your family. Wei Wu hesitated, glancing at Naiwen Su. Kellen understood the situation at this age. Friendships are treasured, and everyone hopes to stay together with their friends. However, some paths are meant to diverge, yet that doesn't prevent them from remaining lifelong friends. Finally, it was Yang Yu's turn. This boy, who always sat in the corner, stood up sluggishly, still looking sleepy. Young people should be more energetic. Look at you, Kellen reprimanded, frowning as she gestured for him to place his hand on the crystal ball. A sudden flash of white light illuminated the classroom, revealing a shattered shield pattern within the crystal ball. The pattern was largely overtaken by the white light, indicating a remarkable level of soul power. Not bad. A falling shield fate, commented Teacher Kalan. The white fate light is nearly 1/3 full. By the time you return after the winter break, you should be able to advance to a mid-level Fate Master. The class showed little surprise at Yang Yu's display of soul power. Rumor had it that he had undergone an early awakening 6 months prior. Given the level he had reached after 6 months of training, it wasn't particularly impressive, since the early stage of a Fate Master is generally the easiest period for cultivation. At this moment, everyone's attention naturally shifted to Jiang Ling. As the school's only innate Fate Awakener, her soul power level was the main focus of interest. Jiang Ling, it's your turn, Kalan announced. As Jiang Ling stepped up to the podium, all eyes followed her, eager to witness the gap between a genius and an ordinary person. The crystal ball emitted an unusual hum and then erupted with a white light stronger than any previous test, enveloping the entire podium. The light was so dazzling that Kalan and Jiang Ling's figures became indistinct. A few moments later, the intense light gradually faded. The crystal ball revealed an image of a tree struck by lightning and engulfed in flames. This, thunderstruck wood, fate was unfamiliar to some students. Even more surprising was that half of the image was occupied by white light, while the other half was not the usual gray, but a vivid red. A mid-level Fate Master. And the red Fate light is already more than halfway full? Kalan, usually composed, was visibly shocked. This level of progress could already compare to the top students in the senior year. Even without considering potential, Jiang Ling's current strength was enough to qualify her for the school team's reserve. Su Naiwen watched the scene and sighed softly. Geniuses really do shine bright. He resolved to stick to his strategy of diligently earning support points, content with his steady approach. Jiang Ling's life energy was different from others. It had begun changing from white to red, indicating her transition from an intermediate to an advanced life master. Standing on the podium, Kalan explained the principle of the soul power testing sphere in detail. The testing sphere displays different colors based on the quality and intensity of soul power, ranging from gray, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, to purple. The progression from gray to white signifies the growth of a novice life master. Pure white marks the advancement to intermediate life master, and the shift from white to red to fully red signifies entry into the ranks of advanced life masters. Su Naiwen, who was usually prone to dozing off in class, was captivated by the concept of life masters, a unique feature of the JoJo world. After the explanation, he suddenly understood that the soul power state module on his system interface was actually an embedded soul power testing sphere, allowing him to check his status at any time. He realized that the white glow he associated with his healer profession was, in fact, a reflection of his soul power level. Kalan continued, JoJo uses the colors of the rainbow to classify levels, which makes it easy to remember. This color sequence is also used in the classification of innate skills, and it's a key point for exams, so make sure to remember it. Now we move to the most crucial part, the soul transformation technique, Kalan announced softly yet firmly. Anyone who has completed their life destiny awakening can begin practicing. The technique consists of 3 steps: meditation to seek energy, soul transformation, and soul power absorption. Now, please follow my instructions to meditate and seek energy. Following her instructions, the whole class closed their eyes and focused. Kalan began a rhythmic tapping. Inhale, tap, exhale. Her voice seemed to carry a special kind of magic, guiding the students' breathing. Gradually, the only sounds were the rhythmic tap and ding, as the students' minds emptied. Kalan moved silently around the classroom in her heels, gently touching each student's brow. When she reached Su Naiwen, a cool sensation flashed by, and in his mind's eye, a cluster of burning starlight appeared, settling on the white glowing Renshin life destiny symbol. In the vast darkness of his consciousness, the starlight seemed faint and flickering. But when Su Naiwen's awareness touched it, the starlight suddenly flared brightly, probing outward like a radar. Instantly, countless colorful light points blossomed in his mental space: vibrant reds, gentle blues, lively greens, deep blacks, pure whites, and mysterious purples, resembling a brilliant starry sky illuminating the dark universe. Kalan's voice came at just the right moment. Those who see the light points, continue to follow my instructions. She touched Su Naiwen's brow again, and the complete set of the soul transformation technique flooded into his mind. Following the guidance of the technique, Su Naiwen attempted to interact with the myriad light points, but most ignored him. Finally, he managed to attract a small yellow light particle, which slowly approached the starlight. As it neared, the particle disintegrated into a stream of energy, merging into the life destiny symbol. The final step, soul power absorption. Following the soul transformation technique, Su Naiwen guided the energy flowing around his life destiny into his body. It felt like swallowing a grain of rice. Knew he had consumed something, yet couldn't discern any specific changes. Unbeknownst to him, a new leaf was quietly sprouting on the talent tree in his mind. Alright, those who have completed a cycle can exit the state now. With Kalan's concluding words, the students gradually opened their eyes, emerging from their daze, their faces lighting up with smiles of joy. The classroom was buzzing with excitement as the students had just learned the Xingho technique. Their animated discussions filled the room. Wow, I picked it up so easily. Could it be that I'm a genius? Someone exclaimed in delight. I got it right away too, and I can feel my soul power increasing. Another voice chimed in. Well, that's probably just your imagination. This is really fascinating. The light particles are like fireflies on a summer night. Why can I only sense a few scattered dots? Kalan clapped his hands to signal for silence. As the teacher, his authority was effective, and the chaotic classroom gradually settled down. This is the Ling transition technique of JoJo Xingho, one of the foundations of JoJo's strength, Kalan explained as he surveyed the classroom. The Xingho technique enhances conversion efficiency based on the amount of spiritual energy you refine. As your level increases, the technique's effects will also improve. At least until you enter the next stage, this technique will suffice. The number and color of spiritual energy particles you perceive vary for each of you, depending on your mental strength and life destiny traits. Kalan turned to one student, Lian, Tell us about the spiritual energy particles you sensed. Li Yin stood up proudly, glancing at Su Naiwen, and declared, I saw a sky full of stars, like a clear night sky, mostly navy blue and dark green points of light. Not bad. Your life destiny is wind whisper. Wind elemental particles are mostly navy blue, though they can also be black and green. You find it easier to draw them, right? Yes, I can generally draw 3 navy blue spiritual particles at once, but the dark green ones are harder to move. That's because your life destiny is sensitive to wind elements. Sit down. Kalan continued. In general, the amount of spiritual energy you sense is related to your mental strength. The more you sense a particular type of particle, the more affinity you have with that element. Su Naiwen thought of the colorful galaxy he had sensed, and a smile crept onto his face. I really am a genius, he thought smugly. If you sense all types of spiritual particles equally but find it difficult to draw them, it means your life destiny lacks specificity or doesn't match well with your traits, indicating a low affinity with spiritual energy. This means you need to practice diligently. Kalan's words made Su Naiwen smile freeze. Thinking of the aloof attitude of the light particles when he tried to draw them, Su Naiwen grumbled internally, damn it, diligent practice. So, you're saying as long as my mental strength is enough, I'm good? What good is having high mental strength if all I do is watch stars in my mind? In the classroom late at night, Su Naiwen was enduring the inevitable evening self-study sessions, even after his reincarnation. With vacant eyes fixed on his homework, he bitterly acknowledged a truth. The system's cheat was less a reward for geniuses and more a crutch for the inept. A glance at the system interface revealed a soul power increase of just 0.08, a number that painfully stood out. This outstanding achievement was certainly unique, but in the wrong way. He couldn't help but ponder whether he should just quit and get a job, as this world didn't seem to welcome someone like him. Just then, Kalan handed him the awakening orb, urging him to touch it. Feeling guilty, Su Naiwen instantly spent 100 auxiliary points, forcibly boosting his soul power progress by 1, barely maintaining his genius persona. That's an impressive soul power increase, Kalan remarked with a smile. It seems your compatibility with your destiny is high. It was evident when you awakened your destiny upon first touching the awakening orb. She recalled the scene from Su Naiwen's first day and concluded it was a sign of high compatibility. What pleased her more was that this student was kind-hearted and helpful, perfectly embodying the traits of a benevolent destiny. Little did she know, Su Naiwen was merely working for the system's cheat. Hey Wen, can I copy your homework? Wei Wu asked, looking bewildered by the textbook material. Although he was a genius in cultivation, who said geniuses had to excel academically? Su Naiwen immediately covered his homework, looking sternly at this guy who could increase his soul power by 2 in an afternoon. Xiao Wu, letting you copy my homework would be doing you a disservice. You need to solve it yourself. It's not just soul power. Knowledge strengthens you too. Books are the ladder of progress, and the answers are in them. You should try thinking for yourself first, and if you're stuck, ask teachers or classmates for help, just not me. Seeing Su Naiwen's earnest expression and hopeful gaze, Wei Wu was deeply touched, feeling that one genuinely cared for him, much like a parent. However, the next moment, Wei Wu watched as Su Naiwen tossed his homework to Zheng Yu nearby. Hey, Zheng Yu, could you help me out with this homework? No problem. Zheng Yu replied enthusiastically. Wei Wu was dumbfounded. Wan, didn't you say to solve it yourself? Yeah, but I'm not human, Su Naiwen replied confidently. Zhang Ling, diligently working on her homework nearby, couldn't resist chiming in. You're not human. You're a real dog. For the next 2 months, school life was uneventful. Since the city was still under construction, most students remained on campus. Su Naiwen's father was away on business, and his mother was stationed at the hospital, so he lived a routine life like the other students. The biggest change at school was the return of the school team members. These former reserve members had undergone 3 months of external training and finally became official members. They wore specially designed black and gray uniforms adorned with unique patterns and received recognition at the assembly. Among the 10 members, Su Naiwen spotted a familiar face, Ji Hu, the flathead brother. It made sense why he mentioned that his teammates weren't at school when they were clearing the beasts. However, Ji Hu stood at the edge of the group and was the last to leave the stage, suggesting he wasn't particularly valued within the team. The school wasted no time in launching the reserve team selection not long after the team members returned to campus. The martial arts hall was packed with people, leaving no space to move. This selection mainly targeted outstanding second-year students, who would become the backbone of the next school team. Su Naiwen leaned against the fence of the martial arts hall, watching the lively scene with great interest. To his surprise, yet somehow unsurprisingly, Zhang Ling was also among the applicants. This girl was nearly unbeatable in their grade's combat classes. Even the exceptionally talented Wei Wu was no match. Speaking of Wei Wu, his reputation had spread throughout the grade within just a month. From the end of military training until now, he had risen from a low-level Fate Master to a mid-level Fate Master. Despite this, he still seemed overshadowed by Jiang Ling. This girl was truly a lone wolf among her peers. The registration process concluded today, and tomorrow the school-wide combat selection would begin. This news invigorated the usually dull and enclosed campus. On the weekend rest day, the martial arts hall would undoubtedly be packed. Su Naiwen stroked his chin, knowing he wouldn't miss such excitement. Not only could it pass the time, but more importantly, there would inevitably be injuries in the battles, providing a great opportunity to earn auxiliary points. On regular days, without time-limited activities like beast-clearing missions, Su Naiwen could only scrape by on basic benefits, barely accumulating 100 or so auxiliary points to maintain his genius persona. The 5,000 plus auxiliary points he earned from the last beast-clearing mission over 4 or 5 days were mostly spent on leveling up various skills to level 1, with the remaining 4,500 or so points stashed away. In his view, a man with money at hand can handle matters with ease. Moreover, if any unexpected situation arises, he can always add points at the last minute. As night fell, Su Naiwen finished his nightly routine and prepared to rest, aiming to secure a good spot for tomorrow. As soon as he lay down, he sensed a fluctuation of soul power emanating from the upper bunk. Thanks to his keen perception at the 4th level of soul awakening, this fluctuation was particularly distinct. Moments later, the fluctuation gradually subsided, replaced by the gentle creaking of the bed frame. The person above was trying hard to suppress their excitement. Su Naiwen understood. Yang Yuan from the upper bunk was the second in command in terms of soul power in their class. What was more remarkable was that his soul power increased at a rate no less impressive than others, showing no signs of the early awakening effect. In contrast, Su Naiwen's actual speed of soul power improvement seemed more like that of a damaged pseudo-innate fate master. Congratulations! Su Naiwen gently tapped the bedboard above his head. Indeed, with Yang Yuan's strength, breaking through at this point was only natural. There was a moment of silence from above, followed by Yang Yuan's low voice, "Thanks." The morning sun had yet to fully dispel the darkness as Su Naiwen stood in the dormitory's washroom, letting the warm water cascade over him while he hummed an upbeat tune. Wake up in the morning, embrace the sun, let your body fill with the joy of sunlight. Turn your mouth down, you'll lose your way. Turn it up and you'll rise. Naiwen, hurry up, or we won't get a spot. Wei Wu called out impatiently from outside. I'm coming, I'm coming. Su Naiwen quickly got dressed and glanced out at the dim sky, feeling a bit dazed. This marked the 60th day of joining Wei Wu for morning practice, yet with each passing day, a deep sense of inadequacy grew stronger within him. Over the past 2 months, Su Naiwen's progress was evident. His soul power level increased steadily by 1 each day, reaching 71 of a low-level life master. Such progress was considered excellent in his grade, earning him significant attention. However, every combat practice class brutally reminded him of the harsh reality that he was not cut out for battle. Even without using special skills, he couldn't defeat Huang Yuanyuan, the same archer who had once turned Xiezhuang into a panda. Despite having only about 50 soul power, she could subdue him within 10 moves. This left Su Naiwen, who trained rigorously every day, feeling frustrated, unable even to execute the tiger roar punch with the intended roar. Maybe people should stick to what they're good at. Being a doctor with healing hands wouldn't be so bad, Su Naiwen mused with a wry smile. Stepping out of the washroom, he was surprised to find not only Wei Wu waiting but also Yang Yu, who was usually fond of sleeping in, already dressed. Thought I'd join you guys for a change, Yang Yu said nonchalantly. After a quick breakfast, the three headed to the training room. Meanwhile, in the coach's lounge of the training room, Shang lounged leisurely in a recliner. With his feet propped up on the table and a cigarette in his mouth, he browsed through the registration forms amidst the swirling smoke. Quite a few applicants this year. I heard there's even a freshman who signed up. Assistant Coach Chuing, avoiding the smoke, frowned slightly as she replied, "Yes, Coach, sure. Our school has a freshman with an innate life fate awakening. I've heard," Shang cut her off, tossing the papers aside with a sneer. "There's a lot of hype, but I wonder how strong she really is. I also heard there's a genius in the freshman class, not an innate life fate awakener, but reached a mid-level life master a month ago. Did he sign up? He's not on the list. Figures. Just reaching mid-level life master isn't enough to compete for the reserve team," Shang dismissed with a smirk. "These kids aren't exactly prodigies. The second-year students have an extra year of training. The top ones have already reached the peak of mid-level life master, mastering skills that beginners can't match. Have the varsity team members arrived today? K Zong, Gu Chu, and Ji Hu have been here since early morning for self-training." Shang was unimpressed with Ji Hu. His skills are average, just filling the gap left by a transfer student. He only made the second team because of his rapport with the varsity. Chuing had her reservations about Shang's attitude, but, as the assistant coach, refrained from commenting. "Old Chun retired today. The new team doctor who took over last night is here." Would you like to meet them? Don't have the time, Shishang said, running a hand through his messy hair and stretching. It's about time. Go ahead and start the selection. Okay, Chewing replied, leaving quickly, unable to bear the coach's disheveled appearance. Shishang tapped the table, and the smoke-stained screens lit up, hovering before him and displaying 3 different angles of the training room. Lazily reclining in a lounge chair, Yu Xian let his gaze drift across the 3 screens in front of him, exhaling a wisp of smoke. He squinted his eyes and murmured, "Come on, let's see which so-called geniuses we have here." The martial arts room was bustling with people. Yang Yu glanced around, a cold smile playing on his lips. This training room reserved for the school team is indeed much more advanced than the ones we usually use for classes. Sitting in the corner of the stands, Su Naiwen noticed the gleam of battle intent in Wei Wu's eyes and asked with a smile, "You became an intermediate fate master a month ago. Why didn't you sign up?" Wei Wu scratched his head, giving a wry smile. "The registration requires your soul power level to be at the mid-intermediate fate master stage." It was only then that Su Naiwen, as an outsider unfamiliar with the school team reserves, realized there was such a threshold. Around 60 to 70 candidates gathered on the training ground, a number that didn't particularly surprise Su Naiwen. After all, with nearly 1,000 students in a grade, the martial arts classes alone accounted for 400 to 500. Although not everyone had the innate talent like Wei Wu, soul power could be accelerated with the help of potions. These potions, suitable for both low-level and intermediate fate masters, were quite expensive but still affordable for middle-class families. This reminded Su Naiwen of the old saying from his previous life, "Education is the best investment." In this world, items that could enhance one's power were equally sought after. "It's starting." Wei Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to witness the skills of these second-year experts. The chief examiner announced the selection rules. The selection begins now. Everyone must leave the training ground area. There are 3 types of selection. First, solo battles, where all combat-type fate masters will engage in unknown duels. Second, augmentation tests, where support-type fate masters must use their skills to aid these 3 school team members, with the effectiveness of their support as the evaluation standard. Third, the challenge match. You can directly challenge the 3 school team members present. Your performance, not just the outcome, will determine if you pass. If anyone manages to defeat them, they may even be directly admitted into the school team. The announcement caused a stir throughout the crowd. Despite being well aware of the significant gap in power, everyone couldn't help but gaze with fervent eyes at the 3 young school team members in the center, 2 men and 1 woman. Ji sure knows how to command respect. Wei Wu stood among the crowd, watching the imposing figure in the center of the training ground, feeling a surge of fighting spirit. He licked his parched lips, recalling the recent days spent fighting alongside Ji Hu and his team against the beasts. Those 5 days of battling together forged a strong camaraderie. Despite being a senior, Ji Hu never put on airs, and they often shared meals and conversations whenever they crossed paths. Among Wei Wu's peers, Ji Hu was undoubtedly the strongest. Although not the captain or vice-captain of the school team, his formidable strength left a deep impression on Wei Wu, making him the opponent Wei Wu most wanted to defeat. "When you can beat Jiang Ling, then you can talk. She's already an advanced fate master," Su Naiwen said with a roll of his eyes. "I don't compare myself to girls," Wei Wu replied flatly. "That's just male chauvinism, looking down on women. Men and women are equal, and that kind of thinking is wrong." Su Naiwen immediately corrected him. "Huh." Wei Wu scratched his head. "But when my dad gets hit by my mom, he never fights back. He always says a real man doesn't fight with women." Su Naiwen remembered that Wei Wu's mother was a senior instructor at the Lingyang City Quan Dao martial arts branch, and couldn't help but admire Wei Wu's father for knowing when to yield, though he did have a stubborn streak. The selection officially began. The training ground was cleared, but the surrounding area was packed with students eager to watch, with crowds peeking in from outside the doors. Su Naiwen was glad they arrived early. Otherwise, they wouldn't have even gotten through the door. One at a time. Who wants to go first? Chewing stood on the training ground, her sleek professional suit accentuating her tall figure. Her sharp eyes and piercing eyebrows made it hard for anyone to meet her gaze directly. "I'll go first." A buzz-cut boy in a tan short-sleeved martial arts uniform stepped forward. His hands were wrapped in bandages, his muscular arms bulging, exuding a strong sense of power. "Senior Ji Hu, I choose to challenge you." He ignored Chu Ying and fixed his gaze intently on Ji Hu. Ji Hu was momentarily stunned, then smiled wryly. As the acknowledged baseline of the school team, he was indeed the preferred target for challenges. Zhang Qian, latest stage intermediate fate master, assault fate type. "Brave, but not too smart," Chewing remarked coldly. "Ji Hu, step forward." "Yes." Ji Hu responded and moved to the designated spot. "Give it your all from the start. The better you perform, the better your chances of passing the selection," Chewing said before leaving the training ground. Empty-handed, Ji Hu looked at Zhang Qian's bare hands with some surprise. "My fists are my weapons. Senior Jihu, you can use a weapon. Zhang Qian took a half step back, adopting a bow stance, his expression solemn. No need, I'm good with bare hands too, Jihu said, loosening his neck. Let's begin. Before the words were fully out, Zhang Qian launched himself like a cannonball at Jihu, delivering a bow step punch aimed straight at his face. The bandages creaked as if they might snap at any moment. In response to the incoming fist, Jihu merely sidestepped slightly and, with a subtle shoulder movement, landed a shadow-like punch on Zhang Qian's abdomen. This counterattack was so swift that it sent Zhang Qian reeling back 3 meters. Clutching his stomach, his face turned pale as he stared at Jihu in shock. Use your innate skill. At least you'll have a chance to show something, Jihu advised calmly, not pressing his advantage. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Qian gathered his soul power, and a faint blue glow appeared on his arms. Jihu furrowed his brow slightly. The previous fierce punch style didn't quite match the water attribute. In the next moment, Zhang Qian leaped forward, launching a heavy punch enveloped in blue energy. Jihu met it unhurriedly with a punch of his own. The earth-toned energy shattered Zhang Qian's attack instantly, continuing its momentum to strike Zhang Qian, sending him flying out of the training ground. Amid the gasps of the onlookers, Zhang Qian crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up blood, his chest caved in. Su Naiwen, quick on his feet, cast a healing spell before the other support-type Fate Masters could react. Under the gentle green light, Zhang Qian's injuries rapidly improved. Seeing the 8 support points he earned, Su Naiwen smiled in satisfaction. Jihu followed the familiar green light and met Su Naiwen's gaze, nodding in acknowledgement from a distance. The treatment's effectiveness was astonishing. The spectators on the sidelines began to buzz with conversation, their eyes fixed on the young boy performing the healing technique. Isn't that the newly acclaimed healing prodigy, Su Naiwen? Someone whispered in awe. I heard there are a few geniuses in the first-year class, and he must be one of them. The effect of his healing abilities is on par with Qin Mei. While Su Naiwen's performance caught everyone's attention, the true shock came from the display of strength by the school team members. Zhang Qian, who was considered quite skilled among the second-year students, was defeated in just 2 moves by Jihu, who was known as the baseline of the school team. If Jihu hadn't deliberately given him a chance, the fight might have ended in a single move. Are all the school team members this strong? Su Naiwen marveled as he sipped his lemon tea. Watching the matches in the morning was incomplete without snacks and drinks. He opted for lemon tea, which provided vitamin C and aided digestion, instead of carbonated drinks. As he opened a bag of chips, he eagerly awaited the next match. Wei Wu watched Zhang Qian, who had almost recovered and was preparing to return to the martial arts field. Leaving him with a parting remark, he turned and walked away. I remember now, it's you. You're not suited for practicing the Thunder Fist. Find a path that suits you. This comment triggered Jihu's memories. In last year's intergrade competition, he had used Thunder Fist to consecutively defeat several members of the lower grade teams, including Zhang Qian. At that time, Zhang Qian had boldly declared that he would defeat him using the same technique. Jihu hadn't paid much attention initially, but he was surprised that Zhang Qian actually went on to learn Thunder Fist. Though Thunder Fist appeared ordinary, like Slash, it was one of the most practical and powerful white-grade combat skills for mid-level Fate Masters, known for its fierce impact, suitable for offensive-type Fate Masters. However, Zhang Qian's fate was characterized by water attributes, which emphasized flexibility, indicating he had chosen the wrong path. Clenching his fists in frustration, Zhang Qian turned and walked away. At that moment, he finally realized that perhaps his obsession stemmed from his initial humiliating defeat. Chuing silently watched his retreating figure and marked an X on his profile. Someone who fails to play to their strengths and is blinded by stubbornness is indeed not worth considering further. Who's next? Still up for a challenge? Any volunteers? Jihu's commanding victory intimidated many who wanted to make a name for themselves, leaving the crowd in hesitation. As someone was about to choose a solo match against a competitor, a figure carrying a long spear stepped forward boldly, declaring, I'll go. Jiang Ling emerged with her weapon, capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. Her slender frame starkly contrasted with the 3-meter-long custom heavy spear she wielded. As the only innate destiny awakener in Lingyang Third High School, her reputation had already spread throughout the entire city of Lingyang. Are you here to challenge as well? Chuing asked, eyeing the prodigious young girl with interest. It was said that Jiang Ling had reached the mid-level of an intermediate destiny master when she first enrolled. During a foreign realm invasion, she not only assisted teachers in repelling the beasts, but also joined forces with Jihu in the city's cleansing operation, achieving remarkable feats. Yes, I'm here to challenge, Jiang Ling replied, shifting her shoulder as the long spear spun deftly in her hands before she gripped it firmly, its tip angled towards the ground. This display made Su Naiwen, standing nearby, ponder silently. Despite having an elemental destiny, she favored close combat weapons. Jihu, step forward, Chuing called out habitually. However, as Jihu reluctantly rose, Jiang Ling shook her head and suddenly raised her spear, pointing directly at someone in the crowd. I choose him. The crowd erupted in surprise. The person her spear pointed at was none other than the team captain, Ke Zong. Discussions quickly broke out. Wow, are the underclassmen this bold now? You've got to admire that courage. More like ignorant. Ke Zong stood straight as an unsheathed sword, his expression unchanging despite the spear aimed at him. He wasn't just any team captain. He was a formidable force who had earned his position through sheer strength. A year ago, as a reserve, he dared to challenge the first team and, though he lost, he earned respect. Now, he was one of the top offensive specialists in Lingyang City. All right, Ke Zong, guide the junior, Chuing said with a hint of resignation. Ke Zong stepped forward silently, summoning a pair of dark battle axes into his hands. His sharp-featured face turned serious, muscles under his training suit tensed, exuding a fierce aura. Senior, please teach me. Jiang Ling barely finished her sentence before her body was enveloped in purple lightning, transforming into a bolt of energy as she charged at Ke Zong, her spear descending from above. Clang! The powerful strike was effortlessly parried by Ke Zong with one axe. Jiang Ling's expression shifted slightly as she quickly retreated, lightning crackling at her feet. With a thunderous crash, Ke Zong's axe smashed into the spot she had just vacated, the solid martial arts arena floor fracturing like a spider's web. Jiang Ling didn't dare to slack. She swung her spear in a horizontal arc to counterattack. However, this time, when she attempted to use her lightning to evade again, she found that Ke Zong's axe seemed to have turned into a magnet, holding her spear firmly in place. Gritting her teeth with determination, Jiang Ling pivoted around Ke Zong, narrowly dodging the streak of black energy that sliced through the air. The dark streak carved a deep groove in the martial arts arena before dissipating at the edge. Jiang Ling flipped her heavy spear, leaping gracefully into the air. With precision, she kicked the spear's shaft, bending the famously sturdy weapon into an exaggerated arc like a drawn bow. Suddenly relaxing her arms, she used the spear's recoil to propel herself upward, freeing the spear from the pull of Ke Zong's black halberd. The spear's tail swung upward, aiming directly at Ke Zong's groin. The viciousness of this move made the male spectators gasp collectively, instinctively shielding their vital areas. The temperature in the training room seemed to rise with their reaction. The infamous life-ending kick was one thing to hear about, but witnessing the egg-breaking spear firsthand was another. Jiang Ling didn't pause midair. Lightning crackled in her hands as she spun around to descend, aiming straight for Ke Zong's head. This simultaneous attack from above and below made the watching boys clutch their heads, imagining themselves as the target. Even Ke Zong, who had been on the defensive, didn't dare meet this attack heat. With a light step, he retreated, deftly avoiding the deadly strike. His usually stoic expression twitched slightly. People often say men are fearless, but if this move landed, it would humble any man. As her attack missed, Jiang Ling swiftly adapted. She caught the spear's tail in midair and flipped backward, the spear's tip trailing purple lightning as it sliced through the air with blinding speed. The spectators saw only a blur before hearing a sharp clang. The spear tip aiming for Ke Zong's throat was blocked by his black halberd, dark soul energy swirling along its shaft. Not bad. A youthful voice spoke, and before Jiang Ling could react, a powerful force surged through the spear. Centered on Ke Zong, a formidable energy ring exploded outward, sending Jiang Ling flying from the training arena. In a split second, she flipped in midair, landing steadily, her eyes still burning with fighting spirit as she stared at Ke Zong. She can join the team, Ke Zong said softly to Chuing, before stepping aside. Our captain held back. A petite girl nearby giggled, glancing teasingly at Ke Zong. If I didn't hold back, no one would last a single move, Ke Zong replied nonchalantly. His words were confident, but the contrast with his childlike voice made the girl chuckle. Her laughter wasn't from doubting his claim, but from the amusing juxtaposition. Seeing the girl unable to suppress her giggles, Ke Zong rolled his eyes internally. As a member of the school team, he had been quite talkative in his younger years, only becoming more reserved and taciturn after his voice Chang'e fact unknown to his peers at third high. As the selection matches progressed, most participants opted for solo battles, avoiding rash challenges against the school team members. However, there were always a few who dared to challenge them, thinking that if the captain and Ji who were tough to handle, the petite girl might be an easier opponent. Even though Gu Chu was the vice-captain, some capable individuals chose to challenge her, believing that as a defender, she would focus on defense, allowing them to showcase their offensive skills. Reality, however, hit them hard. The petite girl simply raised her large shield and charged, sending challengers flying. Witnessing this, others quickly became more cautious. The three school team members didn't even break a sweat, yet they managed to intimidate everyone. The matches then returned to unknown battles among regular students. Although the skill gap wasn't as pronounced as with the school team members, the matches were competitive and entertaining, especially for Su Naiwen. Wei Wu, on the other hand, quickly grew bored after watching a few matches and remarked, "The second years aren't that impressive, not even as good as Zhang Li." This comment drew disapproving glances from the surrounding second-year students. Despite their dissatisfaction with Wei Wu's assessment, they mistakenly thought he was a senior from the third year and didn't dare to argue. In truth, Wei Wu wasn't entirely wrong compared to the third-year school team members. The second-year students participating in the reserve selection did indeed lag behind. Even Zhang Ling managed to hold her ground for a few moves against a not fully serious K-Zone, while most other challengers fell quickly to the school team's trio. Watching from the control room, Shishang couldn't help but feel disappointed. Compared to previous years, the overall strength of the second-year students at third high was clearly lacking, with not a single student capable of challenging beyond their level like K-Zone. The only standout was the first-year prodigy, Zhang Ling. This gave him cause for concern about the school team's performance next year. While K-Zone's presence assured decent results for this year, defeating first high and eighth high in the City League was still a formidable challenge. Reclining in his chair, Shishang pondered whether to scout for more talent among the third-year students to bolster the school team's strength. Next up was the selection for support roles. A standard team configuration includes the main attacker, usually a commander of the assault type, a secondary attacker, an archer, or elemental commander skilled in ranged attacks, a support, a guardian commander responsible for protecting the secondary attacker, a scout from any discipline, focusing on high burst and speed, and a support responsible for healing and buffs. However, in the current school league, many teams have replaced the support role with a third attacker, as supports are vulnerable to quick assaults, turning the match into a 4-5 scenario. Shishang shared this viewpoint, choosing to equip the team with only one healer, Qin Man, and reserving merely 4 slots for support among the 30 reserve members. Compared to the intense battles earlier, the support selection was rather dull. Candidates took turns casting various light orbs toward Chuing, who recorded the data on a form. By the end of the morning, the selection was over, though the reserve list had yet to be announced. "Are you here to cheer me on?" Zhang Ling asked with a smile, spotting Su Naiwen and Wei Wu from a distance. "Hehe, just here to enjoy the show. Didn't expect those second-year seniors to be so weak. Not even as good as me." Wei Wu scratched his head, admitting. Zhang Ling chuckled, knowing Wei Wu wasn't trying to insult anyone, just stating the truth. Just then, Zhang Chun, who happened to be passing by, overheard the remark. Already simmering with frustration, he immediately confronted them. "Who do you think you are, talking like that?" Wei Wu turned his head and immediately recognized the grim face. "Oh, I know you. You're the guy who got knocked flying by the girl with the shield." This comment was like a fuse, and Zhang Qin's already unpleasant expression turned a deep shade of red. His gaze swept over Zhang Ling before he coldly fixed his eyes on Wei Wu. "You, a first year? Hasn't anyone taught you how to speak to your seniors?" "Huh." Wei Wu looked confused. "What did I say? How should I talk?" Su Naiwen, standing nearby, sighed and rubbed his forehead. He knew Wei Wu all too well. This guy wasn't intentionally looking for trouble, but he was a natural-born troublemaker. His fights back in middle school were evidence enough. Sorry, senior. He's just bragging." Su Naiwen quickly apologized, trying to pull Wei Wu away. "What did I say?" Wei Wu grumbled quietly as he was dragged along. Zhang Qin's anger was already boiling over. His hopes for the reserve team had been dashed by that shield hit, and now hearing such arrogance from a first year was the last straw. "Stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Claiming to be better than the second years, huh? Well, let's see just how impressive you first years really are." He reached out to grab Wei Wu's shoulder, but was blocked by a spear. Zhang Ling stood in front of Wei Wu and Su Naiwen, glaring at Zhang Chun. "Senior, what do you think you're doing?" Yang Yu, just returning from the restroom, looked bewildered, as if he had missed half a drama. "What's going on here?" "Zhang Ling, I know you're strong," Zhang Chun fumed, "but this kid says our second-year seniors are weak. I have to test him today and see what kind of big talk a first-year rookie can back up." His shout echoed across the area, catching the attention of many second-year students. While there wasn't a strict hierarchy at Jojo, the upperclassmen always felt superior to the underclassmen. When they realized that Wei Wu was the one who had called the second years weak, they were initially shocked, thinking only a senior would dare say such a thing. Learning it was a first year, they felt humiliated. When did these newly awakened first years get the right to comment on their seniors? "To the training ground? I want to see what he's got." Zhang Ling, step aside. "This is between us second years and him. These first years today really have no sense." The surrounding protests grew louder, and the tension in the air was palpable. The atmosphere on the training ground suddenly became tense. Su Naiwen noticed the angry expressions of those around him and couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed this conflict wouldn't settle without some noise. "Kid, daring to speak so arrogantly, how about a unknown?" Zhang Chun, seeing his second-year classmates backing him, felt a slight smirk rising within. Today, he was determined to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. "Really? Sure. Wei Wu responded with excitement. After watching a monotonous selection match all morning, he was itching for action and couldn't pass up this real combat opportunity. Su Naiwen shook his head inwardly. This guy wasn't considering the situation. Agreeing so readily would only make the second-year students feel provoked. Regardless of the outcome, a grudge with the second years was inevitable. Seeing Wei Wu dare to accept the challenge, Zhang Chun was so angry he laughed. Huh, I thought you'd be scared into admitting your mistake, but you're this arrogant. He turned and walked to the open training ground, beckoning Wei Wu with a contemptuous finger. Come on, step up. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll fight barehanded. You can choose a weapon. As Zhang Chun said this, several people secretly rolled their eyes. This guy was already skilled in martial arts, and his words seemed patronizing. Wei Wu ignored these remarks and directly picked a specially made long knife from the weapon rack, a weapon he often used in practical classes. He swung it a few times, then stood in the center of the ground with an eager smile. Ready? Whoosh! Zhang Qin's figure moved like lightning, his arms wrapped in a yellow-brown aura, and in an instant, he was in front of Wei Wu, delivering a fierce punch. Let me teach you something. The fight starts the moment you step onto the training ground. Just as his fist was about to strike Wei Wu's face, a cold gleam flashed, and the blade tip slashed towards Zhang Qin's arm. So fast, the crowd gasped. Zhang Chun sidestepped, switching to defense, and regarded Wei Wu with a wary expression. This kid's blade wasn't just swift, it was exceptionally sharp. A mid-level Fate Master? Zhang Chun was taken aback. During their brief exchange, he clearly felt the opponent's blade pierce through his aura shield. Being able to imbue a weapon with aura was at least a mid-level Fate Master skill. To break his aura shield, the opponent's level must be above mid-level. Damn. It's only been 2 months since school started. Haven't all the first-year students just begun training? Aside from Jiang Ling, the innate Fate talent, how is there another one breaking through so quickly? Wei Wu didn't care about Zhang Qin's surprise. His long knife, enveloped in blood-red aura, continuously unleashed blade arcs, weaving a blood-red net in front of Zhang Chun, forcing him into a hasty retreat. Who is this guy? Zhang Chun is actually being suppressed. Are all the first-year students this monstrous now? First Jiang Ling, and now another one. Also an innate Fate talent. Wait, I remember. He's Wei Wu, the first-year prodigy who broke through to mid-level Fate Master a month ago. He's the only mid-level Fate Master in the first year besides Jiang Ling, and it was quite sensational at the time. His skills are impressive, but Zhang Chun is a top second-year fighter and hasn't shown his full strength yet. Indeed, Zhang Chen's capabilities as a reserve for the school team were not limited to this. Facing Wei Wu's relentless blade attacks, he seized an opportunity and launched a powerful punch. A yellow-brown aura burst forth, disrupting Wei Wu's assault. Blast Punch. This was a common skill among mid-level Fate Masters specializing in hand-to-hand combat, one of the few long-range attack skills in the white-level talent category. My turn. Zhang Chun shouted coldly, aura surging through his arms, and slammed them heavily onto the ground. The training ground quaked violently. This was a red-level talent skill earth wave. Wei Wu's footing became unstable, while Zhang Chun moved as if on solid ground, swiftly closing in to unleash a flurry of attacks. Wei Wu's long knife barely parried, but due to his unstable stance, his blade lost its previous sharpness. Bam! A heavy punch landed on Wei Wu's abdomen. Fortunately, he used aura to protect himself in time, or that punch would have sent him flying off the training ground. Before he could regain his footing, Zhang Chen slammed another punch into the ground, causing the earth wave to surge violently once more. Kid, take a good look. This is the strength of a second-year student, something you can't match. Zhang Chen smirked disdainfully as he leapt into the air. His body gracefully flipped midair, like a heavy hammer being tossed high. Using his elbow as the hammer, he targeted the unsteady Wei Wu, unleashing his white-level talent skill, Heavy Strike, with great force towards him. On the sidelines, Su Naiwen was ready with a healing spell, just in case. Jiang Ling, watching the situation unfold, frowned slightly and said softly, he hasn't lost yet. I know, Su Naiwen replied, the glow of his healing spell already prepared. Suddenly, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. A figure, trailing a stream of blood, was sent flying backward. It was Zhang Chen, his face pale. A ghastly wound on his chest was gushing blood, but fortunately, Su Naiwen's timely cast of a green healing orb was rapidly mending the injury. As the tremors in the ground subsided, Wei Wu calmly flicked his long blade, shaking off the blood. He turned and walked towards the weapon rack, placing the sword back securely. The entire training ground fell into a dead silence, everyone still reeling from the dramatic turn of events. Jiang Ling glanced at Su Naiwen, raising her eyebrows slightly with a hint of a smile. I didn't expect you to have such faith in him. It's not faith, it's understanding, Su Naiwen explained. Over the past 2 months, he had spent countless hours with Wei Wu, training every morning and frequently seeking his advice on combat techniques. Coupled with Su Naiwen's dedication to studying damaging talent skills, he could already anticipate Wei Wu's moves from his stance. When Zhang Chen executed the heavy strike, Wei Wu's maneuver of sheathing the blade at an angle and slicing with his left hand was his most powerful combo, a red-level family-inherited talent skill paired with a yellow-level slant blade slash. This technique enhanced the blade with his blood and incorporated an advanced talent skill taught by Wan He, so powerful that even Zhang Ling dared not confront it heat. However, the move was highly draining, leaving Wei Wu depleted after one strike. Zhang Chun, by leaping into the air at such a crucial moment, left himself vulnerable and unable to evade, effectively sealing his fate. This strike tore through Zhang Chen's soul force barrier, and if Wei Wu hadn't pulled back in time, the consequences could have been dire. Su Naiwen quickly cast healing and restoration spells on Wei Wu, not only healing the wound on his hand but also restoring a bit of his depleted soul power, preventing him from collapsing in weakness. Seeing the situation was under control, he was about to quietly leave before the second-year students could react. "Hey, who told you to interfere? The fight isn't over." Zhang Chen slowly got up from the ground, his face dark with anger. Wei Wu's decisive strike had left him humiliated, and if things ended like this today, he would surely become the laughingstock of the entire school tomorrow. In the martial arts arena, unless one side concedes, loses all combat ability, or is knocked out of the ring, no one is allowed to interfere with the match. Didn't your teacher teach you that? Zhang Chun glared at Su Naiwen. Get out. The fight isn't over. Feeling the eyes of those around him, Zhang Chun was nearly driven mad with embarrassment and rage. Looking at the pale-faced Wei Wu, clearly exhausted of soul power, he wanted nothing more than to tear him apart, yet the memory of that terrifying blow held him back. That's enough, Zhang Chun. You lost, admit it. Don't let people say our second year can't take a loss. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and called out to stop him. Yeah, so what if you're an upperclassman? Can't win, so you cheat? Just because you've trained an extra year? Why don't you try beating someone from the school team? You're just bullying us first years, aren't you? I'll post this video online. Exactly, can't take a loss, go home and play in the mud? The initially intimidated first-year students were roused to anger by the upperclassmen's bullying and began to protest. The atmosphere on the martial arts field became tense. This has nothing to do with you. Zhang Chen shouted maniacally. Did I concede? Was I knocked out of the ring? Did I lose my combat ability? No. Then let's continue. The onlooking second-year students frowned at Zhang Chen's loss of composure, some even secretly sneering, feeling ashamed to have such a classmate. However, since Zhang Chen had already tied them into this, they couldn't openly criticize him. If you want to fight, I'll join. Zhang Ling, wielding her heavy spear, stood alongside Wei Wu and Su Naiwen. The spear trembled, emitting a clear sound, pointing straight at Zhang Chen. Ha, still so united. What, do you first years want to challenge us second years to a team battle? Zhang Chen tried to maintain his composure, though he was already feeling uneasy. The kid with the knife had managed to unleash such a terrifying strike, and Zhang Ling's strength was clearly greater, likely not even showing her full power against K Zong. If you want to talk, then say what you want to do, Su Naiwen snapped, angered. He had hoped to defuse the situation quietly, but the other side kept pushing, shamelessly cheating. To back down now would be to humiliate themselves. Huh. First years these days are so arrogant, Zhang Chen sneered. Looks like you three are really unhappy with us second years. Fine, let's have a team battle. 3-on-3 or 5-on-5, you choose. If you don't dare, then you first-year rookies better stay in your place and stop trying to act tough. Zhang Chen calculated in his mind. Besides Jiang Ling and Wei Wu, there couldn't be another prodigy among the first years. This time, he had been careless, but if they could rematch, as long as he avoided that deadly strike, he could easily defeat them. As for Su Naiwen, what could a low-level healer do? His healing spells would likely be interrupted before they even took effect. Let's fight them. Su Naiwen clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with anger. Even if we lose, it doesn't matter. I support you all. If we're short on people, I'll join in. Even if we can't beat them, we should at least give them a hard time. The first-year students in the training room were all seething with rage. Zhang Chen's actions were truly excessive. He couldn't win in an unknown fight, so he switched to team battles, clearly taking advantage of their shorter awakening time. Su Naiwen gritted his teeth. Give me a year, and I'll make sure he doesn't even recognize himself. 3-on-3, meet at training ground number 3 tomorrow morning, Su Naiwen said, his gaze piercing straight at Zhang Chen. If we lose again this time, don't expect to represent the second-year students in any group battle against us first years. I don't think the other second-year seniors would agree to let you represent them, either. With these words, Su Naiwen effectively isolated Zhang Chen from the second-year group. After speaking, he turned and left the training room with Wei Wu and Jiang Ling. Yang Yu followed behind the trio, a playful glint in his eyes, silently admiring Su Naiwen's boldness. You don't mind me making decisions for you, do you? Su Naiwen asked his two companions as they walked. Wei Wu squeezed his fists and grinned broadly. Haha, that's the one I know. We've got a real fight on our hands tomorrow. Jiang Ling, carrying her heavy spear, beamed brightly. That guy's so annoying. It's about time he got put in his place. Relieved that neither criticized him, Su Naiwen turned to Yang Yu. What do you think? Huh, I'm just going to find a good spot to sit and watch tomorrow, Yang Yu replied, eyes narrowed with a cheerful smile. What? Aren't you outraged? Aren't you angry? Don't you feel a sense of justice? Su Naiwen scolded, looking serious. As one of the first-year leaders, shouldn't you take on the responsibility of defending our group's interests? No matter how much you talk, I'm not joining in, Yang Yu replied with a smirk, his expression unchanged. Old Yang, without you, we can't even muster 3 intermediate-level Fate Masters in our grade. Su Naiwen tried to persuade him. You accepted the challenge, so you handle it, Yang Yu said, stretching leisurely and patting the 3 on the shoulders. I've got faith in you. But a word of advice. If you don't hurry, there won't be any food left in the cafeteria. Su Naiwen raised a middle finger at Yang Yu's retreating back. Damn. As Yang Yu walked ahead, a slight smile played on his lips. This guy, who usually went around healing and pretending to be harmless, thought to himself. Let's see your true strength this time. The campus was abuzz with a sensational story. After the school team tryouts, a brash freshman named Wei Wu had the audacity to challenge a sophomore, Zhang Chun, leading to a thrilling unknown duel. Shockingly, Zhang Chun, a top-performing second-year student, was nearly defeated by this freshman's blade. The news swept through the school like wildfire. Third-year students eagerly discussed the event, finding it a welcome distraction from the pressures of their upcoming entrance exams. Second-year students were split into 2 camps. Some believed Zhang Chun couldn't handle losing and resorted to disgraceful tactics, while others, though acknowledging his lack of sportsmanship, felt he was defending their grade's honor and were even willing to support him in the team battle the next day. First-year reactions were equally divided, with some thinking Wei Wu was too cocky, and others cheering him on for standing up to the older students. Amidst the uproar, Su Naiwen quietly looked at the auxiliary points in his hand and whispered, System, add points. The next day, the warm autumn sun bathed the campus, and a cool breeze swept across the outdoor training grounds. The unique humidity of Chuanzhou permeated the expansive field, and the surrounding greenery exuded a fresh, earthy scent, with scattered leaves rustling softly in the wind. What a beautiful day, Su Naiwen said, stretching with a beaming smile. It sure is, Wei Wu replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the upcoming battle. Beside them, Yang Yu was still yawning but was eager not to miss the thrilling showdown. They hadn't even reached the 3rd training ground when they heard the rising clamor from a distance. The usually quiet training ground was packed with people, more bustling than the previous day's tryouts. Even a dog peeing by the roadside would draw a crowd, Su Naiwen scoffed. Are you saying we're the dogs here? Someone asked. Whether we're dogs or not doesn't matter. Look how they're watching us like we're putting on a show. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed. Without looking up, Su Naiwen knew it was Ji Hu from the school team. They exchanged a few playful jabs before the conversation shifted to the imminent contest. When Jiang Ling appeared, hefting a large spear, the 3rd training ground was packed, leaving no room outside the combat area. Classmates cheered them on. Even the usually stern Li Yan showed up, maintaining his signature haughty expression. I thought the first-year brat wouldn't dare show up, Zhang Chun said confidently, arms crossed. With several skilled fighters by his side, he had reason to feel assured. Enough talk. I'm here to fight, Wei Wu retorted impatiently, drawing the long sword gifted to him by Wan He. This blade is much sharper than a specially made long sword, Zhang Qin boasted, wielding his weapon with a glint of arrogance in his eyes. Today, I'll show you who's boss. Freshmen should lower their heads when they meet their seniors. His voice was dripping with condescension. Su Naiwen regarded him coolly, disdain evident in his tone. We don't represent all freshmen, and don't flatter yourself as the leader of the sophomores. Which senior here isn't better than you? His words caught the attention of the surrounding sophomores. The notoriously arrogant kid was now surprisingly sensible. Discussions erupted around them. This kid sure knows how to talk. Ha, well said. Zhang Chun really thinks he's something. Maybe he's scared. After all, Zhang Chun has gathered quite a few good fighters, especially Wang Zhua and Jing Xueming. Their skills have practically secured them spots as school team reserves. TSK. Looks like these freshmen are in for some trouble. I can't bear to watch. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Zhang Chen quickly interrupted the chatter. Enough talk. 3-3 or 5-5, you choose. Su Naiwen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Let's go with 3-3. Give the seniors some leeway. If you lose, you can always ask for a 5-5. His words were like a sharp blade, striking at Zhang Chen's sore spot. Laughter erupted around them, as everyone knew Zhang Chun proposed a group match only after losing unknown to Wei Wu. You're all talk. I'll deal with you first. Zhang Chun snarled through gritted teeth. Wang Zhua, Jing Shuiming, let's go. Many sophomores rolled their eyes using the strongest lineup against 3 freshmen seemed like overkill. Not far from the third training ground, a few distinguished students sat or leaned against the iron bars, quietly observing the scene. If anyone noticed, they'd be shocked. Qin Man, the goddess of third high school, Zhou Yu, a main player on the school team, Xi and Xiao Yu, and other second team members all were among the top combat type practitioners at third high. Zhou Yu glanced at the 3 sophomores stepping forward and couldn't help but chuckle. The quality of the next school team is concerning. In the training arena, 6 individuals faced off against each other. Zhang Chen's team was formidable. Although Zhang Chen himself barely made the reserve list yesterday, he was still considered one of the top fighters in the second year. Wang Zhua, with his short golden hair and white training uniform that highlighted his tall frame, wielded a long blade. His skill with the sword, enhanced by his unique fate, secured him a spot in the top 10 of the second year. Jing Shuiming, with his medium-length hair and gentle demeanor, was an elemental fate master whose strength matched Wang Zhua's. On the opposing team, Jiang Ling had impressed everyone with her outstanding performance in the reserve selection yesterday, proving herself to be on par with the second-year elites. Wei Wu's true strength was reassessed after his battle with Zhang Chan yesterday. Had Zhang Chan not underestimated him, the outcome might have been different. Lastly, Su Naiwen, though a somewhat renowned healer, possessed only the strength of a low-level fate master. I'll give you a chance, make your move. Zhang Chun sneered at the 3 opponents, already envisioning a crushing victory. Then we won't hold back. Su Naiwen grinned, quickly casting a shield spell on each of his teammates. This level 50 shield, though it consumed soul power, was enough to withstand a strike from Jiang Ling without any innate skill. Jiang Ling and Wei Wu, understanding each other perfectly, charged as soon as they felt the protection. Zhang Chen's eyes burned with the desire for revenge. That Wei Wu is mine. I need to settle the score from yesterday. Wang Zhua ignored the questioning look from Jing Shuiming and locked onto Jiang Ling as his target. He was only there to teach the arrogant first-year students a lesson and felt that dealing with a low-level support was beneath him. Jing Shuiming shared the sentiment but, seeing that Wang Zhua had already chosen his opponent, reluctantly focused on Su Naiwen. Bad luck for you, Jing Shuiming thought to himself, immediately activating his innate skill, White-level Wind Howl. Although a low-level skill, it was more than enough to incapacitate a low-level Fate Master. However, Su Naiwen was prepared, demonstrating the true potential of an excellent support control. The light spear in his hand split into 9 beams instantly, a binding skill he had enhanced to level 60 with nearly half of his support points, reaching the peak of the white level. The 9 beams accurately struck the vital points of the 3, momentarily immobilizing them. Although the beams quickly dissipated, this brief immobilization provided Jiang Ling and Wei Wu with a perfect opportunity. Before Wang Zhua could break free from his restraints, Jiang Ling's spear sent him flying out of the arena. Zhang Chun was knocked down by Wei Wu's blade, which could have been fatal had Wei Wu not held back. The entire audience was stunned. The expected one-sided battle did indeed happen, but in the opposite direction the second-year trio had lost 2 members in an instant. The last standing, Jing Shuiming, stood frozen, his Wind Howl skill rendered useless as he found himself surrounded by Wei Wu and Jiang Ling. The first-year support student's display of innate talent left him on high alert. Qin Man's delicate face was full of shock. This was a rare control-type talent. Such a skill would cause a frenzy if it hit the market, especially the white and red-grade control talents, which are considered priceless treasures. Their value lies in one word: practicality. They consume very little soul power and are highly effective in battles, making them a divine skill for practitioners of all levels. Who is that new student? Qin Man couldn't help but ask. Oh, he's the newly acclaimed healer from Class 3. It's said he has a good relationship with Jihu. Rumor has it that his healing talent is even more advanced than yours, and now it seems he's been hiding this skill too, a classmate explained in detail. Qin Man stared intently at Su Naiwen, thinking to himself, this control-type talent is truly captivating. Xi and Xiao Yu, swinging her high ponytail, watched the fleeting battle and exclaimed, the new students these days are incredible. We might see some first-year faces on the school team next season, which would truly be an upset. This time, the second years have definitely met their match. But honestly, Zhang Chun and his group aren't much to speak of. Only Su Bang and Tai Shi Hao are worth mentioning among the second years. No wonder the coach let those 2 skip the preliminaries and go straight to the school team's substitute bench. Wait, is the battle not over? Everyone was surprised to see Jiang Ling and Su Naiwen retreating to the side, leaving Wei Wu alone to face Jing Shuiming with a knife. For Wei Wu, winning or losing wasn't the point. He just wanted a good fight. A man should battle. Take it easy. Jiang Ling shouted to the focused Wei Wu while holding her spear. After this, I still want to stretch my muscles. It's not easy to find an elemental practitioner as a sparring partner. Everyone exchanged looks, while Jing Xueming wore a look of displeasure. It was clear he was being treated as a mere sparring partner. Of all the ways to insult an opponent, they chose the one that was most infuriating. Yesterday, Su Naiwen witnessed a battle between elemental life masters firsthand. The power of the whizzing fireballs and water bullets left a deep impression on him. However, elemental life masters have a significant drawback: they are overly reliant on soul power. Each use of their innate skills consumes a large amount of soul power, making it difficult to sustain prolonged battles if their soul power level isn't high enough. In contrast, before reaching the pinnacle of soul power, offensive life masters have an advantage in actual combat. Of course, anomalies like Zhang Ling, who trained herself from an elemental type into an offensive type, are exceptions to this rule. At this moment, Wei Wu is facing a tricky opponent. Although the opponent's wind howl innate skill is only at the white level, it is giving him a headache. This skill allows the user to form a powerful air cannon in their hands that cuts through space with a howling wind, hence the name. It is fast and has strong impact, though not highly destructive, making it particularly troublesome for Wei Wu, who excels in swordsmanship but lacks agility. Each time he fails to dodge and has to slice through the wind howl with his sword, he is forced back several steps by the powerful impact. Besides his long-range attack skill, diagonal blade slash, Wei Wu's other techniques require close combat. However, if the diagonal blade slash misses, it becomes ineffective, forcing him to slowly wear down his opponent, waiting for their soul power to deplete. Jing Xueming, being a reserve member, naturally has more than just these abilities. Seeing that Wei Wu is unwilling to go all out, Jing realizes the situation is unfavorable for him. Although his soul power level is higher, the continuous use of innate skills is also draining. Given this, he decides to take the initiative. Red level innate skill, Wind Blade Tornado. This move consumes a significant portion of his soul power. Air currents rapidly spin around Wei Wu's feet as the center. Seeing the danger, Wei Wu quickly leaps away, but Jing Xueming smirks. The small vortex rapidly expands, the wind growing fiercer, soon forming a tornado over 5 meters high. Gray-blue irregular wind blades flicker within, resembling a mobile meat grinder, relentlessly pursuing Wei Wu. Even Su Naiwen, who had witnessed elemental life masters in battle the day before, couldn't help but exclaim, "This red-level innate skill is terrifying. If an ordinary person got caught in that, even my red-level healing skill might not save them in time." Chased by the tornado, Wei Wu realizes the situation is escalating and decisively cuts his palm to unleash his red-level innate skill, Sharp Blade. He turns and swings his sword, hoping to tear through the tornado with its sharp edge. The clash of the blade with the wind blades produces a teeth-grinding screech, like cutting into a high-speed saw, sparks flying. Worse, a powerful suction threatens to pull him and his sword into the vortex. In this critical moment, Wei Wu holds nothing back and directly uses his yellow-level innate skill, Diagonal Blade Slash. The crowd sees a flash of blood-red light, and the raging tornado is split in two, dissolving into nothingness in the air. Jing Xueming stands frozen, his hands trembling uncontrollably, a few strands of severed hair drifting from his ears. The breath of death had just brushed past him, the blood-red blade light too swift to react to. A slight deviation would have led to unimaginable consequences. This time, Wei Wu did not hold back as he did against Zhang Chun, fully unleashing the skill's power. Even though he can't yet utilize the full potential of this innate skill, the astonishing strike was enough to prove that among the second-year students, few could rival him. That was close. Just dodging it would have sufficed. The speed of that strike was astonishing, and Wei Wu's full-force blow left everyone in awe. The blade's flash cut through like lightning, causing everyone present to hold their breath. Green and blue skill lights flickered alternately, casting their glow on the two combatants in the arena. While unleashing his skills, Su Naiwen turned to Zhang Ling and asked, "What do you think?" "Not impressive," Zhang Ling replied with an expressionless face. "I've already simulated 2 rounds in my mind. He's too weak." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but marvel internally. These freshmen are truly extraordinary, each more formidable than the last. Wei Wu sheathed his long blade, and the healing light between his palms gradually faded, restoring some of his soul power. He looked at Jing Xueming, who appeared stunned across from him, and nodded seriously to show his approval. "You're quite skilled, but you rely too much on the air cannon, which makes the battle less thrilling." This seriousness seemed more like a silent taunt. "Let's have a rematch sometime," Wei Wu said. The battle made him realize the limitation of his singular approach, prompting him to learn some basic long-range attack skills to prepare for the next spar. Jing Xueming clenched his fists, feeling conflicted. Being defeated by a lower-grade student left him both unwilling and frustrated. Yet, that astonishing strike left him speechless. He recalled what Zhang Chun said yesterday. "That guy only has that one impressive strike. Just dodge it and you'll be fine." Dodge it? The speed of that blade was such that few in the second year could manage it. Jing Shuiming even suspected that his opponent delayed using this move to extend the fight and gain practical training. Xiao Wu, let's go. Su Naiwen, accustomed to keeping a low profile, called out. Seeing Wei Wu grow stronger, and knowing even he wasn't a match for Zhang Ling, left Su Naiwen feeling uneasy. In the presence of these two, it was hard to stand out. He casually tossed healing light towards the injured Zhang Chun and Wang Zhua but received no support points. Damn, these young people today really have no sense of gratitude, Su Naiwen muttered to himself. Su Naiwen, Wei Wu, how are you doing? Want to join the special training team? As the three left the third training field with Yang Yugang, Xiezhuang, Zhang Yu, and Huang Yuanyuan eagerly caught up. Xie, the chubby one, was particularly animated, bouncing around and exclaiming slang like awesome and mind-blowing. Su Naiwen couldn't help but think. We all had the same 9 years of compulsory education, yet some people's vocabulary is so limited, and they even throw in awkward English words like amazing, good, and unbelievable. As they walked, someone blocked their path. A faint scent of milk wafted through the air, stirring a sense of familiarity in Su Naiwen. Looking up, he saw a striking woman. Her smooth hair was elegantly pinned up, and a white turtleneck highlighted her impressive figure. Her slender waist contrasted sharply with her full bust. Slim-fit jeans hugged her long, shapely legs, and she wore white high heels. Despite the modest attire, she exuded a unique allure. Her face was unforgettable. A soft oval face with willow-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and perfectly rosy lips. Light makeup enhanced her gentle and intellectual aura. A small pair of glasses perched on her well-shaped nose, and her eyes, filled with a hint of affection and tenderness, were fixed on Su Naiwen. Dr. Wan? Su Naiwen recognized her immediately. Although they had only met once 2 months ago during an otherworldly invasion, a woman of such calm and gentle resilience amidst chaos was not easily forgotten. You remember me. Wen Rong's eyes curved into a smile. I'm Wen Rong, but you can call me Sister Rong. You haven't answered my question yet, though. You want to join the special training team? The special training team? They looked at each other, puzzled. Zhang Ling couldn't help but ask, Sister, what's the special training team? Wen Rong, like a friendly big sister, explained, the special training team is like a school team and a reserve substitute or sparring partner. You can train with the school team and challenge its members anytime. If you perform well, you can enter the reserves or even join the school team directly. Seeing their confusion, she continued, I'm the newly appointed team doctor and assistant coach. The special training team was my suggestion. It's not limited by grade, and it's meant to put pressure on the school team and reserves while discovering talented individuals. She glanced at them. Zhang Ling, your performance is already at the reserve level. Wei Wu, your strike shows potential, but it needs refinement. As for you, Naiwen, your talent for control skills is perfect for teamwork, but your soul power level needs improvement. Assistant coach? Team doctor? They suddenly understood that the special training team was like a third tier, a substitute for the substitutes. Is there fighting? I'm in. Wei Wu asked excitedly, and upon receiving confirmation, immediately expressed his willingness to join. Are there any requirements to join the special training team? Su Naiwen inquired. Wen Rong smiled gently. Depends on my mood. This capricious remark contrasted sharply with her gentle image. A flash of pure light crossed her eyes as she glanced at Yang Yu, standing in the corner, her expression slightly surprised. Oh, I didn't expect to find a hidden little genius, Wen Rong exclaimed with surprise, her gaze landing on Yang Yu. Would you like to join the special training team? Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood. With his talent in detection, the other person had probably already discerned his soul power level. I'd be delighted, he agreed without hesitation, genuinely curious about the newly established special training team. Seeing Wei Wu and Yang Yu both agree, Su Naiwen nodded in consent as well. He thought to himself that he might as well join since he had nothing better to do, and he might even earn some extra support points in the school team. After all, the main team members were all advanced Fate Masters, each equivalent to a mobile treasure trove of 11 to 100 support points. Not to mention, some of the coaches and special training teachers might even be ranked Fate Masters. When Wen Rong saw Su Naiwen also agreed to join, she smiled warmly and instinctively raised her hand as if to pat his head. But noticing Su Naiwen's evasive reaction, she paused, feeling a bit disappointed as she withdrew her hand. I've just been transferred here, and I'm not too familiar with the school yet. Could you show me around and maybe grab some lunch? Wen Rong suggested. Su Naiwen glanced at the sun in the southeast and thought to himself that it was only a little past 9. He had the feeling that this beautiful school nurse had some ulterior motive towards him. Although she was indeed strikingly beautiful, he couldn't shake off the awkward feeling of not knowing what her intentions were. Sure, Sister Wen Rong, I haven't had breakfast yet, so let's go together. Zhang Ling eagerly linked arms with Wen Rong. You can just call me Sister Rong or Rong Rong, Wen Rong replied, beaming with a wide smile. This sudden show of closeness left Su Naiwen baffled. thinking that this might be what they call a mutual understanding between beauties. What was initially a playful banter among the group had turned into a campus tour of the school with Wenrong's addition. As everyone else cheerfully accompanied her, Su Naiwen was left scratching his head. As a freshman who only frequented the dorm, classroom, and cafeteria, what was the appeal in showing a school nurse around such a small space? Wenrong and Su Naiwen, along with their group, took a tour around the school and left after having a meal. This made Su Naiwen, who had been suspicious of their intentions, wonder if he might have been overly sensitive. In the following days, Su Naiwen's life returned to normal. Every morning, he trained with Wei Wu, attended his classes, and during his free time, he helped teachers with lesson plans and organized equipment around the campus, almost like a teaching assistant. On Friday evening, the weekend arrived as expected. With no news from the school's special training team, Su Naiwen took the opportunity to visit home. The city, once in ruins, had regained its former prosperity. The roads were newly paved, and the buildings that had collapsed were rebuilt, standing even taller and sturdier than before. This filled him with pride for the rapid reconstruction achieved by the united efforts of the people of Jiuzhou. Humming the tune, "Daddy and Mommy go to work, I go to kindergarten," he took the bus home. Along the way, he offered his seat several times, earning quite a few points for his courtesy. Over the past 2 months, apart from his mom bringing him clothes once, he hadn't seen his family much. Bouncing up to his house, he unlocked the door with his key, only to be greeted by a cloud of thick white smoke. Oh shoot, what the heck? Su Naiwen coughed as he backed out of the doorway, reaching for his phone to call for help. Just then, a soot-covered figure emerged from the smoke, his father, wearing an apron and holding 2 plates of what looked like charcoal, flashing his trademark smile. Hey, Xiaowen's back. Come on in. Did you miss your dad? Su Naiwen scrutinized this African refugee and recognized his quirky father, Su Zhang, from that familiar grin. Like in his past life, Su Zhang was still an educator, a young professor of classical literature, frequently traveling for literary conferences or archaeological surveys. Similarly, he was still unreliable in everyday life. Hey, Comrade de Zhang, are you experimenting with explosives at home? Planning on blowing up bunkers? Unfazed, Su Zhang calmly called out. Words dispersed the smoke. As soon as he spoke, a gentle breeze swept through the windows, instantly clearing the choking smoke. This scene left Su Naiwen wide-eyed, but he quickly recalled from his memory that this was just his father's research into a sacred incantation, using classical poetry to influence the environment without any real destructive power. Entering the house and glancing at the soot-covered ceiling, Su Naiwen cast a disdainful look at the plates of charcoal and routinely asked, "Where's Mom?" Hee, I just got off the phone with her. She's on her way home from work. I just got back from a business trip today, and when I heard you were coming home, I decided to cook myself. How about that? Touched, aren't you, son? Holding the chopsticks thrust into his hand, Su Naiwen stood there dumbfounded. He seriously suspected that his father might have discovered his soul had traveled and was trying to poison him. A father's love can be deadly. Dad, you've worked hard. Why don't you try the dishes first? By the way, you look like you've gotten darker and thinner. Almost like an African refugee, Su Naiwen hurried back to his room, his mother's irritable voice ringing in his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Outside, in the kitchen, a war was unfolding. Mom, please come back. I can't handle this alone. Just look at what he's done to the kitchen. Su Naiwen silently complained to himself. If you can't cook, don't try to show off. Just because you've been away for 3 months doesn't make you a chef. Look at the mess you've made. His mother's furious voice was deafening. I worked a night shift the day before yesterday, and finally got half a day off yesterday to clean, and you've turned it all upside down. Get out of here. Watching the chaos unfold, Su Naiwen couldn't help but reflect. It's hard to believe that the once gentle and graceful beauty has turned into this fierce tigress. What else has marriage brought my mom besides a handsome son? Honey, don't be mad, his father, Su Zhang, pleaded. I just wanted to cook for you because I've been away on business for so long. Just try a bite. The cheesy words made Su Naiwen cringe, but for some reason, his mother, Wu Shuwen, seemed to fall for it every time. Get out. Okay. A wise man knows when to yield. Su Naiwen rolled his eyes, still puzzled over how his mother had ever fallen for his father. As he stepped out of his room, he saw his mother busy in the kitchen, and quickly went over to help. Oh, look who's back. Did you two plan this? Both gone for months, and you both come back on the same day. We missed you. You're just like your father, all talk. My birthday was just a few days ago, and no one remembered. These words struck Su Naiwen with a pang of guilt. After all these years as her son, he still wasn't living up to his role. Yeah, how could you forget your mom's birthday? Su Zhang chimed in, emerging from the bathroom, trying to scold his son while earning his wife's favor. Unfortunately, Wu Shuwen wasn't having it. She gave Su Zhang a sidelong glance, her voice tinged with a mix of reproach and affection. You're no better. Tada. Look what I've got. Su Zheng suddenly produced a necklace as if by magic, a platinum chain with a purple crystal pendant that sparkled brilliantly under the light. Wu Shuwen's sulky demeanor instantly melted into a smile she couldn't hide. Su Naiwen rubbed his forehead in exasperation, finally understanding how his father had won his mother over. Seeing his father, now free of the kitchen soot, reveal his handsome and somewhat scholarly face, and remembering how his mother had always been a sucker for looks, plus his father's willingness to spend money. Amen. As dinner time rolled around, the family of three gathered around the table. Wu Shuwen looked at her husband, Su Zheng, who appeared a bit worn out from his business trip. With a tender heart, she picked up a rib with the most meat for him and pushed the one with more bone than meat towards their son, Su Naiwen. Here, honey, have this. You've been traveling for so long. You need to replenish your energy, Wu Shuwen said, her amethyst necklace subtly glinting as she moved, her face glowing with a gentle smile. Watching this scene, Su Naiwen couldn't help but silently roll his eyes. Ever since his mother started wearing that amethyst necklace, her attitude towards his father had completely transformed from a fierce tigress to a gentle kitten. What shift are you on today? Su Zheng asked casually while enjoying his wife's care. On duty, Wu Shuwen replied instinctively, then quickly corrected herself. No, someone switched with me. I had the morning shift, so I'm free this afternoon. Hee hee, sounds good. Su Zheng chuckled, his handsome face suddenly looking somewhat goofy. Wu Shuwen playfully glared at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. At that moment, Su Naiwen intentionally coughed twice to remind his parents of his presence. The couple quickly realized they weren't alone and focused on their meal. Xiaowen, Su Zheng suddenly said seriously, you're in your first year of high school now, and the college entrance exam isn't far off. You shouldn't stay home today. Head back to school and study. Dad, I'm only in my first year, Su Naiwen replied helplessly. Su Zheng immediately grew animated. First year or not. He launched into an impressive calculation of time, concluding, by this count, you'll be taking your college entrance exam the day after tomorrow. Under his parents' urging, Su Naiwen had no choice but to prepare to leave. Just before he left, his father handed him a delicate little pouch. Inside, to his surprise, were two advanced level talent skill crystals, and one of them was green. This was a treasure comparable to those used by high-ranking spiritual masters. What's the big deal? Su Zheng said nonchalantly. These days, who doesn't have a couple of advanced level talent skill crystals at home? With this unexpected gift, Su Naiwen was ushered out the door. Standing downstairs, he looked up to see the curtains in his home tightly drawn. He shook his head and sighed. Ah, second child. Your brother still couldn't stop you from coming into this dangerous world to suffer. Clutching the three precious talent skill crystals, Su Naiwen didn't dare linger on the street and hurried back to school. Once back in his dorm, he eagerly began to harness his soul power to draw upon the orange-grade talent skill crystal. Su Naiwen cautiously channeled his soul power, delicately drawing a wisp of airflow from the spirit crystal as if weaving threads. This airflow coursed through his body, causing his soul power to circulate wildly, following the path of the spiritual energy. Suddenly, a commanding shout burst from his mouth, instantly draining all his soul power. A wave of intense weakness hit him, and he let out a muffled groan, nearly losing consciousness. In a life-or-death moment, he immediately activated his system, pouring hundreds of auxiliary points into his soul power realm while continuously casting recovery spells. The abundant soul power gradually nourished his body and spirit, allowing him to catch his breath. What a reckless move, Su Naiwen regretted inwardly. Even Wei Wu only dared to use yellow-grade talent techniques, yet he had attempted an orange-grade one. With the guidance of the spirit crystal, he had indeed managed to perform this orange-grade talent technique. But only halfway through, he had exhausted his soul power and nearly depleted his mental strength. Learning from his mistake, he continued to circulate his soul power with the aid of the spirit crystal. Each cycle was carefully controlled, avoiding any reckless actions. He persisted until the spirit crystal lost its luster and dimmed. Only then did he stop training, as a new branch had finally sprouted on the talent tree within his system. With eyes closed in concentration, he focused on the tiny orange leaf on the talent tree, much smaller than the others. Joy surged through him. The soul-commanding roar technique. Though only 10 developed and not yet learnable, it revealed another function of the talent tree. Talent techniques learned independently could also manifest as new leaves on the tree. Just like his cultivation of the starfire technique, which, although 98 complete and not yet learnable, was represented by a leaf much larger than that of the soul-commanding roar. Of course, not every skill acquired could form a talent leaf. For instance, the gray-grade talent technique, Whip Strike, he gained by chance while hunting mantis-tailed apes, and the tiger roaring fist he had mastered thoroughly, were both fully grasped. Yet the talent tree remained unresponsive. A blazing fireball descended from the sky, distorting the air around it as if the very fabric of space were about to be scorched through. Guchu! It's coming! A clear voice rang out. On the training ground, a petite and slender figure charged forward, wielding an enormous shield that seemed absurdly large compared to her frame. With a thunderous crash, the explosive fireball collided head-on with the shield, and the ensuing flames and smoke instantly obscured the view. "Cover me!" With a shout that sounded almost childlike, two figures clad in black, training uniforms burst out from the lingering flames like wild horses. "Snipers!" The command was barely out when a shower of multicolored arrows rained down like a meteor storm. Faced with this deadly barrage, one person swung a long sword, the blue blade light clashing against the colorful arrows with continuous explosions. The other figure moved with ghostly agility, leaving afterimages as they deftly dodged the dense rain of arrows. Support. A burly figure, bear-like in stature, swung a massive sword to meet the threat. The black-clad figure, instead of retreating, advanced and shockingly punched the heavy sword that resembled a door panel. With a loud bang, the burly figure was sent flying. At that moment, a large barrage of arrows blocked the black-clad figure's retreat. "Haha, got you." A fiery red magic circle with a diameter of 3 meters suddenly lit up. Earth fire burst. A fierce column of fire roared skyward. Yet, in an instant, a black current dispersed the fire column, and an unharmed figure shot out like a cannonball. Bang! Thud! Boom! 3 loud crashes later, the training ground was left with 3 figures sprawled on the ground. Cough, cough. I almost didn't catch my breath. Zhou Yu clutched his stomach, his face flushed red. "Captain, didn't you promise not to use your innate skills?" "That was your idea, not mine." Ke Zong stretched lazily. "Being roasted by fire is quite comfortable. Cheating is cheating, don't make excuses," complained Liao Jia, the burly figure who had been blasted away, as he stood up. "Old Liao, you can't even withstand one of my punches and you call me a cheat? If you're not happy, come and fight me." Normally quiet due to his childlike voice, Ke Zong was surprisingly talkative in front of his team. "I didn't even use 2/10 of my strength. If I had gone all out, you'd be stuck on the wall. It's lonely being this strong. Not a single worthy opponent. I miss the days of our previous training sessions. You all need more practice. You're quite lacking." Zhou Yu, Liao Jia, and Xi and Xiaoyu's expressions turned rather amusing. "Captain, no matter what, I'm still a girl. Could you go a bit easier on me next time?" Xi and Xiaoyu, holding her face, looked like she was about to cry. She didn't dare to mention the unwritten rule of not hitting someone in the face, because in the team, the captain's word was law. "You'll get used to it. Being second means you should move up to take the hit sooner next time," Ke Zong replied, glancing at Zhou Yu, who was retching. Xi and Xiaoyu considered herself lucky that only half her face was swollen. The captain had indeed held back, as her injuries were lighter than Zhou Yu's and Liao Jie's, but he had a knack for targeting the face. Gu Chu and Jing Chongkong were chuckling on the side but didn't escape Ke Zong's attention either. "I'm not talking about you too. Jing Chongkong, do you know why you're still in the second team?" The main team's lineup of 5, though seemingly unconventional, was their strongest formation. Captain Ke Zong was a vanguard type, either as the main attacker or a scout. Vice-Captain Gu Chu was a guardian type, responsible for support or assistance. Zhou Yu was an elemental type, acting as the secondary attacker. Xi and Xiaoyu was a long-range specialist of the vanguard type, also a secondary attacker. Liao Jia was a sniper specialist of the vanguard type, primarily providing support. Despite the unusual mix, this combination undeniably proved their prowess. Sweat and steam filled the training ground of the 3rd High School's team. The team's pride lies in their tactical setup, the 1 breakthrough, 2 attackers, 2 defenders formation, which has consistently achieved excellent results in training matches against other schools. Coach Shishang stood on the sidelines, his eyes sharp as he watched every move on the field, occasionally nodding or frowning. The team consists of 10 players, with 6 offensive specialists divided into 2 groups, 3 in the main team and 3 in the second team. Among the second team, Jing Chongkong, Ji Hu, and Chi Yu each have their unique styles. However, Jing Chongkong and Ji Hu's fighting styles closely resemble that of the main player, Ke Zong, putting them in an awkward position. Only Chi Yu's approach stands out, aligning more closely with Xi and Xiaoyu's sharpshooting skills and Liao Jie's heavy combat style. "Gu Chu, do I need to remind you again about your shield as a guardian specialist?" The coach's voice carried a hint of sternness. "If you keep slacking, don't come to me for lunch money at the end of the month." I'm sorry, Sister Chu." The voice softened immediately. After several rounds of intense matches, the players sat exhausted on the sidelines to rest. Jing Chongkong, wiping away sweat while drinking water, suddenly asked, "I heard the new team doctor is forming a special training team. What's that about?" Liao Jie grinned. "What else could it be? It's because your second team is so weak, they can't stand it anymore. They're looking to bring in fresh blood from the 3rd years." "Ha!" Jing Chongkong's face darkened. "Even though I'm in the second team, not just anyone can make it into the school team." He recalled the selection process, breaking out from a pool of 30 reservees a testament to his solid skills. Although K-Zong's presence might limit his chances in the City League later this year, not just any random person could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. It's just a special training team, basically just sparring partners. Why are you reacting so strongly? The assistant coach explained. Maybe it's to discover and nurture talent more quickly. So they brought in quite a few first-year students. First-year students? Liao Jie scratched his head. There's still low-level specialists, haven't even been divided into academic or martial classes. What use could they be? Zhou Yu remembered the impressive first and second-year challenge match a few days ago and smiled knowingly. If those 3 first-year newcomers join, things could get interesting. The door to the training room suddenly swung open, and when Rong strode in with a group of 30 to 40 people. As the newly appointed team doctor and assistant coach, she immediately spotted K-Zong and the other 5 members undergoing extra training. K-Zong, you're here. When Rong greeted softly, Coach 1, K-Zong replied with a polite smile to the newly appointed team doctor and assistant coach. Training on a Sunday, not bad, when Rong remarked briefly before turning to the group behind her. Everyone, line up by grade. The special training team quickly arranged themselves into 3 rows, with Su Naiwen and others in the front row. Initially composed of 40 members, only 32 showed up due to the short notice and the Saturday holiday. When Rong, though appearing gentle, was extremely strict, anyone absent or on leave was immediately removed, with no chance of rejoining. The 32 consisted of 16 third-year students, 10 second years, and 6 first years. Most of the third years joined the special training team after failing to make the school team. I know you have questions about being selected for the special training team, but none of that matters. You just need to follow my training instructions, when Rong said, scanning the group. Su Naiwen, Lin Tianrui, Han Si, you 3 will lead your respective grades. Any objections? Coach 1, I have an objection. Someone spoke up. Objection? Keep it to yourself. When Rong replied decisively. This appointment stirred quite a bit of controversy. Su Naiwen was a support-type healer, Lin Tianrui had an artistic spirit, and Han Si was a humanities student. Such choices left the martial arts students unconvinced, but under when Rong's authority, no one dared to voice further dissent. Today's training is simple. Team battles. When Rong announced. First year, 3 and 3. Second year, 5 and 5. Third year, 2 groups of 4 on 4. She interrupted the commotion of self-organizing teams. I'll be assigning the teams. As when Rong began calling out names for the groups, the clear disparity in strength left some delighted and others disheartened. Those paired with stronger teammates were beaming, while those with weaker ones were less enthusiastic. First years, you're up first, when Rong said, pulling out her notebook. Before you fight, state your name, soul power level and life attribute. The 2 teams reported their information. One team consisted of Wei Wu mid-level life shaper, assault type, Chen He low-level life shaper, elemental type, and Yang Yu mid-level life shaper, guardian type. The other, led by Su Naiwen low-level life shaper, healing type, included 2 low-level assault type life shapers. The disparity in strength was obvious. Choose your weapons and begin. At when Rong's command, Wei Wu charged at Su Naiwen like a cannonball, attacking even before grabbing a weapon. Though confident in his advantage, he knew this battle wouldn't be simple. Brothers shouldn't make things difficult for each other. Wei Wu charged forward with lightning speed, but Su Naiwen's reaction was even quicker. He launched his beam spear, which instantly split into 9 dazzling beams, all piercing Wei Wu's body with precision. This attack far surpassed the power he had demonstrated last week against the 3 second-year students then. Just 3 beams were enough to immobilize his opponents, let alone the current onslaught of 9. Su Naiwen moved fluidly, simultaneously creating distance and casting armor and elemental shields for himself and his 2 teammates. A transparent protective layer enveloped the trio, with a faint, spherical glow swirling around them. What are you standing there for? Get moving, snapped Su Naiwen, snapping his 2 teammates back to reality as they hurriedly grabbed weapons from the rack. With a crack, the 9 beams lodged in Wei Wu shattered completely. This outcome was no surprise to him, was well aware of Su Naiwen's tendency to hide his true strength. Without hesitation and even without picking up a weapon, Wei Wu steadily and swiftly cornered Su Naiwen in the training area. Su Naiwen grimaced, realizing his opponent was serious. Meanwhile, Chinchang and Zhang Heng ignored Su Naiwen's predicament and charged directly at Yang Yu and Chen He. Their sudden decision to abandon their teammate was unexpected. They clearly believed Su Naiwen was out of the fight, and instead of supporting a losing battle, they preferred to target the equally matched Chen He. Although Yang Yu was a mid-level life master, specializing in defense didn't guarantee invincibility. Su Naiwen shook his head in frustration, cursing his 2 foolish teammates. If he were taken out, losing his support and enhancements, Wei Wu would easily dispatch the pair. In this critical moment, he had no choice but to fight back fiercely. Facing Wei Wu's relentless advance, Su Naiwen stopped retreating and, with determination, charged directly. Wei Wu, sensing the change, dropped his dismissive attitude and became serious. He stepped forward, muscles tensed, and unleashed a roaring tiger fist. Thanks to his level 4 spirit awakening and keen reflexes, Su Naiwen managed to cast a binding beam mid-strike. This time, he altered his strategy, launching the 9 beams sequentially rather than simultaneously, each striking Wei Wu with a rhythmic precision. The continuous cracking sound filled the air, and though each beam only immobilized Wei Wu momentarily, it significantly disrupted his attack. To the spectators, Wei Wu's movements seemed to be chopped into disjointed frames. This chaotic interruption felt like experiencing high latency in an online game, leaving him frustrated. Seizing the opportunity, Su Naiwen deftly dodged the attack and, using his hips to generate momentum, delivered a whip strike with his right leg to Wei Wu's abdomen. This was the result of his relentless practice, integrating the whip strike into his leg techniques with considerable power. However, Wei Wu absorbed the hit with only a grunt, stepping back a couple of paces before launching into a ferocious tiger pounce aimed at Su Naiwen's throat. Damn that fate trait! Su Naiwen cursed inwardly. Even without armor or an elemental shield, the move he'd painstakingly honed for 2 months only pushed Wei Wu back 2 steps. In a split-second decision, Su Naiwen executed his self-created donkey roll, not only evading the pounce but also escaping Wei Wu's encirclement through his underarm. Though it appeared awkward, it proved effective. The distant battle was equally concerning. Yang Yu had erected a light shield to protect Chen He, whose elemental fireballs kept Su Naiwen's 2 teammates at bay. Without Su Naiwen's initial protective boost, they would likely have been defeated already. The 2 idiots stubbornly attacked the light shield Heaton, showing no flexibility or understanding of flanking tactics, much to Su Naiwen's exasperation. Left with no choice, Su Naiwen ran toward his hapless teammates, ready to personally deal with the chaotic situation. Su Naiwen moved with lightning speed, grabbing one of his teammates by the collar and unceremoniously flinging him backwards as a human shield against the relentless Wei Wu. At the same time, he deftly cast armor and elemental shields on his 2 stunned teammates. Human shield technique, gasped the onlookers. Holy crap, impressive. This guy really isn't afraid of getting hit. Team killing? This dude did what I've always wanted to do but never dared. Did he just do you in? Su Naiwen's bold move of sacrificing his teammate left everyone in shock. Chun Chung, still reeling from the surprise, stumbled and was shoved towards Wei Wu. Seizing the opportunity, Su Naiwen executed a swift maneuver to circle around and target Chen He, who was attacking from behind the shield. Yang Yu reacted quickly, stepping sideways to block Su Naiwen's path. Zhang Heng, seeing the situation deteriorate, stubbornly swung his staff at Yang Yu without considering the consequences. This reckless action nearly made Su Naiwen curse out loud. Yang Yu's blocking me, and instead of taking out Chun He, you're picking a fight with a shield bearer? Are you serious? Maybe your family should consider having another kid. Suddenly, the spear in Su Naiwen's hand glowed brightly, releasing 9 beams of light in a 3v3 formation aimed at Wei Wu, Yang Yu, and Chen He. Exploiting this fleeting moment of control, he skillfully darted past Yang Yu and closed the distance to Chen He in just 2 strides. Yang Yu and Wei Wu, both mid-level life mages, quickly broke free of the light's control, but the brief delay was enough. A moment's hesitation was all it took for Su Naiwen to reach Chen He. The low-level elemental life mage struggled to free himself from the restraining beams and, before he could fully regain his mobility, was kicked to his knees by Su Naiwen and promptly thrown out of the training arena. This seamless series of actions successfully eliminated the weakest link in the opposing team. Seeing this, Wei Wu abandoned his pursuit of Su Naiwen. The unfortunate human shield, Chen Cheng, was then subjected to 2 powerful punches from Wei Wu, shattering his armor and elemental shield, followed by a blood-infused, soul-powered kick aimed at his chest for a swift resolution. Bang! The sound of shattering echoed as Chen Cheng, instead of being kicked out of the arena, was sent flying only 3 meters, crashing heavily to the ground and coughing uncontrollably. A green light descended upon him, enveloping his body and allowing him to slowly get back on his feet. At the critical moment, Su Naiwen cast a protective shield on Chen Cheng just in time. Without this layer of defense, Wei Wu's soul-powered attack would have surely knocked Chen Cheng to the ground. Take down Su Naiwen first. After being outmaneuvered by Su Naiwen's combo, Yang Yu snorted, quickly lowering his shield and charging towards Su Naiwen. Wei Wu followed closely, grumbling, "You don't need to tell me. Su Naiwen, you two really are my good brothers. Protect me." Faced with their pincer attack, Su Naiwen had no choice but to call for backup. While casting immobilizing beams, he nimbly kept his distance from his opponents. Hearing his call for help, Chen Cheng and Zhang Heng moved to support Su Naiwen. This time, the often clueless teammates made a smart move. Chen Cheng didn't complain about being used as a shield. Instead, he swung his long sword bravely at Wei Wu. Though he was pushed back again, the dual protection of the armor and elemental shield kept him unharmed. Su Naiwen quickly reinforced his teammates with new shields, alternating between immobilizing beams, restoration spells, and healing techniques. Surprisingly, these two low-level tacticians were holding their own against Wei Wu and Yang Yu. With the added shield, they could withstand several attacks without injury. Whenever Wei Wu and Yang Yu tried to take them down or bypass them to get to Su Naiwen, they were disrupted by immobilizing beams, sometimes forced into awkward defensive positions. Zhang Heng seized the moment when Wei Wu was immobilized, landing several strikes. But the experienced Wei Wu used his soul power to protect himself, leaving only shallow cuts. The audience was amazed at this balance of power. Despite being at a disadvantage in both strength and team composition, Su Naiwen's side was performing remarkably well. When Rong nodded silently, realizing that Su Naiwen had taken control of the match. As long as they could maintain this stalemate, victory wasn't out of reach after all. Their opponents had no means to restore soul power or stamina. However, such a situation was difficult to sustain. After kicking away the dogged Qin Cheng, Wei Wu didn't choose to finish him off or attack Su Naiwen. Instead, he leaped to the weapon rack and grabbed a long sword, instantly shifting the tide of the battle. With a swing of the blade, the armor and elemental shield that once required 2 punches to break were shattered with a single strike. 9 beams attacked, but Wei Wu deftly sliced through 3 and soon freed himself from the rest. Su Naiwen gritted his teeth, accelerating his spellcasting to stabilize Qin Cheng while also joining the fray himself. Grabbing a spear, he enhanced his state and charged at Yang Yu. "Flank him!" Su Naiwen shouted, suddenly appearing behind Yang Yu and swinging his spear like a staff. Yang Yu smirked, using a light shield to force Zhang Heng back before turning to counterattack. Damn, he's been waiting for me. Despite being on guard and having fortified himself with armor and an elemental shield, Su Naiwen felt uneasy. He quickly thrust a light spear, binding his opponent with 9 beams and knocking him out of the arena. Fortunately, it only struck the soul power shield, causing minimal injury. Meanwhile, Qin Cheng, treated as a punching bag by Wei Wu, was also sent flying out of the arena. In a much worse state, his shield shattered, and he coughed up blood as he fell. The match suddenly became 2 against 1. Wei Wu fixed his gaze on Su Naiwen, soul power swirling with a mix of black and red as he held his sword at an angle. Seeing this, Su Naiwen immediately shouted, "Coach, we concede." Everyone was taken aback. They had fought so hard. Why surrender now? Su Naiwen smiled wryly. "We have no choice. I know that stance too well. It's the slant blade slasha Huang level skill. Who can take that?" When Rong nodded, "All right, this match is over. Wei Wu's team wins." Next up, the second-year groups. A healing green light enveloped the 6 participants, mending their minor injuries. "Brother one, you don't have to let me win," Wei Wu said earnestly. Su Naiwen nearly smacked him on the back of the head. "Is that any way to talk? You were about to use slant blade slash. How was I supposed to keep playing?" The combination of level 5 armor spell and level 2 elemental shield should be sufficient to withstand attacks from an average mid-level Fate Master. However, against a powerful skill like the slanted blade slash, this defense is utterly inadequate. Su Naiwen knew well that to withstand such a blow, both defensive skills would need to be upgraded to at least level 7. Rather than stubbornly enduring this fatal strike and losing the match, it would be wiser to concede gracefully. This duel, though lost, was an honorable defeat. For a first-year student to enable 2 lower-level Fate Masters to still be combat effective against a mid-level Fate Master is truly impressive. Coach Wenrong's decision to appoint him as the leader of the first-year special training team has its merits, even though his strategy of sacrificing teammates remains controversial. Su Naiwen paid no heed to the external evaluations. At this moment, he seemed to have grasped Coach Wenrong's intentions. The training ground before him was largely enveloped by a virtual chessboard barrier. Lin Tianrui stood outside the chessboard, watching the 9 participants with a calm gaze. With a slight movement of his fingers, he made a move in the air, and a black and white intertwined light projectile descended from above, directly striking the opponent of an elemental Fate Master. What the heck? Isn't this like I Ching? Su Naiwen was stunned. Compared to ordinary skills like slanted blade slash and wind blade tornado, the visual effects of this virtual chessboard were incredibly spectacular, with its special effects alone being awe-inspiring. K-Zone was also amazed by this chessboard phenomenon. This talent skill level is no joke, and it even comes with an amplification effect. Indeed, within the chess game, Lin Tianrui's 4 teammates felt a surge of soul power, making their skill execution more effortless and significantly enhancing their power. Meanwhile, the 5 opponents found themselves in the opposite situation. Their soul power was suppressed, their skills were difficult to execute, and their power greatly diminished. This astonishing ability made the 9 participants in the arena take notice of this previously unnoticed strategist for the first time. Lin Tianrui, a true master of the game. Wenrong's arrangements seemed casual, yet they were full of hidden intentions. When teaming up with Lin Tianrui, Su Naiwen, and Han Si, she deliberately chose teammates with relatively weaker abilities. Although this team should have been inferior in overall strength compared to their opponents, On the dazzling battlefield of the chessboard, the four of them exhibited unexpected dominance. The battle was fast-paced and intense, with black and white soul power attacks falling from the sky, making the situation unpredictable. Opponents who initially underestimated Lin Tianrui found themselves in disarray, and even his teammates began to look at him with newfound respect. In just a minute and a half, the battle concluded with Lin Tianrui's team claiming victory, solidifying his position as the leader of the second-year elite training team. Not bad, your innate skill technique is quite unique. I've never seen anything like it before. Did you develop it yourself? When Rong inquired, Lin Tianrui nodded in acknowledgement. I just recently figured it out. I'm not very proficient yet, and it consumes a lot of soul power. His words caused quite a stir among those present. Developing an innate skill technique. This suggested that Lin Tianrui might possess the potential of a strategist. While not all powerful individuals are strategists, an exceptional strategist is never ordinary. When Rong, intrigued, pressed further, do you intend to pursue the path of a strategist? Lin Tianrui shook his head decisively. I am well aware of my own position. It's just that my destiny characteristics allowed me to accidentally create an innate skill that suits me. The crowd suddenly understood. Indeed, some renowned masters who have a deep understanding of their destiny characteristics can create unique innate skills. However, this is a different concept from strategists, who specialize in researching and helping others create innate skills. In the Jiuzhou continent, true master strategists hold a revered status. For instance, the strategist Song Baihe, known as the top military strategist in Jiuzhou, is respected even by those with heavenly fates, despite being a ground fate master. His weapon-related innate skills are widely circulated, and he generously offers some basic skills to the Jiuzhou Federation for free, benefiting countless students from impoverished backgrounds. Military combat skills have also been improved and enhanced by him, and it can be said that any destiny master related to weaponry owes him a debt of gratitude. Similarly, there are strategists like Xin Xiu, the god of cooking, Shang Yisheng, the saint doctor, and Lu Honghe, the saint scholar, who have contributed numerous practical skills in their respective fields, enjoying high prestige. Lin Tianrui's current achievements can only be considered a moment of brilliance from a genius. With the performances of Su Naiwen and Lin Tianrui, no one dared to underestimate Han Si anymore. Anyone recognized by Wen Rong must be extraordinary. Many also realized Wen Rong's intention she was showcasing her teaching philosophy. Though Wen Rong held the title of assistant coach and team doctor, her approach was quite profound. It was well known that the third middle school team, under Coach Shishang's leadership, had always adhered to a strategy of full-force attacks, pursuing powerful explosive force with a fierce and swift style. This earned them the nickname Firecracker Team by other schools. While this style was aggressive, it also had the potential for running out of steam. However, with K Zong joining, this year's third middle school might actually secure a qualifying spot in Lingshi City with their explosive tactics. Upon Wen Rong's arrival, she formed a special training team, selecting leaders from 3 different grades with support, lifestyle, and research fate characteristics. These characteristics destined them to become support-type combat destiny masters. This arrangement was a stark contrast to Shishang's philosophy. After watching 2 matches, the 6 members of K Zong also understood Wen Rong's intentions, but wisely chose to remain silent. However, they were somewhat skeptical, as their experience in Shishang's training showed that the current explosive tactical style was the most suitable for the third middle school. Apart from the 1st and 8th middle schools, other schools found it difficult to compete with them. In the first match, although Su Naiwen demonstrated impressive strength, he struggled against the joint assault of Wei Wu and his 2 teammates, leading to a swift defeat. In the subsequent match, Lin Tianrui cleverly trapped his opponent in a strategic game, capitalizing on his initial advantage. However, if this tactic is used again, it might not be as effective. The third match confirmed everyone's suspicions about Han Si. As soon as he entered the arena, he was knocked out, putting his team at a disadvantage of 4 against 5, which quickly led to their collapse. Among the spectators, those who had initially feared Han Si's prowess were relieved, and their contempt became even more apparent. After being knocked out, Han Si received treatment from Su Naiwen and offered a simple thanks. With a buzz cut, loose clothing, a lean build, and a square face with thick eyebrows and big eyes, he didn't look like a righteous figure. Instead, he appeared somewhat dull. Su Naiwen felt a surge of joy upon receiving a system notification of 56 auxiliary points. He noticed Han Si returning to his seat with a calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the scornful glances from others. Su Naiwen couldn't help but ponder, rubbing his fingers, that this senior high school student might not be as simple as he seemed. However, this didn't concern him much. The next match featured 2 groups of third-year students, all combat-oriented fate masters. Their battle was spectacular, with swords clashing and spells flying, fireballs and wind blades in constant motion. While some contestants' combat skills might not match Wei Wu's, their innate abilities were unique and powerful. The dazzling effects made Su Naiwen's eyes sparkle. During the break after Han Si and the others' match, Su Naiwen had amassed a considerable number of auxiliary points, ranging from a minimum of 18 to a maximum of 69. These 8 competitors could still contribute another wave of points. The initially dwindling 3 to 400 auxiliary points were about to be replenished. As he looked at the soul power progress bar nearing the intermediate fate master level and several skills awaiting upgrades, Su Naiwen quietly calculated his next move. Which one should he enhance? When Rong stood in the training room, her gaze sweeping over the members of the special training team, her voice was clear and resolute. I have noted down each of your stats. Attend your regular classes, but gather here for practice during evening study sessions. Training will be all day on Saturdays and Sundays, with no days off. Leave requests must be approved by me. Any unexcused absence or 3 instances of tardiness will result in immediate expulsion from the team. The strict regulations left both the special training team members and K-Zong's group in shock. The intensity and discipline required were even more demanding than those of the school team. The path for these new generation pioneers was indeed tougher than for those who had already secured their spots on the team. Today, get to know each other. Be here promptly for tomorrow's evening session. Su Naiwen, come with me, when Rong said, heading towards the lounge. Su Naiwen, initially planning to have dinner with Wei Wu and Yang Yu, paused, wondering about the female coach's intentions. Inside the lounge, when Rong closed the door and turned to face Su Naiwen, who appeared apprehensive in the corner. Coach, what do you need? Su Naiwen stammered. Would you like to be my apprentice? When Rong asked directly. Su Naiwen was momentarily taken aback. When Rong elaborated, I mean a real apprenticeship, not just a typical teacher-student relationship at school, Su Naiwen was puzzled. He felt he couldn't compare to Jiangling, Lin Tianrui, or Wei Wu, and even Yang Yu seemed to show more potential than he did, at least without using the system. Yet, today alone, he had gained hundreds of auxiliary points, far exceeding his usual gains. Coach 1, just call me Sister Rong. Sister Rong, I'm flattered that you see potential in me, but I don't think my talents are that exceptional. When Rong smiled, you're too modest. To reach the peak of a low-level life master and possess so many excellent abilities at this stage, your talent is on par with anyone's. I'm a life master specializing in healing, and naturally, I want an apprentice in the same field. Honestly, I came to this school specifically to take you on as my apprentice. Your performance during the realm invasion left a deep impression on me. Hearing this, Su Naiwen immediately knelt down. Master, please accept my bow. When Rong quickly helped him up, there's no need for such formalities in modern times. Stand up. Looking at the boy who reminded her of her brother, tears welled up in her eyes. A system prompt sounded, helped Wen Rong alleviate her inner pain. Auxiliary points 6,666. Su Naiwen was stunned. It was a pleasant surprise. Wiping away her tears, Wen Rong smiled warmly and patted Su Naiwen's head. From now on, meet me in the training room at 5 a.m. every day for special training. Consider this your apprenticeship gift. She handed Su Naiwen a silver necklace with a milky white cross pendant, shaped more like a miniature sword. This is. Su Naiwen accepted the necklace, feeling its smooth, jade-like texture. This is a weapon that can enhance your physique. And this, Wen Rong produced 2 crystals, one blue and one multicolored. Su Naiwen eyed the multicolored crystal with curiosity, as talent ability crystals were known to come in 9 levels. Gray, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. He had never seen a multicolored one before. Before him lay 2 spirit crystals, each emitting a distinct glow. One of them shone with a pure blue light, containing a soul absorption and transformation technique. This was a blue-level technique that perfectly matched Su Naiwen's destiny. It promised to set him on the path of a heavenly destined one, and even had the potential to make him a master in the art of healing. Upon hearing this, Su Naiwen's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't help but think to himself, oh system, you're so silent I might as well seek a mentor. In a fantasy novel, this would be akin to a heavenly level technique. The other spirit crystal radiated a brilliant array of colors. It also contained the soul absorption and transformation technique, a mysterious legacy from another realm. Although only one person had ever practiced it, and their progress was slower than even the most basic yellow-level techniques, it had a unique feature it could change the attribute of the practitioner's soul power. Remember, it's the attribute, not the characteristic, the voice continued to explain. Take your benevolent heart, destiny, for example. Its attribute is light, while its characteristic is enhancing the mastery of supportive talents and reducing the ability to grasp combat talents. Although this technique can't change the limitations of your destiny's characteristics, it can transform your soul power into any elemental attribute, greatly enriching your abilities. Su Naiwen pondered this carefully. Choosing the technique from the multicolored crystal meant he could master a wider range of talents. Wind-based speed enhancements, earth-based physical shields, water-based healing methods, and even some elemental attack spells. However, due to his destiny's characteristics, Learning these attack spells would be challenging, and their power would be limited. After weighing his options, Su Naiwen reached for the multicolored crystal. For him, this technique offered greater practical value. The blue-level technique was extraordinary, and its cultivation speed far exceeded his current starlight technique. But he understood his situation well. His current level was built entirely with auxiliary points. Instead of spending an entire day cultivating for minimal progress, he might as well deliver food or work as a waiter. With enough auxiliary points, reaching that heavenly destined 1 level was only a matter of time. His immediate priority was to acquire more auxiliary points and develop a wider range of supportive skills to provide better service to others. The technique within the multicolored crystal was just the tool he needed to achieve this goal. Watching the single colorful leaf shimmer at the top of the divine tree, Su Naiwen finally understood what the 3,000 spirit techniques he had learned truly were. The spirit absorption and transformation soul technique. The system displayed 3,000 spirit techniques LV101000, capable of absorbing and converting any attribute of spiritual energy into soul power. As he closed his eyes to circulate the technique, the life pattern in his mind suddenly generated a powerful suction, drawing in the surrounding ambient spiritual energy instantly. Unlike his previous cultivation experiences, this time the spiritual energy bypassed the soul power conversion step entirely. Intense pain surged through him, as if his entire body was being torn apart, akin to a rock in the sea enduring the dual forces of gravitational compression and tidal impact. Overwhelmed by pain, Su Naiwen wanted to stop cultivating, but found his consciousness firmly trapped, with the life pattern still wildly absorbing spiritual energy. Just as panic set in, the cross on his chest emitted a faint glow, and his consciousness was engulfed in darkness. When he awoke in the middle of the night, he discovered that his soul power progress had increased from 86 to 95. Although subsequent cultivation of the 3,000 spirit techniques didn't reproduce the same phenomenon, he was still able to increase his soul power by about 1 each day, freeing him from relying solely on auxiliary points to enhance his strength. On a chilly autumn morning, the campus echoed with the sounds of training from the martial arts room. When Roan was sternly instructing Su Naiwen, "Faster! Extend your power. Don't use your life pattern as an excuse. Life pattern traits only affect innate skills, not combat techniques. Battle prowess is a combination of strength, speed, and willpower." Drenched in sweat, Su Naiwen continued to throw punches at Roan, who, usually gentle, now resembled a devilish drill instructor. As instructed, he could only rely on his physical strength for attacks, prohibited from using innate skills and soul power. Sparring partner Wei Wu watched in awe at the harsh training. Even when Su Naiwen collapsed from exhaustion, Roan continued to shout, "Get up and keep going. You're too weak. If you want to stand on your own in battle, then stand up." As Su Naiwen, nearly fainting from lack of oxygen, listened to the clear reprimands ringing in his ears, he couldn't help but think, maybe being a doctor wouldn't be so bad. By healing patients to accumulate auxiliary points and learning healing abilities, perhaps he could even become a legendary medical sage. This kind of life isn't so bad, right? The thought briefly flickered through Su Naiwen's mind. No need to face various mythical beasts, no need to participate in competitions. Living out his days leisurely seemed like a decent choice. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. In his previous life, he might have opted for such a peaceful existence, but in this world, when disaster strikes, how can someone without combat skills protect themselves? Medical knowledge can't save the 9 provinces, and in critical moments, he wouldn't even be able to protect those around him or himself. At this moment, Su Naiwen was utterly exhausted, dizzy, and lightheaded. He forced himself to stand on his shaky legs, his eyelids so heavy they barely opened. He raised his powerless fist and slowly swung it towards Wenrong in front of him. Seeing her disciple on the verge of collapse, Wenrong's stern expression softened, blossoming into a warm smile. Su Naiwen's weak and sluggish punch landed gently on her shoulder, barely carrying any force. Feeling the touch of his fist, Su Naiwen, numb all over, froze. He looked up at his mentor's radiant smile, but before he could rejoice that the training was over, he collapsed heavily to the ground. At that moment, even breathing was a struggle, and he couldn't move a finger. Indeed, when a man faces a woman, surrender is the only option. Su Naiwen mocked himself internally before losing consciousness. "Coach, what about brother one?" Wei Wu spoke up worriedly from the side. "He's fine, just exhausted," Wenrong replied, her palm emitting a soft white glow that she gently cast over Su Naiwen. "Let him rest for a while, and he'll wake up. Tell him today's training is over, but it continues at the same time tomorrow." Watching Wenrong's departing figure, Wei Wu scratched his head. Although he had grown up in the martial arts school and learned numerous combat techniques from his mother, a martial arts instructor, he couldn't understand the purpose of such training. Those basics had made him a force to be reckoned with even in middle school, with more combat experience than many older students. Yet, this training method was entirely new to him. When Su Naiwen woke up, he felt more refreshed and invigorated than ever before, his body brimming with energy. After washing up and having breakfast, he immersed himself in a day of regular classes. In the evening, in the martial arts training room, he joined other trainees under Wenrong's guidance for team-based combat training. Over the following days, he consistently practiced with Wenrong until he was utterly exhausted. 5 or 6 days flew by, during which Su Naiwen's soul power steadily increased, finally elevating him to the rank of an intermediate life master. Such rapid advancement was considered quite impressive at the school, marking him as a budding genius. This period also became a turning point as first-year prodigies began to emerge. Members of the special training team, Chun He, Chen Shang, and Zhang Hang, quickly followed suit, also reaching the intermediate life master level. Typically, students with decent potential would take about 6 months to progress from a beginner to an intermediate level. Those who achieved this in 3 months were often the focus of intensive training at the school. Of course, exceptional talents like Wei Wu and Jiang Ling were in a league of their own. After his advancement, Su Naiwen first attempted to use his auxiliary points to boost his cultivation level. His generous mentor had previously rewarded him with 6,666 auxiliary points, which he had saved up. When he selected the option to enhance his soul power, 50 auxiliary points vanished instantly, raising his soul power by only 0.1. This made him gasp in disbelief during the beginner stage. It only required 10 auxiliary points, and now the cost had increased 5-fold. No wonder there were so few second-year students who had reached the mid-intermediate life master level. Seeing that his 7,000-plus auxiliary points could only increase his soul power by about 15-16, Su Naiwen briefly entertained the idea of another realm invasion, only to be alarmed by the danger of such thoughts. Under Wenrong's ongoing training, Su Naiwen's physical condition had already surpassed that of an average support-type life master. Although he couldn't match combat-type life masters, he was no longer easily defeated in direct confrontations. Against Chen Shang or Zhang Hang, he could even spar for several moves without using his talent skills. Your physical condition has met the standard for the next phase. It's time to choose a weapon, Wenrong announced. Drenched in sweat, Su Naiwen was overjoyed. For over a month, he had been attacking Wenrong like a madman with all sorts of haphazard moves, from clumsy punches to jump kicks, only to be effortlessly countered each time. This had made him suspect that Wenrong was merely toying with him. Do I no longer need to practice unarmed combat? Su Naiwen asked, puzzled. Wenrong explained, except for those with special life configurations or exceptional talents, most people are significantly more powerful when using weapons. Your life configuration doesn't enhance your fist techniques, so weapons will be more effective for you. Considering your strength and physical endurance aren't advantageous in comparison to combat-type life masters, but your reflexes are outstanding, I suggest you choose a lightweight weapon. A sword, perhaps? Su Naiwen ventured. It's up to you. In truth, Su Naiwen envied Wei Wu's broadsword and Jiang Ling's heavy spear, which were impressive and commanding. While swords were fine, lightweight swords lacked a certain grandeur. Though he appeared refined, he wasn't fond of the ethereal style. The idea of striking down a foe within 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles was elegant, but he aspired more to laughing at the heavens with a horizontal blade, facing life and death with courage. Ultimately, he chose the sword that suited him best. A specially made broadsword was too heavy, and an ordinary sword seemed too crude. He regretted that there wasn't a tang sword, which was both slender and powerful yet still retained a sense of style. Nonetheless, he consoled himself that as his skills improved, he could always train with a broadsword or heavy sword later, imagining the thrill of slicing through a group with a single strike. Wenrong retrieved a soft sword from the weapons rack and began to teach the basic sword techniques. Swordplay mainly involves striking, thrusting, parrying, and sweeping. Start with this sword, and I'll teach you 3 moves. Su Naiwen took the soft sword, noticing the blade was as flexible as it had been a month ago, bending easily with any pressure. Before he could adjust, Wenrong had already begun her demonstration. With a quick step forward, the sword gleamed, and its sharp tip was already at Su Naiwen's brow. Simultaneously, a clear sword hum resonated in his ears. Startled, Su Naiwen realized that the previously limp blade was now as straight as iron in Wenrong's hands. What shocked him even more was that the blade wasn't just vibrating, it was oscillating at high speed. This is a point, Wenrong stated, immediately showcasing the second move. This is a thrust. Before her words had even settled, the sword tip was at Su Naiwen's throat. Whoa, master, you don't have to use your apprentice as a target while showing off. If something goes wrong, your precious apprentice won't have the chance to reincarnate again. This is a sweep. Wenrong's third move sliced through, and Su Naiwen's bangs fell to the floor. My bangs. Much better. Students shouldn't have bangs that long, Wenrong remarked, satisfied with her apprentice's now fresher appearance. Master, you're not using this as an excuse for a slip-up, are you? Su Naiwen grumbled. Of course not. Did you catch those 3 moves? Su Naiwen looked serious. Although I didn't see them clearly, I have a profound insight. When Rong's interest was piqued, oh, tell me, what profound insight have you gained? When others are showing off their sword skills, keep your distance. Otherwise, you might get hurt and lose your bangs. Seeing Su Naiwen's earnest expression, when Rong barely resisted the urge to smack him with the sword. The sky was shrouded in a dense fog, and a piercing cold wind swept through the air. It seemed as if the heavens were shedding dandruff, as delicate, white snowflakes drifted and swayed, resembling smoke yet not quite, akin to mist yet not exactly. In this snowy winter, Su Naiwen had been in this world for 4 or 5 months and was about to experience his first winter break. During the final lesson of the special training team, when Rong sternly reminded everyone, do not slack off in your practice even at home. If anyone's skills regress or stagnate by the end of the break, you will be automatically dismissed from the special training team. Understood? Understood. The resounding and unified response made when Rong nodded in satisfaction. Under her guidance, the special training team had become quite disciplined, with each member full of vigor. After being dismissed, everyone hastily packed their gear to leave the training room. They had stayed 3 days longer than other students, and any further delay might result in extra training. Shao 1, stay persistent, don't slack off. When Rong called out to Su Naiwen, who was carrying his luggage. The soft sword he used to learn swordsmanship had been approved by Wen Rong for him to take home for continued practice. Don't worry, master. I will work hard, Su Naiwen replied with a smile. Indeed, Wen Rong's training had proven effective. With his sword skills and innate abilities, he could now confront and defeat some intermediate-level life teachers hidden, no longer the pure support with no combat capability. His physical strength was now comparable to some of the more fragile offensive warriors, though he seemed to have hit a plateau. Ordinary training alone wasn't enough for further breakthroughs. On the second day of the holiday, Su Naiwen began his routine sword practice early in the morning. Thrust, stab, sweep. These 3 moves were not only monotonous for him, but also for any onlookers. After completing his set practice, he quickly freshened up and changed, heading out with his mother had a job to attend. As a volunteer in the emergency surgery department at the Second People's Hospital of Lingyang City, Su Naiwen had secured this opportunity thanks to his mother, Wu Shuwan, who was the head nurse in the surgery department. In this world, volunteers were not just tasked with guiding patients or moving items, they also performed basic treatments. Every year, numerous low-level therapeutic life teachers from high schools vied to become hospital volunteers. Although the work was arduous and unpaid, it was immensely beneficial for mastering therapeutic skills. After all, practical experience is the best teacher, and treating real patients is a completely different experience from practicing on healthy individuals. The corridors of the emergency surgery department were bustling with young volunteers in white sleeves, with more girls than boys. They frequently inquired if the injured needed assistance, proactively offering treatment services. However, many of the injured were not enthusiastic about these student volunteers, with some even appearing impatient. This wasn't due to a lack of respect for the students, but rather because their treatment capabilities were limited to minor abrasions, leaving them helpless with bone injuries or special wounds. Li Yongxin carefully instructed Su Naiwen on the important points. You can attempt treatment, but after treating someone, a physician must examine them before they can leave. If you encounter something you can't handle, directly seek help from a doctor in a white coat. Feel free to come to my office anytime if you need anything. Don't worry about bothering me. Thank you, Uncle Li. Uncle Li. Li Yongxin chuckled wryly. Even though your mom and I were senior and junior in college, I'm only in my early 30s. You can call me Brother Li in private, but during work, just call me Deputy Li. Su Naiwen noted the 4-leaf clover emblem on Li Yongxin's white coat and nodded silently. In this world, most therapeutic life teachers pursued careers as physicians. The Physician Association categorized them into 1 to 9 leaf levels, corresponding to the 9 levels of life teachers. The 4-leaf clover on Li Yongxin's chest indicated he was at least a top-level therapeutic life teacher. Even though some high school seniors have already become advanced fate masters, they are truly rare exceptions. Su Naiwen understands well that the gap between an advanced fate master and a top-tier fate master is not something that can be bridged overnight. It requires years, if not more, of accumulation. Even college graduates often remain at the level of advanced fate masters, with only a few managing to advance to the top tier. In university competitions, those who reach the rank of fate masters are exceptionally gifted. And this is just among those who primarily focus their efforts on combat training. As for those who concentrate on lifestyle or research-oriented fate mastery, their soul power level tends to progress even more slowly. Li, the deputy doctor, is a prime example. Reaching the 4-leaf level by the age of 30 and holding a deputy position at the Second People's Hospital in Lingyang City is already considered a small prodigy. Due to his mother's influence, Su Naiwen is very familiar with the hierarchy of medical professions. From medical apprentice, medical officer, physician, deputy doctor, chief doctor, to grand doctor, each level is progressively advanced. With the strength of the 4-leaf level, one can qualify for a deputy doctor position in a third-tier city like Linyang, but it would be much more challenging to earn the same title in a second-tier city. Not to mention, in a major hospital in the state capital, anyone who achieves the rank of physician and gains independent prescription rights with a 4-leaf level is truly exceptional. This might be the reason why Deputy Dr. Lee chose to stay in Linyang City. Watching Deputy Dr. Lee's departing figure, Su Naiwen refocused his thoughts, turning his gaze to the patients in the emergency surgery department, his eyes shining with a unique light. To him, these patients were not just opportunities to earn support points. They were also a perfect platform to realize his self-worth and demonstrate social value. By saving lives and aiding the injured, he could hone his mind, enhance his skills, and grow continuously through practice. He silently reminded himself that this was not merely about acquiring support points, but about gaining a sense of accomplishment through helping others and contributing to the construction of the Federation. By finding his place, walking alongside like-minded individuals, and improving his own character through shared experiences, he could continuously pursue excellence and collectively create a better future. This realization moved Su Naiwen deeply, and he reiterated to himself, "This is absolutely not about the support points, definitely not." In the hospital corridor, a pale-faced man was receiving treatment while sitting on a bench. Su Naiwen's hands glowed with a milky light as he carefully tended to the man's wounds. "All right, just relax and let me take a look," Su Naiwen said, focusing intently on the injuries. "Does it hurt?" "Yeah, be gentle." The man winced slightly. As the treatment progressed, the man's expression gradually relaxed. "Ah, that's better." Su Naiwen's gaze fell on the man's legs, which were covered in gruesome, mangled wounds, as if they had been slashed by a sharp blade. An eerie, dark green aura lingered around the injuries. This was a special type of wound caused by Wang Wei. Initially, when the otherworldly realms invaded, Su Naiwen had no way to treat such injuries. However, after his healing technique reached level 7, he discovered he could have some effect on these special wounds. The effect was minimal, though, and required multiple applications to heal a single wound. "Can I ask how you got these injuries?" Su Naiwen asked, frowning. Each healed wound earned him 21 support points, indicating the man was a high-level or top-level Fate Master. When Rong had once told him that only high-level exotic beasts or red-level talents could inflict such special wounds. "You must be new here," Zhang Yicheng said with a smile. Although his injuries weren't fully healed, the young man's healing talent was remarkable and had at least eased his pain. "These wounds are from a wind blade crane. You haven't been to an open realm yet, have you?" Mentioning the open realm, Su Naiwen understood. These were realms controlled by the Federation, rich in valuable resources like exotic beasts, spiritual plants, and spirit minerals. Around these realms, a vast, unofficial industry of combat-oriented Fate Masters had developed. This man had clearly been to the Fengyang Realm, a secondary realm jointly managed by the cities of Lingshi, Changsha, and Taisha. This realm, which had existed for 50 years, was home to various exotic beasts like wind blade cranes, sun firebirds, and long-armed fire apes, as well as spiritual plants like Fengyang flowers and thorny willows. Seeing that his healing was not as effective as he'd hoped, Su Naiwen gritted his teeth and invested over 2,000 support points. As his healing technique upgraded, its effects became immediately apparent. Wounds that once required multiple treatments could now be healed in a single session. "Ah, that's nice." The man sighed with relief as the once gruesome wounds visibly healed and disappeared. The man stared in disbelief at his fully recovered legs. He had thought only high-level healing Fate Masters could handle such injuries, and there were fewer than 10 in the entire hospital's emergency department who could manage it. Seizing the moment, Su Naiwen cast several recovery spells on himself. Since advancing to a mid-level Fate Master, the level 3 recovery spell had become less effective. Noticing his proficiency had reached 457,500, he unhesitatingly invested 43 support points to upgrade it to level 4, doubling its recovery effect. "You're amazing, kid. Are you a top student at 1st High or 8th High? I can't believe I got lucky enough to run into a genius from Lingshi City." The man beamed. As a volunteer, he had saved himself a few hundred continental coins on treatment. "Hee, just doing my part. Feel free to come back anytime," Su Naiwen grinned, pleased with the 66 and 79 notifications ringing in his mind. The man's smile froze momentarily. This young genius was talented, but he could use some work on his people skills. Finally, a busy doctor briefly examined the man's condition, confirmed his recovery, and charged a 5 continental coin examination fee. The doctor, however, was completely unaware of the severity of the injuries Su Naiwen had healed. And so, Su Naiwen embarked on his journey of healing and helping others. "It's strange, there have been fewer patients these days," one of the doctors remarked during lunch in the break room, where several on-duty physicians were gathered, chatting about recent events. "Isn't that a good thing? We earn a fixed salary and don't rely on patient numbers for performance bonuses," another doctor said nonchalantly, taking a bite of his bun. "But don't you think it's odd? We used to see several adventurers with unusual wounds every day, and now we barely see any, another doctor observed. There's nothing strange about it, a colleague explained. The winter break has started, and students from the healing departments of various high schools are volunteering, taking care of many minor injuries. I heard there's even a high-level healer among the volunteers, someone added. In the hallway, Naiwen was enjoying a meal from the cafeteria, brought to him by a fellow volunteer. The food at the second hospital was indeed good, especially today's braised pork. Shaowen, you treated quite a few people this morning. Lu Tian, a boy sitting on the floor with white armbands, praised. I didn't expect there to be another skilled healer from number 3 high school besides Qin Man. You're too kind, Brother Lu. My skills are nothing compared to yours. If that patient today had been left to me, I would have been at a loss, Naiwen replied with a humble smile. Lu Tian, clearly pleased with the compliment, puffed up with pride. As the only advanced healer among the volunteers at the second hospital, his arrogance was evident. He glanced disdainfully at the other volunteers in the corridor. Do you even know what a special wound is? Can you treat it? Even someone like Naiwen, who treats the most people every day, has to ask for my help when facing tough cases. Naiwen chuckled to himself at Lu Tian's smugness. The guy was acting all high and mighty just because he'd helped out once. Over the past week, Naiwen had gained a lot, earning a couple of thousand support points daily. He started to ponder whether being a doctor might be a good career path, even considering switching from the martial arts class to the medical department. After all, with a mentor guiding him in combat, becoming a doctor seemed like a viable option. Suddenly, a piercing alarm interrupted his thoughts. A voice over the PA system announced an emergency. There has been a beast attack at the West Suburb food factory, resulting in mass casualties. All on-duty emergency department doctors must gather immediately and follow the lead physician's instructions to prepare for on-site treatment. A white-coat doctor in his 50s, with a balding head, hurried over, followed by 2 other doctors. With a commanding voice, he called out, "Emergency assembly." The on-duty physicians promptly rushed out, while the student volunteers in the hallway looked at each other in confusion. Emergency surgery team 1, 2 people stay behind. The rest, follow me. The department head issued orders concisely. Deputy Dr. Li, can I come along? Naiwen quickly caught up and asked. Li Yongxin, following the department head, hesitated. But the head doctor said without turning back, if the young man wants to gain experience, let him come along, but follow orders on site. 2 vehicles were already waiting at the hospital entrance. Not just the emergency surgery team, but doctors from other departments were also arriving. Each ambulance could fit 8 or 9 doctors, and Naiwen, among the group in white coats, looked out of place. The department head gave a brief rundown. The West Suburb Food Factory has over 600 employees, and the beast level is unknown. As usual, those above advanced level will enter with the patrol and beast hunting team, while the rest stay outside to treat the wounded. Remember, your safety comes first. Naiwen noticed the 5-leaf physician badge on the department head's chest and was quietly surprised. In a third-tier city like Lingyang, any ranked healer, regardless of their specialty, held considerable status. As far as Naiwen knew, there wasn't a single teacher at number 3 high school who had reached the cultivation ranks, except perhaps for the old principal he caught a glimpse of during military training. While pondering this, he overheard others talking about the department head in front of him, who was at the Huang rank. Considering his title as a chief physician, the position seemed somewhat low. Logically, he should at least be a deputy director. Young man, the department head turned to Naiwen with a tone of approval. It's commendable that you had the courage to come along. But remember, once we arrive, stay within the designated treatment area and don't wander off. Practice on some lightly injured individuals. It's a rare opportunity for real-world experience. Haha, this guy must be a volunteer, right? Someone interjected. I was just about to say, it takes guts to rush to the scene. Just don't wander off. No one's going to be responsible if something happens, another person warned. Oh, as long as he's in the designated treatment area, with the patrols around, what could possibly go wrong? It's not like he's going into the thick of it, someone else reassured. The conversation soon shifted to the current situation. This is already the 3rd large-scale beast attack this month. Things are getting quite unstable. You're right, my friend in the patrol hasn't had a break all month. The department head's comment sparked a lively discussion in the carriage, and the focus shifted away from Naiwen. Seeing that the physicians were in good spirits, the balding department head let them chat freely. The West Suburb Food and Merchandise Factory was in a remote location, but fortunately, the road conditions were decent. The rescue vehicles arrived at the destination in less than 20 minutes. Once off the vehicle, Naiwen immediately noticed the cordoned-off area. Patrols in dark brown combat uniforms were stationed at key positions, monitoring the entire factory area. In the distance, a group of people in varied attire were gathered, discussing something. The expansive factory, which could accommodate 600 people, was now filled with smoke and dust. Occasional explosions were accompanied by flashes of fire, and with the aid of his innate skill, Spirit Unleashing, Naiwen could even hear the cries coming from inside. The situation was clearly not looking good. As Su Guoyang hurried to the scene, several injured individuals had already been rescued. A square-faced man with a buzz cut, dressed in a black trench coat, spotted Su Guoyang, the department head known for his receding hairline, and his tense expression immediately relaxed as if he had seen a savior. A sense of foreboding settled in Su's heart. Typically, the patrol and beast hunting teams, equipped with their own healers, could handle most injuries. The fact that he, a physician from the second hospital, was called suggested that the situation was far from ordinary. Following the square-faced man to the injured, Su Guoyang's concern deepened. While most of the injured were in fair condition, 4 or 5 were barely clinging to life. Their wounds were not ordinary cuts or tears, but rather a peculiar type of burn. The wounds were covered with purple spots, which seemed to writhe like living things, spreading deeper into the flesh and causing the skin and muscle to decay. Some wounds had exposed bone, with the purple spots clinging to them, emitting a chilling creaking noise like the sound of gnawing, sending shivers down one's spine. Purple-skinned toxic toad, Su Guoyang muttered gravely after examining the injuries. The venom is so potent, it must be at least a yellow-tier beast, and judging by the intensity, there's more than one. Lu Kang was alarmed by this revelation, but Su Guoyang was more concerned with the initial report. That can't be right. They were supposed to have encountered phosphorescent snakes and had already killed 2. Things have changed. Order an immediate retreat. Su Guoyang's face turned ashen. Lu Kang quickly gave the order, but only terrified screams came through the communicator before it went silent. 2 teams had lost contact. What was thought to be a routine beast attack had escalated into an encounter with yellow-tier beasts, and multiple types at that. This was no coincidence. Lu Kang acted swiftly. Strange patterns appeared across his body, and he summoned a long blade, charging alone into the factory. Others tried to stop him but realized a larger issue. All communication devices had lost signal. Regroup. Stay alert. Old Zhang, taking command, ordered immediately. But after a head count, they discovered that 4 patrol members were missing. This rewrite retains all original plot elements while enhancing the sense of urgency and vividness through a tighter structure and detailed descriptions. Each critical moment is preserved and amplified, making the story more engaging. This operation involved over 30 people, which is quite a substantial team. The situation on the ground was terrifying. 10 guards who entered the factory have gone missing, and 4 of the dozen or so on the perimeter have mysteriously disappeared. These patrols were supposed to watch each other's backs, yet these 4 vanished without a trace, like they were swallowed by thin air. This isn't something that could be caused by a typical beast attack. It must be either a rare, intelligent beast, or... Old Zhang's words were cut short by a chilling laugh that suddenly echoed through the factory. Oh ho ho, quick to catch on, aren't you? Too bad you won't get to savor the experience of being devoured bit by bit. Everyone turned towards the sound, and from a shadowy corner by the factory entrance emerged a bizarre figure. It was an old man with disheveled hair, dressed in a green robe embroidered with images of snakes, toads, and scorpions, exuding an ominous aura. Good afternoon, my little snacklings, the old man grinned. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll call the babies for dinner now. With 2 sharp claps of his hands, the ground suddenly shook, and a giant earth-brown scorpion burst forth from beneath the command tent, overturning and destroying equipment. Luckily, old Zhang was quick to pull Xiaohe away, or he would have been snapped in 2 by the scorpion's claws. The 5 Poisons sect? Old Zhang's face turned pale. Are you declaring war on the Federation? Although the 5 Poisons sect is known for its expertise in poisons, it is a legitimate organization within the Federation, and its leader is a permanent member of the Medical Association, always abiding by the law. This old man clearly came from the 5 Poisons sect, but his actions were openly rebellious. Heh, the 5 Poisons sect? The old man scoffed. What a pathetic sect. I haven't been part of that ridiculous group for a long time. Remember me, by Yi Ming. Gongshanhua. Old Zhang's face was a tapestry of wrinkles, etched with a serious expression. The name Bai Alliance sent a shiver down his spine. This organization had been silent for a long time, only to resurface now. Before the new era of Qi Yuan, the Bai Alliance adhered to the creed, the world cannot keep me, for I wear the 100 robes for mankind, with a mission to traverse, judge, and save the world. During turbulent times, they indeed played a positive role. However, after the Federation was established, the first sovereign fell victim to an assassination by the Bai Alliance, leading to a comprehensive crackdown on them. After a century of peace, the Bai Alliance rose again, with a new slogan. The earthly purgatory cannot remain, for I wear the 100 robes for mankind. Their philosophy still revolved around traversing, judging, and saving the world. During times of war, they fought against monstrous beasts, serving as beacons in the darkness. Now, they see themselves as purifiers, tasked with punishing the wicked. They judge by personal morality, showing no mercy to vermin and those who fail in their duties. The massacre in Yongling City was a glaring example. The news of an elderly man's death due to bystander apathy had barely settled when Yuliang, one of the 5 heavenly figures of the Bai Alliance, orchestrated a horrifying slaughter on Shiyu Street. Over 8,000 people died from cardiac damage. Even more shocking, the sequence of deaths spelled out Executor of Divine Punishment, Bai Alliance, Yuliang on the Sky Eye map. From that point on, the Bai Alliance was elevated from a secondary nuisance to a top-priority terrorist organization. Their actions grew increasingly reckless, particularly in their animosity towards Federation personnel. Old Zhang eyed the elderly man of the yellow rank before him, feeling a chill. The man had clearly waited for Captain Liu to leave before appearing, intending to trap them. Whether due to the secrets of the venue or their roles as derelict farmers or collaborating vermin, his murderous intent was unmistakably evident. Worse still, they were trapped within a barrier. Although Su Guoyang was a yellow rank life master, his expertise was in healing, leaving him with limited combat ability. Not only was he in danger, but his team of healers was also likely to face dire consequences. Suddenly, a massive earth-brown scorpion emerged, tearing the canopy to shreds with its colossal pincers. Screams of terror erupted as 2 injured individuals were instantly killed by the scorpion's tail. Some healers stood frozen, others fled in panic, and a few collapsed to the ground. Only Su Guoyang, Li Yongxin, and a handful of others remained composed, directing the situation. Old Zhang commanded, "All combat personnel, prepare shields and defend, firearms authorized." His gaze remained vigilant, fixed on Gong Shanhua at the factory entrance. The patrol guards quickly coordinated, managing to subdue the top-tier beast, but its immense strength and thick shell rendered their efforts largely ineffective. Armor-piercing gun, came the order, and 2 rear patrol guards swiftly assembled a black sniper cannon. Report, we're missing the shock absorber, scope, and tripod. A patrolman quickly examined the armor-piercing gun in his hands, his voice tinged with urgency. The gun should have 9 parts, and the other 3 must be on one of those 4 corpses. Damn. Today must be my unlucky day. A burly warrior snatched the gun, slinging it over his shoulder. He turned to his comrades and shouted, "Guys, don't forget to take me with you when we retreat." As he pulled the trigger, the violent recoil launched him backward, slamming him against a tree with a bone-jarring impact. Yet, this terrifying recoil promised equally devastating firepower. The muzzle erupted with blinding fire, a streak of purple tearing through the air toward its target. The patrolman, already on alert, scattered swiftly, leaving the giant scorpion isolated. Even without a scope, such a massive target was hard to miss. The projectile pierced the scorpion from head to tail, continuing to slice through countless trees, dissipating only miles away. A moment of silence followed before the air around the trajectory violently surged. A swirling vortex formed within a meter's radius, carving a tunnel over a meter in diameter through the scorpion's massive body, shredding surrounding trees to splinters. Su Naiwen stood dumbfounded, witnessing it all. He had thought that in a world of superpowers, conventional weapons had lost their relevance. Yet this shot proved that even in a superpowered world, these evolved super weapons retained a terrifying potency. Just a glancing hit could be fatal. Wow, the armor-piercing gun lives up to its name. Gong Shanhua exaggeratedly feigned terror, but there was mockery in his tone. If that shot hit me, I'd be done for. Ha ha ha. He spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally as he approached the group. Come on, shoot me. The patrolman who picked up the gun clenched his teeth, itching to pull the trigger. But he couldn't. This infuriating old man stood before the factory, and firing could endanger countless innocent workers. They weren't the kind of force that disregarded civilian lives like the Tsar's troops. Everyone, fall back. Maintain distance. Old Zhang commanded loudly. He refrained from giving an attack order. An ominous intuition warned him that taking action might lead to the worst outcome. His instincts were rarely wrong. Gong Shanhua advanced relentlessly, and under orders, the patrolmen retreated continuously until their backs met the invisible barrier. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence. Under the mounting pressure, a young recruit in the patrol force finally snapped. Trembling, he raised his small handgun, pulled the trigger, and a burst of white light shot out, striking Gong Shanhua squarely in the chest. Blood gushed from the wound in Gong Shanhua's chest. He looked down at the gaping hole, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. How could this happen? The young patrolman, seeing his target fall, was overcome with a surge of joy, already imagining the commendation he would receive. But in the next moment, with a dull thud, his elation turned to horror. The one lying in the pool of blood was not Gong Shanhua, but his own mentor, with whom he had worked so closely. Ha ha ha! Gong Shanhua laughed maniacally, unscathed. How could you shoot your own teammate? 2 healing auras, one yellow and one white, quickly enveloped the wounded veteran, staunching the flow of blood and miraculously closing the wound. Su Guoyang glanced at Su Naiwen, silently impressed by the young healer's quick response in a crisis. Follow orders. The veteran, having narrowly escaped death, did not scold his apprentice but instead gave a stern warning. The bizarre scene left everyone too stunned to act rashly. Although they had aimed at Gongshan Hua, it was their ally who was injured. Haha, and there's even a yellow tear healer among you. Fortune smiles upon me. Gongshan Hua laughed as a massive serpent, over 10 meters long, emerged from the ground, exuding the formidable aura of a top-tier beast. Simultaneously, several 1 to 2-meter-long centipedes crawled down from the trees, and countless spiders the size of washbasins swarmed in from all directions, encircling the patrolmen and healers. Quick, gather around and protect the healers inside, Old Zhang shouted, drawing his gun to shoot the approaching spiders. Despite the terrifying swarm, the group quickly formed a circle, standing back to back to shield the healers in the center. Changjie, Laoho, realizing the seriousness of the situation, Old Zhang decisively commanded, take out the leader first. 2 patrolmen immediately understood, handing their guns to colleagues and drawing long knives to join Old Zhang in charging at Gongshan Hua. Su Naiwen, surrounded in the innermost circle, watched as the spiders launched their assault with mandibles and scythe-like legs. Soon, someone was injured, the wound oozing dark green venom, causing the victim's face to pale with pain. Everyone, be careful, they're poisonous. Li Yongxin and the other healers quickly cast healing spells to stabilize the situation. As Su Naiwen cast protective spells on the patrolman, he kept a wary eye on the encroaching centipedes and serpent. Seeing his accumulated 13,000 support points, he made a swift decision to upgrade his skills. Healing spell, level 4 to level 7. Armor spell, level 5 to level 7. Immobilize, level 6 to level 7. Elemental shield, level 2 to level 7. Exorcism, level 1 to level 3. With his skills significantly enhanced, Su Naiwen immediately cast several healing spells on himself. The effect was immediate where previously, as a mid-level healer, each spell could only restore about 1 of his soul power. Now it restored roughly 10 per cast, with a lingering regenerative effect. With the boost from the blue buff, Su Naiwen unhesitatingly cast armor spell and elemental shield. The guards, who had been struggling against the swarm of spiders, suddenly found themselves enveloped by 2 solid layers of protection. The shields were so strong that the mid-ear spiders couldn't break through, and even the height-ear ones found it difficult to shatter them quickly. Holy crap! Old Yang, you're amazing. This shield may have come late, but it's tougher than ever. With these shields, let's take them down, brothers. Haha, bite me again if you dare. The shields restored the guards' confidence, allowing them to skillfully counterattack the attacking spiders. The team's sole support Life Master was bewildered, but focused on continuously shielding his teammates in the critical moment. Soon, the guards noticed that these 2 layers of shields differed from Old Yang's usual style, but the battle was too intense for them to ponder the source of this assistance. In Su Naiwen's mind, notifications of support points kept ringing. Each of the 20-something advanced Life Master guards contributed double-digit support points, with 5 points for each low and mid-ear spider slain, and a hefty 50 points for taking down a height-ear spider. If not for the urgency of the situation, he would have liked to maintain this flow of points indefinitely. In no time, his support points had surged back into the 4-digit range. However, this situation soon changed. 5 or 6 top-tier centipedes crawled over, and a giant python lashed out with its tail, sending several guards flying. Fortunately, Su Guiyang quickly activated his healing talent, preventing rapid casualties on their side. Interesting, Gongshan Hua sneered as he dodged a swing from Old Zhang's blade. I didn't expect your men to hold out so long against the spiders. But let's see how long they last against my Qi Bao and the others. He nimbly leaped aside, and the blood splatter on his arm instantly transferred to Changji's arm. Keep going. Let's see if you can cut down your own friends. 3 swordwielders surrounded Gongshan Hua, yet the old man continued to toy with them, never making an offensive move. Whenever he was injured, the wounds would immediately transfer to someone else. This bizarre ability was unlike anything anyone present had ever seen. Lao Zhang and his 2 companions found themselves in a perilous situation, bewildered by the bizarre abilities displayed by Gongshan Hua. As advanced Fate Masters, each of them possessed a unique life pattern and its distinct characteristics, yet Gongshan Hua's ability to transfer effects was particularly challenging to counter. Puzzled, Lao Zhang wondered why their opponent, who clearly had the power to eliminate them with ease, was toying with them instead. Was he waiting for the barrier to be discovered and for the Federation's rescue to arrive, or was he using them as bait? What's wrong? Not continuing. Gongshan Hua taunted, watching the trio, who had initially charged fearlessly, now hesitating and cautious, a smug smile on his face. Xiao He, what's the combat assessment? Lao Zhang demanded coldly, gripping his sword. Xiao He, who had been thrown aside, was operating a virtual machine rapidly under the protection of several patrol guards. Soul power fluctuates, almost at entry level, characteristic. Inducement. Xiao He's detector was equipped with a system capable of analyzing tens of thousands of traits. Although the barrier blocked signals, the instrument was still functional. This combat evaluation had been arranged by Lao Zhang when he rescued Xiao He. Inducement. Lao Zhang was momentarily stunned, then grinned. So, just a trickster. Gongshan He remained unfazed. A trickster? Huh? Well, I'm tired of playing. Time to finish you off. No sooner had he spoken than a gigantic, colorful spider descended from above, standing over 5 meters tall and more than 8 meters wide, crashing down like a boulder. With a thunderous crash, the impact sent Lao Zhang and his companions tumbling. As Lao Zhang rolled to his feet, he grimly assessed the formidable beast, nearly reaching the threshold of a top-tier yellow class. Lao Yang, clear spirit art. At his command, 3 beams of blue light enveloped Lao Zhang, Changjie, and Lao Ho. Their eyes glowed ice blue, shifting their perception to a cooler spectrum. Lao Zhang laughed heartily. Lao Ho, hold off that spider. Changjie, let's take down that sneaky 100-garment alliance trickster. Under the clear spirit art, they saw the truth. What they thought was a transfer of injuries was merely sensory inducement, and the imposing Gongshan Hua was nothing but a projection. The real Gongshan Hua was a frail, severely wounded middle-aged man outside the western suburbs food factory. Exposed. Gongshan Hua's eyes glowed green, his expression icy. He hadn't expected his abilities to be uncovered so quickly. Scarlet Python. A hoarse cry rang out, and the giant python, which had been crushing the patrol guards, immediately turned to assist. Seizing the opportunity, Lao Zhang and Chang Jie charged at the wounded Gongshan Hua with their swords. However, a toad covered in purple warts suddenly leapt out. Though only half a meter in size, it made Lao Zhang's face change drastically. It was a highly poisonous purple-skinned toad. With a croak, the toad launched its long, black tongue like a cold arrow at Chang Jie's face, while its warts burst, splattering purple pus. The 2 men hurriedly retreated, slashing with their swords to create arcs of blade energy. Wind barrier, Gongshan Hua whispered, and a fierce wind shield immediately formed around him, deflecting all the blade energy and demolishing a corner of the factory. Unable to dodge in time, Chang Jie's arm was corroded by the pus, purple spots spreading over the decaying flesh, rendering his wrist powerless to hold his sword. Lao Zhang, unable to spare a thought, unleashed a fiery attack in an attempt to end the battle quickly. But the moment had passed, and the giant python's tail was upon them. Intent on killing Gongshan Hua, Lao Zhang took the full force of the blow, sent flying through the air. 2 healing lights, 1 yellow and 1 white, descended upon Lao Zhang and Chang Jie, intertwining in a harmonious glow. As the toxins were cleansed and their injuries gradually healed, the chaotic rhythm of their battle, driven by the urgency to kill Gongshan Hua, finally steadied. Su Guoyang. Lao Zhang felt a sense of reassurance. Indeed, their team had a yellow rank healer. If Gongshan Hua were truly at full strength as a yellow rank expert, they would have to fight to the death. But now, with Gongshan Hua severely injured and merely bluffing, there was no need for them to rush or panic. The advantage is ours. Just as Lao Zhang was about to organize their strategy, he caught sight of Lao Ho's predicament from the corner of his eye. A gigantic spider was attacking Lao Ho, its 8 legs gleaming like sharp spears, relentlessly stabbing at him. Although Lao Ho was agile, he could only dodge clumsily, and any misstep could lead to him being impaled. This spider was clearly not an ordinary high-level beast. Typically, a combat-type high-level practitioner wouldn't struggle much against a regular high-level beast. However, this spider was not only immensely strong, its flashy appearance also suggested it was venomous. Changjie, go help Lao Ho deal with that spider. Lao Zhang quickly ordered. He couldn't help but feel relieved that earlier, when facing the giant scorpion, he had decisively used the armor-piercing gun to destroy it. If not, with another powerful high-level beast, they might truly be in trouble here. Meanwhile, with the threat of the red python gone, Su Naiwen and the others found a temporary reprieve. Yet, they still struggled against the swarms of spiders and a few centipedes. Potion resupply, someone shouted. We're running low on potions. Conserve your soul power and prioritize recovery potions for the elemental practitioners. Though not every member of the patrol squad was an elite, they maintained order in this critical situation. There was always a single commanding voice issuing crisp and decisive orders. With Su Guoyang, a yellow rank healer, overseeing them, they hadn't lost any members, even when facing the high-level red python. However, those who had already fled with injuries were not so fortunate, as they were likely to be devoured by the spider swarms. Faced with the grim situation before them, the doctors quickly decided to treat the injured guards first. Although harsh, the decision was logical, as without the protection of these guards, everyone would be in danger. For those who had already lost their lives, even the most skilled healers could do nothing. In this urgent moment, Su Naiwen demonstrated extraordinary healing abilities. With a wave of his hand, he could heal the special wounds inflicted by high-level spiders, a skill matched only by top doctors like Su Guoyong and Li Yongxin. Even more impressive were the additional elemental shields and protective spells, which seemed to originate from this young man. Crucially, he possessed the restoration talenta skill desperately needed in the current situation. While his healing was less potent than that of a high-level healer, his high casting frequency provided consistent combat support. As the battle outside intensified, another fierce fight unfolded inside the factory. Lu Kang was hurled by a tremendous force, crashing into a wall, which collapsed and buried him under debris. He struggled to break free, his body covered in wounds. His clothes were torn, his arms were bruised, his face smeared with blood, and the arm holding his weapon was tightly bound with cloth to stop the bleeding. A life mark in the shape of a long blade appeared on his shoulder, extending across his back and neck. Opposite him stood a 2-meter tall purple toad, ridden by a hunched old man with gray hair obscuring his face, surrounded by a purple poisonous mist. Several purple-skinned toads emitted an irritating croak from the broken stone walls. Through their exchange, Lu Kang learned that the old man was from the Bai Alliance, and they not only targeted the factory but also aimed at the mayor of Lingyang City, Yang Tong. This revelation was more shocking than the invasion itself. When Lu Kang recognized the use of the 5 poison sex techniques and questioned the old man's allegiance to the Bai Alliance, the old man posed an even more disturbing question about the true nature of the factory's products. This food factory, spanning a significant portion of Chuanzhou, clearly harbored secrets unknown to the public. Could it be that the factory manager is using meat from diseased red rock pigs or adding chemicals? Lu Kang asked tentatively, his eyes showing a hint of uncertainty. The old man sitting across from him heard this, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips, his eyes full of disdain. Your imagination of evil is truly limited, he said with a tone full of derision. Feeling belittled, Lu Kang's face flashed with a touch of embarrassment, but he tried to remain composed. Have you heard of the Mirage Beast? The old man suddenly shifted the topic. The question hit Lu Kang like a heavy blow, instantly shattering his composure. His face turned grim, like a sky filled with dark clouds. Seeing Lu Kang's reaction, the old man burst into laughter. It seems you've realized something, he said, restraining his laughter before continuing. The Mirage Beast, despite its name suggesting it's a meat reserve species, is quite the opposite. It looks like a pig and moves slowly, with no aggression whatsoever. Apart from its remarkable growth speed, it has no special traits. Whether in strange realms or in the wilderness, it's the easiest target for hunters. The old man paused, his gaze sharp as he looked at Lu Kang. But do you know? It is a species that must be regularly culled every year. Lu Kang remained silent, his expression growing even more serious. Ha! The old man scoffed. Because its meat is peculiar. People hunt exotic beasts for materials, some for crafting, some for consumption. Exotic beasts hunt simply to fill their stomachs. But the Mirage Beast, being so useless, has become overwhelmingly abundant. Its meat contains trace amounts of toxins that, if consumed excessively, can cause nerve paralysis. The irony is, the toxin concentration is too low, and the cost of purification is too high, not even qualifying it as research material. Every year, countless Mirage Beast carcasses are incinerated. Even if left on the ground, no one would bother with them. The old man's tone suddenly turned meaningful. Yet in Lingyang City, there's a food processing factory that uses this meat as raw material, with a staggering daily output. Tell me, how much do you think meat that no one picks up off the ground would cost? If it's dirt cheap, almost free, that would make sense, just a case of the manager skimming off the top. But if it's bought at the market price of red rock pig meat, then where does all that money go every time they make a purchase? Lu Kang trembled all over, speechless, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. That's no excuse for your actions. Lu Kang shouted through clenched teeth, his fists tightly balled. We could have handled this. The Bai League's methods. Ha 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 ha. The old man interrupted with a sinister laugh. And how would you handle it? What punishment would that factory director face? The laws of the Jiuzhou Federation are clear. For causing such widespread death and injury, he could face the death penalty. The old man laughed uproariously, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. If, could? After committing such atrocities, you still talk about if and could? His voice turned icy. He's already dead. What about the workers? Lu Kang was seething with anger. While he agreed the factory director deserved severe punishment, he couldn't condone the old man's extreme measures. The meat of the Mimu beast is distinctly different from red rock pork. The old man spoke condescendingly. Are you telling me those workers were completely oblivious? Even if they had doubts, they still worked there. Isn't that aiding and abetting? Some must have died in ignorance. Lu Kang retorted, his anger mounting at the old man's self-righteous demeanor. The old man leaped down from the head of the purple-skinned toad, his tone shifting to one of feigned compassion. When you clear weeds from a field, some crops are inevitably harmed. Sacrifice is necessary. He paused briefly, You seem to be a person of justice. Why not join us in the Bai League and help us carve out a new world? Utter nonsense. Lu Kang scoffed. You're just making excuses for your senseless killing. The old man sighed. You and your team are so stubborn. Then, I'll just have to send you to join them. Before the words finished, a black frog tongue shot out like a spear, striking where Lu Kang had just stood. He narrowly dodged, but the old man grinned eerily. Injured yet still agile? Better to enter my child's belly and achieve transcendence. With a croak, several toads lunged at Lu Kang from the walls, their tongues lashing like whips. Ha slash! Lu Kang's eyes blazed red, his body steaming like a searing prawn. His standard-issue long blade radiated dazzling light, sweeping through and crushing the oncoming purple-skinned toads. The vast warehouse split in two, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The gale from the blade's force tousled the old man's hair, revealing his withered face. The method of enhancing by burning one's life force? A desperate special skill? Ha! Did you stall for this one move? It's enough to kill you. Lu Kang said no more, feeling his life force rapidly burn within. The life pattern on his shoulder contracted, then spread swiftly to his arms. He stomped the ground and appeared before the old man in an instant, long blades sweeping with blinding force. Naive. The old man faced the lethal strike with calm indifference. Surrounded by purple mist, his fingers clawed, entwined with flickering violet ghost flames, meeting the blade's energy. The blade's energy, spanning several meters, was caught by the old man's claw, the immense force sending him flying out of the warehouse. In the smoke, his silhouette slid back, fingers clenched, shattering the blade's energy. Ha 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 ha, is this your? The old man's gloating was cut short by a sudden thunderclap. From the rubble, Lu Kang emerged, his body smoking. His left hand transformed into a blade, a swirling vortex of energy, crackling with lightning, formed in his palm, exuding formidable power. I told you, the time I bought was for this move, and it's enough to kill you. With a swift motion, Lu Kang's left arm was shredded to the bone by the energy, yet he endured the pain for one final strike. Like a gentle breeze, it brushed past the old man's forehead. A violet lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the old man's chest. A howling tempest obliterated everything in its path, leaving silence in its wake. In the aftermath of the battle, the once solid brick walls and the toads were completely obliterated, leaving nothing but a barren open space. In the center of this space, the old man still stood, defying collapse. Yet his long hair was nearly gone, his body covered in blood, and a fist-sized hole gaped in his chest. The old man coughed up blood, his clouded eyes fixed on Lu Kang, who stood across from him, pale-faced and missing an arm. Suddenly, the old man laughed, a sound laced with irony. That move of yours just wiped out the workers in that factory too. The so-called righteous federal guards can be just as ruthless, can't they? At the edge of the clearing, a steel factory building had been half destroyed by Lu Kang's attack. Near the building's jagged remains, several faces were frozen in eternal terror, eyes wide open, expressions locked in fear, now lifeless. Blood and dismembered limbs lay scattered around. I never claimed to hold justice, Lu Kang said, his face ashen but his tone remarkably calm. Justice isn't something to be possessed by a few. My duty is to maintain stability. If you live, they die. He staggered forward, his right hand weakly gripping a cloth-wrapped long sword, the blade dragging along the ground with a grating screech. Lu Kang had exhausted his soul force and strength, yet one thought consumed him. The old man was not dead. Though his lethal strike had nearly incapacitated his opponent, his instincts as a warrior told him he must finish the job. Your strength is truly astonishing. What a pity. The blood-soaked old man sighed. A purple mark, shaped like a bizarre insect, appeared on his forehead. In an instant, countless venomous insects emerged from the ground, not swarming toward the spent Lu Kang, but instead climbing onto the old man's body. The sound of gnawing was chilling. A centipede crawled into the blood hole in the old man's chest, and then, an eerie scene unfolded. The body, which should have been beyond saving, began to stretch and revive. I am an immortal being made up of countless insects. Do you really think you can kill me? The old man grinned menacingly as countless venomous insects writhed over his tattered body. With a light touch on the mark on his forehead, a black robe materialized, draping over him and concealing the grotesque sight. Yet, even then, the occasional insect crawling across his face sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Kang watched this bizarre scene unfold before him, his battered body finally giving way as he collapsed heavily to the ground. As a patrol guard, he'd witnessed the sacrifices of many comrades, seniors, and subordinates. Gazing up at the sky, he thought with a bitter smile, perhaps this was the end of his journey. Have you accepted your fate? The old man sneered, a mocking smile playing at his lips as a claw of ghostly purple fire shot towards Lu Kang's throat. In that critical moment, a pillar of light suddenly pierced through the barrier, enveloping Lu Kang. The ghostly fire claw vanished instantly upon contact. What? For the first time, the old man's face showed fear. His pride, the barrier, had been effortlessly breached, something he never anticipated. Even a yellow rank Fate Master would struggle to detect this barrier's deceptive effect. What shocked him more was that the aura of this light pillar far surpassed the yellow rank, something even Ling Yang's arbiter, Yang Tong, might not match. Sensing danger, the old man swiftly decided to flee towards the dense woods on the factory's west side. He hoped the presence of factory personnel might deter this powerful interloper. Run? Do you think you can escape? A clear, commanding voice echoed from the sky, followed by a radiant sword of holy light slicing through the air. The blinding brilliance forced not only the fleeing old man to shut his eyes, but also compelled Su Naiwen, Su Guoyang, and the just-risen Lu Kang to do the same. A harrowing scream followed, and the ground trembled. As the light faded, the old man had turned into a puddle of sludge, leaving only a tattered black robe behind. A figure descended gracefully from the sky. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing a swan-like neck. Beneath her intelligent glasses was a gentle face, and her loose-fitting loungewear fluttered in the breeze, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Lu Kang dared not meet the gaze of this formidable figure and spoke respectfully. Captain Lu Kang of the Lingyang City Patrol thanks you, Senior, for helping us eliminate the Bai sect heretic. The light pillar had not only instantly healed his injuries, but had also partially restored his left arm, which had been reduced to bones. However, the blood energy consumed by his forbidden skill would take time to recover. It was nothing. What's going on here? When Rong asked calmly, her gaze sweeping the perimeter as she sensed her disciple's life force was still active, allowing her a moment of relief. Lu Kang recounted the day's events and the information the old man had revealed in detail. Ha! A food factory like this operating right under your noses. Calling you negligent would be an understatement. When Rong interrupted Lu Kang's explanation bluntly. I'm not interested in your excuses, nor am I a member of your federation, so spare me the grand justifications. I'm only here to rescue my disciple. For the past few days, when Rong had been staying in a single dormitory room at the school, as someone not accustomed to settling down, she saw no need to buy property. Apart from practicing and devising training plans for the special training squad at the start of the term, she had no particular tasks. Originally, she had planned to stay in her dorm today, but she suddenly noticed her treasured disciple's aura had vanished. It wasn't that she intended to monitor her disciple's whereabouts, but the cross necklace she had given to Su Naiwen held significant meaning for her and had a natural mental connection. The sudden disconnection made Rong's heart tighten. As a mentor, she was acutely aware that this situation could only mean one of three things: entering an alternate realm, the necklace being destroyed, or being sealed off by a barrier. She quickly sensed that the last place she lost contact with her apprentice was in the western suburbs. There were no controllable alternate realms there, and this realization caused her heart to sink. Upon arriving at the scene, when Rong discovered a barrier with misleading properties had been set up, it took her some time to uncover the intricacies of it, and she immediately used forceful means to break through. Sensing her apprentice, Su Naiwen, was still in stable condition, she finally felt a slight sense of relief. Master, why are you here? Su Naiwen asked in surprise when he saw his master in casual home attire alongside a ragged Lu Kang. He quickly realized that the powerful sword from earlier must have been his master's doing. The familiar aura of sanctity and imposing presence was unmistakable, befitting someone who could contribute 6,666 support points. When Rong looked at her apprentice, feeling a mix of lingering fear and anger. You're on break? Why aren't you practicing at home? What are you doing here? What if something happened? I was just volunteering to help with the rescue, Su Naiwen explained, feeling wronged. And besides, everything's fine. Fine. When Rong, usually gentle, suddenly raised her voice. Do you realize if I hadn't come, you might have been dead, and I might not even have been able to recover your body? You're coming back with me. Everyone present fell silent in front of Rong. The power of the giant sword had already proven that this seemingly gentle woman had the strength to easily overpower everyone there. Su Guoyang felt acutely aware that her healing abilities far surpassed his own. Looking at the master-apprentice pair before him, Su Guoyang suddenly understood. No wonder Su Naiwen could demonstrate such impressive healing abilities, shielding techniques, recovery spells, and even project potent light spears all far beyond the level of an ordinary high school prodigy. With such a formidable master, everything made sense. The battle was far more devastating than Su Naiwen had anticipated. In the skirmish at the perimeter, although the severely injured middle-aged man didn't cause significant casualties among the patrol guards, the factory workers suffered horrific losses. Under Su Guoliang's command, the patrol guards managed to survive, but the fleeing factory workers weren't as fortunate. In the chaos, these defenseless individuals were either devoured by the spider's fangs or impaled by their sharp legs. As the weakest among the medics, Naiwen was initially well protected and didn't feel much danger. However, when he saw the gruesome scene of blood and flesh, corpses riddled with holes from the spiders, and faces chewed down to bare bones, his complexion turned pale immediately. Thanks to Su Guoliang's treatment, Lao Zhang and the others had started to recover. They looked towards Lu Kong, wanting to inquire about Lao Chao and the others. Lu Kong took a deep breath, closing his eyes, and with all his might, uttered 2 words, "They're gone." This brief response made Lao Zhang and the others stagger, and disbelief was evident on the faces of the other patrol guards. Comrades who were laughing and playing cards together just yesterday were now gone forever. 2 squads, totaling 10 people, all elite members of the patrol guards, had even severely injured a top-tier Fate Master with sensory manipulation abilities. Yet, the cost of this battle was unbearably heavy. Lu Kong clenched his fists tightly. He had witnessed too many colleagues sacrifice themselves and had seen comrades fall during otherworldly invasions. At those times, alongside the grief and helplessness, there was a heavy sense of pride they had sacrificed themselves to protect the city. But this time, with the elders' mocking laughter and chilling words echoing in his ears, he dared not reveal the truth to the 20-some comrades before him. Senior One, before this incident truly ends, Lu Kong hesitated. I've said what I needed to say, and am not interested, when Rong interrupted him directly, knowing full well what he was going to ask essentially, to keep things confidential. Thank you, Lu Kong replied quietly. With Wen Rong breaking the barrier, the distress signal had been sent. The reinforcement team would soon arrive to handle the aftermath. Among the 10 fallen comrades, only 3 complete bodies were found. As for the factory workers, out of over 600, fewer than 100 were unscathed, with more than 300 dead or missing, and the rest either lost limbs or were critically injured. Faced with these severely injured individuals, even Su Guoyang was powerless. Even when Rong's bone regeneration technique required special materials and medicines, which were beyond the financial reach of ordinary factory workers. While treating the injured factory workers, Su Naiwen could only earn a small number of auxiliary points per person, but the sheer number of them made it worthwhile for him. Are you the factory cashier? Answer my questions. Lu Kong coldly regarded the middle-aged man with a pinched face before him. Where are the factory's accounts and raw material records? Since the elder from the 100 Clothes Alliance had already exposed the factory's dark side, Lu Kong was determined to investigate. The finance department was destroyed. The records are gone, the cashier replied, his face pale, either from fear or debauchery. Gone? What about electronic records? Lu Kang's eyes glinted with a cold light. Tell the truth, or you'll eventually find out from the Sky Eye system. Seeing the man's evasiveness, Lu Kang had already formed a judgment. Do you know what raw materials you were using? Huh. I don't know, the cashier answered nervously. Lu Kang laughed in anger. You're the factory cashier, and you claim not to know what raw materials you're bringing in? The cashier's reaction confirmed that there was indeed something shady about the factory, and he was clearly one of those in the know. Lu Kang almost wanted to crush this man with his sole power, but he restrained himself. The factory manager had been killed by the elder, and the accountant had disappeared. This surviving cashier might hold crucial information. The West Suburb food factory was sizable, with production and shipping requiring strict procedures. Lu Kang couldn't believe there weren't others involved behind the scenes. Get 2 people and take him back to the bureau for strict supervision. Do not let him leave without my orders, Lu Kang instructed 2 trusted subordinates with a severe expression. Yes, sir. The 2, seeing Lu Kang's stern demeanor, immediately obeyed without questioning further. What are you doing? I'm injured, a victim. Why are you arresting me? The cashier's face was ashen, his voice trembling as he waved his hands frantically. Lu Kang's stern expression and uncompromising demeanor filled him with an unprecedented fear. Mr. Sun, we're just asking you to come back to the station for a statement. Please cooperate, Lu Kang said. Without waiting for a response, he signaled 2 colleagues to escort Sun into the police car. Watching the vehicle drive away, he turned to continue questioning other workers. Each person Lu Kang questioned added to the heaviness in his heart. The reactions of the factory employees confirmed the old man's words despite claiming to be ordinary workers unaware of the specifics. Their shifty eyes and subtle expressions betrayed them. These assembly line workers might not know exactly what kind of meat they were handling daily, but deep down, they sensed something was wrong and chose to remain silent. They merely warned their families not to purchase the factory's products, and nothing more. In Lu Kang's view, these individuals could hardly be called innocent. Although their inaction might not warrant severe condemnation, according to the principles of the Bai League, such indifference was considered a fundamental sin. Helplessly, he could only let them go after treating their injuries and taking their statements. Some even requested an escort for protection, and although Lu Kang was displeased, he had no choice but to agree. Gazing at his 3 colleagues lying silently nearby, Lu Kang felt a suffocating pressure. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. Captain Lu, we were attacked. Sun Changho is dead. A trembling voice reported from the other end. Liu Kang's hand shook slightly as he took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within. The worst had indeed happened. Boss. The officer on the line hesitated. It looks like they used a standard issue M12 elemental gun. The news hit Liu Kang like a sledgehammer to the heart. Even someone as steadfast in his beliefs as he was shaken to the core. On the journey, Su Naiwen fell silent. The scene of treating the injured replayed in his mind, and the joy he initially felt from gaining a substantial amount of support points had long vanished. The scenery outside the car window rushed by, and he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Feeling overwhelmed? When Rong asked gently while driving, keenly aware of her student's change in mood. No, Su Naiwen shook his head, his gaze still fixed outside the window. I just feel that life is so fragile. When Rong paused at his words, recalling a once smiling boy, and softly replied, yes, life is indeed fragile. She quickly collected her thoughts and asked, after all this, do you still want to become a combat-type Fate Master? Faced with his mentor's question, Su Naiwen was silent for a moment before firmly stating, yes, I still want to become a true combat-type Fate Master. Today's experience only made him more certain of his goal. Su Guoyang was indeed powerful, capable of neutralizing the tricky purple blot poison, maintaining the condition of 3 men single-handedly, and even saving someone with a pierced heart. But from another perspective, he was also weak. Without combat skills, he had to be protected by the patrol guard. Even when faced with a severely injured top-tier Fate Master, as a yellow-rank Fate Master, he was powerless to fight back. If his mentor hadn't arrived in time today, everyone, including himself, might not have survived. But if Su Guoyang had been a yellow-rank combat-type Fate Master, the two of them together might have been able to defeat the Elder. The patrol guard might have suffered heavy losses, but at least there would have been a glimmer of hope. This realization made Su Naiwen suddenly see things clearly. Mastering both healing and combat was the right path, and becoming a combat-type healer Fate Master was his true calling. He had thought about this before, but today's experience solidified his resolve. Seeing her apprentice's renewed determination, when Rong smiled, she handed Su Naiwen a black cloak. This is the artifact of the heretic from the 100 Clothes Alliance that I defeated. It can conceal your presence. The seemingly ordinary black cloak felt smooth and cool to the touch, made from heavenly spider silk, a top-grade yellow-rank artifact. It not only resisted certain elemental attacks, but also repelled dust and blood. Let's start intensive training tomorrow, when Rong said. I'll take you to the Fengyang dimension. Real combat is the best way to improve your skills. Caught off guard by the sudden arrangement, Su Naiwen, who was used to careful deliberation, was taken aback. So soon? Once you've made up your mind, you need to act while the iron is hot, when Rong replied with determination. Can I bring a few people with me? Su Naiwen thought of Wei Wu and others. When Rong thoughtfully asked, are you thinking of forming your own team? Form a team. Seeing the puzzled look on Su Naiwen's face, when Rong patiently explained. The abilities of Fate Masters vary greatly, much like a multifaceted key. Some excel in solo battles, while others thrive in group combat. Some are skilled in offense, while others focus on defense. True all-rounders are rare, when Rong's voice was steady and confident. That's why, during expeditions into the otherworldly realms, maximizing combat effectiveness requires everyone to play their part, forming complementary teams. This is also why 5-on-5 matches in the Capture the Flag League are so popular. Nowadays, both the military and local patrol units operate in standard 5-person teams. She looked at Su Naiwen meaningfully. Many independent adventure teams also maintain this number. Starting to find comrades to fight alongside you in high school is a wise choice. Su Naiwen scratched his head, showing a simple smile. I didn't think that far ahead, just felt I got along well with Wei Wu. That girl named Zhang Ling, and your roommate Yang Yu, both have considerable potential, when Rong added. Plus, your fate characteristics complement each other, making you excellent teammate choices. Su Naiwen listened in a daze, thinking to himself that this was indeed his mentor, already picking out teammates for him, even more thorough than his mom. When sending Su Naiwen home, when Rong specifically reminded him to prepare for the trip to the Fengyang realm the next day. Su Zhang, who had just returned from a business trip and was lounging at home, glanced at his son as he came in, completely unaware that Su Naiwen had just survived a life-and-death adventure in the suburbs. Dad, tomorrow my mentor is taking me to the Fengyang realm, just letting you know, Su Naiwen said. Oh, going to a realm? Huh? Well, you just. Su Zhang absent-mindedly flipped through his book, suddenly realizing. What? Going to a realm? He snapped his head up, staring at his son in disbelief. The Fengyang realm? Are you crazy? Why go to such a dangerous place? You're just a high school freshman. There are ranked beasts there. My mentor is taking me for practical training. Your mentor? Who is your mentor anyway? Not just anyone can enter the Fengyang realm. My mentor is at least a Shin-level Fate Master. A Shin-level Fate Master doesn't. Su Zhang started to say, then suddenly stopped. Shin-level? He paused, waving his hand. Forget what I just said. Go have fun. Early in the morning, Su Naiwen quietly donned a black cloak, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and headed out. His mother, who had been working the night shift, hadn't returned home yet, so he didn't have a chance to inform her. He had received a message from his mentor the previous night, instructing him to wait at the school. Just as he reached the end of the street, he spotted Wei Wu, whose baby face contrasted sharply with his burly physique. Wei Wu was carrying a travel bag and grinned widely at him. Su Naiwen punched him on the back and said, "What's with the goofy grin? Didn't you say your dad wasn't letting you go yesterday?" "My dad did say no, but my mom agreed," Wei Wu replied, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. Su Naiwen glanced in the direction of Wei Wu's home and couldn't help but admire Wei Wu's mother, thinking that his father indeed had the qualities of a true man. The two of them, carrying their luggage, arrived at the school, where 3 people were already waiting at the entrance. Su Naiwen was puzzled to see Jiang Ling, who had a gun slung over her shoulder, and the aloof, arms-crossed Yang Yu, as neither of them were locals from Chuanzhou. "What brought them here?" "They just happened to be at school, so I invited them along," Wenrong explained. "Not going home for the new year?" Su Naiwen asked, puzzled. Although some holidays had disappeared in this parallel world, the Spring Festival was still celebrated. "Ran away from home," Jiang Ling and Yang Yu replied in unison. "You guys are something else." Su Naiwen sighed. Wei Wu looked around and finally managed to say, "Impressive," when Rong looked at the 4 of them helplessly. "All right, it's getting late. Let's head to the Fengyang anomaly." The 5 of them squeezed into the vehicle, with Wei Wu's large travel bag and Jiang Ling's long gun taking up considerable space. Upon checking Wei Wu's backpack, they found it stuffed with camping gear, an iron pot, a griddle, a solar-powered stove, and various food items and utensils. "Do you think we're going on a picnic?" Su Naiwen teased. "And you, Jiang Ling, what's with a girl carrying a gun all the time? Isn't it strange to go to an anomaly without weapons?" Jiang Ling retorted. "You also have your soft sword wrapped around your waist, don't you?" Yang Yu shot a suspicious glance at Su Naiwen, who quickly warned, "Don't look at me with that eager expression." After more than 2 hours, they arrived at their destination. The scene before Su Naiwen made him feel as if he were in another city. High-rise goose houses stood tall, shops lined the streets, and vendors crowded the sidewalks. Crane claws and fire ape eyes, only 3007. Fresh red flame snake gallbladders. Roasted bird eggs, hot and sweet. Street stalls were also selling talent spirit crystals, predominantly in white and red, with a few striking orange crystals scattered among them. "These vendors are backed by adventure groups, so no one dares to rob them," Wenrong explained. "Don't worry about these. We're mainly here to train in the Fengyang anomaly." After passing through the bustling market area and walking for about 10 minutes, the number of vendors dwindled, replaced by crowds also heading to the anomaly. Su Naiwen, who possessed the awakening skill, sensed a faint feeling of being watched. "Don't be tense. This is the security zone. As long as you don't cause trouble, you'll be fine," Wenrong reassured them as the entrance to the Fengyang anomaly came into view. About a dozen guards in standard black trench coats, with leopard head emblems embroidered on their chests, stood on duty. Their presence exuded an aura far surpassing that of ordinary advanced life masters. At the entrance to the mysterious realm, a towering black hole, over 10 meters high, stood silently. 2 staff members in black uniforms were conducting routine registrations beside the entrance. A considerable number of people were already queued up, waiting to enter the Fengyang realm, and the scene was orderly. "Identification card, entry fee of 10,000, and a 10% deduction on exit earnings," the staff repeated mechanically. When it was Su Naiwen and his group's turn, Wenrong calmly took out a translucent crystal card. The staff's eyes lit up. The card seemed strangely familiar. He picked up a scanning device and lightly swept it over the crystal card. Ding. "Special consultant, please proceed." The staff member quickly looked up, meeting Wenrong's calm gaze, and immediately bowed respectfully, returning the crystal card with both hands. "You don't need to register, nor do you need to queue. You can go straight in." Wenrong gestured to the 4 curious high school students behind him, speaking with a calm tone. "I'm bringing a few high school kids for some training. Please register their identities. With your status, you can take them in directly," the staff member hastily replied. "Procedures should be followed," Wenrong insisted. "Yes." The staff member promptly took the ID cards of Su Naiwen and the other 3, starting to input their information. He quickly noticed, apart from Jiang Ling, the other 3 required detailed information. "Then get on with it," Wenrong said flatly. The staff member then inquired about their levels and other details. "Your identity information is now recorded, so entering the realm will be less troublesome in the future," the staff said. Su Naiwen and the other 2 thanked him, while looking at Jiang Ling in surprise. It turned out this wasn't her first time entering the realm. As they followed Wenrong, although curious about the special consultant status, the group tacitly remained silent. Jiang Ling seemed to know something about the special consultant, while Yang Yu appeared uninterested. Wei Wu, despite being the most curious, held back his questions, seeing that Su Naiwen remained silent. As for Su Naiwen, he understood the wisdom of not asking what shouldn't be asked, and knew that his mentor was no ordinary person. Knowing too much might not be a good thing. In the sparse, low-lying forest, a fierce battle was unfolding. When Rong stood to the side, sternly directing Su Naiwen and the other three as they fought against a large wind blade crane. Push forward. Push forward. I'll take the front. When Rong shouted commands. Your footwork is off. Pay attention to your attack rhythm. Wei Wu, you're moving too far forward. Zhang Ling, focus on the timing of your spear thrusts, not just the force. The wind blade crane was mottled white and green, with legs like slender twigs and a beak longer than its legs, the tip a dark green. Each time it let out a piercing cry, its wings flapped, unleashing sharp wind blades that had the group scrambling. If it weren't for Su Naiwen's armor spell and elemental shield, they would have already been wounded. Su Naiwen, I told you. No immobilizing spears. This is training, not a beast hunt. When Rong continued to reprimand, your archery is too slow, inaccurate, and lacks power. Practice more. Yang Yu, you're rushing the attack. Fall back. Growing impatient as the group struggled to bring down the wind blade crane, Wei Wu abruptly shoved the misplaced Yang Yu aside, his long blade slung across his back. With a low shout, he declared, move aside. I've got this. Diagonal blade slash. A crimson blade arc flashed, slicing through the wind blade crane's body. With a chilling screech, the crane fell, split in two. Wei Wu's face turned pale, and before he could claim victory, a blazing sunbird suddenly dove from the sky, targeting him. In that critical moment, Su Naiwen disregarded his master's warnings, launching a spear of light that struck the bird, pinning it midair. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the weakened Wei Wu, instead of retreating, advanced with his blade, striking down at the bird's head. Zhang Ling, unwilling to be outdone, thrust her lightning-encased spear precisely into the bird's eye, the electric burst shredding its brain. Wei Wu followed through, severing the bird's head, but the series of actions depleted his strength, causing him to stagger back, nearly collapsing. Su Naiwen quickly cast several recovery spells. With the blue buff's aid, Wei Wu soon regained his stamina, though his mental energy was too drained to perform another diagonal blade slash anytime soon. When Rong didn't scold Su Naiwen for using immobilization but used the moment to teach everyone. A trump card should be saved for crucial moments. After that slash, what would you do against a stronger foe? Earlier, with the four of you attacking together, you could have taken down that wind blade crane without needing the diagonal blade slash. She turned to Su Naiwen. Control skills, before reaching a certain level, are indeed formidable but not invincible. I discourage frequent use of immobilization because it could lead to dependency, altering your combat rhythm, and making you a target. A high-level Fate Master can easily dodge your light spear if they're focused. Use it sparingly, so others can't figure out your trump card. Yes, Master. Su Naiwen nodded obediently, like a well-behaved child. When Rong nodded in satisfaction, good. Keep going. All four of you have strong abilities. Now it's about honing your combat skills. Su Naiwen had a soft sword at his waist, a quiver on his back, and a longbow in hand. Due to the team's lack of ranged firepower, when Rong had specifically instructed him to practice archery. Pull with precision. Stay steady. Be decisive. Watch your stance. When Rong continuously guided, Su Naiwen managed a wry smile, his right arm aching to the point of numbness, fearing it might become useless without recovery and healing spells. Not bad luck, a talent crystal. Wei Wu exclaimed, extracting a fiery red crystal from the fallen blazing sunbird's skull. He played with it briefly before handing it to Su Naiwen. Brother one, what do we do with this? This red-grade talent crystal would fetch at least 6 figures on the market. Though they had found a crystal soon after entering the realm, many adventurers might not see one in days of hunting. Su Naiwen looked to his master for guidance. When Rong suggested, you can use it to enhance your own abilities or sell it, and split the proceeds. Su Naiwen attempted to sense the talent within the crystal. The blazing sunbird searing aura quite an offensive technique. Who wants it? Yang Yu shrugged. I'm a support-type guardian Fate Master. Such elemental skills are useless to me. Wei Wu scratched his head. Same here. Su Naiwen's gaze eventually settled on Zhang Ling. Noticing her slightly hesitant expression, he decisively handed over the spirit crystal. Your fate is aligned with both thunder and fire, right? Handle it as you see fit. Use it if it's suitable. If not, sell it and we'll split the profits. Zhang Ling bit her lip gently, thought for a moment, and accepted the spirit crystal. I'll take it. I'll pay you guys according to the market price. Su Naiwen didn't fuss, just waved his hand dismissively. Up to you. When Rong, standing by, nodded silently, observing how the team was gradually building camaraderie. There's a small group of long-armed fire apes ahead. Their levels aren't high, perfect for you guys to practice on. The four of them cautiously approached. In front of them were 7 robust, long-armed fire apes, resembling the mantis-tailed apes at first glance. They stood as tall as, or even taller than, an average person, covered in fiery red fur, with blood-red eyes and bare faces and ears. Their foreheads were broad, and their arms were thick and long. Some of the apes were leisurely going about their activities. One was scratching its back against a tree. Another was swinging from the branches with its strong arms, completely oblivious to the four lurking in the shadows. Yang Yu carefully observed their physical traits. 6 intermediate-level beasts and 1 advanced-level beast. It's 4 against 7, and there's a boss level 1. How are we supposed to fight this battle? He doubted their ability to handle the group, considering how even a single advanced windblade crane or blazing sunbird was challenging enough, let alone an advanced fire ape with 6 allies. Wei Wu licked his chapped lips, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. I've almost recovered. I can manage a strike. Jiang Ling gripped her spear tightly, her eyes locked on the most burly fire ape swinging on a tree. I can take on that advanced long-armed fire ape by myself, Yang Yu thought to himself. Each one is more reckless than the last. It seemed like only he and Su Naiwen were the sane ones here. Damn it, let's do it. Su Naiwen gritted his teeth. Yang Yu immediately withdrew his previous thought perhaps he was the only sane one left in this team. Su Naiwen meticulously counted today's earnings with satisfaction. The day's haul, combining a hunt for exotic beasts in the western outskirts and a full day of support work, totaled over 8,000 support points. The bulk of this came from the contributions of Su Guoyang and Lu Kong, both of whom were formidable rankers. Assisting them always netted Su a handsome 3-digit sum, all thanks to the strong backing of his mentor. Though the patrol guards were at least high-level life masters, supporting their hunts for high-level or even top-tier beasts only yielded double-digit support points each time. However, the system granted an additional 50 points as a reward for alleviating humanity's plight. In contrast, the trio led by Jiang Ling earned a measly 5 or 6 points per outing, which seemed quite meager. To level up quickly, you really need to latch onto someone powerful, Su Naiwen mused to himself. But opportunities like yesterday's are rare. If Master hadn't shown up in time, things could have turned disastrous for them. With over 8,000 support points in hand, Su Naiwen began plotting his skill enhancement strategy. Armor technique, elemental shield, and immobilization were his top priorities. Lacking a method to boost teammates' attack power, he opted for a defensive route of fortifying shields to gradually wear down those long-armed fire apes, while using immobilization as a safeguard. Upgrading each skill from level 7 to 8 required nearly 3,000 points. After careful consideration, he decided it was better to focus his efforts rather than spread them thin. Without hesitation, he chose Armor Technique and repeatedly clicked the upgrade symbol. Armor Technique, LV7, LV8, LV9. This upgrade even surpassed the level of his healing technique. The system displayed, Armor Technique LV9010000, consumes soul power to form an invisible armor on a single selected target. Wow, it can go even higher? Su Naiwen exclaimed, rubbing his forehead at the sight of the 5-digit requirement. He had already figured out the pattern for skill upgrades. Entry level required 50 points, level 1 to 2 needed 100, 2 to 3 200, with the first quality enhancement at 3 to 4 costing 500. From there, 4 to 5 required 600 points, 5 to 6 800, and 6 to 7 a steep 2,000 points for the second quality enhancement. 7 to 8 needed 3,000, 8 to 9 5,000, and now, a whopping 10,000. 10,000 support points. Su Naiwen calculated. Supporting a hunt for a high-level or top-tier beast only grants 50 points, meaning 200 kills are needed. Of course, yellow-rank beasts are much better, offering about 1,000 points, with support netting around 500. So, I'd need to solo 10 yellow-rank beasts or team up for 20. As a mid-level life master, that's asking too much. As he grumbled, a change in the skill tree caught his eye. The leaf for armor technique had turned from red to orange. This indicated an upgrade in his innate skill, ahead of schedule. A glimmer of hope appeared in Su Naiwen's eyes. Well, in that case, what's a mere 10,000 support points? I'm the best at latching onto strong allies. He turned to Wenrong, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Master, help me out. Wenrong, seeing the eager look in his disciple's eyes, smiled knowingly, mistaking it for rare motivation. Little did she know, Su Naiwen was planning to take it easy. Follow my lead, I have a strategy, Su Naiwen said seriously. Jiang Ling, you keep that high-level long-armed fire ape busy. Yang Yu, you handle the 3 mid-level ones, and Wei Wu, take care of the other 3 before assisting Yang Yu and Jiang Ling. What the heck? Jiang Ling and Yang Yu were stunned. Are you solving elementary school math problems? 7 fire apes divided like this? 1 big one for the girl, and the remaining 6 split between 2 guys. No worries, brother one. Wei Wu was full of enthusiasm. We'll beat them to a pulp. Jiang Ling and Yang Yu, seeing Wei Wu's unfazed demeanor, covered their faces. Yang Yu couldn't help but snark. This fool. If we handle them all, what will you do? Even if you're support, you can't just watch. I'll be your shield, Su Naiwen declared with a serious expression. Your strongest support. Go forth, my friends. If Su Naiwen hadn't looked so earnest, he might have gotten a kick or two by now. Remember, the two warned, if things go south, we're calling it off. Yang Yu was calculating in his mind, his eyes flickering with thoughts. If things go south, reputation be damned. I'll call for Wenrong's help immediately. This strategy is absurd, and if it weren't for Coach Wenrong being present, he'd never comply. He usually puts on a nonchalant facade, but he's not yet at the point of being indifferent to life and death. I'll go first, you guys follow and trap the monster, Su Naiwen commanded, but he took a step back himself. Zhang Ling, who had learned quite a bit of vocabulary from Su Naiwen, also thought this tactic was a bit childish. Nevertheless, she didn't hesitate to charge forward with her spear. Wei Wu, on the other hand, was thrilled, shouting excitedly as he rushed out. For him, as long as there was a fight and monsters to slay, he was always pumped up. Yang Yu grudgingly followed, carrying his shield, thinking that if Su Naiwen dared to trick them, he would slap him with the shield. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. The massive, red-furred leader of the fire apes sensed danger immediately. It glared at the three approaching figures, enraged by the audacity of these mere mid-level calami to challenge a high-level fire ape like itself. Hearing the leader's roar, the other 6 fire apes bared their teeth and howled. Seeing the trio's unwavering determination, their fur bristled, and their crimson eyes glowed with malice. All 6 fire apes leaped high and lunged at the 3, their 12 pillar-like arms pounding the ground, causing a slight tremor, as if they intended to crush these foolhardy humans into pulp. Zhang Ling, leading the charge, was the first to face the assault. A fire ape leaped down from a tree, its arms raised like massive hammers descending upon her, the forceful air pressure making it hard to breathe. Yet, Zhang Ling remained unfazed, electricity crackling around her as she deftly sidestepped, leaving a zigzagging scorch mark on the ground. Clad in white, spear in hand, she was like a female Zhao Zilong, elegantly evading the 5 minion apes and heading straight for the leader. Su Naiwen watched Zhang Ling's lightning-fast movements with envy, secretly impressed by how she had transformed an elemental destiny into such a powerful offensive technique. Boom! The fire ape's mist punch left 2 deep craters in the ground. Enraged, it let out a furious howl, intent on pursuing Zhang Ling. Heh, nice strength, let's have some fun. Wei Wu arrived just in time, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity as he swung his large sword at the fierce fire ape. Blood trickled from his palm, the blade glowing with a crimson light, as his red-grade talent skill, Sharp Blade, activated. I'm starting to regret hanging out with you guys, Yang Yu muttered, holding up his energy shield. With a burst of speed, he charged and knocked over 2 fire apes, deliberately plunging into the fray. Looking at the ape arms thicker than his own body, he smirked wryly. Bring on the storm, I say. The 2 individuals who entered afterward were indeed more annoying than Zhang Ling. With a thunderous roar from their leader, the 6 fire apes completely ignored Zhang Ling and turned their fierce gaze towards Wei Wu and Yang Yu. The fire apes swung their massive arms, comparable to meteor hammers, each strike creating deep craters in the ground. Unlike Zhang Ling's agile lightning footwork or Wei Wu's innate combat intuition, Yang Yu had to endure several heavy blows hidden. Damn it! Yang Yu nearly toppled after taking 2 punches and cursed under his breath. These fire apes hit harder than the power-type intermediate life masters at school. He shouted towards Su Naiwen. Old Su, shield. Su Naiwen quickly adapted to the upgraded armor spell, and with a wave of his hand, a bright light flashed. The familiar feeling of being enveloped by the armor spell gave Yang Yu newfound confidence, and he raised his energy shield, ramming it into one of the fire apes. Meanwhile, Wei Wu was skillfully maneuvering around several fire apes, his steps steady and varied, always managing to dodge lethal punches at the last moment. His long sword swung with precision, leaving deep gashes on the fire apes' bodies. Despite the fervor in his eyes, his mind remained exceptionally clear, showcasing the essence of a natural warrior. With Su Naiwen's armor spell boosting him, Wei Wu boldly met a fire ape's fist hidden. He leaped up, executing a white-level talent skill called Slash, a new move he learned to compensate for his lack of long-range attack options. The white blade light struck precisely at the shoulder-arm joint of the fire ape, slicing through bone and flesh, severing an arm completely. Caught in midair with no leverage, Wei Wu was struck by another fire ape. Surprisingly, the armor radiated a blood-red glow, not only absorbing the impact but also reflecting the attack back. The fire ape stumbled back several steps, roaring menacingly at Wei Wu from a distance. Awesome one, Wei Wu shouted excitedly. With the protection of the armor, he unleashed his full potential and, within a few breaths, finished off the fire ape with the severed arm. Su Naiwen, meanwhile, focused on Zhang Ling, eager to test the upgraded armor spell's effectiveness against high-level exotic beasts. The results were surprising. Not only could it withstand attacks, but it also fully protected the user. Lightning danced in Jiang Ling's hands, and her spear tip continuously pierced blood holes in the high-level fire ape. Each time she was hit, the purplured armor glow would dissipate the impact and reflect it back. The battle was far easier than expected. Wei Wu and Yang Yu quickly dispatched 5 fire apes, and after Jiang Ling took down the high-level fire ape, she effortlessly dealt with the last one. Stealing my kill. Wei Wu grumbled discontentedly. You were too slow. Jiang Ling replied coolly, flicking the blood off her spear tip. Give me time, and I'll surpass you, Wei Wu retorted defiantly. The group's configuration was not ideal. Both Jiang Ling and Wei Wu were main attackers, focused on breaking through enemy lines. Ideally, Jiang Ling's elemental life force would make her a powerful area damage mage, yet she trained as a strong attack warrior. The team lacked a dedicated scout for reconnaissance and a primary long-range attacker. Although Su Naiwen could supplement with bow and arrow, his power and accuracy left much to be desired. How did your armor spell improve so much? When Rong finally noticed that his beloved apprentice had hidden talents, a sudden insight allowed Su Naiwen to refine his skills, much like the experience he had while providing aid in the square. When Rong gave her apprentice a deep look, but refrained from probing further, she understood that everyone has their own secrets, and there's no need to dig unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, with such a high compatibility with the benevolent heart fate, her apprentice's heart must be pure. The explanation Su Naiwen casually concocted held no particular hidden truth. He quietly calculated in his mind. Breaking through with a battlefield insight isn't such a big deal. Wei Wu can progress from a low-level to a mid-level Fate Master in just a month, and he can even defeat mid-level exotic beasts while still being low-level. Jiang Ling is even more extraordinary, with innate awakening and the ability to slay high-level exotic beasts as a mid-level Fate Master. By now, she's likely close to becoming a high-level Fate Master. Lin Tianrui from the special training team is even more impressive, having created a talent technique suited to himself. Compared to them, his performance is hardly remarkable. After a moment of thought, when Rong gently patted Su Naiwen on the head and praised, "Not bad. Your armor technique has reached this level of strength. It's time to start close combat practice. Yang, you can also let loose." When Rong continued, "You can train with full attack tactics, like the school teams." Full assault? Su Naiwen scratched his head, recalling the heavy offense and light support lineup of the 3rd high school team, where the strategy was all about collective bursts. Yes, exactly. Let's go find a suitable target for you. When Rong led the way forward, Yang Yu watched Su Naiwen with schadenfreude. This guy usually either launched sneak attacks from the back or hid behind a shield, while he had to take the hits up front. Although he understood this was due to their different combat styles and fate characteristics, he still felt a bit resentful. Now seeing Su Naiwen also having to take hits on the front line, he couldn't feel more satisfied. Stop for a moment. Suddenly, Su Naiwen, who had activated his spiritual sense, detected a powerful presence and urgently called to halt. There's a top-tier crimson flame snake ahead. We need to go around it. However, eager to see Su Naiwen take a hit, Yang Yu was raring to go, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let's take it on. We have the advantage in numbers. It's only top tier, and we're already mid-level. Su Naiwen was shocked. Is this guy serious? Oh no. Spending too much time with Wei Wu the butcher and Jiang Ling the fierce girl has even made the most normal Yang Yu act abnormally. The power of a top-tier beast is beyond what any of you can handle right now, when Rong remarked, her gaze fixed on the creature not far away, a massive red flame python. This colossal serpent stretched a full 20 meters, its entire body a striking crimson, with eyes that could pierce one's very soul. The moment Su Naiwen spotted it, the red flame python had already sensed their presence. It was only when Rong's subtle yet dangerous aura that kept it at bay. Otherwise, it might have attacked them before they even realized it was there. Want to give it a try? When Rong asked with a playful smile. No way. I'm still a virgin and not ready to die young, Su Naiwen replied, his voice tinged with the determination of a man who had been single for 2 lifetimes. What's there to fear? I've heard that dying a virgin turns you into a vengeful spirit. If that python swallows you, you might just haunt it to death. Yang Yu joked, ever the instigator. Everyone's out to get me, Su Naiwen retorted, rolling his eyes. Is old Yang trying to get me killed? And what do you mean by haunt it to death? I'm no legendary hero like Su Hanwen, nor do I have the ferocity of Emperor Xiao Yan. Watching Yang use exaggerated gestures, Su Naiwen quipped, you look like you've just had your head patted by Nangong Wenya. Who? Who's Nangong Wenya? Yang Yu asked, puzzled. Ah, it's a long story, Su Naiwen replied seriously. In my hometown, Nangong Wenya is a goddess of destiny, with soul power that reaches the heavens. Only the bravest and fiercest beings are worthy of her touch. How come I've never heard of her? Wei Wu scratched his head, confused. I told you, it's from my hometown. But we've been neighbors since we were kids. My parents, my old man and Uncle Suzheng knew each other since childhood too. That's not important. Su Naiwen dismissed with a wave, picking at his nose. Yang Yu watched the exchange between the two, his face filled with exasperation, knowing from Su Naiwen's expression that it was all nonsense. Ultimately, the four decided not to provoke the top-tier red flame python. Even with Wenrong's presence ensuring their safety, the power gap was too vast to gain any meaningful training experience. Instead, they sought out high-level beasts for Jiang Ling to face alone, or for Wei Wu and Yang Yu to tackle together. Mid-level or weaker high-level beasts were left for Su Naiwen to practice on. With protective enchantments safeguarding him, Su Naiwen fought with abandon, his soft sword ringing as it struck. During a battle with a blazing sunbird, Su Naiwen seized the moment of its dive, replaying Wenrong's three-sword techniques in his mind. With a sharp clang, the sword sang, making the very air tremble. The blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, pierced the bird's hardened skull, emerging from the other side, its vibrating blade turning the brain to pulp. The blazing sunbird crashed to the ground. Wenrong was secretly impressed, surprised at how quickly Su Naiwen had mastered the thrust technique. To pierce a hard skull with a soft sword, even with soul power, was no easy feat. It seemed the training in the first half of the semester had truly unlocked Su Naiwen's potential. His slow progress in learning combat skills wasn't due to a lack of talent, but rather a lack of foundational training, unlike Wei Wu, who had been training at the Spring Blade Martial Arts School since childhood. As the sun set, the four, after a day of slaughter, followed Wenrong out of the otherworldly realm. With Wenrong's guidance, they avoided losing even a fraction of their gains. They found a hotel at the rendezvous point to rest for the night, planning to re-enter the realm the next day. A week flew by, their strength growing rapidly, especially Su Naiwen's. He accumulated over 6,000 auxiliary points, earning them almost as fast as when cleaning up cities. Unfortunately, Jiang Ling and the others were only mid-level life masters, each contributing only single-digit points. This made Su Naiwen long for Ji Hu, the steadfast ally who had provided the lion's share of points during city cleanups. Jiang Ling, watch your left. Keep them pinned. Right side. I've got this, just look for an opening. Days of fighting side by side had forged a strong camaraderie among the four, eliminating awkward moments like Wei Wu charging in while Yang Yu blocked the path. They now faced 3 high-level wind blade cranes and 4 mid-level ones, working together with increasing synergy. This was their strongest battle formation yet. Jiang Ling wielded her spear with increasing confidence, transitioning from initial panic to mastering the rhythm of combat. The enhancement of her orange-level armor spell made her fearlessness grow. She faced 3 wind blade cranes alone, 2 advanced and 1 intermediate. Her spear danced like a dragon, tracing fierce arcs through the air. Lightning erupted from the tip of her spear, instantly piercing through the intermediate wind blade crane, leaving a charred corpse in its wake. With a sweeping motion, her spear sent the 2 advanced cranes flying under the forceful blow. Just then, the system notification chimed in, announcing Jiang Ling's breakthrough to an advanced Fate Master, with an additional 99 auxiliary points. She grinned widely as her spear whistled through the air. Electricity coiled around the spear, erupting in a blaze of fire. Thunder and flame intertwined, sending waves of raging soul energy rippling outward. Take this, she shouted, as a fiery dragon burst forth from her spear, its scales glinting with electricity. The dragon, stretching over 10 meters long, roared as it charged toward the 2 cranes, which were flapping their wings to unleash wind blade tornadoes. With a thunderous explosion, the fiery dragon detonated, engulfing the battlefield in lightning and fire. As the flames subsided and the electricity faded, the ground was left scorched black. The 2 wind blade cranes lay charred, their wings twitching with pitiful cries. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling moved in swiftly, dispatching them with 2 decisive thrusts of her spear. Radiating an unstoppable aura, she turned and charged at another intermediate wind blade crane, bringing her spear down to crush its skull. Normally serene and cheerful, in battle Jiang Ling revealed a fierce and formidable side. Soon, the remaining wind blade cranes fell to her spear as well. Watching Jiang Ling's ferocious performance after her breakthrough, Wei Wu huffed and pouted, stealing kills again. But this time, he held his tongue. There was no denying Ither's strength had increased, and for now, he couldn't match her. Jiang Ling gazed at the fine cracks appearing on the specially crafted spear shaft in her hand and sighed. The power of the Fire Dragon Thunderstorm technique she had just executed was indeed formidable, but the lightning and fire soul energy was too volatile, causing excessive wear on the weapon. If she used this move 5 or 6 more times, the spear would likely be ruined. Windblade, Literary Sword, Thunder and Fire Fury, the Jiang family's thunder and fire techniques from the northern continent were truly renowned. The destructive power of the Fire Dragon Thunderstorm was unparalleled below the yellow rank. Although Jiang Ling had only recently advanced to a high-level life master, The move already demonstrated astonishing might. Wen Rong, being one of the few who knew about Jiang Ling's family background, was well acquainted with this signature skill of the Jiang family. It was a rare, high-quality skill below the yellow rank, wide-ranging, powerful, and accompanied by lightning and fire damage, making ordinary healing talents ineffective against it. Originally an elemental talent skill, Jiang family members usually used it for long-range staff casting. However, Jiang Ling uniquely combined it with spear techniques, creating a similarly powerful martial art. How did I do with that move, Rongjie? Jiang Ling asked with a hint of pride, eagerly looking at Wen Rong like a child awaiting praise. Wen Rong smiled softly, reaching out to gently pat her cheek. This seemingly cheerful and serene girl, who was formidable in battle, was at heart a child yearning for affection. Excellent. Keep up the good work. Jiang Ling's smile deepened at the compliment. Just as Wen Rong was about to suggest they head back after 7 days of training, her expression suddenly turned sharp, and she shouted sternly, "Who's there?" Her gentle demeanor instantly turned icy as she fixed her gaze on a distant tree. "What keen senses?" came a rough, hoarse voice from the tree. Naiwen and the others immediately went on alert. In this realm, one had to be wary not only of beasts but also of humans, who were often more dangerous. Over the past 7 days, they had encountered several ill-intentioned individuals, but seeing Naiwen's group was not weak. Along with Wen Rong's protective stance, those people had kept their distance and left. From the tree emerged a burly man, more robust than imposing. He wore simple black pants and an undershirt, his short hair tousled as if ravaged by wind and sand, and his face was covered with a black mask, leaving only a pair of indifferent eyes visible. A rolled-up black broken flag was strapped to his back. "If you're just passing through, please leave," Wen Rong said, her eyes glinting with cold light as soul energy surged within her. Though the white glow she emitted seemed holy, it carried a sharp, lethal intent. Feeling her aura, the flag-wielding man stepped back half a pace, his eyes narrowing slightly. "No need for hostility," he said, showing his empty hands, cautiously retreating while maintaining distance, then turning to leave after a respectful gesture. Even after sensing the man had indeed left, Wen Rong remained vigilant. "Let's go back now," she urged. Seeing her seriousness, the group set off immediately, only relaxing once they reached the gathering point outside the Fengyang dimension. Unable to contain his curiosity, Naiwen was about to ask about the man when Wen Rong sternly warned, "His aura may only be at the yellow rank, but there's something dangerous about him. It's best not to get involved with masked, secretive individuals like that." The four of them nodded in agreement. They then found a trading post to sell the day's haul: feathers and thorns of the blazing sunbird, feathers and claw bones of the winged blade crane, the tail and sharp teeth of the long-armed fire ape, the skin and gall of the crimson flame snake, along with several harvested spiritual plants, fetching over 60,000 in total. Over 7 days, they had amassed material earnings of more than 400,000. Though this seemed like a significant amount, after deducting the entry fees and commissions, the share for each of the four wasn't much. Adventurers faced greater dangers than patrol guards. Naiwen and his group managed to live comfortably in the other world, even enjoying cookouts with supplies from Wei Wu's bag during breaks, all thanks to Wen Rong's protection. Unexpected dangers could arise at any moment, whether from ill-intentioned individuals or top-tier mythical beasts, posing significant threats to the group of four. Fortunately, their journey went smoothly, and they successfully acquired 2 valuable talent skill crystals. One was from a blazing sunbird, which Jiang Ling kept, and the other from a wind blade crane, which landed in Naiwen's possession. To ensure fairness, they decided to split all the proceeds from selling other items with Wei Wu and Yang Yu, while Naiwen and Jiang Ling took nothing, offsetting the value of the 2 crystals. On their way back, with the Lunar New Year approaching, Naiwen turned to his companions and asked, "Rong, the day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve. What are your plans?" Yang Yu shrugged nonchalantly, "Just the usual." His tone suggested he was accustomed to spending the holiday alone. Jiang Ling fell into a brief silence before replying with slight displeasure, "Being alone is just fine." Her change in expression puzzled Naiwen, making him wonder if both had unresolved family issues. Wen Rong, focused on driving, had a faint smile on her lips. "I'm used to it too. It's just another day in another year," she said. Though her words were light, the hint of melancholy in her eyes, reflected in the rearview mirror, was unmistakable. "Why don't you all come to my place?" Wei Wu suggested enthusiastically. "New Year's can be boring. We could get together, have some fun, maybe even spar a bit. It's a holiday." "I wouldn't want to intrude on your family time," Yang Yu replied calmly. Wei Wu quickly reassured him, "It's no problem. I live separately from my parents, though they're just across the hall. We just go through the motions during the holidays. It's not convenient, and there isn't enough space." Jiang Ling politely declined. "There is plenty of space. It's a large duplex, after all," Wei Wu said, scratching his head. Yang Yu was taken aback, surprised by this revelation about his usually modest and sparring enthusiast friend. I didn't realize you were quite well off, he remarked. Colorful lights were strung across the oak trees lining the street, casting a bright, cheerful glow. Half a year after the invasion from another realm, Lingyang City not only regained its former bustling state, but also seemed more vibrant than ever. The streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of traffic, and pedestrians laughed and chatted animatedly, embodying the city's dynamic energy. Wenrong dropped off Su Naiwen and Wei Wu at the entrance of their neighborhood, planning to meet again the next day and celebrate the new year together the day after. After waving goodbye to Wenrong, who drove off with Jiang Ling and Yang Yu, Su Naiwen and Wei Wu parted ways and headed home. Standing in front of his door, Su Naiwen hesitated before raising his hand. He had left without a word a week ago, not even calling home. He anxiously imagined his mother's reaction. Would she be furious and scold him, or would she be worried and check if he was hurt? Knock, knock. He tapped gently on the door. No response. He knocked harder. Coming, coming. Who is it at this hour? His father, Su Zhang, called out impatiently. As the door swung open, Su Naiwen's smile froze. His father stood there in a pair of inside-out shorts, a crooked black thermal shirt, disheveled hair, and, most alarmingly, lipstick marks on his face and love bites on his neck. What are you doing back? Su Zhang asked awkwardly, standing at the door. Dad, you didn't do something to betray Mom, did you? Su Naiwen squinted suspiciously. Just then, a sultry voice came from inside. Who is it at this hour? His mother appeared at the door. Her black slip dress accentuated her alluring figure. Her hair was tousled, her lipstick smudged, and her face was flushed. Seeing his parents clearly in the midst of a private moment, Su Naiwen rolled his eyes. So much for worrying themselves sick or crying, and scolding him. Were they ready to start a new life, thinking he was gone? Have you eaten? Here's some currency for noodles downstairs, Su Zhang said, pulling money from his pocket. It's past 9. Who hasn't eaten by now? Plus, noodles cost 6 coins these days. Su Naiwen replied, exasperated. Wanna come in? His father asked awkwardly. Forget it. I'll stay at Wei Wu's place. Before he finished speaking, the door slammed shut. The winter night's wind was particularly biting as snowflakes drifted down. Watching the swirling snow, Su Naiwen felt like crying without tears, thinking, little brother, you better treat me well in the future. The next morning, Yang Yu, Jiang Ling, and Wenrong arrived at Wei Wu's house. Just as they debated calling to confirm, the door opened to reveal a bleary-eyed Su Naiwen dressed in oversized shorts and a tank top, half his backside exposed, hair a mess, with dark circles under his bloodshot eyes. Oh, you're here, he said with a yawn. The three exchanged glances. Why are you here? Where's Wei Wu? He's inside getting dressed, Su Naiwen replied, twisting around. Yang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. I knew it. I knew there was something more between you two. Get lost. Before the words were out of his mouth, he swiftly caught the beer bottle Su Naiwen had thrown at him. As they pushed the door open, a spacious living room came into view. On one side of the room, Wei Wu was yawning with a tired expression on his face. The coffee table and floor around him were littered with beer bottles. Last night, a troubled Su Naiwen had come to Wei Wu's house to drown his sorrows, and after a few rounds of drinks, he started rambling. To keep his childhood friend company, Wei Wu drank quite a bit as well. They couldn't remember much of what happened afterward, only that they woke up fully clothed on the couch, feeling overheated from the excessive floor heating. Looking at the mess, Wenrong couldn't help but scold. You're still young. Don't indulge in drinking. Hee hee, got it. Rong Rong Jia. Su Naiwen responded obediently, which made Wenrong feel quite pleased. Good student, she praised. Jiang Ling glanced around and asked, so, Wei Wu, you said we could stay here because there's a training ground. Where is it? The duplex apartment was indeed spacious, with 6 or 7 rooms across 2 floors, more than enough for a few people to live in. Let's go check out the training ground, Wei Wu said, stretching as he led them to the innermost bedroom. He pushed open the wardrobe, revealing, to everyone's surprise, an elevator inside. He pressed the wardrobe handle, and the elevator door slowly opened. Wow, this place is full of surprises. Even Su Naiwen, his childhood friend, wasn't aware of this hidden secret. When Rong warned cautiously, it's not a basement, is it? Digging basements without permission is illegal in the Federation. No, it's not, Wei Wu explained. The basement came with the house when I bought it, and it's already registered and completely legal. When Rong nodded in understanding, the 5 of them squeezed into the small elevator, and with a slight sensation of weightlessness, the elevator began to descend slowly. Moments later, the elevator doors opened. In the basement, the sound of clashing weapons echoed continuously. When Rong was intently observing the sparring session between Wei Wu and Jiang Ling. Wei Wu, watch your stance with the sword. Don't rush, you're using too much force. When Rong called out, then turned to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, you need to be cautious too. Don't just focus on attacking. Watching her 2 students, who seemed to only know how to attack without defending, Wen Rong shook her head in exasperation. No matter how many times she reminded them, once they got into the heat of the battle, they couldn't help but fall into an aggressive mode. This training session was specifically designed to avoid using their innate skills, to hone their basic techniques. On the other side of the training area, a different kind of duel was taking place. Naiwen was repeatedly drawing his bow, shooting arrows like a barrage of shooting stars toward Yangyu. As Yangyu held up a large shield to block the arrows, he grinned wryly. Why is it that everyone else gets to spar while I have to be the moving target? Since becoming Wen Rong's student, Naiwen felt his weapon mastery had improved by leaps and bounds, as if he had suddenly gained insight. His swordsmanship had reached a respectable level, and although without his innate skills he couldn't yet match Jiangling and Wei Wu, he was more than a match for Yangyu in practice. All right, take a break. Wen Rong called out, stopping the training. Now, let's start the soul replenishment exercise. Rongjie, it's hard to get into the right state right after a fight, Jiangling complained. Wen Rong's expression turned serious. That's exactly why I'm training you on this. In the heat of competition or in dangerous environments, if you don't have recovery skills, soul replenishment is the fastest way to regain energy. Sometimes you might need to do it under the protection of your teammates, even while threatened by beasts. Yang Yu chimed in. Nowadays, we have recovery artifacts and soul energy potions, not to mention support classes. That's one reason why support roles aren't highly valued. Wen Rong replied coldly. Technology and consumables can often replace the main tasks of support, but there will always be times when supplies run out. What I'm teaching you is the hard-earned experience of countless people. Without a word, Naiwen sat down cross-legged, ready to be the obedient student. Jiangling, pouting, followed suit when she saw Wen Rong's stern expression. Wei Wu was even more straightforward. He was willing to do anything to increase his strength. Even Yangyu, who usually acted nonchalant, didn't want to be the odd one out and joined in the meditation. Watching the four of them gradually get into the right mindset, Wen Rong nodded in satisfaction. This training not only helped them recover quickly after intense battles, but also cultivated emotional management skills. The ability to calm down and think clearly in the midst of a heated moment was crucial for combat, especially for the often hot-headed Wei Wu and Jiangling. After completing the meditation session, the group emerged from the basement to find the city shrouded in night. Suddenly, the sky lit up with spectacular fireworks, their vibrant colors outshining the stars. Wow, it's been years since I've seen fireworks this beautiful, Naiwen remarked. In this world, the culture of fireworks was highly developed. Besides the fireworks sold in stores, many elemental masters would showcase their talents with dazzling firework displays during festivals. Some fireworks masters even performed for occasions like restaurant openings and weddings, earning a handsome income. Many elemental masters chose this profession after graduation. While their combat skills might be average, they could truly excel in the art of fireworks. Just then, two golden trails shot into the sky, standing out even among the brilliant fireworks. They rose higher and higher, surpassing all other fireworks, heading straight toward Cloud City. Suddenly, a melodious bird call echoed through the night, drowning out all other sounds and capturing the attention of everyone in the city. Boom! A golden firework exploded in the night sky, instantly transforming into a sea of golden flames that lit up the entire horizon as if it were daylight. Just as everyone was still marveling at the grandeur of this golden blaze, a second firework quietly blossomed. A golden phoenix spread its wings and soared through the fiery expanse, vividly lifelike, as if an ancient mythical creature had returned to the world. Naiwen watched in awe. Although he had parallel memories from this lifetime, the festivals of his childhood were never this elaborate. In his childhood memories, celebrations involved mock battles with firecrackers and toy guns, even tossing explosives into stinky ditches. Never had he seen such an exquisite fireworks display. The colors are too monotonous, and the brightness lacks layers. It's just a low-grade firework display, Jiangling critiqued with her arms crossed, standing to the side. As a descendant of the Thunderfire Jiang family, one of the 6 major elemental families in Zhou, such fireworks were indeed unimpressive to her. You talk as if you're so great. Why don't you set one off yourself? Naiwen rolled his eyes. This once gentle girl had not only become a bit of a hothead, but had also developed a haughty streak. Jiangling shot him a glance and retorted, do I need to know how to make ice to critique a fridge? Naiwen had a sudden thought. Could this girl have also traveled from another time? When Rong watched Wei Wu and Naiwen busy setting up the hot pot stand and kindly reminded them, it's New Year's Eve. Aren't you two going home to celebrate with your parents? My parents are right next door. We've already greeted them this morning, Wei Wu replied nonchalantly, pulling out packages of hot pot ingredients from the fridge. My folks are probably next door too. I've already called them, Naiwen added with a smile. One and I have spent every New Year's together, and my parents, Uncle Su, and Aunt were used to it. Now with you 3 joining us, Rong, it's even more lively. Partners. Jiangling and Yang Yu were momentarily taken aback by the word. They exchanged glances with Naiwen and the others, and smiles unwittingly spread across their faces. The winter's wind and snow seemed gentler than in previous years. Damn, in the dead of winter. And you just have to have ice cream? Naiwen tightened his hoodie as he strolled through the swirling snowflakes on the blustery street. The snowflakes mischievously found their way down his collar, sending a shiver through him. Yet, his heart was warmed by a different kind of warmth, the thought of buying ice cream for his 3 adopted children. This gesture of fatherly love was warmer than anything else. Soon, he found a more tangible warmth inside a supermarket under the cozy air conditioning. To his surprise, the small store's freezer actually had ice cream. An elderly man with graying hair sat behind the cash register, chuckling as Sue entered and explained, "Waiting for my son to come home." These words tugged at Naiwen's heart, painting a picture of a lonely old man waiting for his family on New Year's Eve. Just as he was about to express his sympathy, a sudden bark from outside interrupted him. A large, snow-white dog, shivering from the cold, trotted inside. "My son is back!" the shopkeeper exclaimed joyously, rushing over. "You're frozen stiff." Naiwen stood there, momentarily stunned. What he thought was a touching human moment turned out to be a scene where a dog was more cherished than a person. After paying for his purchase, he left the store with a large bag of ice cream, the laughter and barking fading behind him as the lights went out. Fireworks lit up the snow-covered streets. As Naiwen reflected on how Lingshire City hadn't seen such a heavy snowfall in a long time, a loud explosion shattered the silence. He instinctively turned to see a strange purple light flash in a dark alley nearby, the fluctuation of soul energy palpable. Under the glow of the fireworks, he vaguely saw several figures collapsed on the ground, dark red liquid casting an eerie sheen on the snow. A burly figure stood among them. Sensing trouble, Naiwen pretended not to notice and hurried past the alley, then broke into a run. Bang! A figure dropped from above, blocking his path. Naiwen feigned calmness, humming a tune as he tried to sidestep. "Kid, are you a healer?" The raspy yet familiar voice halted him in his tracks. "Huh, brother, are you talking to me? Want an ice cream?" Naiwen played dumb, but the figure swiftly closed the distance. In the light of the fireworks, he recognized the enigmatic figure he had encountered in the Fengyang realm, masked in black, carrying a broken flag, exuding an intimidating presence. "Heal me or I'll kill you." Before Naiwen could react, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, and the world spun around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the dim alley. Bodies lay scattered around, motionless. The black-clad man tore open his sleeve, revealing an arm that made Naiwen gasp. It was covered in cracks like a fractured shell, with dark, ominous energy seeping from the fissures. The entire arm was a mottled purple-black, with crisscrossing scars that appeared even more gruesome and terrifying. Naiwen trembled as he attempted to use his healing skills, but saw little improvement in the wounds. Zhao Bingji frowned slightly, thinking that this young man was indeed weak in power, although he did manage to alleviate some of the pain. "Do it a few more times," Zhao Bingji commanded. Naiwen dared not disobey. This was someone even when Rong had to handle with care, and who dared to kill in the alley during the new year, clearly a formidable and dangerous figure. At this moment, the wise choice was to bow his head and comply. After performing the healing spell over a dozen times, the wounds showed slight improvement, but it was still not significant. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding. Pain relieved for Zhao Bingji, support points 888. Ding. Pain relieved for Zhao Bingji, support points 666. Naiwen's heart leapt with joy. This man was generous, awarding 888 and 666 points just like that. It was known that earning support points was closely related to the recipient's mood and the actual effectiveness of the help. Could this mean the man was in a good mood? Big brother, Naiwen said with a sycophantic smile, cautiously, "I'm really weak right now. How about giving me a couple of years to develop? By then, I promise I can cure you completely." Seeing his fawning demeanor, Zhao Bingji couldn't help but chuckle, thinking this timid nature was quite familiar. He casually tossed a jade pendant. "This is for medical expenses, keep it hidden, don't let anyone see. If you want to stay alive, don't mention you've seen me. And if possible, try not to let these people die." Naiwen hurriedly caught the jade pendant, and when he looked up again, the masked man had vanished without a trace. He quickly checked the people lying on the ground, confirming they still had breath and pulse, and immediately began using healing spells. Although their injuries were severe, some even beyond his capability, he did his utmost to treat them. Noticing the scattered phones nearby, Naiwen picked one up and used facial recognition to unlock it. Just as he was about to call the patrol, he noticed a special avian symbol on their uniforms. He promptly hung up and instead sent 3 urgent situation location messages to 3 emergency contacts. After confirming the messages were delivered, he used snow to dampen the phone, carefully wiped it, and tossed it aside. Finally, Naiwen picked up his ice cream and carefully avoided the surveillance cameras along the way, quietly leaving the scene of the incident. In a spacious, underground hall, nearly 100 individuals dressed in black robes stood silently on either side, their sleeves embroidered with soaring eagle emblems. Only about 20 people had the privilege to sit around the central circular conference table, while the others stood with their hands at their sides. Captain Wei. He got away again. Team 7 is severely injured. An agitated team member reported. Request permission to issue a kill order. Or let the Tiger Pavilion handle it. We've lost too many people. A kill order isn't necessary. He's just at the Huang level. Our people are only hospitalized, not dead. He's targeting internal Federation personnel, which suggests he has ulterior motives. Do we have to wait for someone to die before taking action? He's killed so many federal officials. That's a capital crime. Moreover, his power is growing. If this continues, we won't be able to stop him. He doesn't seem to be hiding. He exposes his location every so often, clearly taunting us. Amidst the heated discussion, a disheveled figure, resembling a vagabond, was sleeping soundly against the wall by the steps. Captain Wei, if we don't capture him soon, the Eastern District will not only become a laughingstock in the annual report, but might also face questioning from the continent's leader. Please, Captain Wei, issue the kill order. We're willing to go all out to eliminate this menace. Ha snore, the sleeping figure emitted rhythmic snores. Wei Qiandong. A furious shout reverberated through the hall. Whoa damn, old Chun, your voice, disturbing my sleep. Wei Qiandong jolted awake, yelping like a startled pig, clutching his side after bumping into the steps, and rolling his eyes in pain. Wei Qiandong, if you don't want to be the Eagle's Nest Division captain, step down voluntarily. Chun Yuanzhou was livid. Really? I can step down? Wei Qiandong's eyes lit up. I'll resign right now. You all continue the meeting. I'm out of here. Wei Qiandong, do you want me to tell your father? Why hasn't the old man kicked the bucket yet? Everyone uses him to pressure me. Wei Qiandong muttered under his breath. The others pretended not to hear his disrespectful remark. Wei Qiandong yawned and casually dragged a chair to the conference table, propping his feet up on the table. All right, let's get on with the meeting. What are your thoughts? Captain, I suggest increasing the manpower for the pursuit, and, if necessary, authorize lethal force. Yeah, right. No, that guy's too dangerous. Mobilizing too many people might provoke him further. We should have the Tiger Pavilion elites handle it. Ah, right, let's do what you said. Chun Yuanzhou couldn't hold back any longer. Wei Qiandong, give the order. Do we need to file a request to mobilize the Tiger Pavilion? Too much hassle. Let's just send everyone to catch him. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to take his casual words as an official order. Captain, are we really going to intensify the pursuit? There are still many issues to address. Wei Qiandong yawned again. Oh right, who are we chasing again? This question left everyone speechless. Their captain didn't even know who they were pursuing after 6 months of effort, which had landed numerous teams in the hospital. The presenter stood up and activated the projection system. The screen immediately split into two halves. On the left was a 3D model depicting a burly middle-aged man. He had a clean buzz cut, his facial features were chiseled and deep, and his eyes exuded an undeniable determination. It was evident at a glance that he was a seasoned warrior. On the right side, detailed information about this individual was listed. This notorious figure was named Zhao Bingji, a former elite member of the Leopard Battalion. 6 years ago, as deputy captain, he led a 50-man squad that was annihilated during the unrest in the Jinzhou necromancer's realm, and he was presumed dead. However, 8 months ago, a series of horrific murders shattered this assumption. The first victim was a deputy captain of a patrol team in Silver City, Jinzhou, found dead in his home. His body had been brutally tortured, and a distinctive emblem was left nearby, later confirmed to be the insignia of Zhao Bingji's Leopard Battalion squad. The screen then displayed grisly crime scene photos. A body mangled beyond recognition, a distorted face, and blood spattered everywhere, causing even those accustomed to death to shudder. Subsequent victims included Meng He, financial director of Tong City, killed in an exclusive club, Shixiang Township's mayor and Tong City councilman Sun Fajing, Tong City Chamber of Commerce's permanent deputy director Meng Hui, Leopard Battalion's logistics officer Liu Mo, and several personnel from various federal units. At each crime scene, the emblem of the one-eyed leopard was left behind. During a sting operation, the perpetrator finally slipped up. Although Zhao Bingji's identity was confirmed, he demonstrated strength far exceeding expectations. Withstanding attacks from a Shinrank Life Master, he managed to kill the deputy speaker of Jinzhou's northern district, even while severely injured, and escaped Jinzhou. Now, he has struck in Xuanzhou, claiming the lives of 6 federal members. Wei Qiandong, having listened to the briefing, gave a meaningful smile. Interesting. We've sent so many people after him, wanting him dead, yet the worst injuries have only led to hospitalization for observation. What kind of deep-seated grudge does he have to torture these specific people like this? The conference room fell silent. Everyone was well aware. The baiting operation involving the Northern District Deputy Speaker was suspicious in itself, not to mention that all the deceased were somehow connected to the necromancer's realm unrest 6 years ago. But these connections were deliberately ignored by higher-ups, and no one dared to speak up. Seeing the hesitant expressions of those around him, Wei Qiandong sneered and spat out 2 words, disgusting. Have we pinpointed the target's exact location? Not yet. He possesses an advanced concealment ability, making him difficult to track. However, we've already activated the surrounding Eagle Eye system. Wei Qiandong chuckled as if hearing a joke. Isn't the Eagle's Nest renowned for tracking? Can't even find one person and now relying on street surveillance? An Eagle guard awkwardly explained. We found some clues in the Eagle Eye footage, identifying someone who might have had contact with the target. Would you like to see the surveillance footage? Wei Qiandong stretched lazily, seemingly intrigued. Sure, let's take a look. The screen switched to a street scene. In the footage, a teenager around 16 or 17 was awkwardly moving through the street with a plastic bag, sometimes walking close to walls, sometimes crouching, even crawling at times. He occasionally glanced at the street cameras with a look of smug self-satisfaction. Is he trying to avoid surveillance? Not entirely sure. It looks like he's performing some kind of performance art. Let me observe a bit more. Wei Qiandong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This kid was clearly trying to evade the Eagle Eye cameras, yet he didn't realize that modern street surveillance had evolved into a 360-degree, nodiad-angle system, thinking it was still the one-directional cameras from 30 years ago. This guy, Wei Qiandong shook his head, is an idiot. In the early morning, Su Naiwen stood in the middle of a chaotic living room, feeling utterly at a loss. The aftermath of last night's hot pot party was evident everywhere. Splashes of hot pot broth stained the walls, dishes were scattered haphazardly, and ice cream wrappers and drink bottles lay strewn across the floor. On the sofa, Wei Wu and Yang Yu were sprawled out, one with a leg draped over the other's stomach and an arm resting on his face, their snores rising and falling in a steady rhythm. The beer bottles rolling on the floor silently testified to the previous night's revelry. Who would have thought that the burly Wei Wu would be such a lightweight, bringing shame to the people of Chuanzhou. Just as Su Naiwen was scratching his disheveled hair, ready to start cleaning up, a lazy yawn sounded from behind, accompanied by the rhythmic shuffle of slippers on the floor. Zhang Ling emerged, half asleep, her short hair sticking out in all directions. She wore loose shorts and a small camisole, revealing her long limbs and a glimpse of her midriff. She casually raised a hand in greeting, and the camisole shifted slightly, offering Su Naiwen an unexpected view of her surprising proportions. Zhang Ling, completely at ease, bent over the faucet to drink water, a nonchalant manner that made Su Naiwen silently appreciate how she truly treated them like her own kin. When asked what to have for lunch, Su Naiwen, while tidying up, gave a perfunctory response. Learning that Rong Rong was still sleeping in, he resigned himself to cleaning up the mess alone, while Zhang Ling contentedly sat on the sofa, lost in thought. As they basked in the lazy holiday atmosphere, an urgent doorbell shattered the tranquility. Outside stood 3 men in black, uniformed down jackets, their expressions stern and exuding an undeniable authority. They directly asked for Su Naiwen by name, insisting he accompany them. Faced with the sudden interrogation, Su Naiwen attempted to feign ignorance, but when surveillance footage was presented, he had no choice but to admit to last night's good deeds. However, the real surprise came when they questioned him about his relationship with Zhao Bingji. Just as the tension reached its peak, when Rong appeared in time, immediately recognizing the men as part of the Sea Show Army's Eagle Nest. Declaring her position as a senior consultant for the Guangming Army, she instantly deflated the trio's imposing demeanor. In the ranks of the Light Army, support-hype destinies hold a special status. Though often overlooked in regular society, the supporters of the Light Army are highly sought after by various legions. The position of a special advisor is even more prestigious, akin to an elite instructor outside the formal structure, typically held by individuals of exceptional skill or significant background. 3 members of the Watcher Corps stood before Wenrong, their expressions filled with confusion. They couldn't fathom why a special advisor of the Light Army would appear in such a remote, third-tier city. No one doubted the authenticity of Wenrong's identity, as impersonating a Legion advisor would lead to consequences far worse than death. The leading member of the Watcher Corps put away his previously serious demeanor and adopted a gentle, even slightly apprehensive smile. Advisor 1. We are pursuing a dangerous criminal. Your disciple had contact with this individual yesterday, and we're here to gather some information. Noticing their change in attitude, Wenrong felt disdain. The current Watcher Corps was indeed in decline. Apart from the Tiger Pavilion, the others were either occupying their positions without merit or too timid to act. She spoke calmly. I can vouch for my disciple. He has no connection with any criminals. You may leave. The 3 exchanged glances, having expected an easy capture, only to encounter such a formidable obstacle. The leader chuckled wryly. Advisor 1, perhaps we can follow protocol and have Su accompany us for a brief visit. We'll have him back by the afternoon. Leave. When Rome's tone was mild, yet it made their faces turn grim. They neither dared to show anger nor dared to say more, so they awkwardly apologized and left. Watch your core, huh? When Rome watched them depart, her tone laced with both disdain and regret. Since the commander stepped down, it's been downhill every year. Su Naiwen asked curiously, Sister Rome, who are they? Eagle's Nest people. Nothing to worry about. When Rome turned to Su Naiwen, her gaze serious yet gentle. Tell me, did you really encounter the person thereafter yesterday? Su Naiwen didn't hesitate in responding. He nodded and took out the jade pendant left by Zhao Bingji, recounting the events of the previous night in detail. Afterward, he asked worriedly, Sister Rong, I was forced to treat him. Does that make me an accomplice? When Rong reassured him, don't worry. It falls under emergency circumstances. This jade pendant is beneficial for nurturing your spirit. Keep it. If anyone asks again, just tell the truth. All right. With Wen Rong as a powerful ally, Su Naiwen felt much more at ease. The 3 members of the Eagle Guard returned to their base at Eagle's Nest, looking disheveled and weary, to report their encounter to Wei Qiandong. Wei Qiandong was engrossed in his computer screen, fingers flying over the keyboard and mouse, the rapid clatter echoing in the room. A special advisor to the Guangming army? Wei Qiandong raised an eyebrow, his hands never pausing. Quite the big shot. The 3 Eagle Guards exchanged glances, internally wondering why Captain Wei preferred manual control on a computer when there were virtual cabins available for brain interfacing. Captain Wei, what should we do about Su Naiwen? One of the Eagle Guards asked cautiously. Just let it be, Wei Qianong replied without looking up. He's just an ordinary law-abiding student. But that Zhao Bingji, the Eagle Guard corrected. Bang! Wei Qiandong slammed the table. Do I need you to tell me? I'm swamped with work every day. Do I really need to remember the names of these nobodies? His colleagues quickly shot a warning glance at the one who spoke out of turn, and said with a forced smile, Our apologies, we didn't mean to interrupt. We'll leave you to your work. In the following weeks, under Wen Rong's guidance, Su Naiwen trained alongside Wei Wu, Yang Yu, and Zhang Ling. Though not yet a martial arts master, he could at least defend himself against sudden attacks. After realizing he was being watched, he reduced his outings. His parents, seeing that he was genuinely engaged in training and learning, didn't interfere much. It wasn't until after the Lantern Festival that his father, Su Zhang, packed his bags for a business trip. Make sure to spend time with your mom and don't upset her, Su Zhang advised. When have I ever upset her? It's you who's always playing games and not working, driving her mad, Su Naiwen retorted. Your mom isn't feeling well, so take care of her. I'll be back in 2 weeks. What's wrong with her? Kids shouldn't be so curious, Su Zhang said awkwardly, rubbing his nose before leaving hastily. As the new school term approached, training was paused for 2 days. When Rong, Jiang Ling, and Yang Yu returned to school, while Su Naiwen stayed home to look after his mother. Observing her cravings for spicy and sour foods, he began to suspect something. On the day school resumed, Su Naiwen had just returned to his dorm when Wei Wu rushed in. Naiwen, hurry. Jiang Ling got into a conflict with some third-year students, and our whole class is going to support her. What happened? Su Naiwen wasn't too worried about Jiang Ling, knowing her formidable skills as a senior fate master, with her flaming dragon thunderstorm technique that few could withstand. A third year tried to confess to her and got angry when he was rejected. Wei Wu explained. It turned out to be Li Yang. Ever since witnessing Jiang Ling defeat Zhang Chun and others at the outdoor training ground, he had been captivated by her. With his awakened innate fate, he entered school as an intermediate fate master, and her serene and graceful demeanor naturally drew admiration. However, after losing in the second-year school team reserve selection, Li Yang felt insecure. It wasn't until Wen Rong's arrival that things began to change. For Li Yang, the special training team was a turning point. As a member of the second school team, he finally found an opportunity to showcase his talents. Although Wen Rong appointed Han Si as the leader of the third graders, in Li Yang's eyes, Han Si was nothing but useless. The long-held dissatisfaction within him finally erupted as he led a group of close friends to easily defeat the other third graders in the special training team, quickly becoming the strongest among them. This hard-earned sense of achievement helped him transition from insecurity to confidence, even making him a bit conceited. On the first day of school, Li Yang meticulously planned a grand romantic confession. He enlisted the help of friends to set up a traditional yet romantic scene with candles, flowers, and balloons under the campus flagpole. Though it was a bit cliché, it still attracted a crowd of curious students. After all, who doesn't love witnessing such bold tales of youth? Everything went according to plan. The heartfelt confession he had prepared, and the supportive cheers of accept him from his friends. Instead of hearing the sweet I will, he was met with Zhang Ling's calm yet cutting response. You're too weak. We're not suitable. With a serene smile, Zhang Ling politely bowed slightly and said, don't get me wrong. I'm not interested in playing house right now. Even if I were, I'd look for someone who could beat me. We're just not a good match, thank you. Nearby, Su Naiwen almost burst out laughing. To him, Zhang Ling's words were brilliant. She could have simply said we're not suitable, but she chose to add you're too weak, turning a gentle refusal into a blatant provocation. For Li Yang, who had been riding high on recent successes, this was like a bucket of cold water poured over him in public. Amidst the mocking and schadenfreude-filled gazes, his pride and vanity took a heavy blow. His chest heaved with anger, and with his face flushed, he shouted, you said you're looking for someone who can beat you? Fine, let's see how I'm not qualified. Don't think just because you're a genius, you can look down on others. Zhang Ling was about to head out to meet Sister Rong for lunch, when Li Yang blocked her path. Sorry, I don't have time to deal with you, Zhang Ling said calmly. Sister Rong and I have plans for lunch, and I won't waste my time here. Li Yang's expression darkened. In the end, you're just scared, aren't you? Remember, Zhang Ling, rejecting me is your loss. But I'm not going to make things difficult for you. Just apologize and we'll call it even. Oh, I'm sorry, Zhang Ling said earnestly, then walked straight toward the cafeteria, completely ignoring Li Yang. Watching Zhang Ling's dismissive attitude, Li Yang's chest heaved with anger. But Zhang Ling had made her stance clear, and pursuing the matter further would only make him look bad, much like Zhang Chen had. With his friends urging him to let it go, he had no choice but to swallow his fury. And so, the spectacle ended rather anticlimactically, leaving the onlookers somewhat disappointed. Good thing it didn't turn into a fight, Su Naiwen chuckled, shaking his head. Otherwise, well, he knew full well how capable Zhang Ling was. In a confrontation, she could easily take down someone like Li Yang in a matter of moments. By evening, when Rong had gathered all the members of the special training team in the school team's dedicated martial arts room, along with the training team members, the reserve team and the long-absent 10-member school team were also present. Shang, the official school team coach, stood in front of them looking disheveled. His hair a mess like a bird's nest, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, embodying the image of a laid-back, slightly unkempt man. In 3 days, the city-level league begins. Over 40 high schools in Linyang City will compete for seed team selection. Out of the 4 seed spots, our school must secure one. 2 schools will represent Linyang City in the state league, Shang said, scanning the crowd. I ask you, do you have confidence? His words were clearly directed at the school team members, who responded loudly, except for their leader, K Zong, who mouthed silently. The others appeared awkward, unsure whether to join in. Coach Shi, when Rong spoke up from the side, I suggest we consider replacing or expanding the school team roster. It could help improve our performance. This suggestion caused a change in the expressions of the school team members, while the third-year students of the special training team couldn't help but smirk. Shang's lazy gaze moved over one Rong, and then the eager training team members. With this ragtag bunch, who could take the current spots? The 10-member team is enough. The strength and suitability aren't something that can be decided by words alone. When Rong replied gently but firmly, why not let them compete? With over 40 schools in the spring league, unexpected situations are bound to arise. Having 2 extra spots could serve as a contingency. Shang stared at Wen Rong for a long moment before shrugging. Fine, if they're beaten, it's simply because they're not up to par. Stepping down would be justified. With that, he dragged a folding chair over and sat down, appearing indifferent. When Rong continued, the school team will expand to 12 members. Currently, Qin Man is the only one in the healing department. We'll add 2 more spots, one for a healer, and the other based on merit. If anyone feels the current members aren't up to the mark, they can challenge them. The third-year students of the special training team couldn't hide their excitement, while the reactions among the school team members varied. Some were indifferent, others disdainful, and a few were visibly displeased. 1. The team doctor. Jing Chongkong stepped forward, emphasizing the words, team doctor. This isn't fair. We're school team members. Why should we have to accept challenges? If they keep challenging us one after another and we lose, we have to give up our spots. But if they lose, nothing happens. How is that fair? The argument seemed reasonable, and many nodded in silent agreement. When Rong looked at the speaker calmly, her gaze intense, until Jing Chongkong unconsciously avoided her eyes. Fairness. When Rong's voice was steady and measured. As members of the school team, you enjoy the preferential treatment of the school's resources, training opportunities for college entrance, and the exchange meetings in the first half of the semester. These privileges are beyond the reach of ordinary students. If you benefit from these resources, you should demonstrate the corresponding strength. If you can't, then you should step aside. Faced with Wen Rong's questioning, several members of the school team lowered their heads in shame. Although they hadn't openly questioned her like Jing Chongkong, their dissatisfaction had now turned into guilt. Seeing the silence, Wen Rong continued, since there are no objections, I want to nominate a replacement support. Su Naiwen? What? Su Naiwen was stunned. He had assumed this had nothing to do with him, as the replacement should logically be a senior Fate Master. Besides Jiang Ling, the innate Fate Awakener, senior Fate Masters were only in the third year, so it shouldn't have been his turn as a first-year student. The others in the room were taken aback and turned their eyes to the bewildered Su Naiwen. Soon, dissatisfaction and disdain arose among them. Everyone knew about the relationship between Wenrong and Su Naiwen. She had just spoken about fairness, only to then favor her own disciple. How could a first-year intermediate Fate Master take a spot even third-year senior Fate Masters couldn't secure? Promoting talent doesn't avoid personal connections, Wenrong said, meeting everyone's gaze. Su Naiwen has mastered a powerful armor ability. You've all witnessed his healing skills, and more importantly, he can restore soul power. As for the support position, he's fully qualified. 1. The team medic. Coach. Wenrong interrupted sternly. I am your assistant coach. Sunling was momentarily taken aback, displeased but continued to protest. He's only an intermediate Fate Master, and I'm a senior Fate Master. As the only third-year therapeutic support in the special training team, he was extremely dissatisfied with Wenrong's decision. That position should have been his. Wenrong smiled meaningfully. Strength isn't just about talking. It's about proving it with action. Let's have a competition, shall we? Jiang Ling, Jing Changkong. Step forward. Wenrong's voice echoed across the training ground. She first pointed to Jiang Ling, who was in the reserve team, and then to Jing Changkong, standing at the forefront of the main team. You two are evenly matched. Su Naiwen, you're up too. Wenrong continued. Each of you choose someone to assist, and then battle to test the effectiveness of the support. Her words immediately stirred the crowd. Everyone exchanged glances. One was merely a reserve member, while the other was a formidable second-team mainstay. Although Jing Changkong remained in the second team because K-Zone was too strong, the gap in skill was still significant for the reserve team. Coach, the skill gap is obvious. Let me replace Jiang Ling. Li Yiyang from the front row of the special training team raised his hand loudly. His motives were clear, to embarrass Jiang Ling while showcasing his own skills. He calculated that with Sun Ling's support, and if Jing Changkong were stuck with Su Naiwen, he had a good chance of winning the match. Even if victory wouldn't earn him Jing Changkong's spot, it could strengthen his bid for a place in the core team. You're too weak. The match wouldn't be fair. Wenrong gave him a cold look and refused outright. Li Yiyang clenched his fists, his face darkening as he stepped back into line, hoping to see Jiang Ling humiliated. Spectators cast disdainful glances at him. To them, Wenrong was blatantly favoring her pupil, Su Naiwen, wanting him to support Jing Changkong, raising questions of fairness. I choose Jing Changkong. Sun Ling declared promptly, feeling triumphant. Only a fool would pick a reserve member, he thought, determined to thwart Wenrong's plan. If she opposed him, it would only backfire on her. Unexpectedly, Wenrong did not object and merely turned her gaze to Su Naiwen. He shrugged, having already intended to choose Jiang Ling, as they had developed a good rapport over time. All right, everyone clear the field for the combat evaluation, Wenrong ordered. Wei Wu, watching from the sidelines, sighed at the four on the field. The first-year special training students shook their heads and murmured, this is a mismatch. Su Naiwen and Jiang Ling are only intermediate level. How can they compete? Coach 1 is so biased. Just because he's her student doesn't make it right. Sure, let's not embarrass ourselves in front of other grades. Wei Wu looked around at his classmates, noticing their varied reactions. The aloof Yang Yu leaned against the wall, a hint of schadenfreude on his lips. Others eyed Su Naiwen and Jiang Ling with scorn, some even casting mocking glances at Wenrong, anticipating a spectacle. Her beauty couldn't mask the blatant favoritism, which left many disapproving. Let's finish this quickly, Jing Changkong said coldly to Sun Ling. Using a reserve against me is an insult. Well, it's the coach's favorite student. Gotta let him have his moment, Sun Ling replied mockingly, casting a challenging look at Su Naiwen. Su Naiwen, however, ignored them, turning to Jiang Ling instead. Hold back a bit, don't end it too soon. We need to test the skill effects. All right, I'll try, Jiang Ling replied, picking a specially crafted heavy spear from the weapon rack. Their calm demeanor left the onlookers speechless. Jing Changkong laughed in anger. Big talk. Let's see what you've got. He advanced with a long sword in hand, surrounded by a surge of azure soul energy. His steps were steady and powerful, gradually gaining speed and intensity. His footsteps echoed like waves crashing on a shore. His signature red-level talent, wave-treading steps. Facing the approaching storm-like opponent, Jiang Ling remained unfazed. Her feet crackled with electricity, thunder roaring, activating her orange-level talent, Thunder Flash. With a crackling sound, a burst of purple light appeared. Jiang Ling's figure instantly materialized at Jing Changkong's side, her spear swinging like a staff with a fierce whoosh aimed at his face. The speed was astonishing, surpassing anything Jiang Ling had shown before, leaving the audience in awe. Jing Changkong was taken aback, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. Without time to consider a retreat, his body instinctively unleashed his most formidable red-grade talent, technique triple wave slash. The azure blade gleamed like cascading waves. The first slash deftly deflected the spear. The second swept horizontally, forcing Jiang Ling to retreat. With the final strike, Jing Chongkong leaped into the air, the blade's momentum crashing down like a towering wave upon Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling initially intended to dodge, but suddenly felt an additional layer of armor envelop her. She unexpectedly stood her ground, calmly watching the incoming blade. The onlookers assumed she was paralyzed by Jing Changkong's overwhelming aura. However, Jing Changkong noticed something unusual. Jiang Ling initially had the intent to evade or counterattack, but abruptly changed her stance, presenting herself as if ready to be struck. Though puzzled, with Wen Rong, the assistant coach and team medic present, he did not hold back. Bang! The anticipated scene of Jiang Ling being gravely injured did not materialize. Instead, a figure was sent flying back in disarray. The blade slipped from Jing Changkong's grasp, tracing an arc in the air. He tumbled several meters like a ball, rolling twice on the ground before struggling to his feet, staring in shock at the unscathed Jiang Ling. How is it possible? The final strike of the triple wave slash, a move even Liao Jie, the team's support, dared not directly confront, was effortlessly neutralized by Jiang Ling. The real key was the often overlooked support, Su Naiwen. He watched Jiang Ling with a smile, inwardly praising her courage to face an attack hidden. His 9th-level armor technique had been proven in Fangyang's altered realm, capable of withstanding attacks from advanced beasts without using talent techniques. From this perspective, Jing Changkong's strike was indeed formidable, managing to breach the armor. Of course, the armor's rebound effect also gave Jing Changkong a taste of his own medicine. Gritting his teeth, Jing Changkong glanced at Sun Ling nearby. Got a shield? Of course, Sun Ling replied proudly. Damn! Jing Changkong rolled his eyes, thinking, if you have a shield, deploy it sooner. What's with the arrogance? Yet he had to admit, Su Naiwen's shield strength alone was enough to earn him a spot as a substitute on the second school team. What made Jing Changkong even more cautious was hearing that Su Naiwen still had an unused control skill. Feeling the threat, Jing Changkong's azure soul power intensified, determined to give it his all. The duel between Jiang Ling and Jing Changkong erupted in an instant. Jing Changkong slashed fiercely with his blade, but Jiang Ling stood his ground, unfazed. His spear crackled with lightning as he drove it mercilessly towards his opponent. The soul-powered blade struck Jiang Ling, only to be deflected by a fleeting flash of his purplered soul armor. Just as Jing Changkong's defenses were wide open and the spear was about to strike, a green light shield materialized just in time. With a crack, the shield blocked Jiang Ling's thrust but shattered immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Jing Changkong executed the triple wave slash. The first strike was absorbed by Jiang Ling's protective barrier. Damn, the difference in shield strength is ridiculous. Jing Changkong cursed under his breath. Sun Ling's shield couldn't take a single hit, but my opponent's barrier withstands multiple attacks. With gritted teeth, he swung his second strike, finally breaching the defense. However, he couldn't deliver the third slash in time, and was instead knocked back by the force of the shattered armor. Jiang Ling seized the moment, advancing with his spear, electricity dancing around it as he launched a series of rapid thrusts. Jing Changkong, having just regained his footing, was forced into a desperate defense. This scene left the school team members watching in utter shock, especially Liao Jie and his peers. They hadn't anticipated that Jiang Ling, who had only been enrolled for half a year, had already reached the advanced Fate Master level and could rival a skilled opponent like Jing Changkong. Meanwhile, K-Zone kept a keen eye on Su Naiwen. As an assault specialist with the Ink Lance Fate trait, he understood the crucial role of a powerful support. Su Naiwen's display of shielding technique was enough to change the course of the battle. Seeing his attacks failing to make headway, Jing Changkong considered switching tactics to deplete Jiang Ling's soul power. But at that moment, several blue lights enveloped Jiang Ling, causing the currents on his spear to surge and his depleted soul power to rapidly replenish. In a critical moment, Sun Ling finally revealed his true capability, unleashing two enhancing auras. Jing Changkong felt a surge of strength, his soul power slowly recovering, now imbued with a trace of ice. This was the work of Sun Ling's red-class empowerment and recovery arts, alongside his spirit-calling fate trait that could channel soul power characteristics to a single target. Why didn't you do this earlier? Jing Changkong muttered, though his fighting spirit was reignited. This battle was just beginning. A glimmer of hope for a comeback flickered in Jing Changkong's mind, only to be quickly extinguished. Despite possessing two top-tier innate skills and the blessings of his fate characteristics, he still couldn't breach Jiang Ling's defenses. To make matters worse, Jiang Ling had acquired an additional elemental shield, making her already formidable defense nearly impregnable. Sun Ling watched this unfold, puzzled. According to the storyline he had envisioned, This should have been the moment for Jing Chongkong to turn the tables. Seeing Jing Chongkong still struggling, a sudden idea struck Sun Ling. This was a Tuntuo battle, and he could surely use that to his advantage. With this realization, Sun Ling sprang into action. While maintaining his supportive buffs for Jing Chongkong, he discreetly moved towards Su Naiwen. At this moment, Su Naiwen was leisurely hiding in a corner, alternating between casting armor spells, recovery spells, and elemental shields, allowing Jiang Ling to unleash her spear attacks without restraint. As Su Naiwen noticed Sun Ling's stealthy approach, Sun Ling abandoned any pretense and charged directly. Although Sun Ling was primarily focused on support as a third-year martial arts student, his combat skills were far superior to those of first-year Su Naiwen, thanks to his second-year battle training. Seeing that Su Naiwen remained frozen in place, a smirk of disdain crossed Sun Ling's lips. However, what happened next left Sun Ling utterly stunned. Su Naiwen lifted his shirt and reached for his belt. Before Sun Ling could comprehend the action, a flash of cold steel appeared. A sword, thin as a cicada's wing, was already pressed against his throat, its sharp tip lightly piercing the surface of his skin. Sun Ling froze, cold sweat dripping, terrified that any misstep by Su Naiwen might cost him his life. At that moment, Su Naiwen's eyes gleamed with a radiant brilliance, exuding the aura of a swordmaster, leaving everyone present in awe. Yet, this solemn atmosphere was soon shattered. Su Naiwen's pants slowly slid down, revealing a pair of shorts adorned with cute pet patterns. The entire martial arts room fell into a deathly silence. The little cat pattern on Su Naiwen's underwear was stretched by the fabric, making it particularly noticeable. This sight immediately provoked screams from the girls present. Qin Man and the others blushed, covering their eyes with their hands, though they couldn't resist peeking through their fingers. When Rong stifled her laughter, considering it was her own apprentice. Someone in the crowd was the first to burst into laughter, which quickly spread like ripples in water. We're still in a fight, but that cat on his undies is really cute. I just want to pet it, Jiang Ling said with a chuckle. Su Naiwen quickly pulled up his pants, coughing a few times to cover his embarrassment. He wasn't really shy, just worried that his presence might make others feel inadequate. Well, it's over. I won, he said while wiping his sword with Sun Ling's clothes, then tightened his pants. What do you think, Sun Ling? When Rong asked, trying to suppress her laughter, her cheeks slightly flushed. I lost, Sun Ling replied, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement, his emotions a tangled mess. When Rong decisively announced, all right, Su Naiwen is now a member of the school team. Everyone saw Jiang Ling's skill too, so the other spot will go to him. Any objections? This sudden decision left everyone exchanging glances, especially the third-year students from the special training team. I'm not satisfied, a voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see Jing Chongkong. This was something the special training members should have said, but it came from him instead. Jiang Ling only matched me because of Su Naiwen's abilities. I don't recognize her strength unless she faces me directly. Jing Chongkong gritted his teeth, unable to swallow the indignity of being outdone by two first years. When Rong frowned, in her view, Jiang Ling, coming from the Jiang family of Northzhou, had shown enough talent to defeat Jing Chongkong. Moreover, people from prestigious families often had hidden aces. It's not about favoritism. It's the harsh reality that sometimes talent can't compare to family background. Jiang Ling happened to have both. All right, Jiang Ling agreed readily, not wanting to put Sister Rong in a difficult position. In the previous fight, she was mainly showcasing Su Naiwen's abilities and hadn't really exerted herself. Having secured his spot on the school team, Su Naiwen wisely stepped out of the training area to avoid any accidental injuries. Jing Chongkong launched his attack impatiently, skipping any "you go first" pleasantries. He had already formed an initial assessment of Jiang Ling, roughly the strength of a regular advanced life master, quick but lacking in attack power. With this in mind, he decided to overpower her with sheer force. A deep blue soul energy surged around Jing Chongkong, creating a sound like crashing waves, a characteristic of an advanced life master with abundant soul energy. He employed the wave-stepping move, no longer a simple linear charge but a zigzag motion to restrict Jiang Ling's space. Jiang Ling stood her ground, watching his erratic movements and shaking her head inwardly. She had no intention of using speed to dodge and find a counterattack opportunity. That's a tactic for facing stronger opponents. Against Jing Chongkong, a direct confrontation would suffice. The familiar crackle of electricity filled the air, but this time it was different. After the thunder came a sudden burst of blinding fire. Fire and lightning intertwined around Jiang Ling, forcing the spectators to step back. Jing Chongkong was stunned, not expecting Jiang Ling to also master fire elements, which seemed even more ferocious than her lightning. Boom! Jiang Ling took a step forward, an explosive sound erupting from where she stood. Before Jing Chongkong could react, she was already upon him, wreathed in flames and thunder. This was the red-level talent skill, Fireburst Step. Unlike the agile lightning flash step, this move focused on sheer force. The spear tip entwined with fire and lightning pierced forward. Jing Chongkong shouted, causing ripples to appear around him as he unleashed the wave slash. This red-level talent skill didn't require charging like the triple wave blade. It was a one-hit kill. The spear tip and blade collided, fire and lightning clashed with the waves, unleashing a tremendous shockwave and a misty spray. The members of the special training team watched in awe. At first, everyone thought the special training team was not much different in strength from the school team. That notion was completely shattered after witnessing the recent clash between the two. Even without direct confrontation, the overwhelming aura alone was enough to send a chill down the spines of the special training team members present. Li Yang, who prided himself as the top member of the special training team, now looked distraught, his lips trembling slightly. Jiang Ling and Wenrong's words echoed in his mind. You're too weak. The strength isn't matched. What frustrated him the most, yet left him helpless, was the fact that their tone carried no arrogance, as if they were merely stating an obvious truth. Boom. Bang. Try taking this strike. The mist obscured everyone's vision, revealing only glimpses of lightning and fire, along with a blade glowing with azure soul power. The intensity of the duel was so fierce that onlookers couldn't help but be astounded. What's going on? Gu Chu, curious and sporting twin ponytails, craned her neck, but couldn't see the details of the battle. Kei Zong, who had been watching the spectacle with a grin, suddenly felt his hairs stand on end upon hearing a thunderous boom nearby. His expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the mist-covered area. That fool lost. As soon as he spoke, a cry of agony was heard, and the battle abruptly ended. From the mist emerged a slender figure carrying a long spear, dragging another person along. Jiang Ling flicked her hand, tossing the injured Jing Chongkong heavily to the ground. It's over. Jing Chongkong, who had fainted from the pain, twitched slightly. Su Naiwen immediately began casting a healing spell, with Qin Man quickly joining in to help. Under their care, the ghastly wound healed visibly. Although the injuries were swiftly mended, the blood stains on the ground and Jing Chongkong's pale complexion silently testified to the brutal fight that had just occurred. Jiang Ling defeated Jing Chongkong? That's impossible. Li Yang blurted out, then quickly clamped his mouth shut. The others, too stunned to respond to his exclamation, could only stare blankly, their surprise punctuated by murmurs of disbelief. Qin Man withdrew her hand after healing, casting a meaningful glance at Su Naiwen. While everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Ling, they overlooked a crucial detail. During the healing process, Qin Man had been outperformed by Su Naiwen. Qin Man had long mastered the art of healing. Thanks to the Spring Breeze Fate, which enhanced her healing abilities by 80, she was highly regarded, even more so than Su Naiwen's Compassionate Heart Fate, which, despite its greater power, came with drawbacks. This fate, combined with her orange-level Spring Breeze healing spell, secured her position as the top healer at her school. However, at this moment, the so-called healing goddess was outperformed by her opponent in terms of healing effectiveness. Jiang Ling's prowess was undeniable. Wenrong surveyed the crowd and announced, now that all 12 positions are filled, anyone who wishes to challenge or join the school team can do so according to the rules. Same-type Fate Masters will battle to ensure fairness. She elaborated. There's a natural counterbalance among Fate Masters. For instance, elemental sub-attacker types are at a disadvantage against assault scouts. Although elemental damage is formidable, in an unknown scenario against a scout, they often find themselves overwhelmed. It's akin to a mage facing off against a jungle core. While elemental types are key damage dealers in team fights, they are vulnerable when isolated. The training team members fell silent, recalling the intense match between Jiang Ling and Jing Chongkong, whose casual use of red-level talent left them in awe. Wenrong frowned, hoping to ignite a sense of urgency among the school team members. Yet, the downcast expressions before her were disappointing. Li Yang wrestled with his thoughts before finally stepping forward. Coach 1, I want to challenge Ji Hu. Despite Jiang Ling's intimidating display, he held on to hope. As the goalkeeper for the school team, Ji Hu was the ideal opponent to challenge. Very well, let's begin. Wenrong responded, impressed by Li Yang's bravery. Ji Hu, with a knife in one hand and brass knuckles on the other, gestured for Li Yang to start. After you. Li Yang grabbed the only long-handled hammer from the weapon rack, flames erupting along its shaft-tan affinity granted by his fire hammer fate. Without any elaborate footwork, he launched a fierce assault. The flame-wrapped hammer strikes came with both concussive and burning effects, catching the audience's attention. Facing the fiery onslaught, Ji Hu deftly dodged, spinning his knife around his wrist before countering with a backhand slash. With a roar, Li Yang unleashed his fiery soul power, forcing Ji Hu back. Despite blood trickling from his mouth, Li Yang pressed on, swinging his fire hammer aggressively, driving Ji Hu into a retreat. Quite persistent, Ji Hu remarked, slamming the ground with his fist, causing a violent tremor. This was no ordinary red-level seismic wave, but an even mightier force. The explosive shockwave sent Li Yang flying, and Jihu swiftly closed in, delivering a powerful punch that sent his opponent, hammer and all, out of the ring. Su Naiwen promptly cast a healing spell, adding to her healing tally. Jihu stretched his shoulders and surveyed the training team. Anyone else? With no response, he raised an eyebrow at the newcomer Su Naiwen, then returned to his spot. Seeing the dejected faces around her, Wenrong was about to conclude when an unexpected figure stepped forward. Coach, I'd like to give it a try. Hansi. Wenrong's eyes lit up. All right, finally showing some spirit. Who would you like to challenge? The training team members turned in surprise to Hansi, the nominal leader of the third Yirsa, usually unremarkable presence. Hansi felt out of place in the special training team. He lacked the powerful healing shield ability of Su Naiwen and didn't possess the unique skills that Lin Tianrui had. In battles, his performance was often disappointing, and he frequently faced disdain from his fellow third-year students. Many couldn't understand why Wenrong had recruited him into the special training team. At this moment, Hansi stood in the arena, his gaze sweeping across the team members until it settled on Jing Chongkong, who looked visibly pale. His choice elicited sneers from those around him. Let's go with him. I'm more familiar, Hansi said calmly. Jing Chongkong immediately retorted, are you targeting me? When did we ever get familiar? We barely sparred a few times. I can't stand people with no sense of boundaries. The onlookers whispered among themselves, speculating whether Hansi had chosen Jing Chongkong because he had just been defeated by Jiang Ling, a reserve member, or because he noticed Jing's current pale complexion and poor condition. From the sidelines, Wenrong reminded, Jing Chongkong, give it your all, don't underestimate him. Jing Chongkong gripped his sword and stepped forward again, declaring arrogantly, do you really think I can't wield my sword? Grab your weapon. No need, we can start, Hansi replied, assuming a stiff grappling stance. This action only fueled Jing Chongkong's anger. He roared and unleashed a powerful wave-like sword strike at Hansi. Surprisingly, the seemingly frail and rigid Hansi moved with precision, narrowly evading the sword's glow. Su Naiwen frowned as he observed, noticing a mechanical quality in Hansi's movements, a trait he had observed when watching Hansi for the first time. Just lucky. Let's see if you can dodge this one. Jing Chongkong advanced with wave-crest steps, executing his triple wave slash. Hansi murmured under his breath as if predicting, left one, back three, jump and dodge. He then skillfully avoided each strike. He sidestepped the first slash to the left, retreated 3 steps to evade the sweeping attack, creating distance. Jing Chongkong leapt high, his sword descending with a brilliant arc. Yet Hansi, as if anticipating it, leaped back, the blade's gleam brushing past his billowing clothes. Throughout the ensuing battle, no matter how Jing Chongkong attacked, he was always just a hair's breadth away from hitting Hansi. This minute distance felt insurmountable, leaving Jing Chongkong frustrated. His face flushed with embarrassment and rage, feeling like a madman swinging wildly, with his target tantalizingly close yet always out of reach. The audience, who had been expecting Hansi to make a fool of himself, were now stunned, unable to believe what they were witnessing. They exchanged bewildered glances, wondering aloud, what's going on? Has Jing Chongkong lost his mind? Jing Chongkong swung his broadsword with gleaming arcs of light, but each time his strikes merely grazed past Hansi. Watching from the sidelines, Wenrong nodded silently, while Shishong, who previously had no interest in the team selection, now sat upright, resting his chin on his hands, eyes squinting with intense focus on Hansi's every move. It was as if Hansi possessed some kind of foresight, effortlessly sidestepping Jing Chongkong's attacks. His movements weren't particularly fast, yet he always seemed to be a step ahead, smoothly evading each assault. This left Su Naiwen utterly astonished. Wow, isn't this like some kind of observation hockey? He exclaimed, marveling at how this seemingly unassuming senior had such hidden skills. Jing Chongkong was deflated. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't land a hit, as if he was being toyed with. Are you going to fight or not? You're as slippery as an eel, he taunted, attempting to provoke Hansi into a direct confrontation for the coveted team spot. Information gathering is complete. We can finish this now, Hansi stated impassively. This remark infuriated Jing Chongkong, who, in a burst of rage, unleashed his full power with a move called triple wave slash. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Hansi's calm eyes. He swiftly slid to avoid the slash, then delivered a scorpion-like tail whip, his foot hooking Jing's wrist and disarming him. Following up with a powerful roundhouse kick to Jing's face, he sent him sprawling to the ground. The fight concluded in an instant. Hansi, who had been evading all along, subdued his opponent with a single decisive move, relying solely on basic combat skills without any special abilities. Su Naiwen looked at Jing Chongkong, who lay on the ground seeing stars, and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He used his healing skills to tend to Jing's injuries, earning 11 support points in the process, though it was trivial and likely unnoticed by Jing. When Rong officially announced Han Si's addition to the team and then addressed everyone, originally, I planned for 15 team spots, but since no one else has shown the necessary skill level, we'll settle on 13 for now. This revelation made everyone's eyes widen in surprise. Weren't there supposed to be only 12 spots? Those who had lost hope felt a renewed sense of possibility. Jing Chongkong, just getting back on his feet, couldn't help but chuckle at the irony, at least finding solace in retaining his position on the team. In the days that followed, Su Naiwen experienced a surge in earning support points. After leaping from an intermediate tactician to a team member, each support action brought in double-digit gains. His armor technique became particularly popular, netting him at least 400 to 500 points daily. His previously dwindling reserve of just over 3,000 support points quickly amassed to over 18,000. Details on attribute panels and talent trees have been omitted for brevity, as they remain consistent with the original text. Su Naiwen carefully examined the 4 skills before him: Dan Condensation Hand, Talisman Drawing Pin, Forging Technique, and Formation Condensing Method. Although these skills didn't strictly belong to either support or combat categories, they could barely be classified under research. Activating them would require 100 support points. According to his estimation, absorbing a gray-level combat skill would demand 200 points. He frowned in contemplation. In the early stages, skill points were scarce. If these skills were to reach the red level, one would cost 2,000 points and another a staggering 8,000 support points. The difference, though not astronomical, was significant enough to be considered a poor investment. It was hard not to lament that even these idle systems were influenced by one's destiny. His gaze settled on the talent leaf of armor technique, which was already glowing orange. With a determined grit, Su Naiwen invested 9,988 support points into it. He was eager to witness the power of a level 10 armor technique firsthand. With the infusion of nearly 10,000 support points, the talent tree reacted intensely. The orange leaf began to emit an ancient yellow glow. The system promptly notified him. A primordial talent leaf has reached perfection. The talent tree is upgrading. Please wait. Once the upgrade was complete, the system informed him of his acquisition of the Create Talent privilege. The talent tree blossomed with dazzling brilliance in his consciousness model, momentarily causing Su Naiwen to feel dazed. He focused on the leaf, which had transformed into a blend of orange and yellow, resembling an autumn leaf, and immediately chose to review its attributes. The armor technique had reached a state of perfection, allowing him to consume soul power to form armor for a designated target. Although this talent skill hadn't yet reached the yellow level, it was close, though seemingly at its enhancement limit. At that moment, Su Naiwen was surprised to discover many new gray, blank leaves emerging on the talent tree. He clicked one at random, and a new template popped up. The Create skill system has been activated, allowing higher-level skills to be derived through skill deduction using 2 or more perfected talent skills as a foundation. He attempted to activate the nearby deduction device with his mental energy, and the system immediately prompted. Currently, only 1 perfected talent skill is available, which does not meet the deduction conditions. Please continue to enhance other talent skills. This unexpected discovery reignited Su Naiwen's interest in his golden finger, which had been waning. It was like a regular visitor to a place of entertainment suddenly encountering a captivating new face. Unable to suppress his inner desire any longer, he immediately commanded the system. Add points. In the heart of Lingyang City stands the Yanwu Arena, one of the largest structures in the city, fully equipped with a wide array of facilities. It features a spacious Captree Theflag combat practice field, state-of-the-art virtual pods, and various sized battle arenas, making it the city's most extensive and regulated combat venue. In this world, the Captree Theflag sport is as popular as basketball and soccer on Earth. To ensure participants' safety, the arena has a dedicated team of healing-type life masters as its medical staff. This place is not only an ideal venue for combat-type life pattern residents to showcase their skills, but also an important outlet for them to expend their energy. Although combat-type life pattern individuals make up a small percentage of the population, the large population base of Jojo means there are still quite a few with combat abilities. Excluding those who have transitioned into support or civilian professions, the remaining combat talents have various career paths. Some join the military or security forces, others choose security companies, adventurer groups, or even special guilds and religious sections. However, the capacity of these organizations is ultimately limited. Particularly for senior combat-type life masters who are older and have reached their potential, finding future opportunities has become a social issue. Consequently, Jojo has developed a comprehensive Captree Theflag League system, including professional and amateur competitions, creating a healthy economic cycle. Many combat residents who have reached a bottleneck in their abilities have found their place within this system. Take Lingyang City, for instance, which hosts a city-level league every year. Major clubs recruit these individuals as sparring partners or instructors, and even some underground arenas have emerged, where people fight to earn prize money. Currently, the Yanwu Arena in the city center is hosting the annual Spring High School League. This event not only affects the high school's graduation rates and next year's enrollment quotas, but also serves as an important platform to showcase the teaching strengths of each school. The arena is bustling, with the largest venue packed to capacity. Important figures from various sectors are present. Council members from the city's adjudication committee, heads of major institution branches, business representatives, all on the lookout for potential talent, hoping to secure future top employees through scholarship agreements. Look, that's Chairman Yang Tong. A gasp arises from the crowd as the bespectacled, black-suited, middle-aged man enters, surrounded by an entourage. With a lean face, narrow eyes, and arched eyebrows, he wears an amiable smile that naturally exudes authority. This marks his first appearance at the Spring High event since becoming the chairman 3 years ago. As he enters, he seems to exchange a meaningful glance with Su Naiwen, a key figure in Lingyang City. The arena manager hurries forward to apologize for not preparing better seats, only to be interrupted by a young man behind Yang Tong, who sarcastically remarks, "Director Lin, does the chairman need to announce his visit in advance?" Yang Tong then displays his approachable side, saying, "Director Lin, no need for formalities. I'm just here to witness the vibrant spirit of our city's youth." No sooner had he finished speaking than business representatives began pledging donations to support Lingyang City's educational efforts and urban development. On the stage of the martial arts stadium in Lingyang City, representatives from major groups and factions were engaged in lively discussions with the chairman. One representative mentioned the recent War God project by the military hall, noting that Lingyang City had received 3 trial slots and suggested selecting participants from the competing children. "All of you come from wealthy families, unlike us at the military hall, where funds are limited." This remark left representatives from less influential factions feeling awkward, prompting them to express their support. The chairman then chimed in, "Haha, I gladly accept your intentions on behalf of the youth of Lingyang City. Let's uphold Governor Ing Zhao's vision of youth as the future and work together to build the best Lingyang City." In the audience, a burly man dressed casually and with disheveled hair quietly watched the events on stage. He wore a simple shirt and jeans, gently stroking a tattered flag beside him, murmuring softly, "Captain, old friends, it's all coming to an end soon." In the preparation area, Coach Shishong was addressing his 20-member team. He maintained his scruffy appearance and seemed a bit restless due to the no-smoking policy in the venue, continuously rubbing his fingers. "Get your appearance and mindset in order. Line up. The morning is for the opening ceremony and the draw. The real deal is in the afternoon," he said sternly. "Don't embarrass me. The goal is to become one of the 4 seed teams, understood?" "Understood," responded the 13 school team members and one intern student in unison. Shishong nodded in approval, shaking his messy hair, which amused the team members. As the head coach, he formed a stark contrast to the 2 glamorous female coaches beside him, assistant coach Wen Rong and assistant coach Chu Ying. Su Naiwen stood beside Wei Wu and Yang Yu, who were there to observe. He took a deep breath, feeling as if something significant was about to happen, and instinctively touched the jade pendant in his pocket and the cross necklace around his neck. The coolness of one and the warmth of the other somewhat eased his uneasy sixth sense. The opening ceremony of the Lingyang City Spring High School League was underway, with 48 high school teams marching in one after another. "Now approaching us is Lingyang No. 1 High School, with a century-long history." The announcer's voice echoed across the expansive martial arts field. Su Naiwen stood among his team, watching the procession of school teams, and it brought back memories of his past live school sports day. Once all the teams had lined up, Chairman Yang Tong took to the podium after the usual formalities. His speech was filled with cliched rhetoric. "Stride like a dragon, march toward the morning sun." As a seasoned professional, Su Naiwen could immediately tell it was a ghost-written speech, overly laden with formal language. "May our youth in Lingyang create a new world for Jiuzhou." Yang Tong concluded his speech, and the field manager loudly announced the beginning of the drawing ceremony. Each team captain stepped forward in turn, and soon the 48 teams were paired for the matches. The rules of the high school league were simple: a 5-on-5 match, with the last standing team declared the winner, provided no banned items were used. Standing next to Su Naiwen, Wei Wu eyed the strong contenders with intense interest. Many sensed his aura as a mid-level life master and quickly averted their gaze. Su Naiwen sighed, knowing that with Third High's perennial third-place status, they were unlikely to make much of an impact this year. Just as the ceremony was about to conclude, a figure suddenly leapt from the stands and strode onto the martial arts field. The guards tried to intervene but were knocked down by an eerie force. The intruder carried a tattered battle flag, stained with blood, yet the emblem of a one-eyed leopard still exuded menace. "Zhao Bingji of the Leopard Camp's Lone Eye Squad, here to slay the wicked." His voice boomed across the field, the flag pointing directly at Yang Tong on the stage. Amid the crowd's uproar, Zhao Bingji solemnly laid out a shocking accusation. "In the year 615 of the New Qi era, during the Undead Realm outbreak, you, as the logistics support chief and deputy commander, embezzled military resources and provided faulty weapons, causing significant casualties during missions for the Lone Eye, Green Leaf, Red Spot, and 3 other squads. To cover your crimes, you smeared beast-attracting scent on the distributed weapons, leading the 6 squads of the Leopard Camp's Lone Eye to face a terrifying beast tide, resulting in 299 casualties. Zhao Bingji stood in the center of the crowd, exuding an overwhelming aura of hostility. He articulated each word with a chilling clarity. Someone falsified military reports, misattributed achievements, and claimed the credit of 6 teams as their own. You even slandered the Lone Eye team, accusing them of disobeying orders and causing a beast tide. Using these lies to cover up the truth and deny the families of my 14 fallen comrades any compensation from 9 provinces. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice seething with suppressed rage. Meng He, the finance director of Tong City, Sun Fajing, Meng Hui, the permanent deputy director of the Chamber of Commerce, and Li Mo, the supply officer of the Leopard Camp, they are already waiting for you in the underworld. Zhao Bingji clenched his fist, each word dripping with venom. Today, I, Zhao Bingji, will seek justice for my 14 comrades and 250 fellow warriors, and take your life to honor the wronged souls. The crowd erupted in chaos, faces turning pale with disbelief at the scene unfolding. Lu Kong, standing in Zhao Bingji's path, wore a grim expression, recalling the recent unrest at the West Suburb Food Factory. The words of the old man crushed by Wen Rong's sword before his death, and the factory cashier killed with a patrol-issued handgun during transfer, these were blatant warnings. When Lu Kong attempted to investigate further within the Public Security Bureau, his superiors abruptly halted the inquiry, issuing an official statement. The 100 Clothes Alliance, labeled as heretics, had violently attacked, destroying the food factory and leading to the heroic deaths of several patrol officers. Lingyang City promptly issued a decree to eliminate heretics, encouraging citizens to capture or kill members of the 100 Clothes Alliance and the Holy Light Church, promising substantial rewards. Yet, the internal issues of the factory were left unaddressed. Yang Tong remained unfazed, his eyes filled with disdain. Ridiculous. Where do these heretics come from, daring to spout nonsense in such a setting? Do you know that accusing a 9 provinces council member without evidence is a capital offense? Evidence? Zhao Bingji laughed bitterly in his fury. The banner I carry is evidence, and the 299 wronged souls are evidence. Die! He roared, suddenly surging forward with immense force, a violent gust of wind sweeping Lu Kong and the patrol officers off their feet. The tattered banner flapped fiercely in the wind as his golden eyes blazed with an intense light. On the stands, Wei Qiandong yawned, appearing drowsy and uninterested. When his subordinate from the Eagle Guard asked if they should take action against Yang Tong, Wei Qiandong merely smirked and dismissed the idea. Are you in cahoots with Yang Tong? Wei Qiandong glanced sideways at his subordinate, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The Eagle Guard member froze momentarily, then chuckled awkwardly. No way. Captain Wei, you must be joking. His voice was noticeably louder. Zhao Bingji has painted Yang Tong as a villain beyond redemption, and you still want to help him? Are you also guilty of betraying the military? Well, Zhao Bingji's words aren't entirely trustworthy. Wei Qiandong slumped back into his seat. Then you go ahead, I'm not moving. Haven't you noticed that no one from the main stage has made a move? Ever since Si Shoujuan lost his position as military leader, power within the military has been fragmented. The Xiong Division, originally in charge of security, has been replaced by the patrol system of the Security Department. The Eagle's Nest, once responsible for monitoring federal lawmakers, has been reduced to a department for apprehending fugitives. The Leopard Camp, which was tasked with exploring foreign territories, has been divided among various military units, now serving as mere gatekeepers. Only the Tiger Pavilion, under the leadership of the Tiger King, retains any significant military status with its elite mobile squads. In the arena, a golden aura enveloped Zhao Bingji. Without a word, he charged at Yang Tong, brandishing a broken flag. Lu Kong and others were blown away by the surge of soul energy with just a single clash. The owner of the forest, upon seeing this, had already fled. On the main stage, the officials exchanged glances. If Zhao Bingji's accusations were true, Yang Tong was indeed guilty of a capital crime. No one dared to speak on Yang Tong's behalf, as caution was paramount in the political arena. However, they did report the situation to the Central Patrol Bureau, and reinforcements were expected to arrive soon. A thunderous boom shook the entire martial arena. Yang Tong, clad in a dark green soul armor with special dark green markings on his face, wielded a staff resembling a bamboo pole, disdainfully eyeing the retreating Zhao Bingji. Traitorous heretic, tarnishing my honor. Today, I grant you death. Let your blood serve as a warning to those rats hiding in Linyang City. Keep your tails hidden, for exposure means death. Yang Tong shouted righteously, swinging his dark green staff, its light illuminating the sky. This was the power of a half-step Xian level, where soul energy could form armor, though the life markings had yet to be engraved into it for further advancement. Zhao Bingji roared in anger, his left sleeve bursting to reveal an arm covered in cracked scars. Once black, the scars now turned blood red, enveloping him in a violent aura. His energy rapidly escalated beyond Yang Tong's, a golden eye-like mark glowing on his forehead. Prepare to die. The tattered flag clashed with the dark green staff, causing a turbulent airflow, the flag flapping loudly. The one-eyed leopard emblem on the flag seemed to come alive, running continuously. A deafening leopard roar echoed, unsettling Yang Tong and disrupting his energy flow. He loosened his grip, his soul energy dissipating, and Zhao Bingji's strike sent him flying. Zhao Bingji's eyes widened with rage, leaving only a trail of afterimages as his monstrous arm unleashed a punch, the blood-red cracks appearing even more menacing. Forest's lament, Yang Tong shouted, hurling a glowing green seed. The flat martial arena transformed into a forest, creating a restrictive domain. This forest acted as a barrier, obscuring external sight and perception. The spectators' faces changed drastically. A domain? Zhao Bingji, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm, continued his relentless assault, smashing through the trees to reach Yang Tong's head. Kill, kill, kill. Only by killing can the blood feud in my heart be appeased. Memories flooded back. Old Zhao, you're so old and still without a wife. Are you impotent, huh? Run, run. Quickly. The captain in front of him was torn apart by a beast tide, frantically urging him to flee with his dying breath. Deputy, tell me, what kind of flowers do girls like? Hee. She said she likes guys like me. Deputy, it hurts. The youngest soldier in the team had just fallen in love with his sweetheart. I'm gonna be a dad soon, haha. So when we're on missions, you better look out for me. I don't want my daughter to grow up without a father. Old Zheng boasted, holding his newborn daughter, his pride both contemptible and enviable. Go. That was the last word left by the captain, a final shout that propelled him toward death. In Zhao Bingji's mind, images of his comrades kept flashing. Old Chen, who always said he'd retire after this mission. Lao Qi, who endlessly talked about taking a vacation. Xiao Yu, the one who loved to hoard snacks, and Lao Kai, who couldn't resist sneaking some of Xiao Yu's treats. Their peaceful, happy routine was brutally torn apart in that instant. The warmth of blood splattering on his face was still vivid, mixed with the hysterical roars and cries of despair. Zhao Bingji was like a wounded beast, his face twisted, eyes bloodshot. Blood seeped from the corners of his eyes. Were those tears? No, the dead don't cry. That day, it wasn't just his captain and comrades who died. A part of him did too. Cracks began to spread across his body, starting from his arms and extending everywhere. Golden soul energy intertwined with blood-red fissures, making his appearance all the more terrifying. A pale purple soul power gathered at the mark on his forehead, suddenly breaking through the Xian level, unleashing a forceful aura that felled the surrounding trees. Zhao Bingji gripped the battle flag tightly, a symbol of the will of 50 comrades. This blow was fueled by 6 years of deep-seated vengeance, countless nights of heart-wrenching pain. The tattered flag transformed into a pillar of golden light, descending upon Yang Tong with the force to shatter mountains and rend the earth. Yang Tong, who had been indifferent, finally showed a change in expression. The intense killing intent aimed at him left no room for escape. As the mighty blow landed, the entire forest shook violently, cracks appearing in the void. In an instant, the lush forest was reduced to a desolate clearing. Covered in cracks, Zhao Bingji's breath was now as faint as a candle in the wind. He looked at Yang Tong, who lay battered beyond recognition, and finally exhaled a heavy breath. And God said, "Let there be light, to shine eternally. Light shall endure." A blinding white light enveloped the entire area. Yang Tong, who was previously battered and bruised, slowly rose to his feet. His injuries were not only healed, but his presence was even more formidable than before. The dark green bamboo stick in his hand had mysteriously transformed into a staff, and his shattered glasses lay discarded on the ground. His meticulously combed hair had turned into a wild mane of white, and his brown-black eyes had shifted to a vibrant silver, full of life. Yet, this supposedly pure white radiance instinctively filled Zhao Bingji with a sense of nausea and resistance. Yang Tong, squire of the Knights of the Church of Light, follows the divine will to purify you, Yang Tong declared, waving his staff. The engravings on the staff glowed, and the ground was suddenly covered with countless strange patterns. These patterns rapidly connected, forming a massive white magic circle with a diameter of over 10 meters, trapping Zhao Bingji within, rendering him immobile. A look of near reverence appeared on Yang Tong's face, his eyes filled with fanaticism as he gazed at the magic circle. The Church of Light. Zhao Bingji gritted his teeth. Despite its righteous-sounding name, it was an extremist organization more radical than the 100 Garment Alliance. They claimed to be the messengers of the God of Light, purifying everything in their path with the aim of controlling the 9 continents. The Federation was undoubtedly infiltrated by numerous members of the Church of Light, and Yang Tong was evidently one of them. No wonder it's the life-saving formation bestowed by the Knight. Yang Tong chuckled as he watched Zhao Bingji being suppressed by the formation, as helpless as a fish on a chopping block. His laughter grew louder until he couldn't help but laugh hysterically. Ha ha ha. Kill me? I've been undercover in the Federation for over a decade, living behind a mask every day, climbing up to this position step by step. Your captain, your fellow comrades, were all devoured by the beast tide because of the beast-attracting incense. What can you do? Yang Tong emanated a sickly white light, looking down at Zhao Bingji with arrogance. You've been hiding for 6 years, thinking about revenge every day, haven't you? Back then, you were just a novice in the yellow rank, your life patterns not fully developed. Even if you burn your lifespan for power, today you will still turn to dust. When Liamo died, I noticed you and deliberately exposed my whereabouts to the people at Eagle's Nest. 6 years ago, you managed to escape by luck, but this time, let's see how you flee. Zhao Bingji remained silent, but not hopeless. He had already faced death once. Now, if he could only reveal the truth to the world, the 9 continents would rid themselves of this menace, though he regretted not being able to end it himself. Do you know why such a crude trick as the beast-attracting incense went unnoticed? Why I could easily steal your achievements? Yang Tong taunted. In that moment, Zhao Bingji realized that not only did Yang Tong have allies within the Federation, but he also had powerful backing. This was precisely why he chose the path of vengeance. Out of 300 people, he was the sole survivor, and by the time he regained his ability to act, the event had already been concluded, with the final document bearing the signature of the Continental Council leader. Today's events won't cause a ripple. After your death, you'll be labeled as a heretic of the 100 Garment Alliance, seeking revenge for the West Suburb Food Factory? Ha, that's a fitting excuse. And I will remain the hero who slays heretics, a perfect stepping stone for advancement. Rest assured, I'll find a way for the families of your comrades to unknowingly join you. Hearing this, Zhao Bingji, who had resigned himself to his fate, was seized with fury. He glared at Yang Tong, wishing he could tear him apart, devour his flesh, and drink his blood. You deserve to die. Haha, is die all you can say? I love seeing you seethe with rage, wanting to skin me alive yet utterly powerless. It's truly beautiful. Faced with Yang Tong's mocking and heart-piercing threats, Zhao Bingji lowered his head in silence, tenderly caressing the weathered flag in his hands. This flag, marked by countless battles, bore the scars of blades and claws, embodying his past faith and the memories of endless fights. A faint trace of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Old friend, it's time to leave with me. The Leopard Battalion's one-eyed squad may soon vanish without a trace from this world. Zhao Bingji's voice was calm and gentle, a stark contrast to his usual frenzied, beast-like roars. This unusual demeanor set off alarm bells in Yang Tong's mind. Just then, the tattered flag suddenly tore apart, bursting into golden flames and transforming into a shower of brilliant light. Yang Tong's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted, "The gods declare you guilty, and divine punishment awaits." The white formation roared to life, unleashing the full power of the Holy Light Annihilation Array. A massive pillar of pure white light erupted from the underground formation like a volcanic explosion. This normally gentle light now emitted a terrifying heat capable of vaporizing ordinary people, unbearable even for seasoned mystics. Standing at the center of the white pillar, Zhao Bingji felt his shattered body slowly evaporating. The intense pain seemed to scorch his very soul, yet a genuine smile appeared on his face for the first time in 6 years. His unique fate allowed him to summon spirits temporarily to enhance his strength. These spirits were not human souls but the residual power left by the deceased. He had also awakened the sacrificial fate pattern, enabling him to use himself as a medium to awaken the consciousness of spirits, an ability that could only be used once in a lifetime. Summon. With that command, Zhao Bingji's body dissipated, and his soul watched the golden light rapidly coalesce in the air. Born without parents, without any support, he now awakened memories long buried. The flag fluttering in the morning sun at 18, and the unyielding oath burning in his heart. I swear to join the Jiuzhou Defense Force, to obey the leadership of the Jiuzhou Federation's People's Assembly, heed the people's will, resist foreign realms, uphold military discipline, fear no sacrifice, and fight bravely, building a fortress with my own being, and offering my blood for Jiuzhou. In retrospect, I really wasn't much of a soldier. Zhao Bingji's body and soul completely vanished, and the golden light in the void coalesced into 14 indistinct figures. They stood in formation, solemnly saluting where Zhao Bingji had disappeared. Though their faces were unclear, a profound sadness permeated the air. After a brief moment of silence, a fierce spirit dispelled the sorrow. The 14 figures shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the realm. Charge! A dense green barrier enveloped the entire arena, the power of the forest's lament sealing off everything inside. Tens of thousands of spectators outside could only wait anxiously, unaware of what was unfolding within the barrier. The entire police force was mobilized, with even the perimeter guards on high alert, surrounding the barrier. The head of the patrol unit looked at the commissioner, hesitation in his eyes. If the city councilor is harmed inside, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the barrier-breaking cannon requires higher authorization. We can't use it without approval. Wait, the commissioner replied sternly. He had just learned the details from Lu Kong and reported the matter to his superiors. It was beyond their jurisdiction now. Moreover, with so many influential figures present, everyone had heard the accusations made by the troublemaker. They could only await a decision from higher authorities. Suddenly, the barrier of the forest's lament shattered, dissolving into countless green specks. Yang Tong's body lay on the ground, bloodied and lifeless. Immediately, a brilliant golden light shot skyward, outshining the sun, illuminating the entire city of Lingyang and even visible to residents in nearby cities. Su Naiwen gazed at the towering golden light, a deep sadness welling up within him. As he looked around, he saw the same sorrow reflected on everyone's faces. Wei Qiandong squinted his reddened eyes, recalling the man who carried a broken flag and his final request. He had understood then that the warrior's spirit had died, and he was powerless to save him. But the path that warrior had cleared with his life was one he was determined to follow. Wei Qiandong drew out a piece of golden talisman paper, slashed his palm, and let the blood drip onto it, instantly forming a massive void array. Simultaneously, the council halls across Jiuzhou received a level 1 distress signal. Once hundreds of provincial cities established a link, he unhesitatingly took out a blue crystal orb and cast it into the golden light. The scene of time's rewind unfolded in the air. Frenzied shouts, bloody vengeance, Yang Tong's arrogant words, the conspiracy of the Church of Light. The truth from 6 years ago was finally revealed to the world. The crowd erupted in shock. The faces of the council members turned ashen, and the police commissioner knew this matter could no longer be suppressed. Among the public, fierce debates broke out. Some condemned Yang Tong's brutality, while others were unwilling to accept this as the truth. Wei Qiandong rose into the air, standing over the devastated arena, and solemnly saluted the rescue talisman array, as if paying homage to the fallen heroes. Wei Qiandong stood in the center of the dilapidated martial arts arena and solemnly announced, I am Wei Qiandong, the district captain of the Eastern Division of the Eagle's Nest in Xuanzhou, under the Division of the Defense Forces. The skill I just used is the one-time purple grade talent skill orb, Time Reversal. The scenes it revealed fill me with deep sorrow and anguish. His voice echoed across the empty expanse. Today, I am willing to bear the responsibility of overstepping my bounds and activate a level 1 emergency rescue talisman. I urge the People's Congress of the 9 Federations to thoroughly investigate this matter, to bring solace to the souls of our fallen Defense Force comrades. This declaration immediately caused an uproar. As the district captain of the Eastern Division in Xuanzhou, a position equivalent to a level 3 city councilor, Wei Qiandong's status lent undeniable credibility to the scene. Those who had been skeptical about the visions in the void now fell silent. Members of the decision-making halls across the continent's cities initially assumed that a level 1 city-annihilating disaster had occurred. Now, witnessing this scene, their expressions varied. At that moment, a burly figure stepped out from the crowd to stand half a step behind Wei Qiandong. It was Chen Yudong, the squad leader from the Bear Division of the Eastern District in Xuanzhou. I am willing to bear the responsibility of overstepping my bounds. I urge the People's Congress of the 9 Federations to thoroughly investigate this matter, to bring solace to the souls of our fallen Defense Force comrades. Following him, Zhang Long, the squad leader of the Leopard Regiment from the Eastern District of Xuanzhou, stepped forward and declared resolutely, I am willing to bear the responsibility of overstepping my bounds. I urge the People's Congress of the 9 Federations to thoroughly investigate this matter, to bring justice to our fallen Leopard Regiment warriors. One by one, figures emerged from all directions. Zhou Feiyu, a member of the Leopard Regiment squad in Linyang City, Li Shang, a retired member of the original Eagle's Nest squad, Qian Zhaohua from the Bear Division squad, Han Zhonglong, a reservist from the Tiger Pavilion, and Zhang Weimin, a retired veteran. Among them were active duty soldiers in crisp uniforms, retired veterans in civilian attire, youthful faces full of vigor, middle-aged men bearing responsibilities, and elderly veterans with canes and unsteady steps. The dilapidated martial arts arena quickly filled with people, all speaking in unison. We urge the People's Congress of the 9 Federations to thoroughly investigate this matter, to bring solace to the souls of our fallen Defense Force comrades. Feeling the growing crowd behind him, Wei Qiandong's eyes moistened, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Looking at the battlefield scene of Zhao Bingji's ultimate sacrifice playing repeatedly in the air, he silently said to himself, Do you see? The spirit of our defense force has not yet crumbled. The martial hall was abuzz with people shouting, 1 person, 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, shaking the entire venue. Suddenly, a deep voice cut through the noise, and an ancient, stern face appeared in the void. Wei Qiandong, do you realize the severity of your crime in unauthorized use of a Level 1 emergency assistance talisman and falsely reporting a city-destroying crisis? The council chambers of various cities across the continent were in shock. The incident had alarmed such a high-ranking figure. Wei Qiandong, with a solemn expression, bowed respectfully without arrogance or servility. His face was now serious, shedding the laid-back demeanor of the past. Elder Qiu, Wei Qiandong willingly accepts all responsibility. Wei Qiandong, for falsely escalating military intelligence, wasting critical military resources, and inciting military unrest, you are hereby stripped of all your powers within the military department, branded a criminal, and confined to a Level 1 prison, awaiting military tribunal. People behind Wei Qiandong were visibly shaken and wanted to speak, but he knelt on one knee first, lowering his head in a gesture of admission. Wei Qiandong pleads guilty. A city councillor, a heretic of the Church of Light. The Yangtong incident is a disgrace to the Federation, and the Eagle's Nest bears the blame for negligence. Wei Qiandong raised his head, speaking firmly. Chief of Security. Criminal Wei Qiandong has something to say. Speak. The Eagle's Nest no longer has the authority to monitor federal councillors. How then can there be negligence? Xiao Hongyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, watching Wei Qiandong for a moment before saying, I am aware of today's events. The council will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Disperse now, and stop occupying the channels of the council chambers across the continent. With that, he directly severed the connection of the assistance talisman. Under the directive of the chief of police, 2 councillors stepped forward to handcuff Wei Qiandong, sealing his sole power. The surrounding onlookers were astonished. What they thought would be an opening ceremony turned into witnessing such a significant event. In the Lingyang City Council, all eyes turned to the esteemed Councillor Pang Chung. The Sun Toritire elder sighed. This incident has become a disgrace for Lingyang City. The Spring Festival will be postponed by 2 days. Those who have pre-purchased tickets may choose to refund or exchange them. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Su Naiwen left the martial hall with the crowd, his mind unsettled by the image of the figure bearing the banner. When Rong gently ruffled his hair, saying, let's go. Take a couple of days to rest and calm your mind. Don't dwell on it too much. She thought to herself, this matter is far from over. The news spread like ripples. At the training base of the Northern Continent's Qingyuan City Defense Force, cadets were incensed. Yang Tong, the Church of Light. I must avenge our predecessors. How could something like this happen within the Federation? The families of the monocular squad have yet to receive compensation. This is unacceptable. At the Eagle's Nest headquarters in the Shu continent, anger simmered among the ranks. Last year, when pursuing a fugitive, they hid in a councillor's sister-in-law's home. We knew but couldn't arrest them and were humiliated. Zhao Bingji and Wei Qiandong aren't afraid of those councillors. Neither should we be cowards. Call for the military leader to return. Yes, call for the military leader to return. We of the defense force have endured this disgrace for too long. The final voices echoed across the skies of the Quan continent. The incident involving Wei Qiandong's unauthorized use of the rescue talisman has sparked a massive uproar within the federal military. The conference room is filled with the sound of heated arguments. Wei Qiandong acted without permission by using the rescue talisman and even offended Commander Qiu. He's courting disaster. An officer exclaimed, slamming the table. Ha! Some people have been on their knees for so long they've forgotten they're not dogs. Another retorted with a cold laugh. The talisman was used to save our garrison. How can that be considered a waste? The Yangtong incident has already brought internal conflicts within the Federation to the surface. An older officer at the conference table spoke gravely. Some among us have dirty hands. It's not up to you to decide who's clean. Someone immediately countered. Wei Qiandong falsified military reports, and that's a mistake. Without punishment, there's no discipline. A burly officer suddenly stood up, shouting angrily, Wei Qiandong is my soldier. If I say he's right, then he's right. Just you wait. I'll resign as a senator today if that's what it takes to seek justice from the old general. In the Jinzhou barracks, the soldiers were in an uproar. 3 years ago, we suffered heavy losses, but the credit was stolen by those corps. Now it's our turn to rise. The situation in the Nanzhou barracks was even more severe. Our garrison has had enough of this humiliation. Zhao Bingji was a brother to us in the leopard camp. 300 soldiers died tragically. This can't end here. The situation quickly escalated. The city councillor was exposed as a heretic of the Light Church, not only betraying 300 elite leopard camp soldiers, but also stealing their glory to climb the ranks. Even more shocking, recordings of the time reversal surfaced and were made public. Attempts by the Federation to cover it up were futile as the situation spiraled out of control. The military was in complete turmoil. The frontline soldiers were furious. They were fighting and bleeding on the front lines while someone at the rear was stabbing them in the back, not only causing the death of their comrades but also framing them, leaving the families of the fallen soldiers without compensation and branded with the shame of being related to criminals. The plight of the garrison was particularly dire. They once took on the hardest tasks. However, after the general's retirement and subsequent military reforms, they were quickly discarded. When Zhao Bingji led 300 soldiers into a disastrous, otherworldly mission, any other corps would have sent investigators to use time reversal methods to uncover the truth. But because the Leopard camp was deemed insignificant, only a backup for larger corps, they were scapegoated based on the biased accounts of the deputy commander and others. For 6 years, they were used by the military as a cautionary tale of reckless ambition. Now, with the truth revealed, the absurdity is clear. All across the 9 regions, garrison camps echoed with the rallying cry, "Bring back the general! Seek justice!" In the political heart of Zhongzhou, within the towering administrative building of Luojing City, a tense atmosphere filled the top-floor conference room. At the center of the spacious room sat a massive conference table, around which 9 influential figures were gathered, representing the highest echelons of power across the 9 provinces. Along the walls, another 30 to 40 individuals were seated, their expressions ranging from solemn to slightly amused, with some even yawning, lending the high-level meeting a somewhat undignified air. A burly middle-aged man cast a cold gaze around the room, internally contemplating the extent of the Lumina Church's infiltration. The Yang Tong case, entangled with issues of wrongful conviction, military misconduct, and heresy, had spiraled beyond control. "It's rotten to the core," exclaimed Meng Lao, an elderly man in military attire with gray hair, slamming his hand on the table in fury. "Everything below is rotten. Yang Tong is a heretic, but what about those people in Tongqing? They're all just occupying their positions without doing their jobs." A bald, portly man with a round belly offered a placating smile, saying, "Calm down, Meng Lao. It's not that serious. It's just a wrongful conviction stirred up by heretics." At worst, others failed to recognize the problem. One cockroach exposed means countless more hidden in the dark. Meng Lao's eyes were piercing. 6 years ago, Yang Tong was merely a deputy logistics officer. How could he have caused the deaths of 300 soldiers and managed to steal military honors? A scruffy old man, with an unlit cigarette hanging from his lips, commented nonchalantly, "It's simple. Clear Yang Tong's wrongful conviction, compensate the families, and have the Federation issue a corrective statement." Although Wei Qiandong falsified military reports, his intentions were good. "We should handle him leniently." A bespectacled middle-aged man shook his head. "The situation is already out of control, and many soldiers in the military are dissatisfied." As the debate grew more heated, the elder at the head of the table spoke up. Dressed in a traditional, simple robe, with white hair and a restrained gaze, he resembled an ordinary old man from the street, yet commanded the respect of everyone present. "Wei Qiandong must be punished," the elder said slowly, "otherwise, if everyone follows his example, the emergency rescue channels in the cities of the 9 provinces will never see peace. As for those causing trouble, we should focus on persuasion, and if they refuse to listen, deal with them according to military regulations." On the surface, the meeting was about the changes brought by Yang Tong, but it actually delved into deeper issues of power distribution. The awkward position of the Sisho army was becoming evident. Its responsibilities overlapped with those of the Xiongbu, Yingqiao, Baoying, and Hujue Corps. Despite its significant contributions to the construction of the 9 provinces, changing circumstances had left it struggling to find its footing. The history of the Sisho army is steeped in legend. This military force has faced dissolution several times, yet always managed to turn the tide. The previous commander was extraordinarily powerful and charismatic, commanding respect from all factions. It wasn't until he chose to step down 13 years ago that the situation began to change. In the current meeting room, 34 influential figures are seated on either side. Though they sit on small stools, each is a person of great renown. The leaders of the 3 major corps, a representative from the Security Department, the Speaker of the Jiuzhou State Council, a representative from the Logistics and Security Department, and the head of the Federal Organization Department. Any one of them could cause a commotion with just a stomp. Many among them secretly anticipate the decline of the Sisho army. The speaker's words played right into their hands. Suddenly, the door to the meeting room was flung open. A young man rushed in, meeting the displeased gazes of the gathered dignitaries. His legs nearly gave way beneath him, but recalling the alarm from the inner hall, he suppressed his fear and stammered, "Mr. Speaker, the hidden prison has exploded." "What?" The news was like a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Some jumped up in shock, their faces etched with horror and fear. Boom! A loud blast erupted within the room. The specially made giant conference table shattered and collapsed, Ordinary stools disintegrated into dust, and many were knocked to the ground. Strangely, the ordinary walls remained intact. A figure suddenly appeared in the center of the meeting room. He wore tattered robes stained with old black blood, with his right arm and sleeve completely gone. His eyes were an eerie ashen color, sending chills down one's spine. His emaciated body exuded a decaying aura, resembling a crippled beggar. The only incongruity with his disheveled appearance was the neat stack of files clutched in his withered left hand. Bailey Juwenhao, how did you break out of prison? Someone shouted in terror, their voice more fearful than accusatory. Chiu Hongyuan stepped forward, his aged face full of coldness. Bailey Juwenhao, it was your own decision to imprison yourself for 30 years. Are you going to break your promise? What do you intend to do? Where are the perimeter guards? Before he finished speaking, a wave of soul energy flashed, and a figure was instantly blasted away, crashing heavily against the wall, their fate uncertain. The speaker frowned slightly. Juwenhao, that's excessive. Bailey Juwenhao spat at the barely conscious person on the wall. Damn it, dare to make a move on me. Are you forcing me to massacre the Federation again? How dare you? Chiu Hongyuan's furious voice boomed through the council chamber, his authoritative presence causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. Barely alive old man with the surname Chiu. What are you trying to pull with this act? Bailey Juwenhao sneered, pointing at the person he had injured and left hanging on the wall. I've already dealt with him, and you're still putting on airs with your how dare you nonsense. Want to fight? Go ahead, try using your soul power. Bailey Juwenhao's relentless provocation left Chiu Hongyuan's face white with anger. Yet, he dared not act recklessly. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Bailey Juwenhao, but he understood that this madman fought without restraint and, more frighteningly, was extremely cunning. The council leader waved a hand to perform a healing spell, mending the injuries of the unfortunate soul on the wall. Juwenhao, you've broken the agreement, he said solemnly. Old man, you were the ones who broke the agreement first, Bailey Juwenhao retorted with a cold laugh, throwing a file folder directly at the council leader's face. The leader caught the folder, and as he glanced through its contents, his expression changed dramatically. 13 years ago at Longmen Shirqing Pass, the Xiang City heist 8 years ago, 6 years ago the Tongqing Necromancer incident, the Taixing Manor upheaval, and the Baiwei Continent Council betrayal. Is this what you call a personal purge? I should have wiped them all out back then. Hatred burned fiercely in Bailey Juwenhao's eyes. The leader sighed. It's not that simple. The Nine Continents Federation involves many factions, ancient families, special sects, the military hall, the Immo Pavilion, the medical association. Targeting certain individuals is far more complicated than you imagine. If you can't do it, let me handle it. Return the commander seal to me, and I'll settle the score with those who escaped 13 years ago. His words made everyone present change their expressions. The bloody purge Bailey Juwenhao led years ago would have had disastrous consequences if not for the leader's intervention. Someone couldn't help but admonish, Bailey Juwenhao, you murdered 11 continental officials and slaughtered Federation members in Longmen City. Letting you imprison yourself for 30 years was already the greatest leniency. Now, not only have you broken out, but you also dare to... The speaker faltered under Bailey Juwenhao's intense gaze. Bailey Juwenhao swept his eyes around the room, his gaze landing on the pin on that person's chest. Gold spirit iron? Something from the gold continent. You owe your position to me for taking out that scum Jin Hongzhen. I know you all want me dead, but too bad. I'm not going anywhere. What can you do about it? His disdainful tone made everyone grit their teeth in frustration. Old man, give me the commander seal, or soon there will be a new Bai alliance in this world. You dare. Chiu Hongyuan roared, and the faces of the other 9 leaders also changed drastically. Bailey, you're courting death. Juwenhao, watch your words. You're forcing us to disregard past ties. The council leader furrowed his brows. Your words are a path to self-destruction. You can try. Bailey Juwenhao stood tall and defiant. Kill me and see what happens. As the tension in the room rose, the council leader, holding the documents, asked, you just escaped confinement. Who provided you with this information? Bailey Juwenhao laughed heartily. I joined the military at 18, became a commander at 30. Who doesn't have a few loyal followers? Isn't that right, Lin Fu? He looked at a scholarly man wearing glasses, who remained silent. The others also hesitated to act rashly. The commander seal can be yours, the council leader finally conceded, but every action must be backed by solid evidence and strictly adhere to the 9 continents laws, no indiscriminate killing. Agreed. The council leader retrieved a jade seal engraved with the images of a tiger, leopard, bear, and eagle. Bailey Juwenhao took it, and behind him appeared the spectral form of a mythical beastager-headed, leopard-tailed, bear-clawed, covered in dark scales, with wings, and currently asleep. This was his soul beast, which emitted beams of colored light to envelop the seal, establishing a mental connection. At that moment, The council leader of Chuanzhou suddenly changed expression, the bracelet on his wrist flickering erratically. This bracelet was not only a symbol of the Chuanzhou leader's status, but also received real-time messages from the adjudication chamber. His surprise and anger were palpable. Why? What has happened? The old leader asked with a frown. The news of Tiger King Di Biao leading his forces into the Chuanzhou conference hall spread quickly. Acting on the orders of the military governor Bai Li, he swiftly executed Congressman Guo Chong and 27 of his associates. Upon hearing the news, Bai Li Juanhao's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Biao's efficiency is as reliable as ever. With eyes sharp as a blade, he stared directly at the Chuanzhou provincial speaker. Your Congressman Guo Chong, outwardly a government official, was in fact a pawn of the Knights of the Light Church. Within Chuanzhou, 32 illegal factories for the mystical meat beasts were lining his pockets and providing resources for cultivation. 18 were involved, and 9 were complicit by their silence. All have been executed. He added with a cold smirk, you should be grateful you were merely foolish and not an accomplice. Bai Li Juanhao strode out of the grand building that symbolized the power of the 9 provinces. Despite having lost an arm, his aura remained undiminished, as ethereal wings appeared behind him, lifting him into the sky. Looking down upon the structures below, he sneered, with wings spread in the void. I laugh at the world, seeing it as insignificant. The old speaker remarked profoundly, though he has lost an arm, the Tiger King's blade remains firmly in hand. This statement struck a chord with many present, penetrating their inner thoughts. However, these seasoned political veterans maintained composed expressions, each calculating their own plans. The old speaker sighed inwardly, regretting his previous leniency. He murmured softly, so, that's why this double-edged sword must be wielded again. Meanwhile, the spring sports meet in Lingyang City, after a 2-day delay, proceeded as scheduled. The next match was Lingyang Peng County No. 9 High School against Lingyang No. 3 High School. Su Naiwen yawned, feeling incredibly bored. Although he was present, he could only sit in the front row as a spectator. The audience was full of enthusiasm, seemingly having forgotten the recent turmoil. Unbeknownst to them, while they watched this ordinary interschool competition, their provincial congressman had already met his demise. Quick and decisive, Q Zone whispered the command, gripping his double halberds. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he dashed forward, his movements swift as lightning. On the battlefield, 5 team members from 9th Middle School stood ready. As a town-level school under city jurisdiction, 9th Middle was average among the 48 competing schools. It was already a feat for them to gather 5 advanced command masters, but compared to the elites of 3rd Middle, they seemed lacking. However, they weren't unprepared. They had thoroughly studied 3rd Middle's tactics before the match. Knowing they were up against an explosive blitz team focused on maximum damage, they opted for a defensive strategy, aiming to drag their opponents into a prolonged battle, focus fire and block him. The 9th Middle team braced themselves as Q Zone charged alone, treating him as a formidable foe. His figure, wrapped in dark soul power, belonged to one of the most powerful assault-type command masters in Lingyang City. Outside the arena, the reactions of teachers and students from various schools varied. Some agreed with 9th Middle's tactical choice, but many scoffed at it. In their view, facing the formidable 3rd Middle, a desperate fight was the only chance for victory. A defensive stance was doomed to fail. In the 1st Middle team, a blue-haired young man smiled slightly. Dressed in a white uniform with blue trim, he knew well Q Zone's strength from the high school exchange events. If not for the slightly weaker teammates of 3rd Middle, the outcome might have been uncertain. But now, in front of Q Zone, 9th Middle's defenses were like paper. Support. With a cold shout from Q Zone, Gu Chu charged forward, carrying a giant shield. She activated her red-grade talent, Frenzied Charge, barreling toward Q Zone like a rampaging elephant. Unleashing her orange-grade talent, Unmovable Mountain, she blocked all incoming fireballs and blades. However, Gu Chu's moment of triumph was short-lived. Q Zone shattered her shield from within with a single strike. Next time, don't use a newly learned move to block my path. Sensing danger, the 9th Middle captain quickly dispatched 2 Guardian Command Masters to intercept. Yet their vaunted defensive skills crumbled before Q Zone, and they were swiftly knocked to the ground. In a critical moment, the 9th Middle captain unleashed his ultimate move, Azure Firefall, a massive fireball descending from the sky. Q Zone, however, casually struck it with his halberd, using his unique skilled destruction to shatter the fireball into scattered sparks. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. The 9th Middle captain was kicked out of the arena, and the remaining 2 members were easily taken down by Zhou Yu's firestream projectiles. Medics rushed in for aid, while the audience erupted in astonishment, especially the younger spectators, who were awed by Q Zone's prowess. You actually shattered my shield. Gu Chu, carrying her shield like a disgruntled little turtle, glared at Q Zone with wide eyes. You're in the way. Q Zone shrugged, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Su Naiwen, who was idly playing with her hair nearby. Seeing this, Gu Chu was even more annoyed. You jerk, switching your affections. Tong Yin K. Don't come asking me for money next month. Hey, you. Sis, I'm sorry. Gu Chu sat down, puffing out her cheeks in frustration, though her anger wasn't really about the broken shield. Standing on the stage, Gu Chu felt a swirl of mixed emotions. She realized that Kei Zong's skills had significantly improved, and the gap between them seemed to be widening. Her anxiety about not being able to keep up was intertwined with pride for him, leaving her feeling like a burden to the team. Well played, keep it up for the next match, Shang casually praised. However, when Rong frowned slightly and spoke seriously, Gu Chu, pay attention to coordinating with your teammates in the next match. You must be aware of your mistakes from earlier. Yes, Gu Chu replied, clenching her fists and lowering her head. When Rong's tone then softened, but your immovable mountain technique is impressive, able to withstand attacks from multiple peers. You'll definitely become an outstanding guardian-type master. As she spoke, she gently patted Gu Chu's head. Gu Chu looked up suddenly, seeing the encouraging look in Rong's eyes, and felt a warm surge in her heart. She nodded firmly. This was when Rong's teaching style never vague about pointing out mistakes, acknowledging that unspoken problems still exist. Yet timely encouragement is crucial for adjusting one's mindset, especially in the arena. In the following matches, their team achieved remarkable victories. Kei Zong, Gu Chu, Zhou Yu, Xi and Xiaoyu, and Liao Jie worked in perfect harmony, overwhelming their opponents. Often, they didn't even need the entire team to secure a win. Their school, Sanzhong, played with such explosive force that they quickly concluded most matches. In contrast, the strong teams Yizhong and Bazhong played in a more conventional manner. Many spectators began to believe that Sanzhong's strength surpassed that of Yizhong and Bazhong. However, this judgment proved premature. When Sanzhong's aggressive style was met with Yizhong's tenacious defense, the tide turned dramatically. Xi and Xiaoyu was solo killed by the opponent's scout, and Gu Chu and Liao Jie were overwhelmed by 4 enemies while protecting Zhou Yu. Although they managed to eliminate 2 opponents, they lost 3 of their own. In the end, the lone Kei Zong, though able to take on 2 enemies at once, was eventually overpowered by Yizhong's captain and knocked out. Thus, Sanzhong faced their first defeat. Adding to the drama, their next opponent was Bazhong. Shang, with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, squinted in thought. Although Kei Zong and the others had recovered from their injuries, the match against Yizhong clearly highlighted weaknesses in their current lineup. While this was just a trial-and-error phase for selecting the seed school team, it was time for adjustments. Change the lineup, he decided firmly. Instead of sticking to conventional tactics, let's take some risks. Gu Chu, Liao Jie, Xi and Xiaoyu, you 3 sit this one out. Jing Changkong, Jiang Ling, and Su Naiwen, you're up for the next match. The lineup strategy proposed by Shang left the school team members completely stunned. On the field were 3 offensive specialists, Kei Zong, Jiang Ling, and Jing Changkong, along with Zhou Yu from the elemental class as a secondary attacker, whose damage output was off the charts. People couldn't help but shake their heads at the sight of this setup. There's no defensive specialist. Zhou Yu is so fragile. If anyone gets close, it's over, someone murmured softly. Indeed, while Kei Zong was strong, he wasn't the tanking type, and the same went for Jiang Ling and Jing Changkong. Su Naiwen, who had been dozing off, snapped to attention upon hearing he was going to play, looking utterly bewildered. Am I still dreaming? He rubbed his eyes. Shang has always valued attack over support, and now I'm supposed to play? Maybe I should just go back to sleep? Su Naiwen, Shang spoke up. Your job is to cast your powerful shield on the 4 of them. Don't worry, even though they say to target the support first, you're too weak, and Zhou Yu will draw their fire. Su Naiwen wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself. What do you mean I'm too weak? They're only advanced specialists, while I'm already intermediate. I've got the advantage. He puffed out his chest, a simple smile spreading across his face. Shang watched the suddenly energized Su Naiwen and scratched his scruffy hair, snowflakes swirling around. Is this kid choking on water, or something? Meanwhile, the match between Hongshan High School and number 27 Middle School was dragging on, putting everyone to sleep. The host at the commentary table looked equally bored. These Nonki school contestants, even if they were advanced specialists, only knew basic skills like punching and slashing, and their combat techniques were amateurish. When the announcer declared that the next match would be Lingyang number 8 High against Lingyang number 3 High, the crowd erupted in excitement. Commentators Lang Jiang and Zhang Kong immediately perked up. Finally, an exciting showdown, exclaimed Lang Jiang, flicking his hair in his pink, casual suit. But breaking the curse of being stuck in 3rd place forever won't be easy. Number 8 High is even stronger than number 1 this year, especially with their captain, Zhou Che. Before he could finish, the lineup from number 3 High caused a stir in the audience. Zhou Che looked at the unfamiliar faces behind Kei Zong and teased. Tong Yin Kei, what's going on? Already conceding defeat? Zhou Lachuo, just you wait. K-Zone yelled in a voice that was still tinged with childhood, clearly displeased with the nickname. The crowd around them couldn't help but chuckle, especially Qi Shu, the teammate standing behind Zhou Che with his spiky hair and bow in hand, who burst into laughter without restraint. Zhou Che's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that this kid, K, really knew how to talk back. Qi Shu, do you need some practice? Zhou Che glared at his teammate fiercely. What did my silver spear ever do to you? Sorry, old Zhou, give me a second. I can hold it. Qi Shu tried to say but burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha. Okay, my bad, just don't point that spear at me. Both sides, take your positions and maintain combat distance, the referee announced loudly. Ready, begin. Boom. With an explosive burst of energy, Zhou Che was the first to charge forward. Silver soul power enveloped his entire body, his silver spear aimed directly at K-Zone. Kid voiced K. Let's finish the fight we didn't complete at the exchange meet today. The coach from 8th high school sighed. Rubbing his forehead in resignation, this kid just wouldn't stick to the strategy, insisting on a head-to-head clash with K-Zone. But since it was just a seed match, he decided to let it go. Bring it on. K-Zone laughed heartily, black soul power swirling like dark flames around his twin halberds. If not for his childish voice, the aura he exuded would have been quite imposing. This was a face-off between the two major assault-type soul masters of Lingyang City High School. One was known for the Silver Spear Breaker, the other for the Black Halberd Destroyer, both with characteristics that countered the Guardian type, boasting impressive destructive power. Impressive. Zhou Che truly deserves the title of Lingyang High's top attacker. The Silver Spear Blue Attire, King of High School. Don't underestimate K-Zone. Look at the ferocity of his dark aura. Who says he's not a match for Zhou Che? The deputy attacker from 3rd High's Meteor Shower is indeed formidable. That's an orange-level AoE skill. Nice. The Radiant Waterfall defense is executed perfectly. That spear-wielding girl is no slouch either, managing to catch 8th High's scout. The audience buzzed with discussions when suddenly someone noticed an unfamiliar intermediate soul master slowly drawing his bow. His movements seemed unhurried, yet they exuded a powerful aura of concentration. Everyone held their breath, watching intently who was this mysterious boy whom the 3rd High coach had specifically put into the game, and who would he target? He took aim at 3rd High's deputy attacker and loosed his arrow with speed. But to everyone's surprise, it missed. Zhang Kong and Jiang Lang exchanged bewildered glances, clearly not expecting this outcome. In the martial arts arena, a single arrow caused a sensation. Apart from the sounds of combat, the place was eerily silent. Commentators Zhang Kong and Jiang Lang exchanged bewildered glances, their mouths twitching, as if their careers had never faced such a challenge. The power of this arrow left both commentators speechless. Suddenly, the entire arena erupted in laughter and exclamations. The support player from the opposing team stood bewildered, holding his shield in front of the secondary attacker, only to realize that the arrow had long flown out of bounds. This comical scene kept the audience laughing. When Rome covered her face, feeling utterly embarrassed for her prized student, Yang Yu was doubled over with laughter, thinking, whenever I was the target, Su Naiwen always hit me. Did he really think it was due to his precise archery? It was clearly because I caught the arrows well. Wei Wu, however, maintained a serious expression, convinced that when Ge's arrow had a deeper meaning. He believed it was a sophisticated move involving compressed air, capable of leaving opponents breathless and powerless. Amidst the mocking laughter from all sides, Su Naiwen's face turned red. He was puzzled, wondering how he could miss after being so accurate in practice. At this moment, the opposing Elemental Master secondary attacker issued an order that Chishu is a joke. Take care of Zhou Yu first. Chishu nonchalantly complied, aiming his bow at Zhou Yu. As the team's 5th striker, his archery skills surpassed Su Naiwen's by far. A streak of red light tore through the void, with the arrow barreling towards Zhou Yu with overwhelming force. Zhou Yu launched a barrage of fire meteors in response, only to watch them get shot down one by one. Following close behind was a rapidly approaching ice spear. Shield! Zhou Yu shouted angrily. A massive elemental barrier enveloped him, with an invisible armor covering his body. The elemental shield shattered after a brief moment, but the arrow's power was depleted, incinerated by a fireball. Despite the fiery barrage destroying the ice spear, Zhou Yu was struck on the shoulder. Suddenly, he felt his soul energy being forcibly drained, and the invisible armor on him turned crimson. The ice spear that hit his armor shattered, and the cold was instantly evaporated by Zhou Yu's fire-based soul energy. The opposing secondary attacker was stunned by Zhou Yu's unharmed state. It was then that he noticed Su Naiwen standing at the back of the 3rd team's lineup, holding a longbow and radiating a white aura. This supposedly clumsy archer was actually a support. Chishu, take him out, the secondary attacker shouted angrily. Chishu grumbled, if it weren't for your poor directions, I would have dealt with him already. 3 arrows moon. The orange-grade talent skill was unleashed. Chisha drew 3 arrows from his quiver, his movements fluid and swift, in stark contrast to Su Naiwen's slow archery. The 3 arrows shot out in a triangular formation, heading in different directions. Sensing danger, Su Naiwen dodged while casting an elemental shield and armor spell on himself. The 3 arrows traced crescent-shaped paths in the air, converging from 3 directions and cutting off his escape. Damn, I'm just a support, Su Naiwen exclaimed. The 3 arrows struck the elemental shield simultaneously, piercing through it effortlessly like a thin film. The arrows exploded, sending a powerful soul energy shockwave and countless fragments crashing down upon him. The armor spell emitted a dazzling milky white glow, and at its peak, it exploded, repelling all energy and debris. Su Naiwen was pushed back several steps by the force. For the first time, Su Naiwen felt the impact of being pushed back even after deploying a perfected armor spell. The opponent wielding the longbow was astonishingly powerful, with an attack strength surpassing even Jing Chongkong. Instinctively, he layered an elemental shield on top of his armor spell, bracing himself for the next wave of assault. Qi Shu was stunned by the scene before him. His ultimate strike had been completely deflected by a mid-level Fate Master, leaving the opponent unscathed. Such formidable defense was something even shield warriors, who specialized in defense, might not achieve. The battle raged on as Qi Shu launched his 3 arrows of shimmering moon. Although Su Naiwen was forced back again, he didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately cast his armor spell. As expected, the 2 following arrows struck his chest but were deflected by the armor spell. Unwavering, Qi Shu drew his bow to a full arc, unleashing arrows like a downpour. Sparks flew as over a dozen arrows rained down like a machine gun. Su Naiwen's face turned pale, cursing inwardly. Does he think I'm some tadpole to be shot at? Thankfully, these arrows lacked the power of the one aimed at Zhou Yu earlier, nor did they match the might of the 3 arrows of shimmering moon. Clearly, the rapid-fire barrage had left Qi Shu's arm fatigued. Su Naiwen continuously cast his elemental shield and armor spell, but the gaps between the rain of arrows allowed him brief moments to catch his breath. Unlike the 3 arrows of shimmering moon, these arrows couldn't simultaneously breach his elemental shield. Nevertheless, one arrow grazed his shoulder, and even after being mitigated by dual protection, the pain was sharper than stubbing a toe against a table. Thanks to Wenrong's intensive training, he managed to stay conscious. Gritting his teeth, Su Naiwen pulled out the arrow and immediately cast a healing spell on himself, recovering in an instant. Meanwhile, the secondary attacker from Ba Zhong, who was gradually losing ground against Zhou Yu, shouted impatiently, Qi Shu, what's taking so long? Haven't you dealt with your opponent yet? Zhou Yu's stronger than during the exchange meet. My water-based attacks are useless against his fierce fire element. If you think you can do better, be my guest. This guy's even tougher than Gu Chu. In the midst of their exchanges, the 2 swapped opponents. Watching this, Su Naiwen scratched his head in bemusement. What's going on here? The archer can't break through my defense, so they're switching lanes with the mid laner? Jing Chongkong watched as the spiky-haired opponent was left dazed by Su Naiwen's attack, secretly amused. Finally, someone else had experienced Su's formidable skills just as he had. On the battlefield, Ke Zong thrust his spear, pushing Zhou Che back. He then unleashed a massive surge of black soul energy, so powerful it distorted the surrounding space. Zhou Yu, understanding the cue, immediately cast a meteor shower of fireballs, raining down on the spiky-haired opponent, their support, and auxiliary attackers. Unfortunately, Jing Chongkong, entangled with the support, was also caught in the attack's range. Seeing this, the enemy's elemental tactician quickly attempted to summon a light water cascade to replicate a previous defensive maneuver. At this critical moment, a dazzling spear of light pierced the fiery, watery chaos, striking the tactician mid-spell. This unexpected controllability interrupted the casting. Without the protection, the spiky-haired opponent and their support were caught off guard as the rain of fireballs descended relentlessly. Amidst the explosions, the 3 were sent sprawling to the ground. Poor Jing Chongkong was also blasted out of the arena by his own team's attack, scorched and battered. The referee promptly declared, 2 from 8 school are out of combat, eliminated. 1 from 3 school is out of bounds, eliminated. Though the support from 8 school managed to stand, they were immediately hit by Zhou Yu's earth-shattering fire explosion. This red ability was exceptionally powerful within the orange tier. A massive pillar of fire erupted from the ground. Despite the support's desperate attempt to dash away, they were engulfed, letting out a pained scream. Seeing this, the medics rushed to tend to the severely injured support. The referee continued, 1 more from 8 school is out of combat, eliminated. 1 from 3 school eliminated. As Zhou Yu was escorted out of the arena, he touched the bloodstain on his neck, shivering at the memory. The sudden sensation of a cold weapon against his throat had left him deeply unsettled. Yu Yin, the vice-captain of 8 schools team, was skilled in shadow stealth but found himself at a disadvantage in this sunlit battle. The short-haired girl wielding a 3-meter spear was not only incredibly fast but also mastered both lightning and fire elements. Most troubling was her ability to accurately counter his prized orange tier stealth technique. Watching Zhou Che engage enthusiastically with Ke Zong, Yu Yan rolled his eyes. If they had stuck to their original strategy, they wouldn't have been in such a dire situation. Well, it's just a seed match anyway. Our 2 schools have already secured 4 major seeds. How about we sit this one out and let the 2 of them go solo? Yu Yan suggested with a grin, though his smile twitched awkwardly. The sudden appearance of this girl from third high took him by surprise. While slightly less powerful than Ke Zong, her combination of thunder and fire packed a similar punch. Even without any boost from innate abilities, taking a hit from her left him feeling uncomfortable. Zhang Ling gripped her weapon with excitement. Though she felt sorry for Zhou Yu's elimination, it did nothing to dampen her fighting spirit. Yu Yan cursed to himself, wondering why girls were so fierce these days. Unconvinced, Yu Yan used stealth again, darting back towards the support with the turtle shell. He was determined to take out this tricky kid first before facing off against the fierce girl. However, Zhang Ling was already blocking his path. Even though Zhang Ling's gaze seemed unfocused and she couldn't fully see through his stealth, an invisible heart link stretched from Su Naiwen's chest to Zhang Ling position. Left front, he's still circling left. Su Naiwen's voice echoed in Zhang Ling's mind. In her awakened state, Zhang Ling's level wasn't high, so she could only make a rough guess at Yu Yan's position. However, the sweeping range of her 3-meter-long spear compensated for this shortcoming. Despite this, Yu Yan continued to close in on Su Naiwen's position. At the critical moment, a light spear suddenly appeared, pinning Yu Yan in place. What the heck is this? Yu Yan exclaimed in panic as he was forced to reveal himself. Immediately after, a lightning-wreathed fire dragon struck the ground in front of him, blasting him away. 8th high eliminates 1. Su Naiwen breathed a sigh of relief. Had Yu Yan not been so close, it would have been difficult to accurately pin down such a swift opponent. Glancing at the smug Zhang Ling with her spear, he smirked. What's there to be proud of? This round was all me. In ancient times, Shui Rengue shot an arrow to conquer Tianshan. Now, I, the arrow god Su, have subdued the world with 2 spears. Truly, I am impressive. Seeing Su Naiwen and Zhang Ling approaching, Ke Zong was so moved he was nearly in tears. Thank heavens. You finally see justice. Every time I face 1st high and 8th high, I'm the one getting ganged up on, and now it's finally my turn to gang up on Zhou. Damn, Ke Zong, that's not fair, ganging up like this. We agreed on a solo. Zhou Che, who was in the thick of battle, almost got hit in the face by a spearhead and shouted in anger. You said solo? I never agreed. Let's get him. Ke Zong shouted excitedly, his voice rising in pitch. The baby-like tone of his exclamation left the audience silent for a moment before they burst into laughter and teasing whistles. A group of girls had stars in their eyes, a tough guy with a cute voice. Wow. I just want to ruffle his hair. Hey, hey, hey. Ganging up on one person is a bit much, don't you think? Zhou Che wielded his silver spear with precision, swirling it around him like a dragon. Despite being on the defensive against Zhang Ling's spear and Ke Zong's dual halberds, he remained composed and focused. Heh, I love a good brawl. Ke Zong taunted with a sly grin. If you can't handle it, just surrender. See that? The girl on our team has a real spear. Come on, hit me if you can. Before he finished speaking, Ke Zong's halberd came crashing down with destructive force. Damn it, Ke the kid. Don't push me to unleash my ultimate move. Zhou Che cursed, avoiding a direct clash. He swept his spear to deflect Zhang Ling's thunderous spear, using the momentum to leap away from Ke Zong's attack. At that moment, Su Naiwen seized the opportunity, launching a binding spear that sliced through the air. Shit. Zhou Che finally understood Ke Zong's frustration during the previous tournament, being surrounded and overwhelmed. Boom. With a furious roar, Zhou Che unleashed a burst of silver soul power, sending a shockwave that shattered the light spear. It was the first time Su Naiwen had seen his 7th level binding technique fail, leaving him stunned. Zhou Che took advantage of the moment to retreat, trying to create some distance. His face was pale, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his chest heaved with exertion. The powerful orange-level skill, Soul Burst, had taken a toll on him despite its impressive might. Hold on. How about we call it a draw? Zhou Che called out, looking a bit worse for wear. Heh, you think I've been waiting all this time for a draw? No way. Ke Zong pressed on without hesitation. After months of being targeted during training, he finally had a chance to turn the tables. Screw it. I'm going all out. With a roar, Zhou Che unleashed 3 major orange-level skills simultaneously. Spear Soul, Burning Blood, and White Serpent Strike. His silver soul power was laced with crimson, and a phantom white serpent coiled around him. His veins bulged, his skin flushed, and his usual carefree demeanor was replaced by a fierce and terrifying expression. A single thrust of his spear shot forth like a piercing rainbow, sweeping the entire arena with destructive force. K-Zone cursed under his breath, "It's just a qualifying match. Is it worth going all out?" But his anger only intensified. "Damn it, can't I win just once?" Shield. With black energy covering his eyes, K-Zone unleashed an equally formidable aura. Black Flame. Killing Field. His black soul power surged like flames, engulfing the area in a murderous tide. Double Peaks Fall. His dual halberds crashed down like mountains, shaking the ground. The two combatants' auras had surpassed the level of advanced soul masters, astonishing the audience. Participants from other schools could only smile wryly, realizing the gap in strength. Only a laid-back youth from the first school remained unfazed, lounging in his chair as if nothing was happening. Naiwen, standing nearby, was forced to retreat under the immense pressure. To his surprise, Jiangling showed no fear, instead charging forward with her spear, lightning and fire entwined as she targeted the two fighters. When spear met halberd, the deafening explosion reverberated throughout the arena. The powerful shockwave nearly knocked Naiwen off his feet. Boom! Both combatants staggered back, unable to withstand the sheer force of their own attacks. Zhou Che suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. The silver spear in his hand showed fine cracks on its surface, but as he infused it with soul power, the cracks healed at a visible speed, soon restoring it to its original state. K-Zone agilely flipped in the air and landed steadily. Although his soul power was somewhat chaotic, he remained unscathed. Naiwen's elemental shield and armor spell, though shattered by a single strike, had perfectly protected him. "Haha, Naiwen, your shielding ability is truly impressive." K-Zone laughed triumphantly. "Zhou, even you have your day." Before he could finish speaking, a figure in a black school uniform appeared before Zhou Che like a flash of lightning. It was Jiangling, her flaming heavy spear crackling with dazzling lightning as she mercilessly struck at the injured Zhou Che. "Damn!" Zhou Che barely managed to roll away, shivering at the deep cracks and scorch marks left on the ground. This girl is even more violent than K-Zone. He quickly used the flexibility of his silver spear to flip back onto his feet, narrowly avoiding Jiangling's follow-up sweep. Realizing the situation, Zhou Che decided to abandon the fight with K-Zone and Jiangling, charging directly towards Naiwen. Online experts were right. Target the support first, Zhou Che thought to himself. In his earlier confrontation with K-Zone, he had been injured while the latter remained unharmed, clearly due to the support of this intermediate life master. Observing Naiwen standing seemingly dazed, Zhou Che's lips curled into a cold smile. However, as he reached Naiwen, who had already reinforced himself with an elemental shield and armor spell, Naiwen suddenly hurled a spear. Soul Burst. Despite his experience, Zhou Che managed to break through the immobilizing spear, but his face grew even paler. At that moment, he was shocked to discover another light spear had already formed. How can he cast this skill so quickly? Frozen in place, Zhou Che could only stare intently at Naiwen, who wore a smug expression. The next second, a heavy kick struck his waist. It was K-Zone's sneak attack, sending him flying out of the arena. Naiwen gently touched the cross pendant on his chest, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I, the arrow god Su, can wipe out Ba Zhong with a wave. Can you withstand an 8th level immobilization backed by 3,000 support points?" Finally, Naiwen's immobilization skill reached level 80, allowing him to unleash 2 light spears or 18 beams of light that would immobilize targets upon impact. As he watched his saved-up auxiliary points deplete once more, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had originally intended to save up 10,000 points to perfect his healing skill and explore the newly unlocked creation talent on his skill tree. However, in his match against Zhou Che, he couldn't resist pouring 3,000 auxiliary points into upgrading his immobilization skill. This is what true mastery looks like: 2 spears to rule them all. The thrill of victory instantly ignited the entire 3rd high school team. The players rushed to the center of the field in a frenzy, lifting the bewildered Naiwen high into the air before he could react. Hey, what are you doing?" Naiwen exclaimed as he was hoisted up. "Who's pulling my pants and touching me? I'm not pure anymore." This victory shattered the eternal 3rd-place curse that had plagued 3rd high school in this tournament. Although it was just a seed match, it gave the entire team a glimpse of hope for reaching the state championship, a taste of victory they had never experienced in previous exchange matches. Coach Shang rarely showed a smile, but today was an exception. In his 8 years coaching the 3rd high school team, he had seen close wins, but such a decisive victory was a first. He knew, however, that the opponent had underestimated Naiwen's strength. If they faced them again, the opponent would surely target Naiwen, making the outcome uncertain. In the subsequent training sessions, Coach Shang adjusted the tactical strategy, shifting from blitz attacks to a wanna-protect-for formation centered around Su Naiwen. This left their opponents in disarray, especially when faced with the seemingly impenetrable shields. Su Naiwen, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying himself, grinning from ear to ear as auxiliary points flowed in steadily. Each match against high-level opponents brought in double-digit earnings. He even began to provide healing and restoration support just as his opponents were about to falter. "Are you looking down on us?" His opponents fumed, hopping mad at his actions. But Su Naiwen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he embarked on his indiscriminate support spectacle. "Forget wanna protect for. I'm going for wanna protect." He unleashed healing spells, restorative spells, elemental shields, and armor spells in rapid succession. For the first time, K-Zong faced Su Naiwen's shield Hedon and felt its true power. One strike broke the shield, two shattered the armor, yet the recoil effect forced him back several steps. He had to admit, the shield's strength far surpassed that of ordinary school teams' defenses. This match lasted over 20 minutes, a rare duration for such a small arena. By the time it ended, both sides were thoroughly exhausted. "Su Naiwen, are you blind? Can't you see who your teammates are? Stop casting random shields," his teammates panted, complaining breathlessly. Jing Chongkong stood on the sidelines, panting heavily as sweat dripped from his forehead. He frowned and said, "This is more exhausting than our in-house training matches, and the other school isn't even one of the top 11. I'm boosting the opponent's strength," he explained further. "If the enemy is too weak, we can't see the effectiveness of our lineup. Honestly, your attack power is really lacking. Maybe it's time for a substitution." Su Naiwen casually picked his nose and flicked his fingers in Jing Chongkong's direction. "That idiot actually believes you, not bad." Shang turned to look at Jing Chongkong, who was left speechless by the comment. The other team members couldn't help but chuckle, covering their mouths to stifle their laughter, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. "Su Naiwen's approach is actually quite good," the coach commented. "It's a perfect opportunity to train. I've heard that some teams from other cities are known for their strong defense. If we make it to the finals, we might face them. This is a great chance for you to practice." Jing Chongkong was relieved that the coach wasn't upset with him, but he still glared at Su Naiwen with gritted teeth. In response to this murderous gaze, Su Naiwen simply returned a gentle smile. In the next match, Su Naiwen persisted with his honest support neo-fence strategy. This tactic left the opponents feeling both annoyed and inexplicably thrilled. "Are you putting a shield on me because you look down on me?" they asked. But soon, they realized how exhilarating it felt to charge with the shield. The initially one-sided match quickly became a nail-biter. Both commentators and spectators were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, but the back-and-forth battle was undeniably entertaining. As Su Naiwen racked up more support points, his tactics became even bolder. Those who had initially clamored to challenge him were silenced by the comfort of being shielded. Teams that hadn't yet faced Third High were eager for a chance, with a daring thought crossing their minds. If they could receive support from Third High, could they pull off a miracle? How satisfying it would be to see Third High defeated on their own turf. Seeing the smiles on everyone's faces on the field, Su Naiwen felt a smug sense of pride. Caring for everyone, with a heart for the people, he truly was a benevolent ruler. Of course, it had nothing to do with the steady stream of support points. It was purely because kindness was his true nature. "Whoa, who kicked me in the butt?" Suddenly, Su Naiwen was booted from behind. Hey, 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 I'm out of bounds." He tumbled out of the field, feeling utterly helpless. "Buddy, did you lose your morals or your virtues?" "Screw you. You lost your martial virtues." But the ambusher clearly hadn't thought it through. Without Su Naiwen's shield, the battle quickly turned one-sided. K-Zong seized the opportunity, unleashing incredible power to take on 5 opponents at once, swiftly ending the match. Su Naiwen smugly chuckled. "Did you really think I was protecting just anyone? Kids, Daddy was protecting you all." "What? It backfired? No way, that's impossible." The points competition was in full swing. The team from number 3 high school, with strong performances from K-Zong and seamless coordination with Su Naiwen, managed to win all their matches except for one loss against number 1 high school, ultimately securing second place with 46 points. The final rankings of the 4-seeded school teams were settled. Lingyang number 1 high school claimed the top spot with an undefeated record of 47 points, followed closely by number 3 high school with 46 points, number 8 high school in third with 45 points, and number 29 high school in fourth with 40 points. The top 3 teams were evenly matched and fierce rivals, forming a clear gap with the other schools. Number 29 high school's entry into the top 4 was not only due to their solid strength, but also thanks to their clever strategic planning and a bit of luck. After the competition, Su Naiwen returned to school on the school bus. After a brief 2-day rest, he was set to begin a month-long intensive training camp. This often truant student decided to visit his parents first. At home, his father, Su Zhang, who had just returned from a business trip, was engrossed in a computer game. "Come on, attack. I can take him down in one move." Oh, he got away? Qinfan Yuejin Dongfeng Hong. I'll remember you. Watching his father act like an internet-addicted teenager, Su Naiwen couldn't help but facepalm. When he informed his parents about the upcoming training camp, his father casually replied, "Go ahead. You're hardly ever home anyway. If you need pocket money, ask your mom." "I don't have any." His mother simply said, "A month? Huh? Well, go and have fun." This indifferent attitude left Su Naiwen a bit frustrated. It seemed that his performance at Lingyang's largest martial arts arena hadn't garnered as much attention as he had hoped. Meanwhile, in Lingyang City, the news still focused on Zhao Bingji's brave protest at the opening ceremony and the recent scandal involving the unethical operations of the mystery meat factory. 2 days later, Su Naiwen gathered his belongings at school and boarded the bus to the training base. Alongside the official team members, some reserve players were also joining the trip. Wei Wu, carrying a large sword, was eager and full of anticipation for the upcoming training. Upon arrival at the base, Chi Shu from number 1 high school greeted Su Naiwen from afar. "Hey, sharpshooter, good to see you again." This was quickly followed by some banter between K Zong and Zhou Che, and a confrontation with number 1 high school's captain, Chiu Su. Reputed to be the top high school student in Lingyang City, Chiu Su always had a lazy demeanor, complete with heavy dark circles under his eyes, exuding a strong sense of teenage angst. Looking around, Su Naiwen noticed that this suburban training base had a distinctly military feel. Surrounded by barbed wire fences, with dilapidated buildings and a sprawling field overgrown with weeds. The base was meticulously divided into areas like the armory, martial arts training ground, and military exercise hall, all suggesting it might have once been an abandoned military site. When the 4 teams from Lingyang City arrived at the abandoned site, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The place was bustling with activity. Some people were diligently spraying herbicide, others were mopping the floors, and a few were focused on wiping down the seats. Su Naiwen and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. Shi Shang yawned and explained, "This is a joint training session for Linyang, Changyang, and Taiyang cities. The other 2 cities got here earlier." He rubbed his tired eyes. "I've been up for days trying to adjust the lineup and tactics. I'm exhausted." "Why are the school teams from those 2 cities here too?" Gu Chu asked, puzzled. "Mind your own business," Shi Shang replied, knocking Gu Chu on the head. "Focus on the competition and aim to qualify for the provincial high school league." "Hey, hitting someone's head can make them stupid and stunt their growth," Gu Chu protested, but the mention of the provincial league sparked excitement in everyone's eyes. Unlike the local Linyang City High School League, the provincial level competition is much grander, broadcasted live across the province and even the entire nation, with virtual combat pods in use. More importantly, universities from all over the country closely watch the event, offering guaranteed spots to outstanding players and even competing to recruit exceptional talents. "Newcomers, put your things down and help clean up," barked a burly middle-aged man in a baseball cap. Clad in a black combat uniform, his demeanor reminded Su Naiwen of Wan He. Su Naiwen wondered why someone from the military was involved in a school team training session. He didn't ask further, obediently joining the others and putting away their luggage and starting to clean. The site soon became lively. Some used fire flints to cut grass, others employed water-based skills to wash the floors, and a few utilized their abilities to repair walls. Coaches and assistants from various schools leisurely chatted over tea, while the man in black joined them. With a broom in hand, Su Naiwen thought this felt more like exploiting free labor than training. Nearly 200 people from 12 teams across 3 cities worked all day, and the abandoned military site finally took shape. "Not bad, good job everyone," the man in black said, slightly tipsy. "Take a break. Training starts tomorrow." "Coach, we haven't eaten yet," Zhou Che and a few new trainees protested. Meanwhile, the students from Changyang and Taiyang quietly left. Seeing this, Su Naiwen quickly pulled Wei Wu and the others to catch up with the dispersing students. He stopped a curly-haired boy and expertly offered him a cigarette. Zhang Ling and the others were stunned by Su Naiwen's smooth move. The boy took the cigarette, lit it skillfully, and exhaled a smoke ring with satisfaction. "Kid, you're quite savvy. What do you want to know?" "Brother, we're from Linyang 3rd High. Can you tell us what to watch out for here?" Su Naiwen asked with a smile. "Linyang 3rd High? Oh, that perennial 3rd place team." The curly-haired boy chuckled. "Just keep your head down and remember one thing. You can offend anyone but not the guy in black. Whatever he says goes. Don't talk back." A scream echoed from afar, revealing Zhou Che beaten black and blue. Su Naiwen and his friends gasped. The once mighty silver spear little overlord was reduced to this. The curly-haired boy laughed. "See that? That's what happens. But brother, how do we get food?" Su Naiwen pressed on, not forgetting the most crucial question. Su Naiwen meticulously cleaned the training base, observing his surroundings as he moved. The base had a kitchen, but it had long been abandoned, leaving only some discarded pots and pans. Management here was quite lax. As long as you didn't venture out and die, and return to your dormitory on time to rest, no one would bother you. As for food, the area around the base was rich in wildlife, and even exotic beasts roamed about. Soon Naiwen knew that in some remote areas, there were two types of exotic beast groups. One consisted of native creatures that had survived in Jojo since the apocalypse, led by intelligent beasts, and had formed a symbiotic relationship with Jojo over the years. The Jojo Federation even designated these areas as special training grounds. The other type was made up of scattered remnants of otherworldly invaders that, due to the vastness of the wilderness, couldn't be completely eradicated and continued to roam freely. Every year, quite a few people were attacked by these roaming beasts in the outskirts. As night fell, Soon Naiwen scratched his head. The danger of the wilderness increased significantly at night, and although they were not weak, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Just as he was about to make do with some snacks he had brought along, a curly-haired guy with a cigarette in his mouth enthusiastically slung an arm over his shoulder. Anyone who hands me a cigarette is a brother. Come on, we've still got plenty of wild boar from yesterday. I'll treat you guys to some barbecue. Wei Wu and Yang Yu's eyes lit up at the suggestion. After a whole day of work, they were starving. Then I won't be polite, Su Naiwen said with a grin, stuffing a whole pack of cigarettes into the guy's pocket. In the training base, we help each other out. Haha, sounds good, helping each other out, the curly-haired guy beamed. The guys on my team almost cleaned me out of smokes yesterday, and I was just lamenting having nothing to puff on. This kid's right up my alley. Su Naiwen smiled slightly. Although he didn't smoke himself, he had brought several packs of good cigarettes to curry favor with their chain-smoking coach, Shishang. He hadn't expected to use them this way first. He noticed that while there were quite a few smokers among high school students, few handed out cigarettes as freely as people did in society. But this curly-haired guy was an exception, gripping the broom with 2 fingers even while cleaning, a true picture of a seasoned smoker. Behind the west side dormitory, in the open space, Su Naiwen, along with Zhang Ling, Wei Wu, and Yang Yu, followed in Chao Nong's footsteps. 7 people were already gathered around a grill, barbecuing, and they looked surprised when they saw Chao Nong bringing others over. Who are these folks? Someone asked. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Chao Nong grinned and said, these are some buddies from Lingyang number 3 High. This is Su Naiwen, my younger brother. So treat him well. He then arranged for them to sit down. Taiyang High School, a prestigious institution in Taiyang City, not only boasts one of the highest college admission rates in Chuanzhou, but has also ranked in the top 10 in the State High School League. In contrast, the best Lingyang City has achieved is the top 48, sometimes even being eliminated in the early rounds. Lingyang number 3? Aren't they famously stuck in 3rd place forever? Remarked 3 people grilling meat by the fire, unabashedly. Heard you guys knocked out number 8 this year, but you're no threat to us. A scholarly girl with a high ponytail and glasses, meticulously grilling pork, casually commented, for someone looking down on others, you'd think you were the starters. Her words left the trio looking awkward, unable to retort. Chao Nong patted Su Naiwen on the shoulder. My brother here is a first-year starter, so you 3 better not underestimate him. Su Naiwen was taken aback, as he hadn't disclosed this information. Noticing his surprise, Chao Nong explained, a first-year starter, using the turtle shell support strategy to dominate the Lingyang seed qualifying matches. Our school gathers intel on all potential competitors, never underestimating any opponent. It turned out that Taiyang High had been collecting battle videos of capable teams from various regions. Lingyang number 3 breaking their eternal 3rd streak caught their attention, especially Su Naiwen, a first-year intermediate Fate Master. And this is Zhang Ling, Chao Nong continued, an innate Fate Awakener who reached Advanced Fate Master in her first year. Truly enviable. I also had an innate awakening, but only reached Advanced in my 2nd year. Watching Wei Wu and Yang Yu enjoying the hospitality and feasting, Su Naiwen chuckled to himself. He realized he had underestimated the level of competition in this world. Those who made it to the training camp were truly the best of the best. Don't worry, we're not rivals, relax, Chao Nong said, habitually running his fingers through his curly hair. Not to brag, but in number 3, only Captain K Zong is worth noting. The rest, not so much. Even with the remarkable talents of Su Naiwen and Zhang Ling, what difference does it make for someone like me who is about to graduate? Still, it's not a bad idea to befriend them. Zhang Ling pursed her lips, her competitive spirit ignited by the other person's inadvertently condescending attitude. Oh really? We consider you our rivals, she said with a clear hint of challenge in her voice. Chao Nong was momentarily taken aback by the fighting spirit in Zhang Ling's eyes, then burst into hearty laughter. Have some meat, esteemed rival. I'm not hungry, I'm leaving, Zhang Ling snorted, irritated by his dismissive attitude, and after casting a glance at Su Naiwen, who remained indifferent, she turned and left in displeasure. Your friend is interesting, Chao Nong remarked awkwardly, flicking away the cigarette, but from the corner of his mouth. Hey, that's just how she is, a bit tsundere. I'll bring her some skewers later. Oh, I've got some Lao Gan Ma sauce too, perfect for dipping. Su Naiwen said as he dashed towards the barbecue. Chao Nong lit another cigarette, squinting as he watched his teammates being amused by Su Naiwen's words, displaying a camaraderie. This seemingly ordinary 16-year-old boy might be more noteworthy than K-Zone. Miss, thank you for speaking up for us earlier. I noticed you're not much into meat. I have some chips in my bag, here you go, Su Naiwen said with a charming smile. Jolin, wearing glasses and a high ponytail, couldn't help but smile at the boy who seemed like a neighborhood kid. Thank you. What the heck is happening? Chao Nong was astonished. Jolin, typically serious and sharp-tongued, was actually smiling? Su Naiwen exuded an aura of innocence that naturally put people at ease. Little did they know, the cross pendant around his neck was continuously emitting a gentle energy, merging with him, gradually enhancing his physique and resonating in a remarkable way with his life's destiny. At this moment, the benevolent heart diagram in his mind was radiating an increasingly solid brilliance. In front of Zhang Ling's dorm room, Su Naiwen handed her a steaming box of grilled meat. What's this for? Zhang Ling's tone was sharp, still seething from the disdainful attitude of the students from Taiyang High School. Seeing Su Naiwen's cheerful demeanor only fueled her anger further. We're all friends here, no need to, Su Naiwen began, but quickly caught Zhang Ling's dangerous glare. Realizing his joke was ill-timed, he quickly corrected himself. My bad, my bad. Forget I said that. Just have something to eat. Don't go hungry. At least you have some sense. But aren't you mad about Chao Nong's attitude? Mad? Of course, I'm mad. Sensing Zhang Ling's expression of frustration, Su Naiwen changed his tone immediately. I'm just playing along to get close to them. To defeat an opponent, you need to understand them first. Besides, rivals can become friends, and having more friends opens more doors. You're something else. Zhang Ling snatched the grilled meat, shot him a glare, and turned to shut the door, leaving him outside. Back in the dorm, Wei Wu had already set up Su Naiwen's bed. Time to sleep. Late at night, Zhang Ling tossed and turned, the bed creaking under her restlessness. After a roommate gently reminded her, she whispered an apology but continued to stare wide-eyed into the darkness. Memories washed over her like a tide. The family's cheers. Innate destiny awakened. Ha ha ha, another genius in the Zhang family. The elders' discussions. Shame she's a girl. She'll get married off eventually. That's no problem. To ensure purity of bloodline, she won't marry out. We'll bring in a talented branch member to marry in. Reprimands echoed in her mind. How can you learn such crude skills? The wood element is too weak. You should focus on fire or lightning elemental skills. Put down that gun. That's not something a Jiang family member should wield. It's vulgar. If you weren't wasting time on those crude skills, you wouldn't have lost to your cousin. From today, you can only use a staff, no more swords or spears. Why do you keep losing? You're not improving fast enough. Zhang Ling, you're such a disappointment. From now on, half of your resources go to your brother. Though Zhang Ling enjoyed privileges in the family before her brother's destiny awakened, the suffocating feeling that love and attention were tied to her value haunted her. Her life seemed like a carefully designed template. She couldn't choose her career, control her future, or even decide what skills to cultivate. Everything changed the day her uncle Jiang Yingtang rebelled. Demanding to split from the family, he was ordered by the elders to kneel in the ancestral hall for 10 years. Enraged, he attacked 3 elders with his gun and shattered the family rules plaque. Today, I, Jiang Yingtang, leave the northern Jiang clan. Let this be sealed in blood. He cut his chest with the gun's tip, blood spilling onto the ground. Father, clan leader, the rules are outdated. We're like puppets, bound by the thoughts of those who refuse to change. If this continues, the Jiang family's decline is inevitable. I, Jiang Yingtang, will bear the name of traitor to break these chains and leave a spark of hope for the future. Any Jiang family member who wishes to leave with me, step forward. The elders were furious. Jiang Yingtang, how dare you incite the Jiang family members? I will summon the ancestors' spirits to strike you down. Go ahead and try. Today, those who walk out with me can choose their own path. If any Jiang member dares to stop us, I'll shoot my way through. See if I won't. Amidst the hesitation, a young man in a blue robe stepped forward, kneeling. As a junior nephew, Jiang Shuhan, I have long been confined. I wish to explore the world and find my own path. Regardless of how the family treats me, I am still a Jiang. Parents, forgive my willfulness. I take my leave. With that, he rose and left. Jiang Shuhan, without the clan's order, you mustn't travel far. Do you realize you're breaking family rules? Second branch, is this how you raised your child? Finally, Jiang Xiangda, in his 30s, stepped forward. Clan leader, I, Jiang Xiangda, have been nothing but a burden to the family for over 30 years. I won't waste the family's resources any longer. Let me fend for myself. At the Jiang family gathering, a storm was brewing. Jiang Kaiqing, young and accomplished with a patriotic spirit, found himself constrained by the family rule that prohibited dual careers within the family. With determination, he boldly expressed his unwillingness to be confined to a life of commerce. Following him, Zhang Zuozong, though of lower seniority, also revealed his lofty ambitions. He candidly stated that he had no interest in a military career and only wished to pursue a life of teaching and nurturing others. Other family members like Zhang Kaiwei and Zhang Kaijun also voiced their own desires. Rebellion. Everyone is rebelling, the elder of the clan roared, his voice echoing through the hall. The family rules and teachings are as impassable as a chasm. Are you all intent on leaving the clan and betraying the family? He then sneered. The Zhang family has many sons and will never decline. In the end, the clan leader sighed and pronounced a harsh punishment. Those who leave the Zhang family today will be cut off from all family resources. You will have to fend for yourselves. Standing among the crowd, Zhang Ling struggled internally. She knew she had only two choices: either escape from this restrictive family or remain a puppet forever. Ultimately, she chose to leave. Determined to prove her choice through her own abilities, she resolved not to follow the path laid out by the family. She aimed to make a name for herself in the university's 9 provinces league. Carefully, she selected Su Naiwen, Wei Wu, and Yang Yu as her teammates, who would help her reach the pinnacle. Whenever she recalled the disdainful looks when she was outmatched by her cousin in the family, Jiang Ling felt suffocated. She never wanted to experience that feeling of being underestimated again. She must win. In the dead of night, Jiang Ling suddenly awoke from her bed, rushed out of her dormitory in a flurry, disturbing her roommate's dreams. She headed straight to Su Naiwen's dorm, pounding urgently on the door. Bang bang bang. Su Naiwen, open up. A chorus of complaints erupted from inside. Who the hell is it in the middle of the night? Whoa, a girl's voice? Is she here to play poker with her boyfriend? That's bold. The door finally opened, and a sleepy Su Naiwen appeared, rubbing his eyes. Girl, what are you doing at this hour? He had just been having a wonderful dream about being a superstar in the professional league finals and marrying a wealthy beauty, only to be rudely awakened. Standing under the starry sky, Jiang Ling's gaze was fiercely determined. I want to win. Whether it's the provincial high school league or beyond, I must win. Her eyes, burning with resolve, were not just an invitation to Su Naiwen, but a warning: either keep up with me or get out of my way. Overwhelmed by her intensity, Su Naiwen could only suggest wearily, how about we sleep on it and talk tomorrow? With dark circles under his eyes, Su Naiwen sat on the roof, wincing in pain as he gingerly touched his swollen eye sockets, silently cursing his luck. Beside him, Wei Wu and Yang Yu were nodding off, struggling to keep their eyes open. Jiang Ling sat hugging her knees, gazing at the stars while rambling about her family affairs. Hey, are you guys even listening? Yeah, we're listening, go on. Su Naiwen replied absent-mindedly. It's because of my third uncle that I managed to get out here, so I have to make something of myself. Seeing their indifferent responses, Jiang Ling felt both embarrassed and annoyed. She had finally mustered the courage to share her thoughts, only to be met with such apathy. Huh. Oh, we're listening. We're listening. Your uncle is amazing. Su Naiwen shouted, inadvertently causing another wave of pain in his eyes. He dared not use healing magic, fearing Jiang Ling's iron fist might strike again. Wei Wu was already half asleep, his head nodding. Yang Yu lay on the roof, staring silently at the sky. Hey, you too, show some reaction. Su Naiwen couldn't stand it, so he shook Wei Wu awake. Huh, finished talking? If you're done, let's go. I'm so sleepy, Wei Wu muttered groggily. Su Naiwen rolled his eyes. You were totally asleep. Finished talking? Yang Yu stretched lazily. Weren't you listening? You had your eyes wide open. I thought you were really into it. Huh, what were we talking about? I fell asleep. Damn it. Su Naiwen flipped him off. You sleep with your eyes open? Must be a skill honed in class. Jiang Ling, seeing this, was even more annoyed and threw 2 punches. Go ahead. Sleep all you want. Humph. The next morning, on the training field, Su Naiwen, step forward. What's wrong with your eyes? Sir, I couldn't sleep well because I'm not used to the bed, Su Naiwen replied. His eyes blackened and swollen to slits, drool still on his lips. Shi Shang's mouth twitched. Ha, does the bed hit back? K Zong and the others couldn't help but laugh at Su Naiwen's plight. Jiang Ling blushed slightly, knowing she had been the one sitting right next to him last night, within punching distance. Brother one, are you okay? Want me to get back at her for you? Wei Wu asked with concern. Think you can take her? Su Naiwen glanced at him through his narrow eyes. We could ambush her, hit her with a brick, drug her, tie her up and whip her, or set a trap. Su Naiwen was stunned. Wei, you can't do that. Those underhanded tricks will get you in trouble. Huh, brother one, didn't you teach me those? Back in middle school when we couldn't win fights, you used these tricks. Impossible. He's slandering me. I am the virtuous Su Renjun. I would never resort to such tactics. Su Naiwen thought to himself, realizing it must be the legacy of his pre-transmigration self. Shang waved them off to assemble on the field. Today is the first day of joint training. Behave yourselves and don't cause trouble. We've brought in special instructors for this three-city joint training, so put on a good show. All right, stop playing the innocent panda-eyed victim. Jiang Ling pouted. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you guys yesterday. You guys? Su Naiwen eyed her skeptically. All right, I shouldn't have hit you. Jiang Ling's tone grew increasingly agitated. Su Naiwen observed Jiang Ling's attitude and calculated his next move. With most girls, a playful apology often serves as an opportunity to mend a rift, turning a tense situation into a chance for reconciliation. However, Jiang Ling was clearly not an ordinary girl. If he didn't know when to stop, she wouldn't just refuse to apologize further. She might even escalate the situation, worsening his predicament. As she grew older, this girl became increasingly rebellious. After using a healing spell to erase the dark circles under his eyes, Su Naiwen joined the main group heading to the sports field. The scene before him reminded him of military training. Several school teams were already lined up, and at the front stood the burly man he had seen yesterday, dressed in black combat gear and wearing a sun hat. Behind him were 3 men and 2 women, similarly attired, exuding an intimidating and fierce aura, clearly battle-hardened warriors, much like Wan He. The atmosphere in the field was distinctly divided. Most students were whispering among themselves, but some teams maintained a soldier-like silence, standing straight and still. The most striking was the team from Taiyang High School, especially Chao Nong, who had been lounging around with a cigarette yesterday. Now, he stood with a serious expression, eyes fixed ahead. Su Naiwen couldn't shake the feeling that this guy, while looking straight ahead, was secretly glancing at him. Although the other team's formations were not as neat, they were somewhat presentable. A woman with glasses surveyed the scene and reported to the man in the hat. 3 are missing, 2 from Changyang 18th High, and 1 from Lingyang 29th High. The crew-cut man beside her was about to say, I'll bring those 3 over, but the man in the hat interrupted calmly. No need. We're here to select people, not to train them. It's not worth the trouble. Just cross those 3 off the list. Understood. Dayu stood in the center of the field, posture upright. Surveying the trainees before him, he began his introduction. I'm Dayu, and these 5 are my team members. We are a professional training squad. Hearing this, Su Naiwen inwardly scoffed. I don't believe a word of it. In his understanding, a professional training squad is an elite team providing comprehensive training for professional league players, covering physical fitness, spiritual power, combat techniques, strategy guidance, as well as fate and talent skill development. True top-tier training squads are highly sought after in the professional league, often composed of retired league experts. However, the aura and presence of those before him made it hard for him to be convinced. Dayu continued, over the next month, we'll guide you through battle simulations and offer improvement suggestions based on individual and team performance. For now, let's start with a warm-up. Run a few laps around the field, and then I'll teach you a warm-up method that can adjust your muscles and activate your spiritual power. He then led the 12 teams in a run around the track without using spiritual power, followed by guiding them through stretching exercises. Extend your arms, control your spiritual power to spread slowly, then switch legs, lunge and press. Maintain spiritual power. The warm-up routine was indeed effective, as Su Naiwen felt warmth throughout his body, and controlling his spiritual power became much easier. Dayu called out, next, we'll do group sparring. Mishan announced today's groups. A petite woman with glasses stepped forward, holding a data pad, exuding the aura of a corporate executive. She began reading the list. Lu Wu, Shi Lin, Jiang Ling, Lu Yin, Lin Yunshin versus Chen Changlin, Hong Hao, Zhou Che, Gu Chu, Zheng Yin. The trainees exchanged glances, surprised by the reshuffling of the original school team lineup. Mishan sternly warned, the list will only be read once. If you fail to listen, can't find your teammates, or switch groups on your own, you'll spend the rest of today in the dormitory. When she announced, Chao Nong, Ke Zong, Gongshan Ji, Hao Dong, Su Naiwen, versus Zheng Su, Lu Yifei, Jihu, Chen Zhang, Qin Man, Su Naiwen immediately perked up. He pulled out cigarettes and handed them to his teammates, especially offering a whole pack to Chao Nong. Brother Chao, we're really destined to team up. I heard you're great with shields. Please guide me later. Chao Nong laughed heartily. No problem, no problem. Ke Zong rolled his eyes and quietly reminded him, prompting Su Naiwen to quickly respond, don't worry, Captain K, you're the main attacker, plenty of shields for you. Turning to Gongshan Ji and Hao Dong, he humbly asked, what are your specialties, brothers? I'm just a support, can give a shield. If I fall short, please bear with me. Faced with Su Naiwen's smooth talk, Gongshan Ji and Hao Dong could only chuckle awkwardly. My name is Gongshan Ji, and I'm a master of elemental arts, specializing in wind. Hao Dong, like this gentleman here. I'm also in the vanguard unit, focusing on speed. Su Naiwen understood immediately. The team's formation was clearly well thought out. Does anyone know much about the opponents? He asked, looking around at the group. Chao Nong, with a cigarette in his mouth, exhaled slowly. Zhang Su is an old rival of mine from Taiyang No. 2 High School. He's similar to me. The others I don't know. Lu Yifei is my team captain, Hao Dong said, scratching his head with a wry smile. He's in the elemental arts, and his lightning element not only has strong penetration but also paralyzes. If he hits me, I'm pretty much done for. All eyes turned to Gongshan Ji, who could only shrug helplessly, indicating he knew nothing about the opponents. That makes it clear. Su Naiwen nodded thoughtfully. Jihu and Qin Man are from our school's team. Captain K should know them better than I do. Captain K Zong nodded and began his detailed introduction. Jihu is a vanguard master, skilled in trick blade techniques with a short knife in his left hand, known for its cunning. His right hand wields brass knuckles, focusing on open and powerful punches. Although he's a substitute turned regular, I find him more challenging than Jing Chongkong. What's so funny? K Zong reprimanded sternly. Su Naiwen quickly stifled his laughter. Captain K, please continue. Chao Nong, Gongshan Ji, and Hao Dong all turned their heads away. They couldn't help it. Even though K Zong wasn't as brawny as Wei Wu, his earnest analysis of opponents in a soft voice was amusing. Sorry, please go on, Chao Nong said, trying hard to keep a straight face. K Zong continued. Qin Man is a healing master. Besides basic shields and healing, she has mastered group enhancement and group recovery skills. She stands out in the Quansen High School team not just because of her looks. The strategy is clear, Su Naiwen analyzed. That unknown Chen Zhang is likely a scout-type vanguard master like Hao Dong. With that, he decisively concluded, the plan is set. Target the support first in the battle. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. On the training field, some participants had already developed a preliminary understanding of their teammates and opponents, while others still wandered aimlessly. Daiyu surveyed the hesitant trainees and nodded toward Mishan. Let's begin. With that command, 6 arenas erupted into fierce battles simultaneously. Su Naiwen quickly cast elemental shield and armor, while K Zong charged forward enveloped in a dark aura. Hao Dong moved even faster than K Zong, gripping his dagger in reverse and tracing a shaped path across the ground to deftly evade the targeting of an opponent's elemental caster. Tempest of Blades. The advanced skill of the red tier wind blade tornado talent was unleashed with a roar. This powerful orange tier area skill aimed directly at Qin Man, the beautiful female support, showing no mercy. Boom. A thunderclap shattered the clear sky. Chao Nong, with a cigarette in his mouth and a shield in his hand, turned pale and dashed in front of Su Naiwen. Damn it, he muttered. Activating his orange tier talent skill, Vacuum Barrier, the air rippled around him, enveloping both him and Su Naiwen. A purple lightning bolt struck from above, crashing into the warped space. With a crackling sound, fissures appeared, and Su Naiwen broke out in a cold sweat. The force of the lightning was far beyond what he'd anticipated, nearly breaching even Chao Nong's vaunted defense. Before he could fully process this, a shadow loomed behind them. Black and red triple-bladed claw marks swept in like a serpent's tongue, shattering the already fractured barrier. The piercing glow aimed straight for Su Naiwen's back, the claw marks following closely. This was Jihu's tactic targeting the support first. He had met Su Naiwen during the Qingyang City cleanup operation and knew well how troublesome his shields could be. The opponent obviously chose a similar strategy, avoiding a direct assault on the heavily armored Chao Nong. Boom. The eerie glow struck Su Naiwen, who had only managed to cast a single layer of armor. He staggered back, 3 shallow scratches appearing on his arm, his face pale. In this critical moment, a cold shout rang out, "Stabilize!" The air currents shifted, forcibly neutralizing the backlash from the shattered armor. Another swift claw strike tore through the air. Su Naiwen was about to hurl a binding spear when Chao Nong, still with a cigarette dangling from his lips, blocked the attack. The clash of metal produced an ear-splitting noise, sparks flying. Su Naiwen hurriedly reinforced his armor and elemental shield, his back soaked with cold sweat. Just 2 strikes had breached his armor, and they could even negate the backlash. If not for Chao Nong's timely intervention, the best outcome might have been mutual destruction. Chao Nong spat out the cigarette and squinted at the stoic young scout with hair covering his eyes on the opposite side, inwardly astonished. Never in Taiyang City had he encountered such a formidable scout. Chun Zhang remained silent and jumped back to create distance. Missing his first strike, he immediately realized that a full-on attack was not a wise choice. With a light tap of his toe on the ground, he seemed to exert no force, yet his figure darted forward like a ghost. This sight shocked Su Naiwen and Chao Nong. Chun Zhang's speed was astonishing, and even more unsettling was his complete silence in movement. Although Su Naiwen's spiritual awakening level wasn't high, his senses were several times sharper than an average person's. In battle, His heightened vision and hearing allowed him to perceive the entire situation. He could even detect the presence of an opponent who could become invisible by capturing subtle changes in space and faint footstep sounds. However, Qianzhang defied all his expectations. His presence was as faint as a specter, his footsteps silent, and his speed even surpassed that of Ke Zong by a few degrees. Su Naiwen could see his figure, but couldn't accurately track him. Vacuum barrier. Chao Nong quickly distorted the surrounding space to protect himself and Su Naiwen. He knew that if they waited to react until Qianzhang attacked, it would be too late. Su Naiwen, vigilant, widened his field of vision and his pupils suddenly contracted. Not good move. He swiftly cast armor spell, elemental shield, and healing spell, enveloping Gongshan Ji with 3 layers of protection. Bang bang bang. The ghostly light in Qianzhang's eyes shattered the elemental shield in an instant. His claw attacks, reminiscent of a reaper's scythe, left black and red marks, easily tearing through the armor spell. Soul energy flowed upward around him, converting the recoil force into a downward shock. Qianzhang's body momentarily stiffened, yet he pressed on against the shock force, his claw marks aiming directly for Gongshan Ji's throat. Green light and claw marks landed on Gongshan Ji simultaneously. The latter, with a wind blade vortex yet to be unleashed, widened his eyes in silent despair. Warm blood blossomed like roses in the air. Qianzhang frowned slightly as he watched Gongshan Ji's gruesome wound heal at an alarming rate. The coaches hadn't intervened, and this attempt at a decisive strike had clearly failed. As the shock pressure dissipated, he was about to deliver a lethal blow when 2 light spears struck in front of and to the right of Gongshan Ji. Qianzhang retreated several meters instantly, casting a dissatisfied glance at Su Naiwen and muttering, "Troublesome." Chao Nong and Su Naiwen had already positioned themselves beside Gongshan Ji. Watching the immobilizing spears slowly dissolve on the ground, Su Naiwen gritted his teeth. He knew that while the immobilizing spear was considered a minor divine skill before reaching a higher level, it was not infallible. He just hadn't expected its failure to come so soon. Gong Shanji was kneeling on the ground, his hands covered in blood, clutching his throat tightly. His face was ashen, eyes filled with despair, and his chest heaved violently as if he were suffocating. "Are you okay?" Su Naiwen asked anxiously, shaking him. Gong Shanji gasped desperately, almost choking himself, as cold sweat covered his body. Watching him breathe heavily, Su Naiwen couldn't help but shiver. Although there was a coach present to ensure safety, the sensation of having his throat cut felt terrifyingly real. Even though Su Naiwen had immediately healed the scratch on his throat, Gong Shanji remained kneeling weakly, his bloody hands still feeling his neck. "Are you all right? If not, you should step out for now," Su Naiwen comforted him gently. I'm fine," Gong Shanji said, trembling as he stood up. Despite the fear still lingering in his eyes and his pale complexion, he forced a smile. "Damn, for a moment there, I thought I saw my great-grandmother." Su Naiwen gave him a serious nod, silently admiring him. A real tough guy. Everyone in this training camp had emerged as top contenders from their respective schools, their mental strength and determination far surpassing that of ordinary high school seniors. Field 5. Haodong eliminated. Haodong, who had launched a surprise attack on Qin Man at the start, was intercepted by Ji Hu. Even though he barely managed to break through and approach the target, he was knocked back by Zheng Su's massive sword. Without Su Naiwen's shield and Gong Shanji's wind ability support, Haodong made a slight mistake and was defeated by Qianzhang. "Stay close to me," Chao Nong shouted, seeing that Ke Zong was about to be surrounded and the situation was unfavorable. Clenching his teeth, he enveloped himself in a light gray soul force and charged towards the opposing team with his large shield. "That ghost-like guy is tricky. We have to fight hard now. Even 4 against 5, we have to go for it. Without Ke Zong's destructive power, how can we break Zheng Su's shield? Plus Qianzhang is a menace. We'll definitely lose." "Ke, fall back." Su Naiwen intervened, providing a shield. Qianzhang broke through the shield forcefully, but before he could continue his attack, he collided with Ke Zong's spear blade. With a thunderous crack, purple lightning split the sky as if to divide the heavens. Chao Nong immediately set up a vacuum barrier and charged with his shield. Gong Shanji suppressed his fear, summoning wind blades towards Qin Man in the rear, while 2 immobilizing spears shot towards Ji Hu and Zheng Su. Greenwood Guard. Qin Man waved her staff, releasing a group protection spell. Emerald green shields formed in front of her team, blocking the incoming attacks. The battlefield descended into chaos, explosions reverberating. Ke Zong's spear narrowly missed Qianzhang's forehead, the latter dodging like a specter and counterattacking. Observing the opponent's eerie movements, and with their team down a member, Ke Zong became fully serious. His heartbeat pounded like war drums, black soul energy surging around him with hints of blood red. A wave of murderous intent, like a sea of corpses and blood, surged forth. Black flame. Killing field. This aura not only affected Field 5, but also caused everyone else on the training ground to feel a heavy pressure, as if an invisible force was suppressing them, making their actions sluggish and cold. Outside the field, Daiyu nodded silently. This killing intent and aura, quite a talent. This is K-Zong from Linyang 3rd High, Mishan elaborated. He's quite outstanding among this group, and more importantly, his fighting spirit and capability are top-notch. His life mark, the Black Spear, has the trait of destruction. It can affect solid structures like walls and floors, and is also highly effective against formations, making him suitable for the Dragon Pool project. Indeed impressive, the crew-cut man behind them mused. But among those 10 in Field 5, isn't he not the strongest? Daiyu squinted at the small support character hiding behind Chao Nong. A smile playing on his lips. Xiao Chung, we're here to select trainees, focusing on their mindset and potential. Strength is important, but it's not the most crucial factor. Daiyu stood at the sidelines, scanning the crowd. His eyes quickly settled on Wei Wu, who was carrying a sword and watching the fight intently. This brawny young man was precisely the candidate one he wanted to take on as a disciple. Another person who caught his attention was the young assistant, whom Wan He and Li Ji had lamented over. Despite being only at an intermediate level among the senior life masters, this young man handled the battle's rhythm with remarkable precision. What if I take Wei Wu under my wing before Wan He does? How would that guy react? Daiyu pondered. In the arena, the battle had reached a fever pitch. K-Zong's rampage seemed to ignite the fighting spirit of the other coaches, each showcasing their lethal moves. Facing the ferocious K-Zong, Qianzhong was enveloped in a black and red aura, his eyes bloodshot beneath his tousled hair. His movements were light and swift, darting several meters in an instant. Scarlet afterimages crisscrossed the arena as Qianzhong, wielding his claw blade like a phantom, launched fierce attacks on K-Zong from all directions. His technique made it appear as if 7 or 8 clones were striking simultaneously. Explode! K-Zong roared, unleashing a torrent of energy around him. Knowing he couldn't match Chunzhang's speed, he opted for brute force to counter finesse. Double peaks fall. He slammed his double halberds into the ground, activating their destructive trait. If he couldn't win, he'd destroy the battleground instead. With a thunderous crash, the ground collapsed around K-Zong, cracks spreading like a spider's web. As dust and debris filled the air, battles on other fields came to an abrupt halt, everyone stunned by the spectacle. Haha, got you. K-Zong's childlike laughter rang out, starkly contrasting with the scene of destruction. The once elusive Qianzhong was interrupted mid-move and was now airborne. Seizing the opportunity, K-Zong's star absorption palm clamped onto Qianzhang's arm. Seeing this, Su Naiwen quickly prepared a spell to immobilize Qianzhong with a binding spear. However, at that moment, thunder roared overhead. A pitch-black storm cloud materialized out of nowhere, crackling with lightning. Damn! That damn violent mage on the other side just unleashed their ultimate. Su Naiwen cursed under his breath. 2 spears of light tore through the air, aimed directly at Lu Yifei. However, it was too late. Thunderclouds roared above, shaking the entire camp. A bolt of purple lightning struck down, targeting K-Zong. With a single hand, K-Zong swung his halberd, sending a black flash several meters into the air, shattering the lightning instantly. Empowered by the black flames and the slaughter field, his strength was now unparalleled. At the same time, he grabbed Qianzhang's arm and delivered a fierce headbutt that left Qian seeing stars. Although Qianzhang's arm was restrained, he still had some strength to fight back. However, the black flames surrounding K-Zong seemed to scorch even his mental faculties, causing a splitting headache. His usually sharp mind temporarily stalled, unable to muster his soul power to use his innate skills. He struggled instinctively, swiping with his claw blades in retaliation, only to be subdued by another headbutt from K-Zong. Lu Yifei, as the captain of a top-seed team, was far from ordinary. The formidable thunderclouds had destructive power far beyond this. Zhang Su charged forward with his shield, positioning himself in front of Lu Yifei to absorb the impact of the 2 spears. The sky erupted once more, with countless lightning bolts pouring down like torrential rain. Acting swiftly, K-Zong tossed the dazed Qianzhong overhead. A shadow flashed by as Qian was pulled out of the arena. Field 5, Qianzhong is eliminated. Damn, it's unfair. I lost my shield. K-Zong cursed, the black flames around him growing even more violent. Su Naiwen watched in awe, realizing that K-Zong was the true master strategist, making him feel almost naive in comparison. By now, the entire area had become a sea of lightning. Even before it descended, Su Naiwen sensed the danger. Damn it, aren't lightning tribulations supposed to come one at a time? This is like a family reunion. He quickly cast protective shields over the team, closing his eyes and bracing for impact. Vacuum cover. Chao Nong shouted with fury, distorting the entirety of Field 5 in an instant. The lightning seemed to be immobilized, then completely erased by a spatial wave. This move was an advanced innate skill, a genuine yellow-grade talent. Chao Nong immediately exhausted his soul power and vitality, coughing up blood. Brother Chao, amazing. 666, my hero. Su Naiwen was ecstatic, launching two immobilizing spears that split into 18 beams, enveloping Qin Man and Lu Yifei. Zhang Su used his orange-grade talent, Gale Roar, to shatter most of the beams, but three still hit Qin Man. As a high-ranking Fate Master, Qin Man broke free from the immobilization in less than a breath, but the brief moment was enough to be fatal. K Zone launched a fierce attack, and although Lu Yifei, Jihu, and Zhang Su moved to protect, Jihu couldn't react in time. Gongshan Ji seized the opportunity, using an instant red-grade talent, Wind's Path, sending Qin Man out of the arena. 4 against 3. The momentum of the battle had shifted. Before leaving, Qin Man had once again boosted her teammates. Jihu and Lu Yifei launched fierce attacks, with Zhang Su standing firm, guarding Lu Yifei. However, as time passed, Lu Yifei's soul power was heavily drained, and his vigor diminished, clearly affected by the breaking of his ultimate move. Meanwhile, on Su Naiwen's side, healing and recovery spells were in full play. Even though K Zong's Black Flames and Slaughterfield enhancements faded, their combat strength showed no signs of waning. Chao Nong, who had used vacuum cover, was also gradually recovering. In a fierce practice match, Jihu was eventually eliminated by K Zong, who seized an opening. Lu Yifei withdrew from the battlefield due to exhaustion of his soul power, while Zhang Su opted to concede voluntarily. Watching Chao Nong receiving treatment, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Zhang Su's face as he remarked nonchalantly, "It's just a practice match. You didn't have to go all out." Chao Nong shrugged in response, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he smirked slightly. "A talent technique is meant to be used, or it'll get rusty. Zhang Su, that's one of the reasons you lost to me in the seed competition." He paused, adding with a smug grin, "Of course, the main reason is that I'm just too strong." Ha ha ha, his laughter was cut short as he choked on the smoke, coughing violently until tears streamed from his eyes. Dayu was carefully observing everyone on the field. His gaze first settled on Chao Nong, and he silently assessed. A spatial-type yellow-grade talent technique, quite promising, and he seems to have his own opportunities. He should be marked for special observation. Then, he turned his attention to K Zong. Although his abilities weren't fully utilized, his fighting spirit is commendable, also deserving of special observation. As for the others, Dayu made his evaluations. Zhang Su, Qianzhong, Lu Yifei, and Su Naiwen were all marked for primary observation, while Gongshan Ji was placed in secondary observation. The overall level of this group match was indeed impressive, with 4 seed team captains and other members being the second or third mainstays of their respective teams. Qin Man, though less conspicuous as a rare support role, was paired aptly against the mid-level life master Su Naiwen. Zhang Su's strength could actually qualify him for special observation. In the seed competition, his defensive capabilities were on par with Chao Nong's, though he hadn't yet mastered a yellow-grade talent technique. His combat style was steady but lacked aggressiveness. Even in a disadvantaged 3-on-4 situation, there were still chances for victory, yet he chose a conventional approach. This cautious tactic, while safe, lacked adaptability and requires further observation. The purpose of this selection was Cleardo choose the true elite for the Sisho army. Quality over quantity is key, and only the best among the elite have the chance to enter the prestigious Dragon Pool selection. Su Naiwen emerged victorious in his first sparring match, but the battle taught him a humbling lesson. There's always someone better. His shield turtle strategy, once his pride, faced serious challenges right from the start. Whether it was Chen Zhang's elusive movements or Lu Yifei's lethal strikes, Su Naiwen realized his defenses weren't as impenetrable as he'd thought. Particularly daunting was Chao Nong's unique spatial defense talent, a testament to his formidable strength. Su Naiwen knew that Chao Nong was among the best in the training camp, yet across Chuanzhou and even the entire 9 provinces, there were others like him rare, but not unheard of. This realization only strengthened Su Naiwen's resolve to improve. Despite his victory, Su Naiwen felt as if he had won by default. Normally, this feeling would comfort him, but after last night's experience, it left him strangely dissatisfied. He glanced at his skill panel. Innate skills. His innate armor technique had reached perfection, healing LV9, immobilize LV8, recovery LV7, elemental shield LV7, spirit awakening LV4, exorcism LV3, heart link LV2, pill gathering hand LV1, sigil pin LV1, forging LV1, formation crafting LV1. Acquired skills: wind blade tornado LV1, starfire technique LV1, 3000 spirit technique LV2. Ungrown skills: soul command orange, yellow, green. The blank spaces in the skill simulation interface were a constant temptation. Su Naiwen had accumulated 9,986 auxiliary points from 3 days of seed competitions. If he hadn't impulsively spent 3,000 points to upgrade the 3,000 spirit technique, he could have tried simulating a new skill. Still, it was a worthy investment. His reluctance to upgrade stemmed from the fear of reliving the near-death agony from his initial learning. Now it seemed that feeling only arose when absorbing colored spirit crystals. His soul power progress had improved from 1 every 5 days to 1 every 3 days. Even though it still cost 500 points per 1 increase, with the 3,000 spirit technique, the progress was substantial enough that he didn't feel the need to hastily spend points on cultivation. Spotting a competitor injured and knocked out of the arena, Naiwen's eyes lit up as if he'd seen a rare beauty. He promptly cast healing, restoring most of the opponent's injuries. Hearing the system notification for earning 32 auxiliary points, he grinned wide, happily assuming the role of a helpful assistant. Daiyu, observing Naiwen, who was quick to heal others post-battle, nodded in approval. Li Ji was right. This young man was indeed kind-hearted and altruistic, aligning perfectly with his destiny. Such genuine helpfulness was endearing. Though Daiyu, a fellow member of the Tiger Pavilion, wasn't as reckless as Wan He preferred gentle subordinates, and Naiwen fit the bill. As for Wan He and Li Ji's concerns about Naiwen not being suited for combat support, a partner like Chao Nong would easily resolve that issue. Meanwhile, Mi Shan was busy recording data and information on her panel while watching the match. As a data master, she understood that first-hand observation was far more accurate than relying on second-hand data. When she saw Jiang Ling leaving the arena with her spear, Mi Shan narrowed her eyes. Jiang Ling hadn't seemed to give her all. Hailing from the Jiang family, Jiang Ling possessed the inherited Thunderfire spirit. Family members either awakened with a thunder element destiny, a fire element destiny, or sometimes both. Jiang Ling, with lightning crackling and flames enveloping her spear, was clearly adept in both elements. Her explosive power and speed were top tier in the training camp, and it was rumored the Jiang family had unique amplification skills that could multiply their battle prowess temporarily. Such a talent warranted close attention. So, how was your opponent? Didn't seem weak, Naiwen remarked while healing Jiang Ling. Strong, but still not quite up to the level of my family's siblings. Jiang Ling replied candidly, accustomed to discussing her family's background. Hearing this, Naiwen couldn't help but think, even if it's the truth, why does it still feel a bit irritating? Can the capabilities of a big family really compare to us from small places? Naiwen mused to himself. You guys are born into privilege, with spiritual herbs and plants as your snacks. We grew up on plain gruel. What do we have to compete with? Unless we cheat. Suddenly, a powerful surge of soul energy interrupted his thoughts. He looked over and saw Wei Wu sheathing his blade. The battle was already over. The scene left everyone present holding their breath. As reserve members, they were not highly regarded. Teams were hastily assembled, filling gaps with reserve members from school teams, and pitted against each other by school. Most participants were second-year students, generally at the peak of mid-level Fate Masters, with a rare few just entering the high-level stage. Although the teams were evenly matched, the battles were intense, rivaling those of the carefully selected main teams. Yet today, Wei Wu set a new record for the fastest battle technically, just 1 second. After a few seconds of standoff, he suddenly drew his blade, blood staining his palm, and a crimson blade aura over 10 meters long swept out in an instant. If Daiyu hadn't reacted swiftly and blocked in time, the 5 opponents might have been cut in half. At that moment, Wei Wu was surrounded by high-level Fate Master energy, while his opponents were stuck at the mid-level peak. With such a disparity in strength, coupled with his deadly opening move, the outcome was inevitable. He's catching up to you. Naiwen teased Jiang Ling beside him. It's worth noting that Jiang Ling's innate fate grid awakened 6 months before Wei Wu's, and she only advanced to high-level Fate Master 2 months ago. At this rate, Wei Wu's progress seemed even faster than Jiang Ling's. His talent is indeed strong, but only that, Jiang Ling replied calmly. As a member of the Jiang family, she had seen many geniuses. In the northern continent's capital, if you weren't an innate fate grid awakener, or didn't possess at least a grade A fate grid, you wouldn't even dare claim to have decent talent. Wei Wu's blade scene left the onlooking reserve members in awe. The power of that strike was something even regular main team members would struggle to withstand. Daiyu's lips curled into a wild grin. This training camp had indeed been full of surprises for him. Yang Yu, yawning and stretching lazily nearby, seemed almost invisible. Damn, this guy's gotten even stronger, he muttered to himself. And Jiang Ling, Naiwen. It's like I'm surrounded by prodigies. Glancing at the radiant golden shield-shaped fate grid emblem in his mind, and the dim silver long blade emblem beside it, he smirked. Luckily, I've got some tricks up my sleeve, or I wouldn't dare hang out with them. These days, who isn't a genius? Over 200 contestants were spread across 6 battle arenas, with each arena cycling through 4 rounds to complete a match. The issue of arena damage was expertly handled by a burly man named Xiao Cheng. As a master of earth elemental arts, he could restore the damaged ground to its original state in moments. Every time he repaired an arena, He cast a meaningful glance at K Zong, as if to say, "Go ahead and smash it. I can fix it anytime." The second battle commenced. Learning from the intense and perilous first round, the team adjusted their strategy, no longer prioritizing the support attack. Under the defensive cover of Chao Nong, Su Naiwen and Gongshan Ji hid behind shields, focusing on unleashing their innate skills. Techniques like Wind Blade Cyclone, Wind Path, and Thousand Blades of the Gale were released in quick succession. With a stable environment for output, Gongshan Ji's performance was noticeably smoother than usual. Chen Zhang's pride in his elusive footwork was significantly hampered on the platform. This kind of arena was clearly unsuitable for a master like him, leaving him feeling stifled. Although Lu Yifei from the opposing side delivered powerful frontal assaults, Su Naiwen's shield combined with Chao Nong's defense neutralized the damage. Lu Yifei hesitated to unleash his killer move, Cloud Thunder Sea, wary of Chao Nong's vacuum coverage, leading to a stalemate in the battle. At that moment, Zhang Su erupted into action. The seemingly frail support, wielding a heavy sword and shield, charged at Chao Nong like a berserker. His forceful advance actually pushed Chao Nong back. With a sweeping strike of his sword, he seized the surrounding air, immobilizing Gongshan Ji and Su Naiwen. Following this, a powerful sword blow descended like a sledgehammer, sending both of them flying. Su Naiwen was horrified to discover his elemental shield shattered. Though his armor remained intact, the enforced knockback caught him off guard. Chen Zhang, who had been waiting for an opportunity, instantly appeared behind the airborne Su Naiwen. Before Su Naiwen could concede, a shadowy flash shot towards him, blocked by his armor, but the subsequent two claw strikes hit their mark. The icy claws pierced skin, slicing through flesh, sending a chill through Su Naiwen's body, first numbing, then a wave of intense pain and fear engulfed him. Chen Zhang kicked Su Naiwen out of the arena, and he crashed to the ground like a ragdoll. As his consciousness began to fade, a warm white light enveloped him, healing the claw wounds visibly. Though physically healed, the brush with death left Su Naiwen deeply unsettled, cold sweat dripping down his face. This fear surpassed any previous perilous moments he had faced, whether it was the falling black gorillas during the otherworldly invasion, the bloodshed and death on the sports field, being chased by beasts during city cleanups, or the West Suburb food factory incident, the Fengyang anomaly training, or being dragged into a dark alley by Zhao Bingji. Dai Yu, seeing his state, offered comfort. Don't let it get to you. You can always apply healing skills on yourself. Your healing ability is strong enough for a quick recovery. His eyes held no disdain, only understanding. Take a break. Dai Yu patted Su Naiwen's shoulder, explaining that fear in the face of death is a natural human response. He recalled how he was once even worse off than Su Naiwen when he first joined the military, nearly fainting on the spot, but over time, he got used to it. The battle on the platform continued, with Chen Zhang's elusive figure resuming its harvest. When Gongshan Ji fell, the bloody claw marks on his chest left a pool of blood on the ground. That guy's a maniac, Su Naiwen muttered. Everyone else stops when they make contact, but he insists on drawing blood, either slashing throats or slicing open bellies, or even cracking open chests. Seeing the pale and weary Gongshan Ji approach, Su Naiwen raised an eyebrow. You're here? Yeah, Gongshan Ji sighed, slumping down beside him. After a while longer. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Su Naiwen patted the empty spot next to him, and Hao Dong responded with a wry smile. On the field, K Zong and Chao Nong were giving it their all, but despite their best efforts, they ultimately couldn't withstand the five-man onslaught from the opposing team. In the second round, Su Naiwen's loss put the entire team on the back foot. After the initial exchanges, both teams had figured out each other's strategies. Although their coordination improved, the difference in skill level was still evident. On their side, only Hao Dong and K Zong could take the initiative. However, whenever Hao Dong's weaknesses were exposed by Chen Zhang, he would quickly fall. This left K Zong as the only truly formidable member of the team. As for Gongshan Ji, breaking through Zhang Su's rock-solid defense to deal with Lu Yifei and Qin Man was an almost insurmountable challenge. In contrast, the opposing team had Ji Hu, whose skills matched Hao Dong's, but Lu Yifei and Chen Zhang's offensive power exceeded expectations. Although Chao Nong tried his best to shield the weaker links, Gongshan Ji and Su Naiwen, their defense struggled against the relentless attacks. In the subsequent practice matches, Su Naiwen's team fared poorly, losing more often than not. What made it worse for Su Naiwen was that he frequently became the weak point that the opponents exploited. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. If he weren't concerned about drawing attention by suddenly improving, he would have used up all his accumulated support points. Despite the grueling morning training, Su Naiwen did gain something. After experiencing 3 throat slashes, 1 chest opening, and 2 guttings, he found moments of clarity in near-death situations. The fear of death lingered, but the healing magic ensured he didn't lose his mind from Chen Zhang's special training. At the end of the day's training, a pale Su Naiwen quickly ate some roasted meat before heading back to his room. Watching Su Naiwen's defeated figure, Chao Nong sighed. Ah, these youngsters still have a lot to learn. Back in the dorm, Naiwen covered his face with a blanket. Seeing his support points soar to over 15,000, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. If he weren't worried about being seen as having gone mad from Chen Zhang's training, his grin would have stretched from ear to ear. Gaining over 5,000 support points in a single day, and knowing this special training would continue for a month, filled him with excitement. At this point, he didn't mind letting Chen Zhang attack him. As long as he could be restored to health afterward, he'd be willing. Staring at the string of support points, Naiwen felt a surge of boldness. System, add points. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.